FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network, wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station, 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah. Let's do it.
Ball game over on a bases-loaded walk. 3 walks in the inning, one of them intentional. And the Astros' frustrations continue as they drop this one 1-0 in 10 on a bases-loaded walk to Gleyber Torres. The Astros have now been shut out 3 times in a row for the first time since 1985. They've been shut out 4 of their last 5 games.
That is, those are some numbers right there, man. That was the final call. Todd Callis, Space City Home Network. You stayed up for it, the Astros. If you didn't stay up for it, you didn't miss much. It was on the offensive end, at least. It was an exciting game. There was a lot of drama. 2 great pitchers dueling. Hunter Brown and Tariq Skubal going at it. Two of the top 3 contenders for the Cy Young, along with Garrett Crochet, as they showed on the screen last night. They also showed lots of numbers showing how bad the Astros are offensively lately. 1-0, the final score. Bases loaded, walk-off walk, courtesy of Caleb Ort. And the Astros, yet, I feel like, Seth, for the umpteenth straight day, we come in and say, still up by a game and a half in the AL West.
Still up by a game and a half. Thank you, Mariners. The people in Seattle must be so excited that they're not taking advantage of this opportunity just to create extra drama at the end of the season. The Astros finished with 83 wins back in 1985. Sean?
Yeah.
Would we feel good with 83 wins and a third-place finish in the NL West?
No, in the NL West. No.
As they finished in 1985.
That would not feel good. That would not feel good at all. So that 85. So that was the year before they made it to the NLCS back in 86.
That's right. Yeah.
So they were.
This is a prelude to greatness.
Okay. The reason you're bringing up 85 is because that was the last time they were shut out in 3 straight games.
Yeah.
83 wins. You're not a bad baseball team when you're winning 83.
They weren't horrendous. No.
Yeah. And that's about what this feels like right now. I don't think
they're kind of hovering around like mediocrity plus for a few years there in the early 80s. They were in the 80s for 3 straight years before that year when they went to the NLCS.
Yeah, they were an aging team back then, and then they would bottom out, and they'd get this kid named Bagwell and this kid named Biggio, and they'd be off to the races again in the 90s.
These guys have me. This Astros team has me really PO'd at the NFL preseason. This is where I'm just like, all right, like what? Why can we not start the NFL in August?
Yeah.
Is it that hard?
Yeah.
My God.
It's a little hot, but yeah.
Well, some places like I know not everybody has an indoor stadium in all their ballparks. I can see why. I can see why Hunter Brown has a little edge to him when he grew up with the adversity of living in a city that doesn't have a roof on
playing
their
outside. Yeah,
you have to have a 30-minute rain delay at the beginning. This is why Eminem. This is what fuels Eminem's all of his songwriting prowess.
Precipitation.
The angst of growing up in a city with no roof over their baseball stadium.
Yeah. How are we feeling right now, man? How are we feeling about this
miserable.
whole thing?
I'm telling you, I feel miserable.
Yeah.
Basketball's 2 months off. The Astros aren't scoring any runs ever.
They're not even doing the thing where they put 11 guys on base and just leave them stranded there. Like this is. I mean, it's Skubal. Last night, I don't want to say I'll give you a pass. I mean, you're a team that's in a division race right now. You're in a dogfight. But it feels like it's a couple of like 3-legged dogs with one eye. Like this is the most just docile dogfight of all time between Seattle and the Astros right now.
If Yainer had gotten the benefit of the doubt on that play at home, for those who didn't see it, they send Yainer home on a fly ball, and it was
like a double. It was like a double down the line by somebody. So Yainer's rounding the bases. Yeah,
he's rounding the bases. They send him home, and it's from 19 different camera angles, and that's almost not even an exaggeration. It just wasn't 100% clear that he touched the base before, after touching the catcher's hand or glove or whatever it might be. So they confirmed the call, the out at home plate, but it could have. It was weird that they said they confirmed it.
Yeah.
As opposed to just the call stands, because right. It wasn't all that clear, but it did seem like the classic, hey, whatever the call was going to be upheld. But it was, obviously with that, if everything else plays out the same way, you win that game in a pitcher's duel versus Skubal and Hunter Brown. Hunter Brown goes 6 scoreless innings, Skubal goes 7. But, Skubal is, on the sum total a bit better, probably more dominating looking than Hunter Brown.
Hunter Brown, well, he needed he needed a little bit of luck to get out of a few innings early. The line drive to Walker for the double play was the big one. I mean, if Walker's not hugging the line, I think it was like the 3rd inning where this guy lined into a double play.
Yeah.
Then it's a very different ball game there. But Skubal was the better of the two, but Hunter was great.
Right.
Hunter was great. And
they're like 4/100. Skubal's like 4/100ths ahead of him in the ERA right now.
Yeah, they're in very similar seasons. Yeah, very, and they're very similar pitchers. And Skubal got his 200th strikeout of the season last night. That part was a classic. That was one where you hope, oh God, I hope these two teams face each other again and we see these two pitchers. That would be really, really cool. Here was Joe Espada, the call that Seth's talking about, which wound up being, in retrospect, it was huge at the time just because the Astros haven't scored a run in 4 days. But in retrospect, it was a game-changing call because there's only 1 run in the entire game, and it was in the 10th inning. Here was Joe Espada on the call that Seth was talking about with Yainer Diaz.
When they said confirm, meaning that they probably saw something that we didn't see, it's like they had enough evidence to stick with their call. So I'm going to go right now and look at it to see if we missed something. But, it looked like he missed the tag, like the hand getting there before the tag.
Yeah, and the broadcast, everything they were showing, like if I had a gun to my head and I had to say, okay, I understand what you're saying, Seth, about the call standing because it really was, it wasn't totally conclusive. But if I had to pick a side, I would have said I think his hand touched home plate before there was any sort of contact with the glove with the ball in it.
Well, you could see on the very last angle they showed, which they grabbed. There's the home broadcast, there's the away broadcast, there's whatever New York is looking at. But you could see that Yainer's hand does flip up. And there's one frame where you can kind of see that his hand flips up where it's touching something.
Yeah.
But to me, it looked like he was touching the wrist of the catcher and not the glove.
Yeah.
But whatever. I'm not gonna get overly worked up over
No,
it.
and that's why when Espada's going, I'm going to go back and look at it. I'm like, why bother? I think it's water under the bridge. I'd put it this way. If they had called him safe at home, the call would have stood.
Right.
Like that's. I think that's. It was one of those things. But you're right. Like them saying it was confirmed. Yeah.
That's. But now we're getting all. Then for me to get worked up over it, it's over the actual verbiage, and that's not the world I want to live in.
No,
right
and that's
now.
why I'm telling Joe Espada, don't go look at it, man. Get out of this headspace. The game starts at noon today.
Yeah.
Try to get your teams. Go get some hits, some real runs.
Try to score more than 0 runs.
Yeah.
Okay, that would have been 1 run. You know what? I'd like more than even 1 run in a game. Is that too much to ask?
Hit a ball over the fence. How's that?
Right.
Then there's no issue with any of it. You don't got to go back and look at anything. If you just hit a damn ball over the fence. I mean, in fair territory, not a foul ball or anything like that. I know foul balls feel like victories right now for this team. Okay, text messages coming in. This is middle screen. 3 straight shutouts, but to make it sound worse, it's been 36 innings since the Astros got a hit with a runner in scoring position. I'll add to that. You put this in the rundown, Seth. They've not scored a run by using a hit in 32 innings.
Since Altuve's home run.
Yeah.
Those were the days. Those were the salad days. Yeah. Times were different back then.
Oh, my God. It does feel like...
When was that again?
Yeah, exactly.
That was 4 days ago, Altuve. That's how long ago it was.
It does feel like I was thinking about this last night, though, when Callis and Blum are going through all these stats we just did 5 seconds ago in the postgame. I'm like, God, it does feel like one of those things. Hey, what was the #1 song in the country the last time the Astros scored a run? What was the price of gas?
Who was the president then?
Hey, Sam,
I don't remember.
Did you know that the price of gas was $2 $2.89 a gallon when the Astros last scored a run.
That's right. You could buy a chicken for $3.
Exactly. The price of eggs. Joe Espada, this is the big test with Joe Espada, because I feel like Joe Espada, after every game where the Astros lose and they don't score many or any runs in this case, he does get asked, like, so what did you think of the at-bats, though? How were the at-bats?
Right.
This is always the big test now. If Joe Espada, and I haven't listened to this yet, but if Joe Espada can remain positive about the at-bats on the heels of last night and 3 straight games of not scoring any runs, more than 3 games of scoring runs by using a hit, here we go. How were the at-bats last night, Skip?
He's a tough pitcher. I thought that we had some good at-bats. We hit some balls hard. I thought that play at the plate could have gone either way. But I thought we competed, and we put barrel on the ball, and we just couldn't do enough.
They were making the hard hits early on it. I was at some point I was trying to figure out whether I could just blame it on bad luck or not.
I suppose.
I don't know what I blame Jesus Sanchez. As predicted, Jesus Sanchez's infectious smile has turned into an unbearable goofiness. As we said, hey, boy, it sure is charming when things are going well, but man, it just looks goofy when you're screwing up plays in the outfield and not producing at the plate.
Screwing up plays like a fifth grader. Overrunning a fly ball. That's stuff I used to do. I was horrible at fielding fly balls in Little League. I'd overrun them all the time, and they'd land behind me. A major league right fielder who the Astros traded for did it last night in the ninth inning of a scoreless game.
Trammell made one of those incredible catches, but it was incredible because he almost overran a foul ball.
2 plays later, he did, it was like Sanchez coughed on him. It was 5 minutes after, so I'm like, what's going on with these outfilders?
It looked like he'd run into a clothesline or something, where he's sprinting full speed, and then all of a sudden gets stopped. And I credit to him for keeping his head off the ground there. That could have been a concussion.
Yeah,
because he hit his back. It looked like the Alabama Slam, which I just learned about yesterday.
Yeah, man.
When he hit the ground and just managed to hold on to the ball, it was really impressive. Didn't have to be that impressive, but it was impressive.
They both, Sanchez and Trammell, both overran ball. Trammell, as Seth pointed out, made a great catch. Sanchez did not. They both came in as pinch hitters late in the game. Do you think maybe they were doing shots down in the clubhouse, like during the game, and they just didn't think they would?
I wouldn't
get
put
into
it past
the game.
them.
Yeah,
you got to get off the schneid at some point.
Drink every time we strike out.
Yeah, that'll get you right.
Skubal had 10 strikeouts last night. Yeah,
I had a hard time. I'm miserable this morning because I spent the first 4 innings trying to figure out an issue with my washing machine. Ever since COVID, I've been trying to handle home repairs myself until I get to the point where I realize, okay, and I've now diagnosed the problem is within the machine, and that's where I start to feel like. Because I checked all the different drains, the drain pump filter, everything else, and now it's something in the machine, and I feel like a chiropractor who's deciding to operate on a pancreas or something. I'm like, I don't know. I'm supposed to stay outside the body. I don't know. I get nervous when I go in, and do I trust myself to go in and perform surgery on an internal organ? I'm not sure.
I admire your want to. That situation for me winds up in one of 2 things: a hefty repair bill, or that baby is on the curb, and we're getting a new washer.
Get a whole new washing machine.
Oh, yeah. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. We're off and running. Hey, we had Nick Caserio on the show yesterday. So let's dig into some of what he had to say on our show about the Texans offensively. And Nick Haley, a big reveal for how things are going to work with the Houston Texans come week 1. Well, come this Saturday, actually, but definitely during week 1 of the NFL season. We will do that coming up next. But first, West Point, Lincoln. Oh, I'm heading out there today. Going out to see Chris Poulos and Ryan O'Kane and the
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
First off, congratulations on the station recognition for what you guys have done. So it's probably nothing to do with this show, thankfully, but credit to everybody at 610. So congratulations.
It's a group effort. Yeah, for sure. We sent all of our Caserio interviews to the Marconi people, and they came back with the.
And they threw those out and said, "Why are we nominating these folks?"
That's right. Yeah. They deleted them all, and then we sent more stuff, and now we got. Thank you, Nick. We appreciate it.
No, seriously, you guys do a great job. So congratulations to you and everybody at 610.
Yeah, thank you, Nick. That was nice. Right out of the chute. Yesterday, we had a nice 40-minute conversation with Nick Caserio, and he congratulated us on our Marconi Award, Seth. And immediately, and jokingly, said that really had nothing to do with Payne and Pendergast.
I was talking to Mega the other day at the coffee machine, and they gave me a tussle of the hair for, they've won 3 Marconi Awards.
Oh, the morning show on Mega 101. Yeah.
Cindy basically just said, that's cute. That's cute. You guys got nominated. Good.
Yeah.
You guys are finalists. Great. We've won 3.
They've won 3, and we're like, okay, that's cool, but are you going to come to our parade for our nomination, Cindy? That's the question. We're having a parade for the nomination.
And then Cindy saw a roach on the floor and freaked out. I was like, I said, that's what you get.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's funny. So big thanks to the Texans executive vice president and GM yesterday for coming on with us. If you missed that interview, it's up on our podcast on the Odyssey app, the Payne and Pendergast podcast. You can find it there. Good conversation. I thought some good insight as to what the team is going to be, kind of the prism they're looking through over the next several days as they work towards. I say as they work towards next Tuesday at 3 o'clock, Seth, to cut the roster down. But the one thing Nick makes very clear is that's kind of a deadline you all use for stuff. The roster is going to change within the next 24 hours after that, with waiver pickups. And they don't look at the roster as being a 53-man organism. They look at it as being a 69 or 70, whatever it is with the practice squad. And
it's constantly shifting. Yeah. And, there's the poor souls that think they made the final cut and then get cut 18 hours later. Those are the real victims here.
Yes.
Especially the ones that never get a shot in football again.
Yeah.
They had that one 18-hour period where they thought they'd made an NFL team, and they kind of technically had.
Oh, yeah.
But they have the rug pulled out from underneath.
They start counting their pension, this is what I'm going to get when I'm 54 years old. It's going to be amazing.
Yeah. Everybody said that I should get my degree. Ha! Idiots.
Losers. Hang on a second. The GM's calling me, probably to congratulate me again on making the team.
Probably tell me how awesome they feel about me being on the 53-man roster.
I'm the only one that they've called to congratulate twice. Let me take this here real quick.
I've already called all the deans at my college and told them they're idiots.
Go to hell.
And I think they suck.
I sent them a picture of me flipping the bird at him. Yeah. All right, so let's get into this here. We'll hear from Nick Caserio in just a second, particularly on an update on a position that I think gets real intriguing as Tuesday rolls around. But here was Nick Caley. This is something we had wondered heading into the season. Will Nick Caley be an OC that operates like Bobby Slowick and calls plays from the sideline, or will he call plays from up in the booth? He tried both. Here's what he is settled upon.
Yeah, I'll be down on the field. Feel good about it. Feel good about both, but I'll be down on the field moving forward. Communication's good either way. I just I like to be able to look guys in the eyes and be able to walk over immediately and talk to guys, make adjustments with the coaches, and be able to look guys in the eyes when I communicate with them. Just a little bit more efficient, and I can cut a few steps out that way.
That was the minus 400 favorite, I think, for him. I feel like a position coach like he is, Seth, wants to be down there. Well, obviously he does. He just said it. He wants to be down there.
And I think in some regards, too, it's just it's what the right personality fit is. Yeah. I think guys that are a little bit more analytical and what have you, probably better off up in the booth. But for a guy like Caley, he seems to be very hands-on.
Yeah.
He's a fast talker. Doesn't want to wait to get his message out. He just wants to be able to grab somebody and, like he said, look him in the eye and give him the message. So I wasn't overly worried about it one way or the other. You gotta find your own way in this life. What you worry about is if the offense is struggling for 5 or 6 games and then all of a sudden then he makes the switch. That's when it feels like you're grasping for straws.
Yeah.
So as long as everything goes well, this was the right decision. If everything goes poorly, it'll be evidence of him just not knowing what the hell he's doing. What the hell? They don't even know. Oh, they're going to move him up into the booth now. Great. Great. That's okay. That's the fix.
I've got both narratives saved in my drafts folder right now just to kind of see what it looks like in week 6. And then I'm going to hit send on whichever one applies.
Kaylee being on the sideline or in the booth is the equivalent of Jesus Sanchez's smile. It all depends on circumstances whether you like it or not.
Yep, it's all in the results.
Jesus Sanchez smile in the last few days. You're like, well, why? What is he smiling about? What is there to be so happy about, Jesus Sanchez?
Yeah, that is how I feel about that. I'm surprised Slowick wasn't a booth guy. I'm surprised.
That's exactly. I was thinking of that as I was talking about the personality.
Yeah.
He feels like more of a booth guy.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter anymore. I'm just saying what's coming into my head here.
Like Ken Dorsey. You know, he just feels like a booth guy.
Don't be any inanimate object in that booth with Ken Dorsey in there, though. You are getting broken in half if he gets
one of the all-time flip-outs, kids. Maybe you're not old enough to remember that, like 5 years ago when Ken Dorsey flipped out up in the booth.
The price of gas was $2.59 when Ken Dorsey flipped out in the booth. Here was Nick Caserio yesterday with a very brief update on Joe Mixon.
Yeah, no change. I mean, Joe's kind of, working through it. He's still on the NFI list or PUP, whatever list that he's on. So kind of take it one day at a time. And, once we get a little bit closer, probably have a little better idea where he's going to be. But Joe's working hard, trying to get himself back ready to go. So whenever that is, we'll take it as it comes.
Okay.
The foot/ankle injury / conditions.
The / walking boot necessitated injury by Joe Mixon.
Possible, various people like saying possibly scar tissue. Right. Nobody knows what the hell's going on.
We know it's not a wrist injury, okay? He's got a walking boot. Yeah.
It's somewhere beneath his shin.
That's right.
We know that there's something going on beneath his shin.
Yeah. Unless
not beneath, not under the skin of his shin, but down into the foot and ankle area.
Unless it's a fashion statement, like he's like, man, this walking boot looks good. While I've got my elbow injury, I'm going to wear this walking boot. Yeah.
Yeah, with the lack of clarity, I keep having this image of Joe Mixon out there with a club foot trying to run around, and like that guy on the Family Guy, the sailor with the stick legs.
Yeah.
I'm not panicked about it, but I'm really, really not comfortable about it. It's like I'm in like the second day of being constipated about it. We're like, all right, this doesn't feel comfortable or good, and it's not a medical emergency yet, but I could see it becoming one.
Right. I'm gonna have to go to the pharmacy pretty soon for this Joe Mixon situation. All right, so I guess we've got to ask ourselves, going into week 1, how do we feel about a running back room that is Nick Chubb as your starter? I think, just based on the amount of activity he's gotten in training camp compared to Dameon Pierce, I would put Woody. From what Woody Marks has shown, I actually think he's shown the possibility he might be a better all-around back than Dameon Pierce right now.
Yeah.
But how do we feel about? Yeah. Pass. So Chubb, Marks. If Mixon's on some sort of list going into the season, PUP list or whatever, Pierce probably makes the team. How are we feeling about that going into the Rams game?
I think that it's almost like a bullpen start. The first couple of weeks of the
Chubb's
season.
our opener.
Yeah, Chubb's the opener, and then you see how the game goes. Yeah. But maybe Dameon can give you a couple innings of middle relief.
That's a good analogy.
Woody Marks can. Woody Marks is the wild card, and the benefit you have at the beginning of the season is that defenses don't know exactly how you're going to use everybody. And it's impossible for them to know how you're going to use everybody because the Texans wouldn't actually know how they're going to use everybody.
Yeah.
So you can spring some things on defenses in those first couple of games when you're using multiple different running backs, but you certainly don't want to rely on that necessarily all season long. You'd just rather have Joe Mixon out there and have everybody else being used as a rhythm changer.
That's right. Here was Nick Caley yesterday after practice. Dameon Pierce did practice yesterday. A lot of the guys who've been sort of semi-practicing practiced yesterday. Christian Harris, Dameon Pierce was out there. It's up in the air as to whether Dameon gets into the game or not this Saturday. Nick Caserio alluded to that when we asked him about Dameon. But here's Nick Caley. answering the question, is it important to get Dameon Pierce some in-game action before the season starts?
Yeah, I would say this. Damien's played a good amount of football. He's a physical, violent runner. You get to see him out here. It's not like this is an unknown commodity, so whatever we feel is best for the reps, that'll be it. But, I've watched Damien. I've had an appreciation for him for a while, and, I think he wants to go out there and just be at his best every single day, and I'm excited to get him back out here with us.
Okay, that's a no. That's a no. He's not playing. I interpret that as he's not playing on Saturday.
I think that I had spoken with somebody from the Rams last year just casually about Dameon Pierce, and he used the word "we love Dameon Pierce." So Kaylee was on that staff, and it's interesting, and Kaylee, I think that Dameon in this system could very possibly look a lot more like he did in his rookie year. It's so far from what they've been running in practice and in the games. I think it meshes up with Damien's skill set and style of running a lot better. So I think they look at Dameon and the better version of himself over these last few years, and they just think, that's what we could hope to get out of him, but we don't necessarily need to see it in training camp right now. So I think he's safe on the roster, and I think if he's actually 100% cleared by week 1, they wouldn't shy away from using him. And it doesn't make you feel any better until you actually see it, but that's just my feeling on the situation.
This feels like a team, Seth. DeMeco Ryans has always preached physicality, but the last couple years, it's looked one way on the defense, very physical, and it's looked a different way on the offense, not quite as physical. And it does seem like in this camp, they are trying to establish a culture of physicality on the offensive side. And that's Damien's superhero power. That's the biggest thing he has going for him is he, to use his words, he runs with bad intentions. He runs looking to run over people.
There have been some plays in the run game where they've had great examples of what I had hoped for all offseason long, and we've talked about it, which is as long as everybody is executing properly and you have a hat on a hat and everybody on the defense is accounted for, you don't need superhuman efforts out of any one individual. You just got to block it up right, and then if your running back can break an arm tackle, then you've got a 5 to 7 yard run. And we've seen a lot of examples of that in the first couple preseason games. So I'm way more optimistic. You could say it's just preseason, but preseason this year compared to preseason last year, it's night and day the way the offensive line is operating. And whether it's Nick Chubb, who's not back to his peak Nick Chubb version of himself, can still do some really productive things for you. And I would probably say the same thing about Dameon Pierce, is that I don't know if he's going to be as exciting or as electric as he was his rookie year, but I think you can get whatever the best current version of himself is right now, as long as this blocking stays consistently executing the play as it's called. Whereas last year, it wasn't anything. There were so few examples of things being blocked up right last year in the preseason. And this year, it's just been night and day.
I'd sign up for the version of Nick Chubb that we got on Saturday in that Carolina game. The 5 carries for 25 yards, if that's what a normal obviously average 5 yards a carry, so you take that all day long. I'm just talking about the way he ran. I thought he showed at least a little bit of wiggle at times there, and he was moving forward all the time, which I think is a big deal in trying to stay in down and distance situations that are not adverse for C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, in 3 series of the preseason this year, when you've had whatever version of the starters are out there, in the first preseason game, you didn't have all your starters out there, but in 3 series where you've had that game's starters out there, they haven't had a negative run play yet.
No,
they haven't had a tackle at the line of scrimmage or behind the line of scrimmage, which is a huge improvement over what we saw last year.
Daria Gumbawale had 5 carries for 29 yards, and Nick Chubb had 5 carries for 25 yards. And in each case, the long carry was 8 or 9 yards. They were just churning out yards.
Yeah, if it's 4 yards and a cloud of field turf pellets, then that's good right now compared to last year, and it keeps CJ in manageable situations. He's got 2nd and 5, he's got 3rd and 4, and as opposed to last year where he had he was one of the league leaders in 3rd and long situations and 2nd and long situations in a bad way. Just way too many of those really hard to manage situations.
It's good for my stress level. I get stressed out 2nd and 13 all the time. Quick text here. I think that the fact they went and got Nick Chubb says everything about Mixon's injury. Maybe. I mean, they did get Nick Chubb at a time on the calendar where it's not the free agent rush. They got him like right before mandatory minicamp is when they got him.
Yeah, I think and remember, they got Cam Akers, in that same, post-draft Cam Akers, was it right before training camp that they signed him?
I don't remember. I know, I just know he got traded like in week 5.
Yeah, and I don't think that was it's a similar contract. You're taking a flyer on a guy that has shown previous greatness. Chubb much more than Cam Akers. Yeah. Chubb was a much better running back in his prime than Cam Akers. But it's a $2.5 million contract. Yep. I feel like you can kind of when they signed Nick Chubb, it was, I think, a very much let's get him in the building, let's see what he can do.
Yeah.
But if you 100% absolutely needed somebody to fill in for Joe Mixon, I think they would have either made a trade or an acquisition that was different than Nick Chubb. That was less of all right, let's see what he still has physically.
Yep. All right, let's get to some headlines. We'll circle back to the Astros. They lose again last night. They don't score any runs again last night. But good news may be on the way offensively for the Astros. We'll talk some Texans as well. We'll hear more from Nick Haley. We'll hear more from Nick Caserio and his interview with us yesterday as we roll on with the show as well. And the AFC South, we've got a starter named with one of the AFC South rivals. We'll get to that as well coming up next. Stay there.
Hey, there could be good news on the way concerning your mental health. If you lay awake at night,
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines, presented by Men's Tea Clinic.
Trying to do their best to rattle Caleb Ort here in a 3-2 count with the bases filled. Ball game over on a bases-loaded walk. 3 walks in the inning, one of them intentional. And the Astros' frustrations continue as they drop this one 1-0 in 10 on a bases-loaded walk to Gleyber Torres. The Astros have now been shut out 3 times in a row for the first time since 1985. They've been shut out 4 of their last 5 games.
Yeah, it's been rough lately offensively for the Astros. They lose again last night, 1-0 in 10 innings. Caleb Ort gives up a bases-loaded walk in the 10th to lose the game. Joe Espada, after the game, said pitching was great, can't get hits.
Pitching was phenomenal. Hunter Brown threw the ball extremely well. Bullpen gave us a shot. And, we just couldn't score. And we will score. We're a really good offensive team. We're just, teams go through stretches like this. But really happy with our pitching performance today.
Are you sure?
We will score.
Are you sure?
Hey, we're not going to get shut out every single game for the rest of the season. We'll score a run someday.
Hey. Today is a very conflicting day for Astro fans, Seth, because if this shutout streak were to continue, it would be at the hands of one Charles Morton, who's on the hill today for the Detroit Tigers, one of the most popular Astros in the history of this golden era of Astros baseball. Goes against Framber Valdez right now. There might be more Astro fans that like Charlie Morton than like Framber Valdez right now. The way Framber's been kind of going about his business, not backing up bases, pitch clock violations, throwing his teammates under the bus with quotes after the games.
Charlie Morton probably would have stayed in Houston forever if the Astros had simply offered him, made him an offer.
That's right.
He was going to retire at one point before playing anywhere else other than the Astros. Framber, not blaming him for it, but he's going to chase that money.
Oh, yeah.
And,
Yep.
It's just... Yeah, I don't know. When's the next time? They don't play at home until August 26th, the Astros.
The Astros? Next week.
I just don't want to. I hope that we're not in a situation where we're still hoping on August 26th that they score a run. And so where we're saying, Espada, you said they would score someday, and here we are. It's a week later on August 26th, and they still haven't scored.
They're in Baltimore for 4 games after today. They better score against the Orioles. Of course, the Orioles almost perfect game them with a pitcher who hadn't won a game yet this year last week. That wasn't even part of this streak of horrificness that we're in right now. The game last Friday where they almost got perfect gamed by the Orioles, you're probably going, yeah, man, this stinks. They've been shut out 3 straight times, and one of those they almost got hit with a perfect game. Oh, no. That wasn't part of this 3-game stretch where they haven't scored a run over the last 3 days. That was last Friday when Framber was on the mound for that one. Yeah.
Morton's got a 5.25 ERA this year.
He does.
A couple games ago, he let up 6 runs to the Angels. In 4 1/3 innings. So we're not facing the unstoppable force that is the Charlie Morton at his peak.
Old school Morton, yeah.
He was good. He had a really good run to start the year, did he not?
No, he was horrible to start the year. And
he was horrible. Then he turned it around and was having a good stretch when we were talking about him. Okay.
I followed him closely because I thought, man, he's pitching for the Orioles, and when the Orioles got off to a bad start, I'm like, that's somebody who the Astros might want to think about looking at in July to make a deal for. But his ERA was like 7. And then he kind of turned it around a little bit. And obviously he turned it around enough to where the Tigers felt like he would be a good piece for them. And they're a better team than the Astros right now. So,
or I don't know. What you would put it in the show rundown about
Caleb Ort?
That bothers you about Ort.
You want me to read
what are all the things that bother you about Caleb Ort?
I'll read to you what I wrote about Caleb Ort in the moment, the seconds after the ball hit Yainer Diaz's mitt last night to lose this game. I said Caleb Ort might be the player whose combination of body language, name, and gut inspire the least amount of confidence.
Yeah.
Caleb Ort is just sort of I hate to take somebody's name. It's not like Pendergast is the greatest name of all time. I got called Tenderass when I was a kid in elementary school. But like Caleb Ort sounds like somebody who's got a big belly and it's kind of you know.
Plus he's in that category too. When a guy is 6'4", 245 pounds, when they're not pitching well, I start to really wonder, like, why are you not playing football anyway?
Yeah,
what's wrong with you? How do you grow up in America? Somewhere in the Midwest he did, and you chose baseball instead of playing tight end for an NFL team.
It's true.
Why? You're a reject is what you are.
It's true.
You're a football reject masquerading as a pitcher.
Yeah.
Damn it.
Oh, wow. It's kind of a homecoming for him. He was born in Grand Rapids, Michigan. There you go. I'm just looking up his bio right now. Caleb Ward. Maybe he was nervous last night, you know, pitching in front of friends and family. Who knows? Some good news on the Astros front. Yordan Alvarez was back swinging a bat in an actual professional baseball game last night in Corpus Christi. He went, by my count, 1 for 3. He had a walk to start things out. He got robbed of a hit, hard hit ball to center field. Got robbed of a hit, had a fly out after several foul balls, and then a single up the middle. And what I think was the last at bat that I saw on social media before I went to bed. So he didn't look like he was skipping a beat here, Seth. He looked smooth. Swing was good. Hit a couple hard hit balls. He did steal a base and slide, which you know how I feel about that. What are we doing? You're stealing a base in a double A. Even you can get with me on this one, right?
I can get with you on that. No, I'm with you. I'm as nervous as you are whenever Yordan tries to slide or do anything like that.
Yeah.
But I don't. You want him to have a no slide. You want to have a slide ban on him perpetually.
Yeah, I'm extreme.
You'd rather have him run to home standing up.
Yes.
And than ever intentionally lower himself
and if he gets
to the ground.
tagged out, he gets tagged out.
Yeah.
But come on, man. Stealing a base and sliding in a Corpus Christi Hooks game? What are you doing, Yordan? What the hell is going on?
You know where I am. I'm emotionally dead inside when it comes to Yordan, and I'm just going to wait until he gets up to the big league level. See how this Corpus, this Double-A call-up can handle the big league pitchers.
It makes sense. He's taking today off, and then he's going to play Thursday and Friday. The expectation is that the homestand that you referred to earlier that starts next Tuesday might be when we see Yordan Alvarez back in an Astros uniform. But as you also point out, we'll just pray. We'll believe it when we see it with Yordan Alvarez. Lance McCullers going to start Friday at Baltimore, Seth.
Oh, yeah.
How long is the rope for Lance McCullers here?
I don't think it's a matter of a rope. It's how precarious is the wobbly platform that he's standing on, and at which point does he fall off of it and get injured?
Okay,
which body part is he going to blister this time? It's going to be he's going to be out with a blistered shin on the 15-day IL. I don't know.
Yeah, so he's starting on Friday at Baltimore. I'm cool with Lance being back in the rotation and seeing what they have as long as it's not at the expense of Jason Alexander. I don't need Lance McCullers. I don't need the Astros pulling rank with McCullers and he's got tenure when you've got a guy. And I don't know that that's going to be the case. I don't know that they've even named who's pitching in this Baltimore series yet coming up later this week. But do not remove Jason Alexander for any of these guys that are coming back from these Tommy Johns or blisters or whatever the hell. Jason Alexander needs to keep pitching for the Astros.
This is a funk. This is 3 straight shutouts for the first time since 1985. That's a really, really long time. It doesn't feel like one of those little flukish things that happens that you can just brush off. No big deal. We're in a rough spot here, man. We're in a really rough spot.
Well, in a rough spot because last night they got. How many hits did they get? They got 4 hits. They got 5 hits the night before. This isn't something where they're getting shut out and they've got 10 hits and they just can't come up with the big hit to get a couple of runs and burst things open.
Not leaving a bunch of guys on base all over the place where you can easily say, okay, well, just say one opportune hit and there you go.
No, these look like games where, like last night looked like the Tigers playing their AAA affiliate. The night before looked like the Tigers playing their AAA affiliate. That's like, this is bad. It's really bad right now. All right, those are your headlines. Pretty light on headlines today.
I think AJ Hinch is kind of like just puffing his chest a little bit over there, like right now, and he's kind of
inside. Yes.
Yeah.
Would you? This is the pettiest show on Houston radio. Would you be carrying around the firing from 2020 with you still?
I mean, so far between last year and this year, he's kind of owning the Astros.
Yeah. I absolutely think
he's not. He doesn't seem like he's wired that way, but it's impossible to think that there's not a little part of him that's like.
Yeah, he might be. He might be one of those people that's like, "Hey, I'm really happy where I am right now, and it all led to this, so I wouldn't change a thing about the journey." That kind of thing. Maybe. I'd be petty as hell, man. I feel like you're our Bia right now, Astros.
Remember that is that guy from Detroit showed up on the text line, the guy that just threatened to have me fired last year?
No.
He was he was texting us like every day straight for like 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Just because I told him that I hoped he would go die in traffic one day. He thought that was a step too far.
Yeah.
He couldn't handle the grisly world of Houston sports radio when I wished death upon him.
Yeah.
And he got really upset about it.
Dude, why so sensitive, bro?
Yeah. And I told him on the text line, listen, maybe you don't understand. I wasn't speaking metaphorically. I really, really did want you to.
Pettiest show in Houston radio, kids.
Yeah.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Oh, by the way, the Colts named Daniel Jones their starting quarterback over Anthony Richardson. That came down during our show yesterday. We'll talk about that a little bit later on. All right, so the Texans have a they have a practice today, joint practice on Thursday, tomorrow, and then the game on Saturday. And then that's pretty much it for people with the chance to make an impression and make this team. Who are the locks to make this team right now? We're going to take a run through this. Who are the locks? How many spots are actually open for the Houston Texans on this roster right now? That is coming up next. But first, West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast into the 7 o'clock hour. Text message asking for a friend is the Astros hitting coach, Bobby Slowick. Said Morton will throw a 2-hitter today. Cy Young performance. Great show, guys. Thank you. Thank you. I hope the only true part of what you texted us is the last part where you said, great show, guys. Because I don't, as much as I like Charlie Morton, need the Astros to put some daylight between them and the Mariners. Thank God it's the Mariners chasing them right now, who just can't get out of their own way in situations like this.
Yeah.
Zero capitalizing going on right now by the Mariners. So that's good. All right, so the Texans are going to put together a 53-man roster over the next few days here. Tuesday, 3 o'clock is the deadline to get your roster down to 53. So in trying to figure out, okay, what's available, what spots are open right now, how many spots are being fought for on this team, we got a nice long segment here at 7 o'clock, so I thought this would be a good chance to run this through the Seth Payne filter and see if he feels similarly to me about some of these position groups. And I've got 37 total locks on the team, knowing that there's probably about another half dozen guys who might get converted to a lock in the next 10 or 15 minutes here on the show. Mm-hmm. So let's run through these here, Seth. Let's take a look. Let's dig into the Texans roster here. As of August 20th, 2025. Easy one, quarterback, 2 locks, C.J. Stroud, Davis Mills. I don't think there's any third quarterback thing happening, although I do think if you're looking for a reason to watch the game on Saturday, if you're interested in this sort of thing, I do think there's a Keaton Slovis, Graham Mertz thing going on for the emergency quarterback right now, probably.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. If they, I know. Who's your favorite in that one?
Slovis, because Nick Caserio, unprompted, brought up Slovis yesterday on the show with us. Remember that yesterday? He's like, a guy like Keaton Slovis, we picked him up, we saw a little something, and he's at a much better camp than Graham Mertz. Would you trust Graham Mertz? And I wouldn't trust either of them greatly in an emergency situation, but Slovis didn't throw 3 picks in the fourth quarter of a preseason game.
Yeah, but it was also, with rookies, the upside is the big part of it, and they did just draft, they spent a draft pick on Graham Mertz. Yeah, I don't know.
We'll see. But no, I don't think there's going to be a third quarterback, so we'll lock in the quarterback. That's an easy one. All right, running back. I'm assuming that Mixon starts the season on one of the lists. PUP list, one of the reserve, either PUP or NFI or whatever it is.
Yeah.
Which means that he gets pushed off to the side for 4 games. So I think Nick Chubb, Woody Marks, Daria Gumbawale, they are locks right now.
They're locks, and you don't have Dameon Pierce as a lock.
I'm willing to debate that one, though. I've got a list of ones I will discuss. Admittedly, I put this list of locks together before, 48 hours ago. So, we've heard a lot of rhetoric about Pierce now from Cayley and Caserio since then.
If it comes down to a decision between a Gumbawale and Dameon Pierce right now, I think they like the upside of Dameon Pierce, but they just absolutely love the dependability of a Gumbawale.
Yeah.
That's where I can't make either of those guys a lock. That's a really hard one. Okay.
I think a Gumbawale's a lock. I think
you do?
Yeah, I do. Well, I locked him in last week. Remember, him and Hutchinson I locked in last week because I think Caserio.
But you don't have him as a lock on here.
I do. It says Dare right there under locks.
All right. Okay, I got you.
Yeah. So that's So
I forgot he had a first name. Yeah.
It's easier to type than Ogumbawale.
I'm looking at too many depth charts here all at once.
Okay,
I got you.
Yeah. So Dare I have as a lot.
I would debate that. I don't know if it's 100%. Dare might fall into the category of a really, really hard decision that they have to make, but they feel like, okay, we like the upside of Dameon Pierce more.
But so Pierce obviously is not a lock for you then either.
Right.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah. Wide receiver. I've got 5 locks right now. Nico Collins, Christian Kirk, Jaden Higgins, Jalen Knoll, and Xavier Hutchinson is not only a lock, he might end up being the third receiver on this team based on how he's been doing over the last couple weeks. We'll see. Those are the locks at wide receiver right now. Is there anybody else, like with trading John Mechie, does that make Watson and or Berrios a lock for this roster?
I thought I would put Berrios as a lock just because I think he's their most favored returner. And also just Caserio. When I asked Caserio, was there ever you remember a time that you've had to cut somebody that you really, really didn't want to cut?
Berrios.
And he brought up Berrios with the Patriots.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe I'm reading too much into it. Would he twice cut somebody that he really, really didn't want to cut?
Yeah.
I don't know. It feels like this is a chance to right old wrongs in his mind.
It's like getting a second chance with your high school crush that you botched the date with back in the day.
Yeah. Okay. This time around, I'm not gonna show up at 5 a.m. after I told her I'd be home at 9 p.m.
Right.
This time I'm going to do it right. Yeah.
I'm not going to pass out drunk when I take her to homecoming. That kind of thing.
This time I'm not going to hit on her sister.
Right.
I know for sure I'm not going to hit on her sister this time.
Any of these things ever happened in real life with Seth and I? If these sound like very specific things, it's complete coincidence.
I've never hit on a girlfriend's sister. Ever.
As far as you know.
Not that I wouldn't have. It just never was. There was never anything enticing enough to tempt me.
Okay, so are we locking Berrios in then? Are we adding him to the list? Let's lock him in.
I'm locking him in.
Let's lock in Berrios. All right, so Berrios, we're up to 38 total locks on the roster now. All right, tight end. Dalton Schultz, Cade Stover. I think they're locks to make it.
Yeah.
After that, this is actually one. There's no lock after this because you've got a combination of Irv Smith Jr., who had a nice game on Saturday, been banged up for a lot of training camp, but he's healthy now. The Harrison Bryant, who they just picked up in the John Mechie trade. And I think Jakob Johnson probably falls into this pool, right? Like the hybrid fullback tight end type, right?
I think Jakob Johnson, that's the tricky one. And I guess you're not putting him in the fullback group here. You only have a running back group.
Yeah.
I feel like Jakob Johnson is a lock.
Do you?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll add him. You want me to put him in the running back group as a fullback?
I think that I think they really want to use a fullback this year.
Okay.
I don't think they necessarily trust British Brooks to be that fullback.
Okay.
So Jakob Johnson, because of his versatility as both a tight end and a fullback, I think that he's a lock.
And a third? Do you think a third tight end makes this team too, or do they use him as sort of the Swiss Army knife there?
I think the chances are that if they have to make some other tough decisions, if they have to keep an extra receiver, that's where they end up saying, okay, Jakob Johnson is our
tight end
fullback / tight end.
Yeah, that makes sense. All right, so there you go. Okay, offensive line. I think I'm short on locks here because I think the full 9 offensive line might be decided at this point. I think, put it this way, I think there's a group of 9 offensive linemen that would have to screw up royally to not make the team. But the locks, the pure locks that I have making this team right now, Ariante Ursery, Laken Tomlinson, Jake Andrews, Ed Ingram, who's been running with the ones lately, Titus, and Cam Robinson. I've got them as locks. I guess the others that we can discuss, Seth, would be Jarrett Patterson, Blake Fisher, Juice Scruggs would technically round out 9 offensive linemen. Do you feel like Patterson, Fisher, and Scruggs have made the team, or could they get knocked out by one of these other guys that are in
I think Fisher, by virtue of his youth and his performance in the last preseason game, that he's a lock.
He's a lock? Okay.
I think they still see the upside in him that they saw when they drafted him, and knowing that we all said this, okay, he might be a little bit of a project, at least a 2-year project, but as we do every time we say that, 3 months later we're saying, I can't believe this rookie isn't ready to be an all-pro already. I know I said he was a 2-year project. We're not even a year and a half into the full 2-year project, so I think Blake Fisher's a lock.
Blake Fisher's a lock. What about Jarrett Patterson?
Patterson, I would be surprised if they cut him, but I don't want to call him a lock just yet. I think there might be a chance that I could see somebody on the waiver wire or something, or a trade situation that they might feel better about as a center. They might. Juice Scruggs also. Both Patterson and Scruggs, I'll be surprised if they get cut, but I'm not going to call them a lock.
These
are
locks, yeah. So they're okay. So we got 7 offensive line locks right now. All right, defensive line. Will Anderson Jr., Daniil Hunter. I'm putting Darrell Taylor in here as a lock, unless you tell me otherwise. But I'm putting him in. He's played well in training camp, and they signed him to a $5 million deal. Tim Settle, Mario Edwards, Sheldon Rankins. I have all 6 of them as locks on the defensive line right now.
Those are absolute locks.
Yes.
And then there's a lot of competition at defensive tackle.
Yeah.
For guys that are, there's so many defensive tackles that they rotate through, and a lot of guys have shown flashes at points. You don't have. I'd be really surprised if Fatukasi doesn't make the team.
Okay, Fatukasi. He's on my list of ones to discuss with you. So Fatukasi,
okay.
I'm with you on that. So should I add him?
I'll put Fatukasi as a lock.
Fatukasi is a lock. So we've got 7 locks on the D line now. The guy who got brought up as the most consistent player in training camp, and he was on the team at the end of last year, and has had a good camp, and he played well at the end of last year. But he's one of those, he's doing the most with what the good Lord gave him kind of things, is Tommy Togiai.
Mm-hmm.
I know he's not a lock. Do you think he makes the team?
I think he makes the team, and I think it's in place of Kurt Heinisch.
Okay.
But I don't think he's a lock just yet.
Yeah, Heinisch is still on the PUP list. I think Heinisch's Texans career might be over.
Yeah, Derek Barnett, I'm tempted to call him a lock, but that might end up being one of those tough decisions they have to make.
Okay.
And they might look at – they've got a lot of older guys on the defensive line, a lot of old defensive ends too. So between Barnett and Danico Autry, I don't feel comfortable calling either of those guys locks. One of those guys might be a decision that they hate to make, but they have to make it.
Yeah, Autry, I mean, you're reaching a point with some of these PUP guys where if you want to keep them, they're going to enter the season on the PUP list. And then Autry hasn't practiced. Well, has Autry – no, did Autry get taken off the PUP list? I'm trying to remember. Anyways, Barnett is practicing. So, but Barnett's not a lock for you right now. Not a lock. Okay. Linebacker. I think there's three locks for sure, and I'm guessing there's a fourth one that Seth might lock in as well. But the 3 locks are Azeez Al-Shire, Henry To'oTo'o, and Christian Harris, who is practicing again. I think those 3 are locks. Is E.J. Speed a lock to make this team?
Yeah, E.J. Speed's a lock for me.
Okay, E.J. Speed. We're locking
I think I think they signed E.J. Speed specifically to, at the very least, use him situationally. And he brings a certain element of physicality and athleticism that D'Amico's probably pretty excited about. So they signed a 1-year deal with him, probably with some conversations about the agent of like, hey, he'll get time and we'll give him a chance to put his best foot forward. So he's a lock.
Okay, he's a lock. All right, so that's. But the rest of that room, Jake Hansen.
Jake Hansen versus Jamal Hill gets really interesting because Jamal Hill's got a lot of upside. He was very raw when he came in last year as a rookie. Had only played 1 year of linebacker in college. So I think they really, really like Jamal Hill. But then Jake Hansen with his versatility as special teams, the fact that they've got a prior experience with him, those are kind of a couple guys that are caught up in, all right, how do we fill this roster out?
Yeah.
We have to let go of one of these guys, even though we really like him.
Yeah, and Nick, I'll throw Nick Neiman in there as well, who was brought in, and he's kind of a special teamer. Frank Ross had a good answer yesterday, a funny answer yesterday about, I think it was Landry who asked him the question about, hey, do you how does it work when you guys are whittling down the 53, and do you go in and try to pitch why we should keep this guy for the third phase here for special teams? And Frank Ross goes, yeah, how good a salesman am I? And he picks up a pen. He goes, here's what I want to tell you about this pen. That classic sales thing they do. Sell me this pen. It was funny.
This is the only thing about Christian Harris. I kind of waffled on this. I don't know whether because of the nature of his injury and everything else, I wonder, given that the Texans know as much about his injury as anybody else, or they know more about it than anybody else, that maybe they just get to a point where they feel like, all right, I just, we can't tempt fate 2 years in a row on this one with Christian Harris.
Maybe. My only thing about that would be if they're doing it for the purposes of this exercise, if they do that, it's got to happen in the next 5 days.
Yeah.
And he's practicing with the ones right now. He's running around. If they dropped you into practice yesterday, Christian Harris was doing and you didn't know anything about Christian Harris.
Yeah, and I guess the only thing there is I got to draw a line as far as how much I'm going to let the medical situation. I guess for Christian Harris not to make the team, it would have to be that he goes out in the third preseason game and gets injured or something.
Yeah.
And then they say, but that's a little bit of a wild card. For all intents and purposes, they want him on the team.
Right.
as long as he's healthy. So barring any kind of barring another setback medically, then he's a lock.
I don't think you go through all the stuff that they've been through with Christian Harris in the last 2 seasons and not have him on the team this year. You know, like answering all the questions and going through the ups and downs and the mystery of what that injury was. So I think he's on the team. So we got 4 locks at linebacker. We're up to 42 total locks with a few positions. You know what? Let's just get this out of the way. Tommy Townsend, Kaimi Fairbairn, and Austin Brinkman, your specialists, they're all making the team. So cornerback and safety. Teams usually take 9 or 10 DBs into the season. Locks at cornerback, Seth. I've got Derek Stingley Jr., Kamari Lassiter, Jalen Smith, and I put Petrie with the cornerbacks just because you got to put him somewhere on here, and he's plays slot corner. So I've got those 4 locked in. I guess the battle would be if they're going to take 5 corners into the season, it would be D'Angelo Ross, Tremont Smith, and Damon Arnett battling it out right now.
Yeah, and
none of those guys are even close to a lock to make the team.
Right.
Yep. So I got
as well as Millette.
Millette too. Yep, good call.
Yeah.
Millette and Miles Bryant also, although he's been doing some safety stuff and some corner stuff. But Miles Bryant is definitely a candidate to make this team. He's had a good camp.
He's a candidate, but not a lock.
Yes, not a lock. Yep. And then the last one, safety. I have locks. I've got Kalen Bullock, C.J. Gardner-Johnson, who's not practicing yet, but they haven't put him on any lists. And there's the hope is that he's back for week 1. He's been out at practice, chopping it up. And M.J. Stewart, who's a key special teams guy and has been the starting safety since C.J. Gardner-Johnson went out.
Jimmy Ward's such an interesting one here because
definitely not a lock.
He might start the season on the commissioner's exempt list, so there's that.
Yes.
He might start the season still in some kind of a legal situation, which would also include the commissioner's exempt list or all that. He has an injury. He's old. And the only thing really in his favor at this point is that he knows the system. D'Amico likes him. But, man, the number of things that'll keep him off the roster vastly outnumber the things that keep him on the roster at the beginning of the season.
If you just stopped what you were saying before the whole knows the system D'Amico thing, and I was a fan who didn't know who Jimmy Ward was, and I heard you describing it, I'd be like, why in the hell are they keeping this guy?
Right.
He's injured. He's in a legal embroilment right now. We don't know what's up with that. He's been arrested twice now.
Twice. Not even there's a legal embroilment, and then without knowing anything at all about the actual situation that he's accused of, and you try to let these things play out before you have a hot take about whether he should or shouldn't be, because we don't know all the details of all of that. But the fact that he tested positive for alcohol and then claimed that he didn't know he was supposed to drink alcohol as a condition of his parole or what have you, that annoys me. It bothers me. Mm-hmm. It's like this is. Yeah. It seems like a pretty big detail. You know, if you're trying to do everything right to get back on the football field, that annoys the hell out of me. I know that. I know for sure, regardless of the initial situation, I know for sure that he drank when he wasn't supposed to be drinking, and then claimed that he didn't know he was supposed to be drinking.
It's sloppy.
Yeah.
It's just sloppy. And you're right. You can't take that part lightly. I agree with that. All right, so there you go. So, Seth, you and I have a total of 42 locks for the roster. So the battle, what's at stake this Saturday, people? 11 spots on the roster, according to Payne and Pendergast, and 16 spots on the practice squad. Because it's all a living, breathing organism, man.
With several of those pending legal or medical issues.
Yes.
Do we have any other legal issues on the team right now other than Jimmy Ward?
Yeah, parking ticket or two maybe. But, yeah, no, nothing that shows up on the court docket, I don't think.
Damon Arnett's been clean as a whistle for like 9 months.
Absolutely.
So there we go.
Yeah. That'll be an interesting one. Damon Arnett, D'Angelo, that battle for that. Tremont Smith is someone who's been on this team before and done some good things for the Texans. D'Angelo Ross, I feel like is a guy they like having around because he runs down on special teams. And Damon Arnett is easily the most physically talented out of those guys.
I'd say the cornerback position right now is the one where the guys on the Texans are most also in competition with every other cornerback in the league.
Good call. Yeah.
There's the chance of a trade. I think there's a real good chance of a trade for a cornerback or a waiver wire pickup at some point before the season begins.
I would agree with that. I think the corner and I think probably one or two other positions. I mean, they're always looking. But yeah, corner is a big one because I don't feel comfortable with any of those guys.
No.
You know, like the linebacker room, let's say they take 5 linebackers. I'm cool with Jake Hansen, Nick Neiman, or Jamal Hill as the 5th linebacker on this team. Cornerback is a slippery slope on this team right now because once you get done with Kamari Lassiter and Derek Stingley Jr., the next guy up is a 3rd-round rookie who's had a nice camp. You know,
well, and especially because some of it's safety. You feel like, okay, well, we've got cornerbacks who can also play safety, or Jalen Petrie, whatever you want to call him, he can play safety, which further depletes your depth at cornerback.
Correct.
So cornerback feels very precarious right now.
Yeah, it feels...
You feel awesome about the top 2 guys, and then everything after that is a big gray area.
It feels super precarious for a secondary that is routinely showing up on these position group power rankings as the best secondary in football.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like they're like one cut away from just bleeding out on the battlefield right here. All right, so there you go.
It's like they've got a pristine nose, but they're about to enter a fist fight.
Yeah, exactly.
Boy, look at the nose on that. Boy, she's got just a delicate and picture perfect nose, but she's about to take up MMA for the first time in her life. Yeah.
All right, Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne with you. Storylines around the NFL. All right, that's one thing we don't have. Like that's the most drama we have right now is Jimmy Ward. Jimmy Ward in a bunch of position battles, and that's okay. I'm here for it. Some teams have far more drama, like the Dallas Cowboys. The Dallas Cowboys, speaking of drama, we'll get to Micah Parsons here. The documentary dropped yesterday. What's our commitment to watching this documentary, Seth?
The reviews from people who I expected to trash this have been pretty good.
Yeah.
Most notably Florio. I think Florio was probably himself hoping to be able to trash this documentary, but he said after one episode into it, he's just completely hooked.
He's in? Okay.
So I think I've got, and there's 9 episodes.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that.
Yeah, there's a lot of episodes.
I thought it was a one episode, 2-hour thing or something. I didn't know there were 9 episodes.
Well, you know, like he's got it. That's what the Patriot documentary was. I think Patriots documentary was 10 episodes. You know, Jerry Jones wants to get on that level, man. You got to.
Yeah, but that was also a Robert Kraft joint where I'm like, all right. From the very beginning, I thought for all the reasons that Robert Kraft is a better owner than Jerry Jones. I knew that it wouldn't be as good because Robert Kraft doesn't have quite the same appetite for drama and everything else. If Jerry Jones,
does.
If Jerry Jones had been wrapped up in that massage parlor controversy or situation, he would have made a 9-part miniseries about it.
Aaron.
He would have leaned right into it.
Yes, he would have. Instead, it doesn't see the light of day on the Patriots stuff.
Right.
That's a really good point.
So I think that the Jerry Jones and that's why I think this Micah Parsons thing is going to drag out way longer than it would on most teams. I think as long as Micah Parsons is disgruntled, Jerry Jones just sees dollar signs in his eyes. Like, these are eyeballs on the Cowboys, even if we're disappointing again this year.
Okay, so we have an opportunity here. The Astros play an afternoon game today. They play at noon today, which means there's no Astros game tonight. Should we commit to watching at least the first episode of this thing tonight? And then
I can commit to that.
You can commit to one episode?
I might be working on my washing machine for about 4 hours before I finally give up and call a repairman.
Okay, well, we don't have to pinky swear on it. Just so you know, I'm going to watch the first episode tonight.
Are they half-hour episodes or
Good question. I would guess they're probably like 55 minutes or something like that.
Yeah, I'll commit to watching episode 1.
Episode 1, okay, good.
We can do a review.
We'll do a review of it tomorrow. All right, here's Adam Schefter yesterday. Talking about, I believe this is on McAfee. He was on with A.J. Hawk, was in for McAfee yesterday. He was on there talking about Dallas, and Micah Parsons says, he does the Schefter thing where he said, not looking good right now, but that could change.
Oh.
Situations often change at the end of August and September. It changed for CeeDee Lamb last year. It changed for Dak Prescott last year. This one doesn't feel that way. It doesn't feel that way today. That doesn't mean it can't change, but the way that it's tracking, it feels more likely that these sides are headed for a divorce today than they would be for a new deal. Now, I don't know that it'll play out that way, but that is what I see when I look into my crystal ball. Now, I don't know whether that means there will be a trade now or after the season. I think the most likely scenario would be that he's there this year, his contract expires, they franchise tag him, and then after they franchise tag him, then they have the ability to go and try and trade him.
Okay. Do you agree with Schefter's prognostication that the favorite for the way this plays out is that Micah Parsons plays out his contract, Cowboys franchise tag him, so they can at least get something for him when Micah wants to leave in free agency next year?
I think is that the most likely scenario? I think it is, given that Jerry just drags these things out and drags them out. And because, as he says in this documentary that Sean and I are about to watch, he says that he loves making it a soap opera. Yeah. He loves bringing controversy because it brings eyeballs to the Cowboys. And there's nothing better for that than a season-long hold-in / holdout / everything else. Whatever goes on with Micah Parsons, I think they drag it out.
If it were almost any other player, I would agree with that. It is Micah Parsons who feels like he's tailor-made for this cesspool of drama up in Dallas. Where it feels like Micah's got his own podcast. Micah's very much into the brand, all that type of stuff. If Micah feels like a guy who just is just a fit for that in Dallas and wouldn't want to leave that type of thing, wouldn't want to leave that type of exposure. I'm not saying football is not the most important thing to him, but I do feel like being a Cowboy and being in that environment and being a big star is important to Micah Parsons.
So if you're saying if it was anybody else, you would disagree with me?
If it was anybody else, I would feel like no. If it was almost any other player, I feel like they would do what Schefter is talking about and what you think he's going to do, which is play it out, get franchise tag, and move on. I just feel like Micah is eventually going to sign a deal with the Cowboys.
Oh, okay, I got you. But in either situation, he's there the entire season.
This season, yeah.
I
think he's there long term.
With any other player, I guess, because what I was thinking was with any other player or any other team, I think that they'd probably end up trading him.
Force him out now.
And maybe would have already.
Yeah.
This is the hard part, is that Jerry Jones, partly by his own doing, he's put himself in a situation, entirely by his own doing. He's talked about how it's hard to have three players who are the top paid players or amongst the top paid players at their position on a team all at once. It didn't have to be that way, though. If they had taken care of Dak Prescott earlier, if they had taken care of CeeDee Lamb earlier, those guys wouldn't be the highest paid guys right now, or top three, or wherever they are on the current salary markings. So, boy. Yeah, I think that, he plays the entire season. I think he ends up somewhere else at the end of this season, but you think that he's a Cowboys for life.
I think, yes, I do. I think ultimately this thing gets resolved between the Cowboys and Micah. I think Micah Parsons wants to be a Cowboy. That's where I'm at with it. All right, drama in the division. The Colts chose Daniel Jones over Anthony Richardson. Couple interesting cuts on this. Here's Adonai Mitchell. Take a listen to this. This is Adonai Mitchell, wide receiver, drafted in the second round last year. And, man, when you're a wide receiver and you're drafted in the first or second round and you wind up with a team that's got bad quarterback play, it gets harder and harder to get that second contract and get that big money. And I would imagine if I were Adonai Mitchell last year, we watched Adonai Mitchell in those games against the Texans get open against Derek Stingley Jr. and Anthony Richardson just overshoot him. Just
airmailed.
Yeah. Here's Adonai Mitchell yesterday in open locker room talking about the decision by the Colts to select Daniel Jones as their starter. Here's Adonai Mitchell on Jones.
Smart football player, very demanding at quarterback. He'll kind of, tell you what, he wants you to do, and it's an open dialogue there. So his work ethic is phenomenal. So. Just looking forward to carrying that through the season.
Okay, I'm going to do that thing, Seth, where what he says about somebody means that he is saying that the other person is not any of these things.
This is what really annoys me about the Anthony Richardson stuff, is there's so many people weighing in on this where it's clear that they just haven't watched that much Anthony Richardson. Because if you think that Anthony Richardson should be starting, that's fine. And there's some people I can tell have an informed opinion about it. But I see like Jeff Schwartz, former offensive lineman, say things like, the Colts drafted a QB who they knew needed reps to improve and then have found every reason to give him none of those reps. Benched last season, now Jones is starting. Dude, you haven't watched. You haven't paid attention. They started him in his rookie year.
Yeah.
He kept getting injured over and over and over again. He ended up playing 4 games. He starts last year. He pulls himself out of a game. He gets benched because he's not approaching the job with the same seriousness that they expected him to approach the job.
Right.
Comes back in, gets injured again.
Yeah.
What the hell are you talking about?
Yeah.
They've given him chance after chance after chance. What on earth are people talking about?
Yeah.
They haven't given him, well, what? He's blaming Anthony Richardson. He's blaming the Colts for all of Anthony Richardson's shortcomings.
Yep.
They've given him chance after chance after chance. My God.
Have you seen what Richardson's agent has been saying about the Colts?
No. What's he saying?
His name is Derek Jackson.
He hasn't watched him either. I know it.
Told ESPN, Stephen Holder is the beat writer for the Colts. He told Stephen Holder, we have a lot to discuss. Trust is a big factor, and that is at best questionable right now. Anthony came back and made the improvements in all areas he needed to improve, and by all accounts, he had a great camp. And
he sucked in this last game I saw. He had one good throw. It was the entire Anthony Richardson experience. I watched it. He sucked. He had one awesome throw. But people are pointing to that because it's people who don't actually watch Anthony Richardson. Right. They see highlights, and they see these throws that are incredible throws, but they don't get it. Yeah. They don't understand. Yeah. They think a 50% completion percentage, you can improve. Improve it to what? Yeah. 58%?
Okay.
It's 2025. Okay. What on God's green earth are you talking about?
I'm about to have Ben play about 50 seconds worth of audio here from Ryan Clark.
Yeah.
This will theoretically give you a chance to cool off a little bit if you need to, as long as you're not listening to what Ryan Clark is saying, in which case you're going to come out of this audio probably with fists of fury. Here's Ryan Clark taking up for Anthony Richardson.
The thing is this, when you're picking between Daniel Jones and Anthony Richardson, this isn't like trying to choose between The Ultimatum and She's Trying to Tell Me Something. Two beautiful books written by Dan Graziano, right? Okay. You see things like this, right? He misses an easy check down, and now you have a swing route. He gets to the right throw, but it's off the mark. And then you watch him do some things that go above and beyond the X's and O's. Here he's being spied by Isaiah Simmons. It's a 3rd and 9. He makes a move. He gets the first down. And now this play got called back, but there's going to be a free rusher off of the right side of the line. He's going to fade to his left, and he's going to hit this slot fade. It's not a good throw. It's a perfect throw. It's a great throw. It's an exceptional throw. It's a throw that not many people in the world can make. And so if I'm Shane Steichen and I'm sitting there, these sorts of plays, when he does the good things, these are the things I'm trying to get more of, but you can't get more of them if he does not play. Right. You know what Daniel Jones is. That's not changing ever in life. When he becomes your quarterback, you have decided that you're drafting another one the next year.
Okay.
Wait, when he becomes your
when you make Daniel Jones your starting quarterback,
when he makes Daniel
basically
Jones,
said you're drafting a quarterback next year.
I think that they are. I like what it seems to me, like more and more that Jim Irsay wanted Anthony Richardson. And I don't know if anybody in the organization ever really liked Anthony Richardson. And I don't want to speak indelicately about this because obviously Jim Irsay passed away. Yeah. That's just what it seems like to me and what a lot of people think. And everything that they've done kind of shows that. And people point to his youth, this, that, the other thing. Young quarterbacks that end up being good tend to be also these days mature for their age. Yeah. You can point out the exceptions like Brett Favre and what have you. But I've watched him. I just don't. He's so erratic that those incredible throws are not offset by his incredibly bad throws too. Yeah. I'm not having a negative bias here. His horrendous decisions and throws outnumber his brilliant throws by, I would say, a 3-to-1 mark. Yep. And I don't. Are we really sitting here acting like a guy who completes 50% of his passes is no big deal because he can make awesome throws at times?
Every now and then.
I don't get it.
Yeah. If I were sitting...
And he gets injured all the time.
Yes.
Okay, hey, you want to say he's young? Yeah. Does that get better with age?
The injury part.
I don't think people realize because they don't follow the AFC South closely how frequently he gets injured.
Yep.
Going back to high school.
Yep.
Why am I defending? I'm defending the Colts organization here. Do you know how hard this is for me?
Well, defending
it's very difficult.
Defending them by making a case that Daniel Jones deserves to be a starting quarterback in the NFL.
It doesn't even have anything to do with Daniel Jones. It's even if you want to tank, people are saying, well, if you want to tank, then put Anthony Richardson out there, right? So you can have him for 2 games at a time until he gets injured again, and then Daniel Jones is going to be in anywhere. Yeah. And plus, I don't believe in tanking for quarterbacks in the NFL. It's a shoddy strategy in general. You can at least develop your team and have a quarterback with some level of consistency for the year and see what happens in the draft next year.
Let's pretend injuries aren't even an issue with Anthony Richardson, that he stays healthy when he's out there, but all the things that come with him technically as a quarterback, inaccuracy, decision-making, maybe a lack of professionalism at times, those types of tapping out of games on 3rd and goal, those types of things.
Something that I don't think anybody can ever remember a starting quarterback doing in the entire history of the NFL.
So the Colts have lived through when healthy, they've lived through 2 years of that with Anthony Richardson. You've got a lot of highly paid vets on that Colts team right now that are burning daylight on their careers. And I don't think, like, week to week, Anthony Richardson necessarily gives them just a better chance to win football games. The things Ryan Clark is talking about are things you talk about with a rookie quarterback on a team with a bunch of young dudes that's not expecting to do anything this year.
Right. You had veteran players on the Colts last year talking about how Anthony Richardson just didn't get it. Mm-hmm. And that, is this what we're really talking about? That, hey, boy, don't worry, guys. This year he gets it. Yeah. This year he understands. Yeah. Like, what the hell? This guy with a 50% completion percentage, this year he understands that guys take it seriously in the NFL. Yep. I can't believe I'm defending and the Colts got themselves here by drafting Anthony Richardson as high as they did.
It's their problem.
It's a guy who has freakish natural ability and, I guess, quote-unquote potential, but you draft him number 4 overall, and it puts you in a really tough position.
Where would the Astros be if this hadn't happened last season? We will tell you what that is, and we'll discuss. Astros get shut out again last night. We'll hit that coming up next.
Where would you be if you were in an accident that wasn't your fault?
from the Mo Karam Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Trying to do their best to rattle Caleb Ort here in a 3-2 count with the bases filled. Ball game over on a bases-loaded walk. 3 walks in the inning, one of them intentional. And the Astros' frustrations continue as they drop this one 1-0 in 10 on a bases-loaded walk to Gleyber Torres. The Astros have now been shut out 3 times in a row for the first time since 1985. They've been shut out 4 of their last 5 games.
Pitching was phenomenal. Hunter Brown threw the ball extremely well. Bullpen gave us a shot. And, we just couldn't score. And we will score. We're a really good offensive team. We're just, teams go through stretches like this, but really happy with our pitching performance today.
Man, be careful, Espada. Don't write checks that this lineup has to cash for you. All right, I'm not sure they're going to score again ever.
They might never score again.
They're on pace to never score again right now. That's what they're on pace.
There were 2 things. I'm glad I was just going through your Twitter, to try to steal content, and we talked earlier about the play at home when Yiner was sent home, and it was just about as difficult a review as through 19 different camera angles. I would say literally it was at least 7 different camera angles.
For sure.
I'm not overly angry about that call, except that it also came in a game where Abreu and Christian Walker made a great play at first, and Abreu's heel clearly touched the bag. And the umpire ruled that his foot missed the bag.
He's staring right at it.
It almost looked like the only thing I can think is that the umpire was thinking about football because the toe touched outside the line before the heel touched inbounds, in which case it would obviously be an incomplete pass.
Yeah, maybe he's a football line judge in the offseason.
Yeah, because football, okay, clearly that's an incomplete pass.
Yeah.
Because Walker tosses the ball to Abreu as Abreu's sprinting towards the dugout.
And he had to jump up to get the toss.
He had to jump up, and he came down, and his toe hit out of bounds first.
Yes.
But then his heel touched inbounds.
Yeah.
Football, clearly an incomplete pass.
Correct.
Baseball, clearly an out at first.
Right.
And luckily, the Astros didn't have any challenges left, but they were able to. The umpire was able to overturn it on the field.
Yeah, if it's a close game late, the umpire can use their discretion to do it.
Yeah.
Which I think is awesome. I like baseball. Manfred gets a lot of heat for stuff, but I think baseball's done a lot of good things in terms of how they execute that stuff and the things they've done to speed up the game and whatnot.
The thing that annoys me about when people criticize Manfred for some of the rule changes is that every single time people say, oh, that's going to save baseball. And no, it's multiple different little tweaks that I think by and large have made it a more exciting and watchable game. It's just that every single time that criticism is there, it's like, oh, that's the thing that's going to save baseball.
Yeah.
It's like saving $100 and somebody telling you, oh, that's how you're going to get rich. We're like, well, over time.
Yeah, but keep saving $100, right?
Accumulate.
Yeah. So we'll get to Manfred a little later in the show. We've been football heavy the last couple days, but the quotes that he had over the weekend about maybe some drastic changes to the game.
Now
if it plays out a certain way, I am thumbs up on this. But we'll get to that later in the show. So Todd Callis on the call there, final call. Caleb Ort, who doesn't allow a hit in the inning he was in, he just allowed 3 walks, including an intentional walk, and he was. Dude, he looked
That's
like...
not going to save baseball.
No, it's not, nor the Astros. And those were not balls where he was just a little off or the ump squeezed him. Like, Caleb Ort looked like someone where the moment was too big for him last night.
Have we gotten to one of these weird little flukish moments in a baseball season where everybody is the worst possible version of themselves all at once?
Most of the people, obviously, yeah. Every hitter other than Carlos Correa right now, yeah.
Other than Carlos Correa, you basically got a collection of everybody at their worst version of themselves. It almost reminds me of, I was helping out with a high school football team once, and it got to a point in the season where I was like, these kids are all... They all discovered pot for the first time, I think. There's no other explanation for it. These kids have gotten into something. Either that or they're all being slowly poisoned by arsenic by the old pipes in the school building or something. Because I know these kids aren't this stupid, but my God.
That's the Astros right
That's
now.
how the Astros feel right now.
Yeah, that's that.
I
that's
feel like
the
somebody
Astros.
came in and introduced drugs into the clubhouse.
In the bullpen,
Who's the bad egg? Who's the rotten apple that's corrupting everybody, damn it?
Might be Correa himself. Maybe this is Correa's way. He's the only sober one playing baseball right now. This is his way of kind of separating himself from everybody else. Like, hey, look, man, I'm doing my job. I had 2 hits again last night or whatever it is. He's feeding the kids, like Fun Dip, but laced Fun Dip in the bullpen and in the clubhouse. Good hypothesis right there. What's so funny? Are you on drugs?
A little bit. Our former coworker Garrett Heinrich just sent me something interesting about the state of Indiana that I'm gonna have to bring up at some point when we talk about the Colts again.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Usually I don't check my texts. This can't be true. In 1897, the Indiana General Assembly tried to establish. They tried to make it a legal declaration that pi, the number 3.14, was going to be 3.2 moving forward.
That's not even right.
I know. It tracks with Indiana.
That's how they rounded up? Rounded?
I guess so.
They rounded up on 3.14?
Yeah.
Hey, did you happen to see over the weekend the guy, he's Seth Erskine's, the kid who does this is our Colts, this is our team.
He performed at
halftime. Like he's Jennifer Lopez or Taylor Swift at the Super Bowl or something. He had him at halftime. Not just had him out there at halftime. They had a stage for him. They had cheerleaders of all ages. They had like elementary school, high school, Colts cheerleaders out there cheering. Like it's a 30-second jingle, and they treated it like he was a huge star.
He's a horrible, horrible singer, and before anybody asks, because this is the first thing everybody asks whenever you watch or hear any of his videos, is like, no, he's perfectly normal. He wasn't. There's nothing where we should maybe giving him the benefit of the doubt or anything, like reasons like that. He's just a weird Colts fan, and they've 100% gone full bore into it. It reminded me of, I was at Toyota Center once where they had William Hung do the halftime show.
She bang, oh baby.
Where it's so bad that it's good, but it's funny. It was funny to kind of look around and see people who didn't know the whole William Hung dynamic.
Like, why is this guy out here?
Yeah.
I feel like everybody in Indianapolis probably knows who that dude is. William Hung kind of came along before things went super viral like they do now,
Yeah.
Like William Hung is probably like a 20 years ago phenomenon. That was like the early days of American Idol.
My favorite part of my favorite part of Colts game experiences is that they play, and they'll do this on their social media. They do a lot of they love leaning into Indiana Nights by Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers.
Yeah.
Well, completely ignoring that song is about how I got to get the hell out of this state. I got to get the hell out of this state. It's enough. These Indiana Nights are. Just no, enough is enough. I'm getting the hell out of Indiana.
Well, it would be like back in the day, but like back in the day in the 80s when there was a wrestler who was just red, white, and blue from head to toe, like representing America in the Cold War kind of thing. They would play "Born in the USA" by Bruce Springsteen, which if you listen to is about like how we ignored all of our Vietnam vets.
It's a pretty cynical song. It's kind of talking about like the dashed dreams of like being born in the USA. It's not what we want to believe that it is.
Yeah. I did that thing to Ben that Ben probably hates me for, which is like, hey Ben, I got on the back channel. I'm like,
find that song by that guy.
Find the song by Seth Erskine. The Colts song, and Ben, and I can't hear what he's saying. Like I can hear what he's saying when he's on the mic, but I can't hear what he's saying when he's gesticulating madly about something I just asked him to do. Other than I know he hates me in that moment. So we'll find it during the break, Ben, just to give the people some context. It's all good. Ben's the best.
But that's how I feel when the Colts roll out that horrendous singer to do a halftime show.
Yeah,
that's kind of how I feel. When, I credit the Astros fans for cheering when they finally broke up that shutout the other night.
The 14-1 game, yeah.
Yeah, or, when they cheer when Chaz gets a strikeout or something.
Hell yeah.
But when it happens over and over again, and you have 3 straight shutouts for the first time since 1985, I can't lean into the irony of it.
It's not funny anymore.
It just feels... Everything that you're trying to have fun with, it's a smack in the face.
Yes. You're allowing the Mariners to hang around when you should be putting them away right now.
It feels Bush League.
Yes.
Is what it feels like.
Thank you. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you, heading into the 8 o'clock hour. All right, we had Nick Caserio on yesterday. The two biggest building blocks for the Houston Texans, I think, are C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson Jr. How does he feel about the camps that they have? Where has C.J. Stroud, where's he seen the most improvement with C.J. Stroud? If you missed the interview yesterday, you won't want to miss the next segment. We'll do that coming up next. Let's get you guys fed, though, and with the best burgers in town.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast. All right, just for some context, Ben, do we have old Seth Erskine's ready to go? Seth and I were talking about Indianapolis in the previous segment. Our friend Garrett Heinrich, the former web guy here, sent, I don't know why he didn't send it to me too, but sent Seth what is a factual thing that in Indianapolis, in the state of Indiana, they lobbied to have pi 3.14159 rounded up to 3.2.
It passed the state house.
Yeah.
And a professor from a college got up and spoke to the Senate, the state Senate, and it was narrowly defeated from becoming a law. Because some crackpot had some really long and intricate formula that didn't make any sense that said it should actually be 3.2. But it was a patented formula or a copyrighted formula. He was willing to let the state of Indiana use it for free if they would just pass it into law. Yes. But other states would have to pay to use his brilliant 3.2.
Oh, my God. That's incredible.
Narrowly defeated in the Senate.
Narrowly
the
defeated.
State Senate.
That's amazing.
Whenever you feel like we're living in the dumbest of times, just remember, Indiana has been setting the pace for a long, long time.
Oh, my
all right?
God. That's
this
incredible.
This is in 1897.
That's incredible. All right. And to which I responded, like, hey, Seth, did you happen to see that Seth, I forgot that he went by Seth DeFlo Erskines on social media. He's a diehard Colts super fan, and he does a 30-second jingle the week before, or the Friday before every Colts game during the season. They gave him a halftime show at the Colts game against the Packers, the preseason game against the Packers this weekend, where he sang. This is the video of him singing the song that he sang live to the Indianapolis crowd this weekend.
This is our Colts. This is our team. We bleed blue. This is our Colts. Whether win or lose, we love them. For the shoe, beat the Packers. Let's show who's the big cheese. This is our team. Go Colts!
Gotta let him get that neigh in at the end.
I gotta be honest with you, that didn't sound nearly as bad as he sounds in his videos.
That was a video. That was a video. Right
that was a video?
Yeah.
That sounded not bad. I wonder if he started auto-tuning or something.
Yeah, I don't know. It sounded the same to me.
It didn't sound bad. Maybe in my mind it's gotten even worse than it actually was.
Yeah.
I'd be curious for the people who haven't seen the videos online if that actually didn't sound that bad.
He basically does the same song every time, but he changes the opponent, and he has that one line there where he's like, show him who the big cheese is. Like, he'll change that line.
Yeah,
for the
and then he does the whinny at the end.
The whinny at the end is a staple, man.
Pie is actually 3.2.
So there you go. I can't wait to play that. We don't play the Colts till week 13, man. That's a long time to go.
Week 13. Who do you think the quarterback is at that point?
Daniel Jones, of course.
Daniel Jones has been pretty healthy, hasn't he?
He's not had health issues. He's had not good at football issues. That's what got him.
Listen, Shane Steichen got the best out of Gardner Minshew. They almost made the playoffs. They came very, very close to making the playoffs until Gardner Minshew couldn't complete a simple pass at the end of the game versus the Texans to possibly win that game.
Yeah.
I don't know. I like Shane Steichen as an offensive coordinator and as a guy who can get the best out of quarterbacks. And after watching Sam Darnold, Geno Smith, various Gardner Minshew, various other guys kind of become different versions of themselves, either later in their career, at points in their career, I'm not gonna. I did this with Sam Darnold last year, man. A few of our listeners were 100% right when they said I was sleeping on Sam Darnold, and I laughed and scoffed. I was 100% wrong on Sam Darnold, and then he personally destroyed the Texans with the help of an incredible wide receiver as well. But I'm not gonna sit and scoff at Daniel Jones, man.
Yeah.
Not gonna do it.
Yep. All right. The good news here is that we don't have to worry about any of these janky-ass quarterbacks. We've got C.J. Stroud. We asked Nick Caserio yesterday. Nick Caserio, Texans GM, was on with us yesterday at about this time. He was on with us for about 40 minutes yesterday. You can get the entire interview on our podcast, Payne and Pendergast, on the Odyssey app. Where have you seen the most improvement from C.J. Stroud?
Yeah, I would say overall understanding of the offense, and I'd say the overall decision-making in terms of, okay, if the first option's not there, getting to the second or third read, or, okay, if it's a split safety coverage and the defense presents this, knowing where your outlet is. I'd say those are some of the things, and you saw that even in the game the other day. We had a 3-step drop called there in the red area or in the fringe, and they went to a split safety shell coverage, and we didn't have the quick throw, and he got the ball to the back to Nick over the middle for a completion, which looks like a nothing play, but it made it 2nd and 4 or 2nd and 6. So we didn't have a negative play in the game, which means the ball was moving forward. So I think those are the types of things that you see. It's a small play. Like the average fan's going to look at that and go, wait a minute, I don't even remember that play. But that actually is what you want to see, in terms of grasping the offense, understanding where to go with the football, making quick decisions, getting rid of the football, those types of things.
There were a few things on that play, actually, that were really encouraging, because one of those was if you watch that play and you didn't really think about it at all, it might look like Blake Fisher got destroyed on that play because the defensive end came free. And it wasn't. It was that it was a 3-step drop. Blake Fisher decides to cut block the defensive end, which you can get away with that on 3-step drops. Mm-hmm. But then the quarterback's got to get rid of the ball quickly. Yeah. So this is where young quarterbacks, even really, really smart young quarterbacks, a lot of times they just, if it's not quite right at the beginning of the play, they want to hang on and see what might happen or what might develop, and they end up either getting sacked or throwing an interception, whatever it might be. On that play, CJ's looking to his left, doesn't see what he wants to see or expected to see. Jaden Higgins doesn't have his head turned around quickly enough for CJ to get the ball to him. So instead of waiting for Jaden Higgins, he just shuffles to his right and dumps it down to Nick Chubb.
Yeah.
And it might seem like simple or something small, but those are the situations that could very easily turn into a sack or an interception or a bad play, and you end up getting 5 yards or so out of it because CJ didn't hesitate or waver. It was like, nope, this is what I do. And it's huge because it's you much prefer to have a quarterback who's got an aggressive mindset and you have to tamp it back down. The opposite is a guy like Marcus Mariota, who was scared of his own shadow and was only going to make the easy throws, was only going to do the bread and butter stuff. And that, like, it's hard to break a guy out of that mindset.
Yeah.
The progression that most good young quarterbacks go through over their first few years is really learning by hard experience, like last year with CJ. All right, there's times where either, okay, maybe the pass protection isn't right, the coverage that we saw wasn't what we thought we were going to see. Get something out of it.
Yeah.
Just be cool with meager gains on those because you live to fight another day. It's 2nd and 5 now instead of 2nd and 15, or even just 2nd and 10 with the incomplete pass. And I think I said all offseason, one of the things I wanted to see CJ really embrace was don't look at the check down as, the last resort. Sometimes the check down is just, that's your best option. And if you want to get something out of this play, you got to hit the check down now. You can't wait on it. You got to hit it now.
That was that play. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
I don't know that 2024 CJ makes that same decision right there.
And it makes your offensive line look better.
Yeah.
The quick passing game has been really cool to watch in practice. It's the one thing I think the Texans offense has shown progress on the entire training camp. That there have been times where it's just coming out like clockwork. It's everything else as they try to really implement the full offense that it's looked like a work in progress. But it lowers the bar. It lowers the level of difficulty for your offensive line, and you don't see the worst possible version of the offensive line.
Yep. Let's skip down here and talk about Will Anderson. We've not talked about him yet on the show today. We asked Nick Caserio yesterday the same question. Where have you seen improvement from Will Anderson in year 3?
His intent and purpose each and every day with what he's trying to accomplish and be the best football player that he can be, he puts everything into it. And he's made some probably tweaks to his process, whether it's preparation, some things in the weight room, different routines. Like, what are some of the things that he can do to make himself better? But, like, I know you're kind of joking about and you see him out there by the dummies, but he's simulating a lot of the things that, that translate over into team periods and things that he's worked on with Coach Wright and Coach Oakham to make himself a better football player. He's about winning. his attitude, his effort, his relentless playing style, his physicality, like those are real. And he just wants to get better every single day. And he sets the tone not only for the defense, but for the rest of the team. So, and when he's on the football field, his focus and mindset are, what do I need to do on each and every play to help this team and to help this team be, help the defense play better. But I would say his purpose and intent on a day-to-day basis are as good as anybody that we have on this team, and I would argue as good as anybody in the league.
When he was in college, he would when he would rush inside, when he would slant to the inside, or just the way they had him line up in college, it was a lot more close quarters combat, and he was lethal with his hands. When he got to the NFL and they've got him lined up out wide, outside the offensive tackle or outside the tight end, he wasn't as lethal with his hands, but I knew that he could do it based on what I had seen of him in college doing it inside. It's hard to explain, but it's way different doing it on the outside. Your footwork, the timing, everything else is different. And you could see in his rookie year that he was kind of raw in that regard. But by the end of his rookie year, he had improved. And then you saw last year, a lot of the stuff with his hands on the outside looked automatic the way it was when he was in college on the inside. And I think that's what was really encouraging to watch him develop over the first couple of years. Was it's obvious sometimes when you watch defensive linemen, you can see that what they're working on. Yeah. You can see a progression where it just starts getting more automatic. J.J. Watt was this same way. His quick swim and some of the things that J.J. Watt did like so seamlessly at the peak of his career, it wasn't like that in his rookie year. Yeah. And some guys are going to work at it, some guys aren't. I think the intangibles with Will Anderson was what made them feel so good about the fact that they knew that Will would work at that stuff, because and you could see in his college film, he was really raw when it came to that part of his game. You watch some guys, and they don't improve on it. You think, they got all the potential and the ability in the world, and they just never improve on it. I think with Will, they felt pretty confident that he was going to put that time in to work on it.
He's been their best player in this camp. There's a few guys who've had great camps. He's been, from what I've seen, he's been their best player in this camp. I actually shared the anecdote when we had Nick on yesterday of what I had seen standing 10 feet from Will. On Monday on the walkthrough, they had the media wait at the top of the ramp that leads out onto the field where the Texans come out onto the field on game day. We had to wait because they had to let all the players. They did a walkthrough on the field inside NRG Stadium. So the players are coming out in a steady line out of the locker room and kind of turning the corner and going down the ramp. And it's literally like a 90-degree turn to take a right and go down onto the field. And everybody's just sort of walking, except for Will Anderson, who, when he got to the corner, dipped his shoulder and kind of did like an up and under and didn't crack a smile or anything. Like, it was just, and so I shared that story with you and with Nick and with the audience. And Nick said the great ones are maniacal. The great ones are maniacal about trying to be great. Yeah. So it's a little thing, but it's muscle memory. I know we're joking about it, but you're training techniques. Like, that's what going back to, like we talked about, training camp is about, is when you do those individual periods, you're working on your individual fundamentals techniques, and then you're going to take those individual, drills, and hopefully they translate over into teams. So when you're working on those pass rush moves on the dummy over there in the far end zone, you see the same thing show up on the film in a team period. Like, that's what you want to see. So, but it all starts with the work, as simple as one simple movement like that, and doing it repetitively over the course of time. And you're training your body, you're training your muscle memory, and to put yourself in those positions where, and especially defensive football is reactionary anyway. So you're not going to be thinking about, I got to dip and rip, I got to do this. It's just going to be instinctive because you've repped it and worked on it so many times.
I think Nick thought I was joking when I brought up the story about John Randall, Hall of Fame defensive tackle for the Vikings.
Oh, yeah. What was the story again?
Texas. He used to hit pass rush moves on people at the mall. But he would just kind of, people who ski talk about this too. When you're, when you're driving in traffic or when you're walking through people, you kind of just start imagining yourself. You're getting these mental reps all the time. And John Randall would just hit people with spin moves, random passersby at the mall. I also thought of at the same time, there was an episode of Scrubs back in the day where there was a surgeon who was visiting, who is this incredible surgeon. It was played by Michael J. Fox.
Mm-hmm.
He had a guest appearance on this, which was and I think Scrubs had a little bit of fun with like the irony of Michael J. Fox being the surgeon. But he and the character, the sidekick character there, one of the surgeons realized that, man, this guy is as good as he is because he never stops thinking about it. And he's got some little dexterity trick that he does with a coin that he's just doing constantly all day long. And I think ultimately he decided, like, I don't know if I just don't have that level of obsession in me.
Yeah.
But I feel like Will Anderson does have that level of obsession.
He definitely does, without question. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you here on a Wednesday. Football Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. All you got to do is visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL. That's ParamountPlus.com/NFL. to get started today. All right, we briefly mentioned Rob Manfred, the commissioner of baseball, a little bit earlier. There is something he floated over the weekend that I feel like it made me a Rob Manfred guy. I'm not going to lie. If he can pull this off, this is big. At least for me and Seth it is. We will tell you what that is coming up next.
CJ Stroud in the starting Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
So the Mariners and the Mets played a game in Williamsport over the weekend. The Little League World Series is going on right now, so they plunked a Major League game out there in Williamsport, which I think is cool. I like when they play the games, a game here, a game there, the Field of Dreams and stuff like that. That's pretty cool. Rob Manfred was there. They broadcasted the game on ESPN. Rob Manfred dropped this little nugget out there about what the future of baseball could look like, including expansion with 2 more teams, which would going from 30 to 32 makes mathematical sense, but possible realignment to go with it. Here's the commissioner of baseball.
In my mind, I think if we expand, it provides us with an opportunity to geographically realign. I think we could save a lot of wear and tear on our players in terms of travel, and I think our postseason format would be even more appealing for entities like ESPN, because you'd be playing up out of the East, out of the West, and that 10 o'clock time slot where we sometimes get Boston, Anaheim, would be 2 West Coast teams, and that 10 o'clock slot that's a problem for us sometimes becomes a real opportunity for our West Coast audience. So I think, I think the owners realize that there's demand for Major League Baseball in a lot of great cities, and that we have an opportunity to do something good around that expansion process.
Okay, so that's Manfred. Seth, you were part of something like this with football. You were part of an expansion team here in Houston that caused a similar ripple effect. That sport went from 30 teams with 6 5-team divisions, thereabouts. I think it was 31 when the Texans came on, to what baseball, I think, would become, which is 8 divisions, 4 in each league, with 4 teams in each division.
I single-handedly destroyed the AFC Central.
That's
and
right.
in doing so, wiped away a lot of bad memories the Oilers fans may have had about one particular team in the AFC
hero.
Central.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that you only have to see Pittsburgh every now and then. And when I first hear this, I have the knee-jerk, man, it's baseball with realignment. What are you going to be changing leagues and what have you? The Athletic and a few of the other proposals that are very similar to this, when they put out what a potential realignment might look like, where in this one by the Athletic, to start off right at the bat, the first thing I thought of was like, man, the AL and the NL are almost sacrosanct. Like obviously the Astros have switched leagues. There have only been a couple teams that have switched leagues so far in the history of realignment, and it feels like you don't want to mess with that too much.
Well, to me, the biggest thing with the American and National League, because the 2 games are the same now. I mean, obviously, it used to be the pitchers hit in one and they don't in the other. They were literally two different types of baseball. They're the same now with the DH. My big thing is just the accolades, the awards, the way guys get recognized. Each league has its own MVP and its own Cy Young. And when you go to geography in leagues, they don't do Eastern Conference MVP. And I'm not saying they can't, but you're right. This is more traditional.
So in this realignment, only 2 teams change leagues: the Rockies and the Rays. Yeah. And I think for the most part, by and large, I don't think people in those fan bases are going to get all worked up over it. Doesn't feel like it's messing with baseball tradition or anything when you move those 2 teams. Mm-hmm. But it yields an AL South, which would be the Colorado Rockies, the Houston Astros, the Kansas City Royals, and the Texas Rangers.
Oh, give this a ding. Give me a ding on this one, Ben. Yes. I love this.
And it does. It makes business sense because everything that Manfred was just talking about. I mean, how many West Coast games are just a pain in the butt to watch for Astros fans?
Well, especially for ones that have to get up early.
Right. Or anybody really. Anybody that doesn't have to anybody that gets up at a normal time. We get up a little earlier than average for most people. But even people that have to have normal jobs, man, those West Coast games are rough. Not to mention the travel by the players and everything. This is your furthest trip within the division is to
Denver.
Is to the Rockies, which is just it's a hop and a skip and a jump right up
and there. And it's only one time zone away. That's the big thing. I mean, I think when they play the Rockies, the games start here at 8:40. Local time, something like that, or 8:10. Like it's just it's 8 something. So it's not too bad. Like these West Coast games, once you start getting into that 9 handle, where it's 9:10, 9:15, that's bogus, man. I don't like that at all. When they put the Astros in the AL West, I thought people were making too big a deal out of that. And as it turns out, and you're right, like I was an afternoon drive at that time, so maybe that had something to do with it. Like, oh, y'all are a bunch of wusses. Just stay up and watch the game. So it does hit me more acutely now. The two expansion teams in this exercise, because obviously if you're going to go from 6 5-team divisions to 8 divisions, you're going 4. You need 2 new teams. In the National League South, they have either Nashville or Raleigh, which both, I think, are candidates. You know, somewhere in North Carolina and certainly Nashville are big candidates for expansion. Mm-hmm. That fits in an NL South, either of those cities. For expansion in the American League, they've got either Salt Lake City or Portland, Oregon. Again, both. Salt Lake City is a rising sports city right now. Yeah. They just got a hockey team. They've got a basketball. Salt Lake City would have 3 of the 4 big sports if they were to get a baseball team. They slide fine into the AL West. What would be the new AL West? Vegas, Angels, expansion team, and Seattle. There's not enough tradition with any of these teams that would no longer be in the Astros division where I'm at all upset about this. Honestly, the only thing that upsets me is there would only be 1 potential trip to Vegas each year instead of 2. But it's not like I would take 2 trips to Vegas to watch the Astros play every year. Like I'm looking forward to the Astros playing in Las Vegas because I'd love to go to Vegas for a weekend to watch them play there. That would be fun. So you lose out a little bit on that, I guess.
I guess would people be upset at all about the loss of the the A's or the Angels and kind of that you've grown to
or the Mariners?
Yeah, and the Mariners, the whatever. Everything is still so relatively new with the Astros and the AL to begin with that I don't want to speak for everybody, but personally I just don't feel that same sense of sentimental attachment to the teams in my division.
Not to the extent that, for me at least, probably for you, that I would sacrifice those earlier start times for games. And to your point, it's not just us getting up at 4:15 or whatever we get up at. You're right. Those West Coast games are bogus for people just getting up for a 9 to 5.
I do think from a player's perspective, I don't want to overstate this, but I do think that in general the quality of play might improve just because you don't have guys traveling out of their time zones so frequently.
Yeah.
And because it does. It adds up. You know what it is. You know how it is. Whenever you're 2 or 3 hours out of your time zone, everything's just off. And it's baseball players don't have to wake up early, but just everything about your day just seems off and a little bit weird, and it screws up your sleep patterns and everything else like that. So I feel like physically, in terms of maybe reducing the injury rates, but then also just guys being mentally sharper and better rested, you might end up with just better baseball in general.
Yeah, and I like this one you have on The Athletic. Stephen Nesbitt is the name of the writer who came up with the new divisions, the new geography of baseball, and I think it's really good. Jim Bowden, the former GM of a handful of teams in baseball, came up with one that was more sort of mirroring like the NBA with an Eastern Conference and a Western Conference and divisions that combine the 2 leagues and then hit you with geography. The only thing that I thought would be a red flag with that one, obviously you're throwing tradition out the window there. That's one, if that matters to you. But, for example, the Northeast division that he had was Boston, the Yankees, the Mets, and the Phillies, which is 4 of like the top 9 payrolls in baseball. Like it's not as balanced, and you had other divisions where it's like 4 of the bottom 8 payrolls in baseball. And
they'd be slugging it out against themselves, but it also just would have this. You know what though, Sean? There's a part of that appeals to me in that some of those really every year you'd have at least 1 or 2 really really high priced clubs fighting for wild card spots or missing the playoffs altogether. It feels like it could even out the financial game a little bit by really screwing over some of the rich kids.
Okay, maybe.
I like screwing over the rich kids whenever I can.
As a spectator, I think it'd be amazing to watch all those teams just have a bloodbath all year long, but it doesn't
They have a $250 million payroll and have a losing record consistently because you're the worst of the rich kids.
That would be like if you're a GM in that division, or a manager, I mean, your job is on the line every year in that division. So that I don't think that's going to be the case. I think they're going to do this. I think they're definitely going to expand because it makes too much sense not to. And I think they're going to go with something where the American League and National League still exist, but the divisions are a little more compact geographically. And I give it a thumbs up.
I'm curious about Portland as a potential expansion place just because the whole Pacific Northwest is they're Mariners, they're Seahawks, they're all of that. And Portland's only like 3 hours away from Seattle.
Is that how close it is? Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's pretty close.
Yeah.
I wonder if that. Who knows? It doesn't. There's a reason there's not a basketball. I don't know. Or
people. The counterpoint to that might be like, hey, the NFL gave Houston the Texans, and they're only 4 hours from Dallas. But I would say to that, like, well, they had football here for all. Portland has never had a Major League Baseball team before.
Well, and you obviously had 2 basketball teams there, and the larger city ends up not being able to support. If Portland can support basketball and Seattle can't, then I don't know. Maybe Portland can support baseball just fine.
Seattle supported basketball fine. Their owner was from Oklahoma and stole the team. But
was it as basic as that? It was just okay.
Seattle was a good basketball town, man. Maybe I'm off on that, but I just remember that being very unfair. Seattle.
No, I'd wager 95% that you're right on that.
Okay. Text message 713-572-4610. This goes back to us talking about the Colts earlier. If Shane Steichen can get Gardner Minshew level of play from Daniel Jones, as a Texan fan, that concerns me a little bit.
Yeah, the one thing, too, that I fact-checked myself on, because as soon as I said Daniel Jones has been pretty durable, I'm like, wait, no, that doesn't feel right. He's actually never played a full NFL season. He's never played 17 games, and before they changed to his first 3 years in the league, before they expanded the schedule, let's see, 2019 he played 13 games, 2020 14 games, 2021 11 games.
What did he play in 2022? Because that was the year they made the playoffs, the Giants.
He played 16 games, so I'm guessing he sat the final game.
Yeah, maybe so. So,
but he also the thing that makes me nervous about Daniel Jones in Indianapolis is that, by and large, a lot of when he was actually looking like an acceptable NFL quarterback in New York was when Saquon Barkley was playing really well.
Yeah.
And when Saquon Barkley wasn't playing really well, Daniel Jones wasn't a good quarterback. So they've got some weaponry around him here, and if Jonathan Taylor can stay healthy, that's you might see the very best version of Daniel Jones.
They've got kind of an underrated receiving core too. People underrate their receiving core because their highest paid receiver is Michael Pittman, who I just don't think is great. I think he's okay. But like that Alec Pierce made some plays against the Texans last year, and Josh Downs is a good receiver, and I think Adonai Mitchell has a lot of potential. And they drafted the kid from Penn State, Tyler Warren from Penn State. They drafted in the first round. Like, you're right. They've got some guys that if you got a quarterback that can deliver the football, they could do some damage there.
What a tease he was in New York, though. Threw 24 touchdowns his rookie year. Never threw more than 15 touchdowns in a season again after that.
So even the year he got paid, because he got paid after that 2022. What were his numbers in 2022 when they made the playoffs?
2022, 15 touchdowns to 5 interceptions.
Okay, so he was protected. So they played super conservative with him.
Yeah, I mean, remember, they finished 9-6-1 that year. They had that real nice stretch if I remember correctly, in the middle of the season. But he was a game manager that year.
They got out fast that year, if I remember correctly. They started off like 7-2 that year and kind of cruised into the playoffs.
His second best season, really, statistically in a lot of ways, was his rookie year. Yeah. And then he had the 1 year in 2022. But after that, he's just been very mediocre.
He's
guy.
Not good. He's not a good quarterback.
But I do again. I think Shane Steichen knows what he's doing when it comes to getting the best out of quarterbacks.
I agree.
I'm not going to sit here 1 year after Sam Darnold became a completely different version of himself and act like, oh, Daniel Jones, whatever. It's not an endorsement of Daniel Jones. It's more just of there's a certain level of caution I have with quarterbacks these days.
The only thing with Darnold, with that, and it's obviously a fair point to bring up. Darnold is just a better pure thrower. Like Daniel Jones, there's nothing that scares me about him as a passer of the football.
Nor that. It's just his whole vibe in general, man. Yeah, his whole headshot, everything.
Yeah, dude, he's just staring off into space in the middle of plays, staring off into space.
There's something about I get mad at him when he has. Because even his athletic plays don't look all that athletic.
Yeah.
He's fast, yes.
Yep.
And the announcer is going to tell you every time that he does something fast, they're like, well, don't let the... They say something mildly racist, basically, and say that, no, he actually is pretty fast. No, I know that he's fast, but he doesn't look good doing it, okay?
That's right. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, Texans have a joint practice coming up tomorrow. What are they looking to accomplish? What are the Lions looking to accomplish in this thing? And Dan Campbell, his evaluation of the Houston Texans. I love hearing Dan Campbell speak. We'll hear from the Lions coach and what to expect tomorrow coming up next. Now, I don't think they have joint practices on Prize Picks.
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Here is Lions coach Dan Campbell. Texans headed up to Detroit later on today. They'll practice this morning and then head up to Detroit. They'll practice tomorrow with the Lions. So no rest once you get up there. You're practicing with one of the most physical and energetic teams in all of football. Their coach mirrors that attitude. Here's Dan Campbell on what he's seen, what he likes about the Houston Texans.
I'm really fired up that we're going to get Houston to come in here. It's only for one practice, but I mean, those guys are, what D'Amico's done out there has been really impressive. And I know this defense is, they're the real deal. The way they play, the way they practice, go about their business. They got weaponry on offense. Quarterback's a good little player. You can go across the board. I can't wait. That's perfect. So that keeps me from jumping too far ahead. So we've got this little batch left. I can't wait to get Houston here because it'll be great for us. We need the work, and it'll make us better. I just know it will. So that's where we're at now. But I'm trying to keep my eyes there because I do want to look over the hill. Okay, keep going.
Okay, sorry. I stepped on Dan Campbell 10 times in the last 8 seconds there. That was a really nice 1-minute cut where he said a lot of really nice things about the Texans, and yet all I'm focused on is calling C.J. Stroud a good little player. Yeah.
he's a good little quarterback. Maybe Dan Campbell's not aware of C.J. Stroud's time spent in the weight room this offseason.
Dude, that was – I think I told you this off the air last week. Like, one of the things Granado used to do, John Granado, when we were coworkers back in the day, I don't know what happened to him ever, but anyways, when we were coworkers back in the day, he used to talk to me and John Harris when we were doing afternoons. He would go, he would talk about our show, and he'd go, your little radio show over there. And I was like, oh, listen to you. That's what Dan Campbell Granado'd C.J. Stroud.
They got a good little quarterback, down here in Houston.
Yep.
Now, Dan Campbell, he's entering that stage of like, hey, everything's been really cool the last couple of years. Mm-hmm. You've turned yourself into a good little football coach, and yet you got 2 new coordinators.
Yeah.
You got Ben Johnson off. He RUNNOFT to be a head coach, and Aaron Glenn, the defensive coordinator, who took over what had been a bad defense and turned it around. He's run off to be the head coach of the New York Jets. So now you got John Morton as the offensive coordinator. You got Kelvin Shepard as the defensive coordinator. 2 brand new coordinators for the head coach.
Couple of nobodies. Yeah. And I'm joking. If either the Morton or Shepard family are listening, I'm just kidding
They're
around.
Adorable little coordinators.
Yeah, nice. You got yourself a nice little staff with nice little people. I think that is one of the bigger questions, like at large in the NFL this year, is how well did Dan Campbell do at hiring coordinators? He did a hell of a job hiring the 2 coordinators that have gotten them got them really deep into the playoffs 2 years ago. They should have gone to the Super Bowl a couple years ago when the Niners made it. And then last year they were the number 1 seed in the NFC and found a way. Well, and they were so banged up at the end of the year. They were 15-2. And had an injury list that looked like the Astros injury list that we get every couple of days that people tweet out and it doesn't fit in a tweet. I think the thing that I look at the Lions, and the Lions are, they haven't won a Super Bowl yet or anything, but if you're trying to rebuild a football team and a franchise, honestly, like you're talking about a franchise that was steeped in losing for decades.
Yeah.
Dan Campbell's blueprint and Holmes, the GM there, they've done an incredible job. They've done an incredible job drafting. They've done an incredible job rehabilitating Jared Goff's career. The playoff failures should be noted, but I think the thing that excites me about where the Texans are is that if the Lions are the blueprint for how you rebuild, the Texans 2 years into D'Amico Ryans are well ahead of where the Lions were 2 years into Dan Campbell. Dan Campbell went 3-13 his first year, and his second year they got off to a horrible start and then went on a tear to go 9-8 and miss the playoffs. Like they didn't become this version or close to it for almost 2 full seasons.
Well, and that's where the Lions kind of had some of the same issues early on in that they had to change their offensive coordinator. Remember, Ben Johnson took over play calling duties midway through the season, and and then became the offensive coordinator the next year. And that was one of the key things. Okay, so Dan Campbell is a rookie head coach, hadn't made the right decision at offensive coordinator, fixed it, figured it out, and then it was really off to the races. That's where you're hoping the Texans follow that same template, and that, all right, Bobby Slowick wasn't the right choice.
Right.
So far, I'm really optimistic about Nick Caley, but that's a key turning point of getting the absolute most out of, as Dan Campbell calls him, that good little quarterback in C.J. Stroud.
Right. No, but it would stand to reason because these guys are, Dan Campbell was an interim head coach in Miami, but not a head coach where you're filling out your staff and making decisions like that. It would stand to reason that the thing that maybe, I don't want to say did those guys in, but the thing that ended up being, if we're doing the positives and negatives, the thing that has dragged DeMeco Ryans down was, he made a bad decision in who he hired as offensive coordinator. The one thing DeMeco Ryans and Dan Campbell had not done to that point was hiring people. And it's a hard thing to do. It's a hard thing to evaluate coaching talent just as hard as it is to evaluate playing talent.
It's really hard to do, but it's also especially hard just logistically. In hiring coaches in the NFL, the trouble is a lot of times the good ones already have jobs, or they're even if they're not on a good team, they're under contract to a bad team that is going to try to retain their good coaches. So you don't always have the pick of the litter, and then especially when you're doing it on the fly after you've just gotten hired, that's where it gets difficult. And I think with DeMeco, if you look at it in hindsight, if we're gonna backseat drive here, was there enough reason for him after the first year to think, okay, wait, Bobby Slowick isn't the guy? I don't think so. No. I think that Bobby Slowick showed a lot of promise after his first year.
Yeah.
The big question for me was going into the second season, can he actually have a credible rushing attack? Because the way he calls plays and the types of things he wants to do, they got to be able to run the ball better than what they're doing in 2023. And he proved very emphatically that nope, he could not do that last year.
Yep.
So, with Dan Campbell. Dan Campbell is not an offensive or a defensive-minded coach. He played tight end, but he's not a coordinator. Nope. He is very much a guy that he's a motivational guy. He's coached the coaches, all of that stuff. With DeMeco, DeMeco's got his area of expertise as a defensive coordinator is legitimate, and for sure it's there. The big question for him is just, all right, I'm going to potentially have to, or not perennially, I'm going to have to hire offensive coordinators from time to time if we have success.
Yes.
And I can't take over the reins of the offense, or I'd prefer not to. So he's got to have a system for identifying offensive coordinators that he likes, bringing them in. As CJ continues to develop, you don't want CJ to have to change his whole methodology every single time you do it. So this is a big first big test for DeMeco in that regard is this year with Nick Caley.
If Nick Caley works out, he'll be the OC here for 2 years max. If he wants to be a head coach, and I would imagine most guys, they want to be a head coach.
If it works out really well, he might only be here for 1 year.
Right.
That's the way people do it these days.
Yes.
So it's a perennial thing, and lots of coaches have done a good job with it. Belichick obviously did a great job with it. Mike Tomlin had been doing an awesome job of it the last couple of years. It's taken a punch on the chin, but part of that's quarterback driven. So most guys that actually have a good quarterback in place that they feel good about, you don't worry about it. Is Harbaugh? John Harbaugh is a special teams guy.
Yeah,
and he's stayed competitive and had good quarterback play. But you could also argue that all right, maybe if he were an offensive-minded guy, would they have gotten a lot more out of Lamar Jackson already?
Yeah, maybe so. Where does Daniel Jones rank on the Payne and Pendergast punchable face list?
It's weird. He has a face that I don't quite want to punch.
It amuses me. Here's the thing. I wouldn't want to ruin it with a punch because it amuses me. Why would I do? Yeah. Why would I ruin something that I derive so much joy laughing at?
He already looks so concerned already. I don't want to add to his concern. Some guys have a punchable face because they just look like they don't have a care in the world.
Yeah.
Tony Romo, for instance. I feel like I could punch him 19 times in the face and he'd still be like, I don't know, Jim.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'd like to tell you what just happened, but I'm notoriously bad at doing that.
Yeah.
So,
like Carson Beck, the former Georgia quarterback who's now at Miami.
Yeah.
Like gold standard punchable face.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like a punk. You just want to blammo, right in the face.
Sam Darnold, punchable face.
Punchable face.
That face needs a punching.
Yeah.
It's begging for it.
Have you seen the new quarterback who's starting for Ohio State these days? They just announced that this kid, Julian Sayin, S-A-Y-I-N, as in just saying, that he is starting for Ohio State. He has a fat Sam Darnold face. I'm going to take the under on Ohio State wins this year. I think it's probably like 10.5.
He doesn't. He's got a little bit like AJ from The Sopranos. Face,
Yeah.
Which was a really punchable face.
Supremely
But that was
punchable.
more because of the character itself than his face.
Yeah.
But I think just because he looks like AJ from The Sopranos, I want to punch him in the face.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, good. I'm glad you got my back on this one.
What about the kid that looks like Pat Mahomes there?
Oh, Raiola? Dylan Raiola?
Yeah, Dylan Raiola, because he doesn't. It's not. I don't think Mahomes has a punchable face, but because Dylan Raiola leans so much into him looking like Pat Mahomes,
it's cosplay
that
practically.
It's creepy.
Yes.
Yeah. He almost looks like he's going to get plastic surgery to make it more complete at some point. Like one of these guys that wants to look like Michael Jackson.
Yes, and he does the same pregame routine where Mahomes runs over to the crowd and does the thing where he jumps up with the high knees. Oh, I hate that kid. Oh, Dylan Raiola. I hope Nebraska
That
loses
kid's
every
either
game.
getting some bad advice or he's ignoring the good advice that people are giving him about. You should stop doing that.
His dad played in the NFL for like a decade.
I
Dominic
think he's
Raiola.
ignoring his dad's advice. I think his dad's probably telling him to tamp that down.
You might have played against his dad. He played O-line for the Lions for a bunch of years.
Oh, Raiola, yeah. Oh, man, I never guessed that guy's son would turn into that.
Right.
Oh, wow.
Exactly.
Raiola was kind of a tough dude, wasn't he?
Yes, yeah. He was like part of he's part of those like Osborne, Nebraska teams in the late 90s.
I never even know. No, I never would have thought that those two were connected. I thought that was just.
Right, no.
I thought that was happenstance.
Got his DNA, man. All right. Payne and Pendergast, into the 9 o'clock hour we go. All right, speaking of the offense, let's circle back. Nick Caserio joined us on the show yesterday. How is the installation of the scheme going, especially considering the first couple weeks looked rough for the Texans? And when will we know? When will we know that this is the identity of this offense? Nick Caserio actually gave a week during the season in his answer with us yesterday. We'll have that for you coming up next.
CJ Stroud in the start. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Into the 9 o'clock hour we go here on a Wednesday. Seth and I have delightful conversations off the air. I enjoy the breaks as much as I enjoy the actual show.
You're talking well, we were just during the break. I'd stumbled across a thread where somebody was complaining about how dating these days sucks because you got to act like you're not interested.
Yeah.
And it's so hard. Like, okay, listen, friend. For one, acting disinterested has been a good strategy for men going back about 3 or 4 million years probably.
Time immemorial, yeah.
Yeah, if you're like not, you're acting not all that desperate. So it's not a these days thing, but the responses are so fun. This one guy says, "I don't know, bro. As someone with autism, this bleep was easy. You got to compete against my hyperfixations. Can I hang out tonight? I don't know. I got this Lego city that needs to be built." That's 100% true.
Oh, yeah. Man.
Listen, kids.
Have stuff going on.
Young men out there, have stuff going on in your life. Yes. And you will find that, if you have stuff that you actually care about, squeezing in a date or whatever, it does become a lot easier to become the person that doesn't feel so desperate.
Yeah.
And then, because women look at that, and they're like, oh my gosh, this guy's got stuff going on in his life. So not only am I intrigued that I'm not sure how interested he is in me, he's actually possibly going places, and I have to compete for his attention.
Correct.
And you're not doing it, you're not contriving it or anything. It's just, you got a lot of stuff going on in your life, which is a good thing.
Yes, yeah. I don't know that having stuff going on necessarily correlates to success. There's a lot of successful people that don't do much during the day because they have so much money or whatever.
Have good productive stuff going on.
Good productive stuff, I think, does correlate to the quality of person or the amount of attention you're going to get when eventually you reach the importance level in the Pendergast power rankings. Amy
or at least he's not going to ask you to co-sign for his car.
Correct. There's that too.
Maybe that. Yeah.
Yep. There's that. Nick Caserio, highly successful person that has a lot going on, I would say. Mm-hmm. Executive vice president.
That's why I want to date him so much.
And general manager. That's why we have him on every 3 weeks with hopes he'll start dating one of us.
Yeah.
He talked yesterday, I think you asked him this question, Seth, about how it didn't look so great the first couple of weeks in camp, this new offense. Because they're going up against Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson for the most part. But it
didn't look so great, as evidenced by them just getting destroyed at various times. Yeah.
How's it going, though? The installation of the scheme, how are we feeling about it about a month or so in?
No, you just have to go through the process. One day at a time, there's an installation that goes along with it each day. The big thing that you're looking for is operation, execution, communication, assignment football. Are you doing the right thing, and are you doing it with the proper fundamentals? Because in the end, regardless of what happens with scheme, it's going to come down to your basic fundamentals that you've established in training camp. Running, blocking, tackling, hand placement, body position, all those things are going to carry us through the season, and D'Amico talks about them religiously to the team on a day-to-day basis. So that's what the focus is. Scheme is scheme. You can't get caught up in this scheme and what you're doing. Put the system in place. Make sure everybody understands the system. If a player has an issue with something, what can we do to help that player? Training camp is about teaching, and it's about coaching, and it's about putting your fundamental foundation in place. That's where the focus is. Then you have an opportunity to go out there and execute those plays in preseason games, and then you come back and you go through the process. Hey, we did this well. This, we struggled with a little bit of this. Okay, what are we going to do this week? How do we improve it? So that's what training camp is about.
In training camp, and he talked about extending on into the season as well, that you don't necessarily know what your team is sometimes until midway through the season.
Yeah.
I've said that before, and I think sometimes when I say it, people misinterpret it as, hey, whatever your record is at the middle of the season, that's who you are. That's not what I mean at all. It's that you don't necessarily know what your strengths are going to be during training camp or even in the first few weeks of the season. You gotta be open to just adjusting and figuring out, this is working well, this isn't. What are we as a team? And going back to the Patriots, when Caserio was there, a lot of times that's how it played out for the Patriots. The year they played the Rams in the Super Bowl, they really kind of figured out midway through the year, you know what, we're a running football team. And then you lean into that. So it's stressful, and yet at the same time, I like the overall strategy of just admitting we're not going to pretend we know what we are. I think with Slowick, Slowick pretended a little bit that he knew what they were going to be, and he wanted to lean into it, and wasn't as open to changing the methodology a little bit. If we go to Sean McVay, another one of Kaylee's mentors, Sean McVay, when he first got to the Rams, he was thinking, we're going to run this the way either of the Shanahans would have run it. We're going to be tight end heavy. He gets there and he realizes, all right, well, we've got way more good wide receivers than we do tight ends, and we're gonna change up, and they changed a lot. And then over the last couple of years, he's changed his whole methodology and the type of run game they are, everything else. He's open to adapting to what his personnel can do.
Yep.
And I think Kaylee's got the same philosophy.
I do too, and I think that I'm glad you brought up Kaylee, because I think in listening to that cut from Nick, in hearing him hammer fundamental, like him going scheme is scheme, him kind of dismissing scheme. Yeah. And then focusing in on hand placement, fundamentals, all those things. To me, what I hear is that's what we used to do. Was like we had an OC who was a scheme guy. We've got an OC now. Maybe I'm reading way too much into it.
No, you're not. You're not.
But now we've got an OC in Kaylee who is a fundamentals guy. He's a tight ends coach who is now an OC who hammers openly hammers fundamentals. And I think where Bobby Slowick got into a lot of trouble last year, I think maybe with the team and with the players, but definitely with fans, is when this offense was failing, him harping on execution.
Right.
He would bring up
that wasn't his responsibility.
Exactly. He would bring up execution, and I go, well, to me, execution speaks to teaching. Yeah. And that tells me that, right, that means you're not teaching it correctly. You've got good players.
It's really the trouble, honestly, Sean, that you've seen in the NFL with a lot of these teams where they have these whiteboard warriors and guys who are passing game specialists who really don't understand the fundamentals of offensive football the way a lot of Texas high school football coaches do. And that's why last year it started, and I think this year it's going to continue, that the pendulum's kind of swinging back towards, oh, wait a second, there's so few coordinators out there that really understand the run game, and defenses have adapted to stop the passing game more so than the run game, that just by sheer fundamentals and physicality, that you've got a real advantage over a lot of these defenses or other offensive coordinators because you actually know how to execute a run game. I don't think Bobby Slowick had a single clue about actually how to block properly. So what you do is you end up coaching outcomes instead of processes.
Yep.
You start saying, well, you got to run the ball better so that opens up the passing game. Like, all right, no, but how do they run the ball better?
Yeah.
Why does the offensive line look like you've got five guys running 5 separate plays on any given play? I did a video yesterday on my YouTube stream of just one simple play, a Nick Chubb 7-yard run, where you can look at it without knowing anything about offensive line play and see that, this offensive line is better coached than last year's because everybody is moving in unison. Yeah. The guy is helping out the guy next to him, and all of their footwork looks like it's in the proper place and it makes the right sense. And you don't have to have a superhuman effort to get a positive run play out of it because guys are doing the fundamentals properly. And it's not what you had last year.
That's exciting. I mean, if you're a Texan fan who sat through the 17 games of what the offense was doing last year, where they underachieved compared to what the overall talent level was, largely because of execution issues and maybe physicality issues, that should excite you, that they're just getting positive run after positive run here in the preseason. Here was Nick Kaylee yesterday on the physicality of the offensive line.
Oh, sure. I mean, I think, look, I don't believe in being anything other than the most physical team we can possibly be. I think it allows you to control the line of scrimmage. It carves out, actually takes a 2 or 3 yard gain in the run game to a 4 or 5 or 6 yard gain. It wears on people in the fourth quarter, and it's a matter of mental and physical conditioning for us just to continue to push through that. But yeah, I believe in a physical football team, and I think our guys have answered the bell, and they're working to be the most physical version of themselves every single day.
And I think the style of the running backs too, Seth, mirror that. Like Joe Mixon, as bad as the blocking was last year, it always felt like Joe Mixon squeezed 2 more yards than should have been gained on a given play. I think Nick Chubb is similar, and I think Dameon Pierce in the right system is a similar type of guy.
Well, and I think with Joe Mixon last year, it was really hard for me, as it was for a lot of it was hard for me sometimes to critique the running backs because sometimes Joe Mixon would, sometimes he'd try to bounce plays where he really should have just hit it as designed. But because he was seeing such a shaky picture in front of him so regularly, I gave him a little bit of a pass. This year, if the blocking continues to look this much more consistent and better, I'm not going to give him as much of a pass on that. Yeah. You just got to hit it. Hit the run play as called. Trust that the blocking is going to be there. It was just really hard for him to trust the blocking last year.
Understandably
but this year,
so.
And I'm comparing this year in the preseason versus last year in the preseason. Because, yes, you can say, hey, it's just the preseason, vanilla defenses, et cetera, et cetera. Right. Last year in the preseason, when they were facing vanilla defenses, when they weren't always facing starters, all of that, they looked markedly worse than they do right now.
Yep. Here was Nick Caserio yesterday. When will we know that the Texans, when will we kind of know the identity of this offense and what they're supposed to look like?
Once you get to the regular season, and I've talked about this on this show, the reality is you'll probably have a pretty good idea of what your team is or what it looks like and what you do well by probably, like in our particular case, by the bye week. So we'll have 5 games at that point. We'll have an idea, hey, you know what, these things are going well, these things aren't going as well. What can we do to improve it? Hey, maybe we got to implement something, whether it's schematically, maybe it's something personnel-wise, we got to make a change. So you really have to look at this from, call it August through September, 2 months. All right, by that point, you probably have an idea of what your team's going to look like, what are some of the things that you do well, and what you're going to be able to hang your hat on, hopefully, over the course of the season.
That is funny. You brought up the Patriots earlier, Seth, and it felt like the latter end of the Patriots dynastic run, like from 13 on, like 13 through 19. It felt like more often than not, a month into the season, that people were going, well, that's it for Brady. You know, like that's, you know, it's over. It's the run's
not the
over.
Same guy he used to be.
yeah. Next thing you know,
they were saying that early in the first year at Tampa.
Yeah,
you know, I don't know. This isn't the.
They won a Super Bowl. Yeah. So.
I think that when I really started to think that, man, this might be it for Bobby Slowick last year, was after the bye week, where I guess I was already thinking that beforehand, but really the death blow was after the bye week. Somebody had asked him in a press conference, okay, well, what did you learn about this team? Like, what are you good at? And his answer was explosives?
Yeah.
That's
plays,
it. Every now and then. Did he say shot plays?
I think he said explosives. I forget which one.
Yeah, it's like, okay, that thing that you get every now and then to try to resurrect yourself as an offense, that doesn't feel like something you can really lean into.
Which, by the way, once Nico Collins was out with an injury, they weren't good at those.
Right.
They didn't get anything downfield once Nico was out. Everything, and especially once Nico and Steph were out for a few games, everything was played in a box. You know, and you couldn't protect your quarterback. But you're right. Like that would never be the answer for Nick Caley with this offense.
And again, this is where it comes down to where the whiteboard warriors have really they've gotten to a point where they just it's almost like when a financial bubble bursts and they're like, oh, wait a second, I guess whether people can afford their mortgage payment actually does matter in housing pricing. I guess we were wrong about real estate never going down.
Yeah.
I think last year the Texans ran the 5th most play action passes in the league last year.
Well, that would stand to reason because their run game was so amazing.
They were one of the worst run games. So something that a lot of the whiteboard warriors have been saying for years is like, well, you don't actually have to have a good run game to be good at play action. Like, well, I agree that you don't have to have an awesome rushing attack, but you can't be burning. You can't be burning downs on first and second down.
That's right.
As a sacrifice to the football gods or something, and hope that somehow, we'll set up a play action. We're going to set up the play action on 3rd and 12. It'll be awesome.
Yeah.
If you can't run the ball at all, it screws you in the play action.
No doubt.
And that was their methodology last year. We're going to suck at the run game over and over again to help set up the play action. No, there is an extreme at which it stops working.
The basics with this offense have me very excited about the upcoming year. That they look like they know what they're doing, that they look like they know who to block.
Yeah, that's one of my
getting out of the huddle
for a good football team. Generally,
yeah,
like you actually know who you're supposed to block. Hey, maybe I'm a little too ambitious, but sometimes I feel like knowing who to block is one of the first steps in running a good play on offense.
Headed to Mastro's for dinner. What are you most excited about? Well, the bread and butter, of course.
Yes.
So it's just, but the bread is really good there, you know. And the blocking is really good right now.
I'm sorry, I'm not living in your neighborhood. I'm not a Mastro's. I don't know as much about Mastro's as you do.
We went for restaurant weeks last week. It's restaurant weeks.
Restaurants weeks?
Huh?
Or are we in the middle of restaurant?
Month of August. Yeah, okay. It's restaurant weeks. Yep. Yep. So.
And you have, if anything's named anything, you celebrate it. When it's National Kolache Day, you're going to eat kolaches.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
If it's Houston's restaurant weeks, then you're going to go to restaurants.
All month long. I'm going to go to restaurants. Yeah. As opposed to the other 11 months where I just sit home and eat ham sandwich. No.
My favorite of your many charitable efforts, my favorite was during COVID when you were gonna chip in by getting takeout every single night.
We got takeout.
That was the most selfless display of philanthropy I've ever seen.
We got takeout for 40 straight days. Now, I did post all of it on social media to alert people that these places were open. It was very much appreciated by the various outlets, the various proprietors here in town. But you're right. It was there was a selfish motive too. I was hungry. I like takeout. Hey, football talk on Sports Radio 610, presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. I'm just laughing, Seth, because I was thinking how fat I got getting takeout for 40 straight days.
I don't want to say anything about it.
I was on soda weight loss like a month after that. That got me my soda weight loss endorsement back in the day. Like, Sean, you're getting a little pudgy there. All right, hey, up next, there was a ranking that came out on Awful Announcing this week of all 30 teams in Major League Baseball, a certain aspect of it. I was very surprised that the Astros were ranked as low as they were in this particular category. We've got that coming up next.
Hey, ability tree. Speaking of football season, that all.
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Trying to do their best to rattle Caleb Ort here in a 3-2 count with the bases filled. Ball game over on a bases-loaded walk. 3 walks in the inning, one of them intentional. And the Astros' frustrations continue as they drop this one 1-0 in 10 on a bases-loaded walk to Gleyber Torres. The Astros have now been shut out 3 times in a row for the first time since 1985. They've been shut out 4 of their last 5 games.
Todd Callis on the call. We'll talk about Todd Callis and the crew in just a second here. But as far as that game goes last night, Callis and Blum were framing it perfectly as as everything's kind of amping up there. You get the bases loaded, 2 outs, it's 3-2, and I forget who was in the on-deck circle, but they're like, that guy doesn't matter. Like, this game is either going to end or not with this pitch right here, or, eventually with this at-bat, maybe fouled off or whatever. But 3-2, and in that moment, as Caleb Ort is on the mound, he's already walked a couple of guys, and he's 3-2 with Gleyber Torres. The bases are loaded. I'm thinking, what is my confidence level right now that when that ball leaves his hand, that it's going to be streaming in there inside of that imaginary box? Yeah, that's what I always look at, Seth. When it's a 3-ball count, they got 3 balls, and I'm like, okay, as soon as it's leaving his hand, whether or not this thing is going to be in the realm for where you can get a strike 3 here or get an out. Yeah. Man, as soon as that thing left his hand, that thing was diving right for the dirt in front of home plate. I had almost no confidence that Caleb Ort was going to throw a strike because the balls he was throwing were not around the plate. Like, he was all over the place in the 10th inning last night. It was brutal.
I'm trying to, man, Sean, as we're going through this ridiculous drought, the likes of which the Astros have not seen since 1985.
Yeah.
I mean, it's been that long since they've been shut out 3 straight times. And I'm like, okay, Correa's all right. Pena's all right. Altuve, I'm pretty sure Altuve's all right. At least will be all right over the remainder of the season.
Yeah.
Urias, I feel good about. Urias has been better with the Astros than he was for the beginning, the rest of his season.
You're almost doing a circle of trust here, impromptu.
I'm honestly just going down like the OPS on the team right now.
Yeah.
And then you're starting to get down to. I mean, I skipped over Paredes. Because I'm not expecting Paredes to come back in the postseason.
Well, he ain't coming back. Yeah, I mean, you need guys now.
He's not going to come back during the regular season, right?
Yeah, you need guys now.
Yeah, he's not going to lift us out of this. I mean, and then you get to, Caratini, Christian Walker, he's all right. I skipped over Jake Myers, by the way, because Jake Myers is above those guys on the OPS for the season. Yeah. But maybe, Jake Myers might be a little bit of a balm for what ails us right now.
Yeah. The one that's most concerning to me, because, Altuve, I don't know what Altuve's numbers have been. He was amazing in July. I don't know what his numbers have been in August. It feels like he's grounding into a lot of double plays lately. Yeah. But the one that's most concerning to me, big picture, is that Cam Smith just looks completely overwhelmed right now. I'm sure there will be a counterpunch coming from Cam Smith here because he works hard, has a ton of talent, smart kid, diligent. I just don't know that the counterpunch is coming, soon. I mean, he's on the team to play every day.
Yeah.
And he does not deserve, even amongst an outfield that is piecing it together with Chas McCormick and Taylor Trammell and Jesus Sanchez and guys like that, Cam Smith doesn't deserve to be out there right now. He's been horrible over the last 3 weeks.
Altuve, it's really been however long it's been a week or so since he's got a 561 OPS and a 150 batting average. Over the last 14 days, he's got a 983.
He's
OPS.
Altuve,
I mean, it's just like this has been a bad week or so for him, but it's not. That's going to happen. Yeah. It's the perfect storm of horrendous performance. And it's not just that there's 3 straight shutouts. It's these lopsided losses, including the 1-run game, and the shutouts being 12-0 shutouts and all of that. Everything has just imploded with both the pitching and the hitting. And I don't know if I've ever been thrust this quickly and immediately into a funk in the middle of an otherwise successful season.
This is probably the easiest way I can put, kind of build off of what you were just saying there. Like, yeah, it's one thing, like, you lose 10-0, you're just bad in every aspect of baseball. Last night was a scoreless game, obviously going into extra innings. It was 0-0 at the end of 9 innings. But there was a feeling, once Hunter Brown went out of the game and they hadn't scored a run yet, and it was no score after Hunter left the game, with the way the bullpen has been pitching lately, not good, and with the way the offense has been lately, really bad, there was just this feeling of inevitability that they're going to lose this game. Like, someone's going to come in and give up a run. They have zero punch right now offensively against a team that is one of the best teams in the American League, one of the better teams in baseball. That's the thing right now. Like, this certainly doesn't feel like a team that's a game and a half up in a division on August 20th.
And this is the biggest letdown of them all. Okay, you're going to go through offensive droughts. That's going to happen. You can live with that. When it comes to this team and what can you rely on and what's dependable, back when the relievers were pitching way out of their brains and it didn't make any sense at all, I would say to myself, all right, this isn't sustainable, but at some point, it's by and large this year with the Astros, it's been how good of a performance does your starting pitcher give you? If your starting pitcher can give you 6 or sometimes 7 really good innings, then you've got a really good shot of winning the baseball game. And now we've gotten to a point now where even with the guys coming back from the IL, that was a part of it. I was like, okay, because I don't think these young guys, the Colton Gordons and whatnot, are going to be able to sustain some of the efforts they were given.
No.
You've got to have some starting pitching that you feel good about, and we're stuck now with just Hunter Brown, and that's it. That's the only starting pitcher you feel good about.
Jason Alexander's giving you a few good starts.
Yeah, he's done nice. I don't feel good about him.
Yeah.
I don't feel like, okay, yeah, he's gonna carry this team through the playoffs.
Right. Well, yeah, I guess it would be like, well, thank God you got that out of Jason Alexander. You know,
right.
Like, imagine if you hadn't gotten those starts from him, where you'd be. Right. Imagine if Hunter Brown hadn't figured things out last year, to where he went from being the worst pitcher in baseball to one of the best pitchers in baseball, like out of nowhere. I don't say out of nowhere. I mean, he always had talent, but man. All right, so Awful Announcing, Seth, had their annual exercise that they do where they've got fans that but they grade the local broadcast teams for all 30 MLB teams. And they just send in grades and comments on their team, or you can vote on, you can send in a report card for any number of teams that you watch their local broadcasts. I guess they had about 3,000 voters who submitted grades on. They submitted 30,000 different grades. So, like, on average, people, the average voter's sending in, 10 grades on different teams, whatever. There's probably a bunch of people that send in a grade on every single one, and then there's people like Astro fans that said, I don't watch any other teams. Here's my grade on the Astros. I don't know. I haven't kept track of this. They do this every year, and I haven't paid too much attention to it. I was surprised that the Astros broadcast crew was 18th on this list. The people who generally watch the Astros are giving Blum and Callis and Julia, and they'll add in Eschenfelder and Bagwell in this particular thing. Anybody that touches a broadcast for the Astros, that they had they do letter grades, and so their overall GPA on all their grades was a little over a C. It was like a 2.17 or something like that.
I think that and that's about. I looked back for the last couple years where they graded, and I think it was usually between 15 and 20.
No, this is an improvement. They were 20. They were like in the low 20s last year. This is actually an improvement.
This is what I don't trust about a grade like this, is that very few people watch many of the other local broadcasts outside of their own, other than the hardcore extra innings junkies that are watching a bunch of games every day from outside their own market.
Oh, yeah.
So I feel in some respects that I wish they had just restricted it to fans voting on their own specific team.
Yeah.
But if you look at the ones that scored worse, the worst also happen to be really bad baseball teams.
The bottom 6 are all bad baseball teams.
So I think that that's probably heavily weighted by those. I bet the individuals, those fans in those markets are like, I hate these
everything.
guys. I'm sick of hearing from them.
Yes.
So I'm a little bit surprised that the Astros, though having a winning season and leading the division, maybe were they done in by some Houstonians themselves on this?
Do you think? I don't think so. I mean, look, I
think by and large people are pretty happy with the broadcast.
I think so too. And I live in the social media world during games, and I don't think people there aren't people who really complain about Callis and Blum. It's quite the opposite. They really like them, and Julia as well. I wonder if this is still continual shrapnel from fans from the sign stealing scandal back in the day.
Other markets just voting
Sending
the
in
Astros,
Fs,
giving them bad grades no matter what.
Yeah, because I don't think Awful Announcing divided this article into 30 through 16 in one article, and then they made you click through to the top 15. I immediately went to the top 15 because I just assumed that's where the Space City crew would be, but they were 18th on here. It turns out that with the Astros, that a lot of the people, maybe the people who weren't voting against them because of the sign stealing, Bagwell is a big issue with people right now.
Yeah.
And it's funny to me because I think that period of time, this is my hypothesis. See, tell me if you think I'm crazy. Before Bagwell became openly involved in decision-making with the team in that offseason back in 2023, where he was more just a passive sort of advisor and they hadn't made a bunch of bad decisions that he had his fingerprints on, the talk that I saw about Bagwell being on the broadcast was, he brings this educational element. He knows the game so well. After that offseason, even among Astro fans now, it's like, get Bagwell out of here. His energy level's too low.
There were a lot of people, I can remember getting texts or just, DMs at times that people didn't like Bagwell on the broadcast, partly because of the volume of his voice and everything. It's kind of hard to hear him speak. So there were people, but I don't think that those people were necessarily angry about it. Whereas, once it got into that managerial role or that front office role, then the tone changed a little bit.
Yes.
It turned from like, I don't know, I don't really like having him on the show to like, get him off my broadcast. I don't want to hear from it.
I think what also hurt Bagwell was he would do, to his credit, he would go on and do the broadcast even when the heat was at its highest in terms of criticizing decisions. Like when Jose Abreu was at his lowest, which was pretty much his whole time as an Astro, Bagwell would go on the broadcast. The problem was Bagwell would continually, it felt like carnival barking about Jose Abreu. Like, he's just too good. He's going to figure it out. And then the other thing Bagwell did, when analytics would get brought up, he would act like it was like someone just tried to, someone with COVID tried to cough on him or something like that.
The dumbest thing in the history of the world.
He dismissed it. I'm like, bro, you are part of the decision-making team, and you're telling us you don't know what ex-WOBA is and what, all the acronyms.
And it's a team that, when they were extremely way more analytical than a lot of other baseball teams, did very well with it. It was a huge reason that they were as successful as they were.
Teams are copying
they were just
them.
better at it in a lot of ways, right?
Yeah.
That's where it goes, because I think. And as you're going through that tumultuous time in the team's history, or at least in this transition out of the golden era, it felt like people were just like, it felt like somebody is crapping on the stuff that had helped actually bring them. Like, what's going on in the organization now that you're veering so far away from the thing that helped bring you success?
Yep. All right, Payne.
Yeah, he's kind of Bagwell's in an interesting position when it comes to the broadcasting side of things, kind of like with Clyde Drexler, where the difference between how people feel about them as a player and how people feel about them as a broadcaster is vastly different.
Very, very different. Very different. And yet I think the difference is I think people were in on Bagwell at first and then they bailed on him, whereas I think Clyde had an uphill struggle from the get-go, I think.
We got to go and try to find some of the TV broadcasts from the Panthers preseason game, because I saw a whole bunch of people from Panthers fans being like, all right, Steve Smith, could you lay off a little? I guess Steve Smith was just crushing them during the broadcast.
And he was with Amy Schroff on that broadcast, too. Schroff, who's their radio voice, was doing their TV broadcast, I think.
You can watch your Netflix Cowboys documentary. I'm going to go seek out the Panthers TV broadcast of that game. Yeah.
I'm cool with that. I'm totally cool with that. All right, final segment coming up. We'll find out what the guys got going on In the Loop. We'll hear from Nick Caserio as well. We're getting down to it, man. There's about 3 days left for guys to make impressions. How are they getting down to 53? Does it even matter that they're getting down to 53 guys on the roster next week? That's next. Men's T Clinic. Men'sTClinic.com is the
from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
First off, congratulations on the station recognition for what you guys have done. So it's probably nothing to do with this show, thankfully, but credit to everybody at 610. So congratulations.
It's a group effort. Yeah, for sure. We sent all of our Casario interviews to the Marconi people, and they came back with the.
And they threw those out and said, "Why are we nominating these folks?"
That's right. Yeah. They deleted them all, and then we sent more stuff, and now we got. Thank you, Nick. We appreciate it.
No, seriously, you guys do a great job. So congratulations to you and everybody at 610.
Accurate take by the Texans GM. We do a great job here. Thank you, Nick. We appreciate that. You know, today, Seth.
Let's see how he feels about that if they get off to an 0-3 start.
Oh,
you know?
yeah.
Let's see how I feel about that old Nickaroos. I suggest you don't do that.
Because we ain't holding back. We bring the honesty here on Sports Radio.
The Texans defense, that's in terms of worst case scenario for me, for what might go right or wrong with the Texans this year. The defense is going to win you some games, or even if the offense takes a while to pick up and click. And I'm very encouraged by some of the things I see offensively, but I'm also expecting there to be some hiccups along the way. If it catches fire in a good way in week one, so be it. But you talked earlier. You brought up, hey, Tom Brady. It seemed every year for multiple years, even as they were winning Super Bowls, people were saying like, it doesn't look like Tom Brady's the same guy anymore.
Every year with a month into the season, he was done. Yeah.
Yeah, and it was usually them just kind of trying to figure out exactly what was working, what they needed to lean into, and it was off to the races. So in the first year with C.J. Stroud and a new offense, et cetera, there's some really good signs so far, but there's probably going to be some hiccups along the way.
Yep. You and I went through an exercise earlier in the show where we were trying to kind of nail down how many guys have sewn up a spot on the team. And I think we arrived at a total number of 42. So there's 11. In the eyes of Payne and Pendergast, there's 11 spots still being battled out for over today. Practice for the Texans. Tomorrow is a joint practice, and then Saturday is the game. And then I think that's it. They might have another practice on Monday, but Tuesday is the deadline. We asked Nick Casario about it yesterday, and he said that it's a fluid process getting down to 53.
I agree wholeheartedly with what D'Amico said. I mean, the reality is we're day-to-day in everything that we do. So you're looking at your team. You're looking at individual progress. You're looking at collective progress. The roster's a roster. We know we're going to have to get to 53, and then we're going to form the practice squad. We probably spend as much time talking about, call it the off-the-roster players. So who are the 70 or so players that, we want to keep in a building? Quite frankly, there's probably more than 70 players that we'd like the ability to keep around, but we understand what the rules are. So when we get to the roster cut down next Tuesday, we'll probably have a pretty good idea of, where we're going to be or we're going to need to be. But I think as you go through, it starts to come together a little bit. But, I mean, honestly, we'll worry about the actual 53 probably once we get through the Detroit game and talk about those things Sunday and Monday. But at this point, it's really focused on the day-to-day.
I think a lot of times people say, okay, by the time you're in the third preseason game, the roster is pretty much set. And sometimes that's true, sometimes it's not. And, there are times where, I was on a team once early in my career where Jabari Threats was a defensive end out of Michigan State, who I don't think the coaches felt all that much about. But he ended up in the final preseason game just all over the place. And I love Jabari Threats. I thought he had a lot of potential. And I don't think he was going to make the team going into that game. And he was just making tackles 20 yards downfield, hitting quarterbacks, doing all this stuff against, second and third string guys. But it was such a good performance that I think he made the team that day. So there are outliers, but then also there are situations where you've got really competitive position groups. And if you're looking for tiebreakers or you're just looking for something to inspire the imagination, perhaps, the running backs group, whether it's, Jawar Jordan or somebody else like that, if they do something above and beyond in a preseason game, and I think maybe with some of these offensive linemen too, there's a chance that, okay, he showed something that I didn't know he had in his bag. I think there's more guys than average, I think, that might be on the bubble right now that could make the team with a really strong preseason.
Yeah, maybe so. It's funny, as we're talking this through, I'm thinking, who are some of the guys like the Jabari Threats of the teams that I've followed or watched. I remember Les Stargene was a big one back in 2011 or 2012. Yeah. He made the team. He was on the team for a year or two. The one that I remember from more recently, this was the David Culley year. Now I think this guy was in camp in the later O'Brien years as well, but if I recall correctly, and again, this is hard to do because I've tried to block 2021 with the Texans out of my brain, but sometimes it just seeps in. Scotty Phillips. Remember Scotty Phillips, the running back, the little running back out of, I think, one of the Mississippi schools, Ole Miss or Mississippi State. And he did some things in the preseason, and this was in a running back room where it was Philip Lindsay, kind of washed at the time, David Johnson, who, all Texan fans just had bad feelings about. Not his fault. He came over in the Hopkins trade. Rex Burkhead was in that room. Mark Ingram was in that room. Mark Ingram, who wanted to get traded about 3 weeks after his Texans career was underway, and they accommodated him. Everybody, Scotty Phillips, and he ended up making the team. They kept 5 running backs. Not that it mattered on that team. That team was a bad football team, but you're right. It is. I think it's going to be harder for an out-of-nowhere person to make a team like this just because I believe what Nick's saying. Maybe he said that every year, what he said in that cut about, man, there's 70 guys. There's more than 70 guys we'd like to keep. Maybe it's something he's said every year since he's been the GM of this team. But I believe that this year. Like, they've got a lot of guys that are going to get cut loose from this camp that aren't even going to be on the practice squad and I think are going to get picked up fairly quickly by NFL teams.
I think we talked earlier about how linebackers seems to be particularly competitive, and that there's guys like Jake Hansen who have been on the team for a while but also a Jamal Hill who's still a young player and was very raw, and you can see his athleticism, his size, how impressive he is. Like, those are some of the tougher decisions where it's almost, all right, do we go with the guy with the upside? Do we go with the guy that we like and can play special teams? And then even in that group, you've got Jackson Woodard and Casey Osai, the undrafted rookie free agents, who Nick Caserio brought up unprompted the other day. Well, it wasn't unprompted.
It was the first interview we did with him in training camp.
Yeah, I had asked him, okay, which undrafted rookie free agents should we be watching? Yep. And he brought those guys up immediately.
Quickly, yeah.
I couldn't even finish the question. So we know he really likes those guys. I'm guessing those are 2 guys that he hopes he can keep on the practice squad.
Definitely.
But every now and then, they might, one of those guys just goes off big in a preseason game. They might displace a veteran player.
Yep. One more from Nick Caserio talking about getting down to the 53. This was when he was on with us yesterday. Says it's a collaborative effort with all the coaches.
What we're looking for is consistency from one day to the next. Anybody can go out there and have a good practice and flash some things, good or bad. So do you get the issues fixed or corrected? Do you see improvement from the player from practice to practice? Do you see the same player from the start of training camp July 22nd until now? So I'd say we have a number of players in various categories like that. And our job is to kind of go out there, evaluate practice, come back in, make the corrections, and then when it's time to talk about the roster, we'll talk about the roster. We'll do that with the coaching staff, get everybody's input, how they see a player. The scouting staff will go through it on their end, and it'll be a pretty collaborative discussion. And there's probably a handful of decisions that'll come down to the wire where we're going to have to make a decision on something. And ultimately, we'll try to do what we feel is in the best interest of the team and the player as well.
Okay, so maybe in listening to that, Seth, maybe the biggest disconnect between the average fan, like someone like me watching practice and the coaches, is that I'm watching practice and I'm going, oh, that guy flashed. That guy flashed right there. That's how you make the team. You flash at camp, and Nick's like, yeah, anybody can make a play.
You're right.
Then we go back inside and watch all the plays.
It's the Anthony Richardson dynamic. It's like, wow, look at that pass.
Yes.
Look at that pass. Oh, I thought he wasn't accurate. Like, no, he's not. He's very much not accurate.
Right.
He's selectively accurate. Every now and then he is. It depends on what period of time are we talking about.
Yeah.
Yes. For that 7 seconds, he was accurate. But no, he's not an accurate quarterback.
I'm out there, guys making one play, and I'm like, oh, NFL got this one wrong. Undrafted? Okay.
Well, I think where a good example of that would be Jalen Smith. I think Jalen Smith led up a couple of big receptions in that joint practice versus the Panthers. And it's not fair to look at that practice and think, oh, boy, what do you even have here? Like, right. Oh, no. a rookie cornerback allowed some big plays in a practice.
Yes.
You know, and he goes in the game and he makes a couple nice plays. He's made other nice plays in practice. It's just those big and poignant moments, or the ones that get reported, tend to like paint a picture of a guy who's struggling in camp or what have you. But I don't think that Jalen Smith has necessarily been struggling. I think he's played like a third-round cornerback, should be expected. I think there's upside there. He's certainly not a finished product.
Yeah. If we were doing a segment where we're like, has this guy played throughout camp and in the preseason above or below his draft slot? Jalen Smith's been above his draft slot so far.
There's one of the best pieces of advice I ever got as a rookie. It was something that sounds incredibly obvious, and yet it's the way that this guy stressed it to me. Dave Thomas, he was a cornerback, huge cornerback. He was like 6'3.5" or so. Played for the Cowboys, played like 10 years in the NFL. But his locker was next to mine. And he said, "Hey, Seth, are you showing up every day?" And I was like, "Yes, I work hard, sir," and all that. And he's like, No, you need to show up. Like, you need to make a play every single day.
Good advice.
Like, if you haven't made a play, be sure you make a play.
Yep.
And it was the level of urgency that he was saying it with, that it's not enough to just be out there doing your job and showing promise or whatever. You got to make them notice you every single play in practice. And it sounds obvious, and of course that's what you would do, but it was the level of urgency that he was talking about. That, like, they need to know that you're always making plays. That there doesn't a day go by where you don't do something that they think, "Oh, wow, we got something with that kid."
Yep. John Lopez, Reggie Atatula, they are in the loop, and they are in studio as we speak. Gentlemen, how are we feeling?
Terrific.
Good.
How are you?
Good. I'm doing great. How you doing, Reggie?
Doing pretty well, although not as good as I should be, because I just tried to see if the smelling salts still had their power
juice?
after I activated them yesterday.
Yeah.
And?
Still do some work. They still do some work.
Okay, there you go.
Uh-huh.
So, boy, it's 9:59 already. Okay.
Don't worry about that. You good.
What's the, well, I got to be somewhere, so.
I was wondering why you were blabbering on.
What is the question of the day?
How about our program director, Parker Hill, is popping in with a question of the day.
Hey, real quick, Ben just got in my ear. I just wanted to tell you guys, Crosstalk is brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. Yeah.
Speaking of Parker Hillis.
Speaking of Parker Hillis, right.
What's your favorite radio moment or bit? Today is National Radio Day.
It is, and it's the anniversary of my radio career. I think they created
really?
this. I think they created this after I started my radio career.
would. In honor of you, huh?
In honor of me, they said. This feels like a good starting point for National Radio Day. Yeah.
now that Sean's here.
18 years. 18 years ago today.
I'll be dogged.
I did my first radio show that I got paid for. Yeah.
And yet I noticed there are no tacos today.
Yeah, I brought tacos
yesterday
okay. for Reggie's anniversary.
I think my favorite radio bit we did was when we did a dramatic reading of the fan fiction, erotic fiction about Rob Gronkowski that we did with Ali Escobar. We had Meltzer and Ali Escobar do a dramatic reading of the
That's
book.
funny.
I don't think it even went all that well. I loved the concept of it so much. Yeah.
Oh my God, Meltzer and Ali.
I also used to enjoy interpreting rap lyrics, which is something that Landry brought to us. Very polarizing amongst the listeners. Some people loved it, some people absolutely hated it, but I enjoyed that. Once a week I would try to interpret rap lyrics.
Those are good bits. My moment, because you asked, you
moment or
off,
bit, yeah.
Yeah, my favorite moment with this show is still when we did the Rusty Harden interview, and we had it for 45 minutes. And at about 37 minutes in, I don't know if the hotkey, I don't know if Figgy's in there talking, but most people listen to this station remember the moment where he talked about happy endings not being a crime, and it was a pretty profound moment. I remember looking over at Seth when he said it, and I remember in my mind being like, "All right, I think we got pretty much everything we need from this interview here."
I was in the other studio, and I went, "Mark that."
Yeah. Like everybody did. And I talked to Rusty like 3 more times that day, later on in the day.
You know what, though? The only thing about that was I think we were both kind of so dumbfounded by it. And it was because it was at the very end of the interview that we could have followed up on it better.
Probably.
I think we were both kind of in shock that he said it. And I don't think we asked the follow-up question.
I don't think we did
about
either.
it. Like, please expand.
Yeah, yeah, right. No, and it might have been one of the last questions we did. Anyways, this was the moment though. Not just him saying that, but being in studio and the TV is on SportsCenter, and 15 minutes after he said it on our airwaves, The quote was on the ticker on the bottom of the screen on ESPN.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, on the
Wow.
SportsCenter ticker. That's never happened before to me. You know, where something that happened on your show pops up on there so quick. So that's one I think of a lot. Trying to replicate it every day.
That was a surreal moment. No, and we were already like we were supposed to have gone to break like 7 minutes earlier, and we were kind of stuck in this like do
we keep going?
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I was thinking of mine, and I'll give some more when we get to it at 10:40. But I was looking for John McClain falling asleep on the air in Nashville. Because I just laughed. I mean, I felt so bad for him, but I just laughed.
Wait,
it's been scrubbed.
He fell asleep on the air in Nashville.
He was doing a phone interview.
Oh, he was phoning in.
Phone interview.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And I think it's been scrubbed because I looked all over. I was digging
Can't find it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
once
can't find it anymore.
once it's gone,
But
it's
I found
gone.
others.
For you, I think of John Lopez, the Tom Herman interview.
Yeah.
Where Nick Wright is like standing behind you and like almost figuratively like punching at Tom Herman, or maybe out in front punching at Tom Herman. That was a moment.
Yeah, that was a moment.
That was a moment for sure.
He ended up being right? Like I feel like he was vindicated.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, hell yeah, you were. Yeah. No question.
Yeah.
All right, boys. Well, I'm looking forward to this. That is a very text-friendly topic.
Yes, it
right
is.
there.
That's what I was telling Reggie.
Looking forward to that.
So happy National Radio Day to you, fine fellas.
To you guys as
How
well.
are you going to celebrate?
I'm celebrating by going over to West Point Lincoln, one of my favorite clients, and eating barbecue for their quarterly meeting. That's how I'm celebrating.
Or maybe talk about Mokaram again.
I
mean, not Mokaram.
You're so close.
D&M.
D&M Auto Leasing, yeah.
He tried
I was
to
thinking
help.
of you.
That's all right.
Why
not
would I
competitors.
talk
You
about
didn't, you didn't make the mistake.
Law firm, yeah.
I'm going to celebrate National Radio Day by listening to you guys on the stream.
Oh,
Not up,
yes,
baby.
very kind. Thank you.
What is this radio you speak of?
Yeah.
All right. Payne and Pendergast, we're done. Yes, Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. Fellas, have a great show.
Thanks,
by the
man.
way, you're listening to KILT AM, KLT, FM HD2 Houston, an Odyssey sports station. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig, they are in the loop, and they start now.
Once more, happy National Radio Day. Thank you for joining us here on the radio. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. You know the people involved. That's John Lopez. I'm Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig. On the ones and twos as he always does. A little bit of a Tribe Called Quest in the background. And you getting involved with the program as you always do. 713-572-4610 is the number to text. And also, we always want to give appreciation to the Mokaram Injury Lawyers for the live stream.
We keep it 100.
Give
Both
appreciation to
on the YouTube
Mokaram.
page. That's right. That's right. Or else John will come for you, it seems.
Exactly.
Both on the YouTube page, Sports Radio 610, and on the Twitch chat, 610 Houston. Lopez, how you living?
I am living fantastic. You ever have one of those moments before we get into this training camp thing, which, by the way, I guess there's some subterfuge going on now.
What do you mean?
Over at training camp. You can't really talk about everything that you see and all that.
Are we allowed to talk about that?
Well, it's out there on Twitter, so I guess
very good.
I guess we can. Yeah, you ever, get to work and all of a sudden you realize, because this is what happened to me. This is the only little down tick in my day. I'm having a fantastic day. You got to have it. Like I always say, green side of the grass is a good day. So I got
in
here,
the truck and everything,
and I crossed my legs like I always do to stretch my back. As you know, I'm always sitting here with my legs crossed to stretch my back. And I looked at my shoe. It's time to retire these shoes. There's holes in both of them. So that's my first thought.
You let your shoes go so far to get holes?
I got holes in both these shoes.
I feel like you went too far.
I don't even want to know what's going on with your underwear.
So, fantastic day, except I looked at my shoes and said, yeah, time to make these fishing shoes. Time to retire them to the boat.
Wait.
Yeah.
No, they just get downcycled?
Yeah, you can take them out on the boat because they get dirty, blood on them, water on them, salt water. All
But if
that
they
good
have
stuff,
holes,
yeah.
don't you now have dirty salt water?
It's warm out there,
feet?
man. It's warm out there.
What does that have to do with anything?
Because it doesn't matter if there's a hole. Your feet won't get cold.
Oh.
Yeah. I know what I'm doing. I know what I'm doing.
Oh, okay.
Anywho, that was my first thought that as I
Was
crossed
that you
my
have a
leg.
hole in
I
your
got
shoe.
Time to retire these shoes.
Okay,
you
very
retire
good.
clothes and shoes, don't you?
Yeah. But I try and do that before they literally have
that.
holes in them.
Look at that right
Although
there.
to be fair, yeah, that's definitely a hole in it. And I am now looking at your toe. That's weird. He out here Jose Altuve in it, just showing. No, I usually will try and retire clothing with enough time to take it to some level of secondary store that will then sell it on and continue its life. Or
Eventually, but yeah, you just got to go a long way to go. Anyway, that was a little exit that we took at the top of the show because you asked me how I was doing.
Thank you for that. I guess I will remedy that by stopping to ask you how you're doing.
Great. Other than that, training camp.
Yes.
Training camp.
Yes. Training camp. In some ways, it's kind of winding down. Obviously, there's a couple more major points when it comes to training camp. Those being tomorrow out there in Detroit. I forget what the name of their training facility is, but you can't actually expect me to remember all the names of the training facilities. It's like the Meyer training facility or something.
It is. It sure is.
You're welcome.
Good Lord, he knew that.
I'm a sick human being. You know this. But yeah, they'll be out there in Detroit with the joint practice, which is probably number 1 if we're power ranking them. Number 2, then is probably preseason game number 3, which is there at Ford Field versus the Lions on Saturday. And then point number 3, which is the termination point, is the cut down, which is next Tuesday, right?
Yeah, those are the marks in time, so to speak, that this team has in front of them. But I think for all intents and purposes, or if you prefer, intensive purposes.
Oh, so you're not going to get mad about that?
No, I am mad about it.
Okay, very good.
I'm being facetious. It's over, except for tomorrow. Tomorrow is really the last big day of training camp to me.
Okay.
Because it's joint practices. The game on Saturday, we're going to watch it, but it's going to be just a ton of backups. I wouldn't expect very many starters, if any, if they can get away with it, to play in that game. So it's pretty much over. And I mentioned that thing about, they're kind of in regular season mode, and I'm not breaking any news here. It's out there on Twitter.
Is it out there?
Yeah, it is.
I didn't see it.
Look at Jonathan Alexander.
Damn, he throwing people under the bus, too. That's crazy.
No, he's reporting it. So regular season.
Got Mike Fires in the building, man. Damn.
You went to Mike Fires?
That's right.
You went to Mike Fires?
If it's out there, Jonathan Alexander put it out there.
Yeah, don't talk to me. Talk to him.
I can't believe you compared me to Mike Fires.
Kareem Akbar. He's the brains behind this operation.
Oh, that's good, Figgy, even though I hate it. So it's regular season mode, which means so-and-so's running with it. We can't really do that anymore.
I know that there's a lot of people that were saluting Sam Warren of the Houston Chronicle for giving you play-by-play of what's happening.
Yeah.
You will not see that today, unfortunately. So with that being the case, let's kind of start doing our training camp wrap-up looks, and maybe we look at this through this lens. Who has changed their opinion or your opinion of them the most thus far through training camp? 713-572-4610.
Yeah, there's a few. From the start of training camp, what I thought and this person or this thing changed my mind the most. Top of the list, I don't even think it's close. You might, Xavier Hutchinson. Xavier Hutchinson, when we started camp, I thought, hell, maybe he's on the bubble. Maybe this guy's not going to be a Texan this year. At best, I thought of him as a depth piece, does a little special teams. They brought in Christian Kirk, drafted 2 receivers. I was like, Xavier Hutchinson, ooh, boy. He's a starter, dude.
Not only that, and this is probably a little unfair to characterize it as this, so I'll try and be delicate with the way that I put this. We were kind of looking at him as almost standing next to John Mechie, depth-wise, going into training camp. Now, that might have been more about us and less about them because the Texans have been very clear about loving Xavier Hutchinson, what he brings to this team. But still, we probably looked at that as a little bit closer to that range. I definitely did not anticipate being in this place where I go, he's kind of a starter.
And versatile. They're using him in different ways. So Xavier Hutchinson, to me, is at the top of the list. There's no question about it.
He's definitely one of those.
Another one to me, and I'm wondering what you were thinking at the beginning versus today. Titus Howard is a guard.
Yeah, and that one feels more circumstantial than anything because I think the Cam Robinson injury happens, and then also Blake Fisher maybe not standing up in the way that we wanted to see. It seems like there might still be some openings for him to maybe do some level of convincing. I don't know. Especially after he had Blake Fisher, that is, had a good game versus the Panthers. But, yeah, we were kind of thinking of, and it seemed very clear that Titus Howard was going to be a guard. Again, we had all the thankful kind of tones from the coaches about, hey, we appreciate him sliding in and being willing to do whatever. And then, lo and behold, he's back out here at right tackle, which I actually don't even know how I feel about this because last year, Titus Howard at right tackle was one of the things that we looked at that we were like, damn, this is not sufficient. Now, of course, the upcycle in the offensive line has been less about the talent, I think, and more about the schematics and the actual fundamentals and the properties of what this offense is going to bring to an offensive line and techniques. So maybe that is ultimately what changes the dynamics here.
Yeah.
But I think if you took a poll of the Texans fan base, you would find that Titus Howard playing at tackle is ultimately something that people feel good about in a way that they almost 180 degrees felt differently about probably 9 months ago.
Yeah, no question about it. Now, not all of them are necessarily a good thing, what you thought at the start of camp versus what you think today.
Okay, where are you going here?
Well, because at the start of the camp, I was like, I'm quite sure I said these words. Christian Harris is going to be fine. He's going to be fine. He's going to step in. Yeah, I think they have confidence in him. He'll be back, etc. And now,
that's changed for you?
A little bit. I'm not sure.
I think he's in that same place. And now, also, part of what does this is, I don't know if you saw this, the Texans put out yet another depth chart. And, of course, take it with a grain of salt. D'Amico says that he didn't put this out, but I think that is like a slight, I don't want to call it a lie, but it's a slight misgiving on what happens here. I do think that there is some level of communication, but I don't think that it's a full accounting of how they feel about everything. However, with all that being said, Christian Harris still slides in as that second team linebacker where EJ Speed is behind him. And now what makes it interesting is Jake Hansen is on that second line next to Christian Harris. So I don't know what that means about Jake Hansen or whatever. But ultimately, Christian Harris, he's not been able to get out there a ton.
But that's why.
But I still think that, again, he is the type of guy that we know what his caliber is. And when he is out there, they will believe and they will trust in him. And he just recently has gotten back out there.
And we were talking Pro Bowl with him, and now, that's where he is. Here's another one.
Oh, so your thought change is not that he would be on the team and be factoring in. You thought that he would usurp Henry To'oTo'o.
Yeah, be what he was in the postseason that 1 year. And here's another one. At the beginning of the camp, I'm like, man, this team is really deep at safety. Really deep at safety. Well, Jimmy Ward happened.
Yeah.
C.J. Gardner-Johnson happened. And now, you're sort of wondering, who's who on the depth chart at the safety position.
Yeah, I think that's a fair point. We've seen Jalen Petrie get some reps yesterday at safety, just kind of, I imagine, to give some additional coverage.
Yeah.
I don't know how much that shifts for me. It really is, and it's the Jimmy Ward thing that shifts it.
Sure,
it seems like C.J. Gardner-Johnson is already working his way back, but I think part of what, not to put words in your mouth, but if I'm assuming what you're kind of thinking correctly, the idea of even if he's willing to go or ready to go week one, C.J. Gardner-Johnson, there's still the thought in your mind, what happens if a re-aggravation happens, right? Playing the car crash sport on whatever happens with that knee.
Absolutely.
That is fair. I think I have found over the last week a little bit more respect for MJ Stewart than I had previously had, because it feels like they trust him deeply to do all the things. And by and large, he's kind of stood up in the way that you wanted. But, yeah, I very much felt stronger about when you had Jimmy Ward and you felt comfortable with him playing all of those roles. Yeah. Also, even just being the backup for Jalen Petrie as well in that nickel role. Because now that is Miles Bryant that's probably the next man up. That feels like a half step down from Jimmy Ward. So I do think that that's fair, but it probably all hinges on Jimmy Ward. I don't know that I've swung a ton, but I think that I have definitely. I'm with you. I've moved a little bit here.
All right, and tell me what you think about these last couple that I have from the start of training camp to today. And this isn't necessarily. Maybe it's good and bad. Maybe it's neither. I thought Jaden Higgins is going to step right in and be that guy at the top of the depth chart, and Jalen Noel might take a bit of time to develop. It's kind of role reversal.
To some degree, but I think that, funny enough, with that supposed role reversal, they kind of end up in the same place for me, which is obviously you're going to lean on Nico Collins. He's the best wide receiver on your team. He's one of the best in the league.
Yeah.
You're going to lean on Christian Kirk, veteran guy that knows exactly how to get to his spots and seems like he fits very well with what you're doing offensively. And then it seems like they're going to depend and trust in Xavier Hutchinson, and then we're going to filter in some Higgins and some Noel. So it kind of feels like they're in that same place.
But I think a little more confidence in Noel.
I found a little bit more confidence in Higgins as well, seeing like some of the routes that he's run. And also, to be fair, he has not been running as much with the ones as Hutchinson, but he's been making plays with the twos. Like him and Davis Mills seem to have a really good connection that I'm sure him and C.J. Stroud could facilitate in that same way.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't think that he's going to be the immediate. He is on the other side of Nico Collins and having the huge impact in the way that I think some people had. And to be fair, I think there was a number of people that were like, hey, let's probably be a little slow in walking into the idea that he's just going to be Nico Collins number 2 on the other side because he's 6'4" as well.
Right. And here's the last one, and this is more me. Maybe you and Figgy, might have fallen into this category as well. But at the start of training camp, I've said it on this show. I thought Cade Stover would develop into more of a complete tight end, would fit much better in this style of offense, could maybe be an every down tight end. I don't see it yet.
And that's fair, but I think that there was people with this team, right? When you heard them talk, you heard John Harris, who is a very valuable football mind to consider, really rave about that possibility. So I understand where that was coming from. But, yeah, it seems like there's still room to develop that. I think that that's still a possibility as the season continues. But there's a lot that's happening when it comes to building in this offense and establishing what they want to do headed into the season. And, it probably wasn't fair to be like, hey, Cade Stover, with your offseason and then with this training camp, we expect you to kind of like have taken your pass-catching thing, dynamic from one place all the way to a whole different level.
Is there anything that you, at the beginning camp, you thought, okay, this is what I'm thinking? I'm sure you agree. I mean, you agreed with me on some of these, like especially Xavier Hutchinson, but things have changed. And by the way, kudos to them. They came in talking about competition. Everybody's fighting for a job every day. You stack the days, all that good stuff. And lo and behold, there has been some competition that has made us look differently at this team.
And that was where I was going to go. Like, offensive line as a whole, I was still holding out belief in the idea that we're just going to have, all 5 fingers in a glove. We're going to have all these guys pulling the same direction. We're going to find a level early on. It seems like there's a possibility that they have that. Now, of course, again, we've talked about the fact that that's the Panthers' defensive line. They weren't good at stopping the run, but the physicality, the nastiness, the things that they professed that they wanted on the offensive line has shown up in the offensive line early. So that's good. But the results continuing to show, especially against higher level teams, I think remains to be seen, or at least remains to be proven per se. I think tomorrow will go a good way and kind of giving us a little bit of an idea of that. So, yeah, that's the part that I'm interested in continuing. But I honestly did not think that they would have this level of smoothness, especially even during camp. There was a number of weeks where we were looking at this offensive line saying, I don't think they're going to hit the mark. And it feels like they're getting a lot closer to hitting the mark that they wanted when they started making these moves early on in the offseason.
And tomorrow is a big, big day. To me, the last big day before we go to L.A.
Yeah. Training camp really is starting to wind down. There's been some big opinion shifts over training camp. So we'll continue to kind of talk about that. And as you mentioned, we could have some even bigger shifts depending on how your Texans show up against the Lions out there in a joint practice tomorrow. And we'll give you what we can here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, I see you. Can we just stay on football talk and not talk about those dudes that play at Dyke Park?
Sorry.
I don't think we can. It was another shutout for your Astros. But do you feel differently about this one? I want to talk about that and more next.
According to Nick Caserio, what's the biggest area the Texans offense can improve heading into the regular season?
And I'd say overall offensively, the biggest area that we can improve that's going to help us during the course of the year is taking care of the football. Like, if you don't do anything other than take care of the ball and have 0 turnovers,
Sports leader is Sports Radio 610.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
What do I do? Just take a nose hit?
Just take a good whiff of that. It's
my first. Whoa! God almighty.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
That's such an ugly cackle. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Somebody said, are the Astros scoreless since Stroud wore that hat? I mean, they wwere scoreless before. No, because that's Saturday. They put runs on the board. They won that game.
Yeah, that was
in 12.
Yeah,
so no,
So they actually 1-0.
Stop trying to put down the quarterback, damn it.
1-3.
No, I was saying when he wore the hat.
Oh, when he
actually wore the hat.
Oh, what are you trying to do? You're like, maybe he needs to
wear it again. Wear it again. That's the last time they won.
Yeah.
See, while we're doing stupid things that don't actually contribute to the game or not, should we make Lopez take another whiff of these smelling salts and see if it works the second time?
I'm straight. I'm good.
Oh, man, we laugh to keep from crying. The Astros, another scoreless affair for them. This time, a 1-0. All right, why did I say 1-0? I'm in my soccer vibes. 1-0 loss to the Tigers, and it happens in extra innings this time. Did this feel any different to you, or are you in the same space, having the same issues with the Astros continually not being able to score right now?
It felt different for about 8 innings.
That's a lot of innings, though.
Yeah, that's a lot of innings. No, this was what a fantastic game. And you know, a lot of times people say, well, I'm old school. I like, the pitchers' duels. 90% of the time, those pitchers' duels aren't like this.
That's right.
Like this was.
Well, those ones aren't pitchers' duels. Those are just
low-scoring games.
Yeah, exactly.
There's a difference between like a low-scoring game and it's the it's the beauty of baseball. No, I think you're trying too hard. Last night you didn't have to try at all.
God, it was so fun to watch that game.
That was two studs, man. Tarek Skubal, Hunter Brown. It was a great game. Didn't even go off the channel once to see what else was happening.
Look at you.
I was locked in last night. Usually, you go check other stuff. It was fantastic, but here's the thing. It did feel the same because...
It felt the same for you?
At the end.
Okay.
It did feel the same at the end because as soon as Hunter Brown got out of there, I had very little confidence in Bennett Sousa, but good for him. I wondered.
He had a couple strikeouts too.
Yeah, I'm saying good.
Look at you talking bad about Bennett Sousa.
He proved me wrong.
Don't go into our group text and see what I was texting. Don't mention that.
Oh, that's right. You wanted Hunter Brown to throw 180 pitches.
I just asked the question if you should take him out after 6, especially with the way that he was dealing. But that was before I had checked and seen that he had thrown 101 pitches through 6.
So then I had I obviously had confidence in Brian Abreu. But then I was sitting there and I texted you this in our group text. This is too good a game to be decided with a ghost runner on second base. It was too good. It got hacked up a little bit. And once that started, I just knew there was something was going to happen where the Astros were going to end up losing and probably not scoring a run again. And they did. They didn't. And it was ugly.
Well, because of the umpires.
And for about a half hour there, it was comedy of errors. Dudes were falling all over the field. I mean, with Christian Walker drops a ball, throws it high, and Abreu had to, step down, and they reviewed it, and he got the guy out. Then guys nearly crashed in the outfield and center field.
Why has that happened so much?
I don't know.
Because that's happened a lot this year for the Astros.
Yeah.
And at some points, it was cute and we could play it off because, it's Dubon and Cam Smith at times. And Cam Smith is still learning the position. But at some point, there needs to be, at some point it stops being just like the Chaz McCormick getting out here and pitching, which, of course, he didn't get 3 straight days. God bless Chaz McCormick. But at some point, it ceases to be this cute thing. And it's like, why are we not able to operate in a way that is professional? Because that is part of it. Like being a professional outfielder is being able to either call it in the air or call off whoever you have and, be able to handle that switch off properly.
Yeah. And then in right field, Jesus Sanchez does the old Chris Berman, whoop, 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 trying to catch a ball and it bounces off his glove. And then, what's his name? Trammell. In left field in foul territory I don't know what that was.
It was a good grab. He just fell on his tailbone.
No, he did a jump.
He clotheslined himself.
Yeah, he did some type of random jump, like a high jump, and just fell on his.
It looked like he clotheslined himself. Like there was an imaginary clothesline there, and he fell back. It was just a comedy of errors. And at that point, I'm like, nah, man, this is bad. And then ultimately, and this is kind of where we're going, got shut out again.
Yeah, and that's the thing that was weird about it, because it did feel different to me. Like, you can't take things out of context. The context matters, and it's what establishes, how you take in whatever you're taking in. But if this game was played, especially when you consider you have Tarek Struble on the mound opposite Hunter Brown here, and you put this in the middle of a different portion of the season, you just go, well, damn, that's, that's how baseball goes sometimes. You're going up against a really tough pitcher, and you weren't able to get some runs across. I get it. But because of the context leading in, and you also see the fact that Tarek Struble had 10 strikeouts, and you go, this also still feels like it feeds into the issues offensively that this team had. I will raise my one issue, though, with coming up against the offense was I thought because of the fact that this Astros team was coming in, having some issues scoring. I love what Tony Perez-Chica and what Yainer Diaz do from first, coming all the way around and send them. Like we're going to go ahead and test the arm because we have not been scoring, so we can't assume that we're going to stop at third and get another opportunity to get him in. No, we're going.
No, I like that too.
And of course, they should have been rewarded for their efforts because I believe it and wholeheartedly the Yainer Diaz touched home plate, and that was the game-winning run. If of course the game continues to play out the same way. And what's funny is I saw it live and I was like, damn, I think he got. And then I see this for the first angle and I'm like, I'm not sure. And then I see that final shot that is coming from the first base line towards home plate, and I'm like, he gets his sliding mitt down on the plate before that catcher's glove gets him on the torso. And I don't know how New York, with the benefit of that last shot, does not give the Astros that run, award them that run, and somehow lets that be counted as an out. I just don't understand how that happens, and that was an egregious error that was absolutely necessary for the Astros to get a win that they really, really need.
I do understand. I don't think it was egregious. I saw exactly what you saw, but I just saw his fingers just flip a little, just push up a little bit, like right at the butt of the glove before he got it underneath. That's neither here nor there. They reviewed it. I saw it one way. You saw it another way. I thought he nicked the butt of the guy's glove. But ultimately, here's where we are. 4 shutouts in 5 games. And that's what that's what the Astros and Astros fans, have to realize. Yesterday's one game notwithstanding, it adds up to 4 shutouts in 5 games. And here's the other thing that I think is really important. 2 things. The first one is, you really think Yordan Alvarez is going to fix this? You think Yordan's going to fix this?
The hope that I've continued to be able to draw up within myself for the Astros, it's drawn thin, man. Like we've seen a number of guys come up starting wise off of the IL, and they do things that you kind of expect for guys coming back off the IL, not necessarily pitch that well. You went and you acquired guys at the trade deadline to help you offensively, and it seemingly did to some degree, but you did not get the number of wins that you really should have gotten in that stretch, and now things are going cold again. And putting your hope in, all right, well, here comes the reinforcements, it just seems like at some point it gets old. Yeah, and I say all of that as pretext to me falling for it again, because I saw Yordan at Corpus go 2 for 4 and with also a walk, and it looked pretty. He had a nice double too, and I'm like, please, Yordan, come save us.
No, I think he's going to help. Do you think he's going to fix it? And it leads into my second point. Let's talk about the pitching that has come up and where they are. Christian Javier, who knows? It's still to be determined with him. I thought he looked okay. Then he had to come out in the 4th inning. Spencer Arrighetti still can't find the zone. He's working on his 4th start. He's going to be starting, I think, Sunday in Baltimore.
Yeah, we're getting a lot of the return from injury all-stars this weekend.
Yeah, Jason Alexander Thursday, tomorrow. Friday, McCullers Jr. He's back. Saturday, Christian Javier.
You said that like a threat.
Sunday, Spencer Arrighetti. Think about that. Jason Alexander, Lance McCullers, Christian Javier, Spencer Arrighetti. I don't know what kind of confidence you have in any of those guys at this point.
You want to rate them? 1 being no confidence at all, 5 being all the confidence in the world. Friday, Lance McCullers Jr.
Look. Thursday's Jason Alexander.
Yeah, okay.
I probably have the most confidence in him.
Yeah, I was going to say, the last couple of outings have been solid for him. I'm going to give him a solid, I'm going to be generous. I'm going to give him a 4. Lance McCullers Jr. on Friday.
On a scale of what?
1 to 5. 5 being very confident, like absolute confidence. 1 being no confidence.
Well, how good was he before he got the blister? 2.
That was where I was going, too.
Yeah.
And then, of course, you mentioned Saturday, Christian Javier.
I'll give him a 3. I liked what I saw, but we didn't see enough.
As well. Spencer Arrighetti on Sunday.
1.
I was going to go back to 2. But 1 is probably one is also that is what you're dealing with, and that's why it's very imperative for this offense to jumpstart somehow.
And that's why
somewhere.
I asked the question, can Jordan fix it? He can help. I don't know if he can fix it. They've got a lot of things to work through.
They really do. And some of it, and look, I understand the 936 saying Joe Espada needs to go. I don't want to go to that point, but I do think that is on Joe Espada. Like, I think he needs to find a way to reframe these guys and get them coming back to the small things. I think when he has done that this season, they've been able to weather storms. This is clearly another storm that they need to weather, and it's clear that the details are falling through the cracks right now for this team. As you mentioned, all the yakety sacks type things that may be happening more on defense. I don't know if that's exactly what's happening on offense, but I see 10 strikeouts, and I'm like, this is not a team. Like, yes, Tarek Skubal, great, don't get me wrong, but you should not have 10 strikeouts in this game, and I think that's because this team needs to get back to fundamentals, get back to basics.
They need to be able it's part of it, to be fair, is bad timing, because even some guys that you were counting on are slumping, Jose Altuve, et cetera. And of course, you can't fix the guys that aren't here, Isaac Paredes and all those. So they've got a lot to get going with their offense. And, they got an early game today, and then on to
12-10. Yeah, getaway game versus the Lions. There's a couple of Detroit teams that you're seeing over this next little bit of but it's the Framber Valdez start, which hopefully that helps, and he's pitching well again, and you could get back to winning Framber starts. That'd be nice. And then maybe Charlie Morton gives you a little double agent effort, and maybe he helps you out. But yeah, you definitely got to get back to winning. We'll keep you updated once that game gets going today. Some more Astros news also coming. We'll get to that in What's Poppin' a little bit later on today. But you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. And coming up next, let's get to our question of the day, which is inspired by today being National Radio Day. So happy National Radio Day to you. And with that, what is your favorite radio moment or bit of all time? 713-572-4610. Let's do a little reminiscing next.
Ready? The Texans. Karam Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yep. Happy National Radio Day to you. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. And in honor of the occasion, our question of the day is as follows. What is your favorite, most memorable, or other distinguishing portion of radio or bit? 713-572-4610 is the number to text because, look, radio clearly means a lot to us as it's part of our livelihoods. We obviously are committed every day to it, but it means a lot to you as well. Like, it's one of those things that I've only gotten more and more of an understanding of the more that I worked with, is seeing how much radio means to folks. And, there's people that for whom it's like, they're in remote areas or whatever, or it is their accompaniment of their life, right? It's the people that are hanging out with them. So we appreciate, one, that you guys rock with us in that way, but it's kind of I wanted to take the opportunity to think about the various different ways the radio, that you've had fun listening to the radio. So give us those moments, those bits that you enjoy on the text line, 713-572-4610.
And, of course, radio these days means YouTube and streaming and everything else.
That's fair.
So we'll just use a generic radio. Serious and not so serious, favorite moments and bits. For me, and most people with whom I've worked are not big fans. Well, I shouldn't say not big fans. They are fans of it, but they feel a little bit awkward on live remotes, on live broadcast remote. It's just different. It's not the studio. You don't have all your same, resources and stuff. I love live remotes. It's just awesome to be able to see the faces. It's just awesome. And you can, the shows to me, they might sound different and you might have to adapt. It might get rained on, it might be cold.
My first remote got rained down.
I was in one a few years ago that was cold, like all 4 hours. What
was it?
The one out at the golf course. Remember, it was like an October one or something.
Yeah.
And for some reason, it was like 45 degrees or something, 40 degrees, all 4 hours. But I just love it. I just love remotes. I think it's so much fun to see the faces and get out there. That's the serious one in terms of my favorite moments.
Okay.
It's just a group. The not so serious as a listener, because we can talk about what we've done, and fun that we've had, and maybe some of our listeners can remind us of some of those moments for us, as a show and as a station. But it's always cool when you see something and hear something live. And John McClain was on the Rich Eisen show. Now, my favorite one also, and I don't mean to be piling on to John McClain. They were just funny.
Well, he's a legend in the game, too.
I just remember, but he fell asleep on a radio show in Nashville once, and I looked everywhere. I even looked on our drives, and I couldn't find it. It's been scrubbed. So that was one when he fell asleep live on a Nashville radio station. But then he was on the Rich Eisen show.
Who's going to be this veteran leader on this team? Is it Watt, essentially, now, John?
Well, first of all, at that wide receiver position, Bill O'Brien. But it's Rich, I am getting a ticket for changing lanes without using a signal. And I'll just say this, it's going to be Nate Washington if they play today.
So do you need to go right now, John?
I have got to go because I don't want the cops telling me, get off that cell phone.
John McClain, the long arm of the law.
I'm pulled over on the side of Interstate 10.
Okay, well.
Thanks, Red.
Okay, John, you take care.
I got to show him my license.
I do. I really love, though, that, he was very calm in the moment, just describe what was happening. He's like, all right, well.
I'm getting a ticket.
But also, John McClain, I got to let you know. Don't tell the entirety of the national audience that you know what you did wrong. When that cop walks up and he asks you, do you know what you did? You say no. No, sir.
He knew exactly what he did to get pulled over.
And the cop will go, oh, really? Let's go to the tape.
Right, exactly. You're not beating that case, John McClain. You're not beating that case.
Yeah, don't try to take it to court.
The other one back in the day, and I didn't look at this one. I should have probably searched it. Nick Wright lost a bet to me. And he was so sure, he said that he would dip his boys in a hot cup of coffee if he lost the bet.
What was the bet?
I can't remember exactly. Maybe our listeners will help us. And he lost the bet. And the awkward part was we were in the studio and, I got the cup of coffee fresh out of the machine, brought it in, and I'll be damned if he didn't do it. He did it.
Why would you make a bet like
I
that?
hate those types of bets so with a passion. Because what's the other side of it? What's your get back?
He did it, and he was screaming like a little baby.
Although, to be fair, with Nick Wright, he is definitely one of those types of people where the get back is being right. Being right matters way more than anything that you can give me.
Yes.
So I understand. A lot of people popping in here on the text line, and obviously there is a very clear number one that shows up, especially for Sports Radio 610 listeners, which has to deal with Seth Payne and Josh Ennis. And yep, I get it. Like I get it. Animosity is definitely something that gets people going, and there was a lot of animus there.
The funny part about that was on YouTube. That was streaming live.
Yeah.
And that's before we was really streaming live every day. But yeah, I couldn't
John
believe that.
McClain was just sitting there the whole time.
Yeah.
Just laugh, shaking his head and laughing.
The funny thing is, I think they were in a segment, some type of little wonky segment. So this music was playing in the background. So just imagine this playing in the background
as you are just arguing.
And you just arguing.
Listen,
and the best part is they're arguing over John McClain.
Yeah.
Like, the video makes it great because, like, John McClain's in the middle of it.
And he's just
on
his phone.
I know that feeling very well. We've all been in that place where you're like, why are y'all talking over me? Why am I in the middle of this? And the best part for me of the video is watching him eventually decide, you know what, that's enough of this, and get up and just move. He's like, I'm out of here. A number of other things coming in on the text line.
Texter reminded me of another bet that Nick lost to me, in which they said Doritos cheese. No, it was Cheetos. I ate some Cheetos, and then he had to lick the cheese off my fingers.
God.
See, I've been nice to you. I need to hold your feet to the
I hope
fire.
he don't gamble in real life.
Who Nick? Nick is a big gambler. What you mean?
Gambler. He's a poker player, professional, really, but just about.
He need that hotline number.
He licked Cheetos dust off my fingers.
That is so nasty.
It is. I see. Now I need to go find the audio of this because someone mentioned though that there was times where you would be out with Nick, and Nick would just use drops of you to make it seem like you weren't.
Oh yeah,
you didn't even leave.
Yeah,
that's high level radio.
Salute to Jim Mudd. I think Jim Mudd was doing that. He was telling me about that.
High level radio.
Yeah.
Because that's a bit that like it works on two levels. If you know that it's happening, you're like, oh, this is hilarious. And if you don't know that it's happening, you're just like, oh, wow.
John's doing John.
Somebody, of course, I've heard this one as well. Mike Meltzer and Seth Payne being, quote,
unbearable.
That's right. That's right. Fair enough. Some other ones that are coming in on the text line. Somebody said, I don't know if it counts, but morning crosstalk with the Sean and Seth. They've enjoyed that portion of the day. I'm glad that you enjoy that. It's very fun for us.
The one I want to find, and I think this is scrubbed from the internet. I want to find that moment when John Lopez and Mark Vandermeer got so mad at John Lopez that he had to walk out.
He threw a pen.
Yeah, what'd you do to him?
He threw a pen at the glass.
It was a discussion about it was a giant fight in the parking lot between Cowboys fans and Texans fans, and that's back when they would just let anybody park. You didn't have to have a ticket to the game. So there was some just hot days, bad vibes, and it got into a brawl, and it just kind of I talked about it. It just was nasty out there and all that, and he got mad and threw a pen.
I think Josh Ennis was still working here
right in the middle.
I think he told it when we had our our 30-year anniversary, but he said Mark just threw that pen to the glass. It was I wish I could find that audio.
Yep.
There's a number of things coming in. The Nick Wright, Tom Herman interview that you guys had was mentioned. I know I love living vicariously through B. Scott saying that he was driving somewhere, he pulled over and parked. Those are the best ones where you're like, I know that I have somewhere that I need to be, but bump that, I need to hear this. From the 281, Sexy Traffic back in the day was always
huge.
good radio.
Salute to Laura.
That was huge.
Shout out to Laura. Someone said favorite radio moment was when Tyler on the drive started calling Ron Peaches Hughley. I'm imagining did not go over well with Ron himself. Somebody mentioned War of the Worlds. Oh, you just went old school radio in general.
Okay.
That was chaotic though, wasn't it?
That actually was very serious, like way too serious, and at the time, of course. What about you?
What's funny is I started thinking kind of seriously also. And there was like Dan Le Batard is somebody that I respect greatly in this industry of radio because he has like a lot of fun doing radio while also like hitting you hard. I think you kind of look at it as he gives you your vegetables, but he gives you enough candy so that you actually want to eat your vegetables at times. But one of the things that he does when he has like interview guests is, he'll just kind of have fun with them, and then at the end he'll be like, all right, so talk to you tomorrow, and just kind of bully his guests into, and it's one of many things, but there's a number of things that like Dan Le Batard did that I was like, oh, okay, radio can be like this.
Talk to you tomorrow.
That was really fun, especially I think about one thing that it's not interview guests with Le Batard, but they had, because the show originates in Miami, he had one of his producers out at the Miami Marlins game, and remember the Miami Marlins have been very bad, except for that 1 year, what was that, 2005? When they managed to just get a whole bunch of free agents. So they've been bad. They had opening day, had somebody on the phone, first pitch, and they take the pitcher deep, and they just all like, and this concludes your coverage of Miami Marlins baseball. And it was just so fun to listen to, just like having that irreverent style of radio.
Yeah.
I don't think that I can live up to it by any means, but it's a type of radio that I enjoy. It's just, hey, let's have fun doing it.
Yeah. How about you, Figgy?
Yeah, so the one that come to my mind, and I guess it's kind of funny now, but remember Dante Hall used to be on this show? Yeah. And this was around the time I was on the street team, so I didn't really know what was going on, but it was one day he wasn't on the show. And I'm like, dang, what happened to Dante Hall? And somebody told me the story how he just got so irritated to the point, I forgot
Brock Osweiler.
That's what it was talking.
I was talking about Brock Osweiler, and I was torching him. And Dante, he wasn't like to defend him a little bit. He came in and joined the show, and he was with us for about 3 or 4 months, I would guess. And he was into it at first, but then he wasn't. It wasn't what he thought it was.
Yeah, I remember. Shout out to Mario Parks, who used to do the video stream.
Yeah, he was already kind of like,
he said during the break he just started packing up his stuff. Yeah. I'm like, damn.
It's like, I'm out.
And the other cool fact about that is I didn't know that he actually put in a real application to get this job. It wasn't like, let me call this program direct. He actually went to Odyssey.com or CBSRadio.com. Actually filled out the application to the point that PD was like, is this Dante Hall, the NFL player?
Yeah. Figgy doing the morning show outdoors.
Oh, yeah. I forgot about that.
Did that go over well?
Yeah, I guess they went really well.
Somebody, Jim Nansen is a great one.
Yeah, it is.
I've enjoyed going back. And there's now a number of ones that I need to go and apprise myself of, because clearly there's been some lore that I've missed, some very good other ones that have come in. Clint's Bucky story is legendary, someone says.
Oh, the fake Stephon Diggs.
Water polo guy. Oh, yeah.
The fake Stephon Diggs.
We got to get that as, because we were leaving New Orleans.
Looking at him and
so we weren't there. We heard this on the radio.
No, but he was making the rounds when we were there.
Yeah, because
I didn't see him at all. Oh, Figgy, you saw him.
I saw him, and I'm like, where is he at? They kept pointing. I'm like, where is he? I'm like, oh.
No handler.
And I looked, I'm like, I'm not sure if that's him or not. I wasn't sure.
Yeah.
And then I got in the car, and then I seen a whole bunch of people on the YouTube like, Ron is pissed. So I thought they got into it for a minute. And then I'm looking.
On the radio.
I'm like, that's not him.
Wild. Man, radio is magic. We appreciate you guys joining in on the ride, being part of the magic, and rock with us here on Sports Radio 610. All right, coming up next, let's go ahead and get into Around the NFL, where the fallout of the decision in Indianapolis continues. We'll talk about that more next.
What goes into to Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, let's go around the NFL. I see you folks on the text line still coming in with various different instances of your favorite radio moments, and really it's just a whole bunch of Sports Radio 610 moments, which I appreciate as well. Some people mentioning the post-game of Texans games with Sean and Clint trying to navigate, people calling in, which we'll have to get to it because there's one in particular that very much still tickles me whenever I think about it.
But tipsy.
Yeah, keep those coming in, man. We might just have fun with those all day long as it is National Radio Day. But let's go around the NFL, and I kind of want to start from where I typically end around the NFL with the NFL Top 100. It's continuing to roll out for like the last month and a half, it feels like. But we're getting towards the end, and we're getting more Texans as we go. I mentioned yesterday that we had thrown up there Jahmyr Gibbs at 27 and Tristan Wirfs at 28. Well, still remaining to see. And you're right, Figgy. Tristan Wirfs is injured. We'll see. I don't think that he's going to be done for the season by any means, but we'll see when he's ready to go, and if that has anything to do with your Houston Texans.
Because I want to say they had Charlie Heck as the backup.
Oh, Lord.
I want to say, and that's when I'm like, ooh, I hope he's there week 2.
Yeah, so that was neither here nor there because you continue on. And this man, you got to give a lot of love to Philadelphia Eagles linebacker Zach Bond, jumping in at 26 after not being ranked. And, of course, you could say not ranked, and that means something. But when you think about it, Zach Bond
wouldn't have been in the top 200.
At all. Like, he came in as almost like a special teamer type guy when they signed him after his stint with the Saints. And he became one of the best linebackers in the league, and then he got his big money last year. A lot of respect there from his colleagues and fellow players getting ranked 26.
Great story. It can happen. It does happen. And, no, I agree with you on that one.
But the one that we care about, and a man who apparently jumped 43 spots last season, defensive end for your Houston Texans, Danielle Hunter.
Now, here's the best part about this.
25, by the way.
Yeah, 25. Here's the best part. I feel like he's finally getting his due because he had great seasons, not good, great seasons in Minnesota, and was never really considered. I don't know if it was pairing with Will Anderson or pairing with D'Amico Ryans or getting on a team that maybe, certainly had a lot of buzz around it, going into last year, with C.J. Stroud and everything. Or maybe it's a combination of all three, that has sort of elevated him. He's finally getting the mentions that he needs and now the accolade.
Yeah, but what's wild to me, because I don't think you're wrong. I think you're right. He, for some reason, some of the reason is Danielle goes about his business very quietly. He does not point towards himself, nor does he try and draw attention towards himself. But even with all of that, this is a player-voted list.
Yeah.
He has been wrecking shop for a very long time, and he has been doing it against very good players. Like, you would imagine that players would have acknowledged that, but it seems like the way that this defense kind of just was one of the best in the league and really just carried the Texans as an entire franchise with, Will Anderson Jr. and Derek Stingley and Kamari Lassiter. I think with all the shine of all the players, it lifted all boats, and people actually looked up and saw, oh, wow, Danielle Hunter, he's putting up 17 tackles for loss and 12 sacks. Like, we probably should give him some love. It is cool to see him actually get that love. It is cool that it's happened in this context because it is fair to ask the question, would he have gotten this love if he was not on this Texans team last year?
No, I don't think he would have. Even players, they're human, we say it all the time. They might have been swayed by the headlines or well, this guy's a Pro Bowler, so I think he needs to be, top 25. And I know Danielle Hunter was a Pro Bowler. I'm just saying, like, the buzz around certain players, I think players, their peers can be swayed by that.
Now, how do you then juxtapose this with the fact that Will Anderson Jr. was ranked much lower? What was it, in the 60s or something, where Will Anderson Jr. was? And look, I'm not trying to say that Will is the same type of player right now as Danielle Hunter. I do think that the veteran nature of Danielle allows him to do some more things, but Will ain't. I don't know that he is. Is he 40, 50 players away from him in play capabilities at this point?
And maybe that's because I'm with you. It strikes me as strange, but maybe
I want to. He was ranked 46. By
was
the
it
way.
46?
Yeah.
Okay.
You might be thinking about Joe Mixon.
I am mixing him up with Joe Mixon.
But
Who was the first Texan that?
Nevertheless, 46 is very high. Don't get me wrong.
Okay, but 20 spots actually feels a lot more comfortable.
It feels a little bit more, but I also feel there's just with Danielle Hunter, there's a bigger body of work, and they're finally recognizing it. Yeah,
which is good. It is good to have that happen. But yeah, shout out to Danielle Hunter, 25th best player in the league. But clearly he's not going to be the best defender. We still haven't seen Derek Stingley. I think that is now the final thing because we've gotten Nico Collins, we've gotten C.J. Stroud, we've gotten Will Anderson. Who else would be up here in these spaces besides
I think Derek Stingley, right?
And so the last thing that I think remains to be seen, and again, I didn't grab any audio from the vignette, unfortunately. I'll see if I can maybe come back around to that at a later point. But with Derek Stingley, the last thing I think remains to be seen is just how high he ends up.
I was just going to ask you guys.
I wonder if he's a top 20.
Call your shot. Give me a number, an exact number.
All right, so right now, Danielle is 25. I think that there's still going to be a number of quarterbacks that show up here.
Yeah.
I'm still putting probably 4 or 5 quarterbacks up here.
I can't tell you right off the top of my head which ones have not been named. I know Josh Allen had Mahomes.
Yeah, you got Pat Mahomes, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson.
Yeah, but I'm going to say
there's some running backs.
17.
Some really good defensive players. 17.
17. Yeah.
I was like, he's definitely not going to end up in the top 10, which sucks because I do think that he's a fantastic player, but I just don't know that he ends up in that space. Top 15 then becomes the question. I'm like, can he rank that highly as the second best cornerback? I think that he could. I think I go ahead and just conservatively, I say 15.
Okay.
I'm gonna say 19.
Okay.
So I say conservatively, but I have the highest.
Conservatively.
Conservatively. We'll see. We'll see which of us is right as we continue to unfurl these. But no, I think Danielle getting his love, and a fair point made on the text line here. Again, 713-572-4610 is the number to text. But from the 832, Danielle Hunter ain't missed no games last year. And that does matter. I think that players do respect that. He was BTA, as they're calling it, all 17 games long, getting people hellacious spin moves, hitting people with the Euro steps, and getting to the quarterback and putting them down.
Yeah, no, and that's right. I forgot, obviously, him not being there, Will Anderson, probably made a little bit of a difference.
That does highlight, though, the level of elevation that Will can have this year for next year's top 100 is still kind of incredible. I think that's a conversation we still remain to be had. That might be what we circle back to when we revisit a little bit of Nick Caserio, because one of the things he talked about was Will Anderson.
He sure did.
And it's funny because all training camp long, it feels like we've kind of neglected Will and Danielle because they're known commodities. But he's still getting better in various ways, isn't he?
I think more so Danielle. We're falling into that rut. Will Anderson has made from the start of training camp, some really impressive plays. Of course, they both have been early on in camp. What would have been sacks. A lot of those on C.J. Stroud and other quarterbacks. But Will Anderson has just been showing every bit of improvement.
All right, one more Texans thing before I get you more around the NFL, because that's what it's ostensibly supposed to be. So the Texans did a thing today. I was looking at my email, as I often do, walking into work, and I was like, wait, Texans transaction? What is happening here? The Texans have brought in a new long snapper. Can you get this? Blake Ferguson is a long snapper that they brought in. Used to play with the Dolphins. Has played a number of seasons, 5-6 seasons. Is that correct?
This is his sixth season.
This will be his 6th season. And I was like, oh, this is real late in the game to create some level of competition for long snappers. Ain't no competition because apparently at practice there is no sign of Austin Brinkman, and Blake Ferguson is here.
What happened to Austin
I am Brinkman? So confused.
Yeah, that's at the first. When I first saw that, I was thinking maybe the other guy got the job, so maybe they just need somebody for preseason or something like that for the last game and let the dude rest. But if he ain't even at practice,
that could be a number of things.
Did he just go AWOL?
Some injury that happened. I guess in theory it could be that he just disappeared. I feel like we would know something about that.
Yeah, we would. I thought, well, maybe he's injured. But first of all, how would a deep snapper? I get it. But
wow. You know what? You know what's happening in there? Fig, you hear? There's a little bit of snappers and specialists aren't football players. I hear it. It's a sprinkle of it in there.
Wait, I didn't say that.
That's what you implied.
John Weeks want to talk to you for a little bit.
Yeah, John Weeks is the man.
He ain't gonna fight.
Oh, you missed John Weeks yet, huh? You missed John Weeks yet? They're on their 3rd. Remember they had another one.
Tucker Addington they had brought in.
They're on their 3rd long snapper since John Weeks has left.
And what's funny is when I saw this originally, I was like, damn, do I need to go back and watch the snaps and see if Austin Brinkman had some issues? I don't know that he had issues necessarily, but neither here nor there. Now we have to see if what's my guy's name, Blake Ferguson. I have to commit that to memory if he has what it takes to do what you need for the Texans. Because again, that continuity matters a ton.
So Brinkman isn't out there.
He not according to our guy Cody Stutes.
Yeah,
he was the one who I saw tweeted it that
that is so bizarre.
It is bizarre. We don't have much more at this point, but I will continue to watch and see if anything changes or if we get more information there. More information. The information that we got yesterday was Anthony Richardson is not going to be the quarterback. And you made mention of this, and I didn't highlight it enough. Shane Steichen has gone with Daniel Jones as the quarterback, but he also said that this ain't a one-week situation. He said it's for the season. Now, of course, for the season can mean all 17 games or until somebody does something poorly that we then bench them for. However, that means a lot when we talk about, and we talked about, are they giving up on Anthony Richardson or whatever. Well, apparently Anthony Richardson has talked, and he was like, you just do what's best for the team. It doesn't devalue what you did, so on and so forth. I don't know if his agent had that same perspective.
Come on, man.
His agent got out here saying that they have a lot to discuss. The agent, Derek Jackson, I hope I said that correctly. I probably didn't. Said, quote, "We have a lot to discuss," talking about with the Colts. He said that he believes Tuesday's decision and some previous situations involving Richardson have damaged the team's credibility.
Come on, man.
Saying, quote, "Trust is a big factor, and that is at best questionable right now. Anthony came back and made improvements in the areas that he needed to improve, and by all accounts, he had a great camp," close quote.
Except he didn't. Except he did not. Figgy, this reminds me of Tom Savage. Remember when his agent came in after Deshaun Watson beat him out?
Yeah.
Like, he's done everything. They benched him at halftime or whatever it was, first quarter.
Yeah.
They talked about how they didn't give him a fair shake and he did everything right.
Yep. Never heard from Tom Savage since.
Never heard from him again.
I don't even know where he played after that.
I don't either, but the Derek Jackson is his agent, and I read this, and this was the biggest eye roll ever. Like, I get it. He's his agent. He's going to have, but don't be saying he showed all these improvements and did everything they asked, and trust is an issue.
He actually got a fair chance.
He got a great fair chance.
He had his rookie year, ended up getting hurt. His second year, he showed, but ended up getting hurt too.
Yeah.
But no, it was a competition. And I felt like they should have brought in a better quarterback than Daniel Jones for a competition. And you couldn't even beat him out?
Yeah, this is ridiculous.
That was his spot to lose.
And look, they set this up, and it's crazy because they set this up with a quarterback that was not all that good. Last year, both of these quarterbacks were dead last in a couple of various metrics that you could look at. And still, they brought him in and like, hey, you just need to clear this what felt like a very low bar, and it's evident that he didn't. How much do you think that they came into, they being just the entirety of the Colts organization, came into this offseason with the feeling that they did not want, or that they wanted this to ultimately be the way that it ended up?
No,
with,
I think they
Daniel
had an
Jones
open mind. I really do. To bring in Daniel Jones, it's not like you brought in Kirk Cousins or something. You brought in a guy that you could compete with Anthony Richardson.
Because when they say it's a competition, they brought in Daniel Jones. I'm like, what are y'all doing? Come on now.
Right. No, I thought it was a fair competition. Do you not?
It feels like it was fair. However, I think you could easily look at the idea of, hey, this dude clearly did not play well enough, but you invested a high level of draft capital in him, and you want to maybe see it out, give him more opportunities. But he was given a lot of opportunities. I don't think he really lived up to it in a way that feels like you should keep going for it.
Yeah.
But I don't know that Daniel Jones gives you much on the other side. However, I imagine that Shane Steichen is just trying to keep his job. We got to remember the dynamics that are there with the Colts, which is kind of new ownership. Like, obviously, your previous owner, Jim Irsay, passed away, and so you have Carly Irsay-Gordon, who's now at the top of this, and I don't think she has to be beholden to any of the decisions that were prior there. I think with new evaluations, everybody's head on a swivel.
Yeah.
To some degree. And so Shane Steichen, who has been there a little bit and has had some rough seasons, I imagine that he might be looking at, can we just have an offense that runs?
Just a little safer.
Or just an experienced quarterback.
Yeah.
Like, say what you want about Daniel Jones. I don't think he's that good. But at least he's an experienced quarterback that can step in and at least attempt to run the offense. I don't know how good the offense would be.
Yeah.
But Anthony Richardson couldn't even run the off. I mean, he could. It was the small stuff he was messing up on.
Exactly.
Someone asked, do you think that the Colts quarterback situation would get Shane Steichen fired? I don't know. However, maybe I'm reading too much in this. Quentin Nelson, obviously really good guard for the Colts, said I'd be lying if I said it wasn't frustrating.
Yeah.
Was the quote that he gave to obviously having the turnover of quarterback time and time again. I do wonder, does this lose you the locker room?
I think the quarterback position more times than not gets coaches fired. More time. I mean, there are situations where you lose the team. It's bad personnel decisions. But if you want to say what gets a head coach fired more than anything else, it's quarterback problems. Always. The majority is always point back to quarterback problems.
Especially when you're the offensive head coach.
Yeah.
And I do kind of feel a little bit bad for Shane Steichen. I will not be boo-hooing or anything because he made this offense look decent with Gardner Minshew.
Yeah. I mean, they were right on the brink of the playoffs.
And here they are struggling with big-armed Anthony Richardson.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hate to see it.
I like Tyler Miller. He said, but Daniel Jones can't hit the top of a stadium with the ball.
It's true. And what I said to Tyler Milner when he said that to me, I was like, Anthony Richardson can't half the time either, if we're going to be entirely honest. So I guess more power to y'all with that situation as it continues to go. All right, Football Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Coming up next in Loop on Sports Radio 610. Awful Announcing put out a really interesting list of the best MLB broadcasts. Where does Space City Home Network fall? And what improvements, what advice would you offer to make Space City Home Network the best broadcast out there? Let's have the conversation next.
All right.
Lawyer Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Happy Wednesday to you. Hope you're enjoying your day thus far. Awful Announcing put together an interesting piece. They do a good job covering kind of, especially sports media type stuff. But they did a top 30 list, which of course is all of the MLB teams, but ranked the various TV broadcasts for all of the various teams. And of course, we know that intimately because we are watching Houston Astros baseball a lot. And over the last week, it has been a little bit rough. Sometimes you got to lean into the broadcast itself. But I was very interested to see or to find out where our local broadcast showed up and how it was regarded outside of the area when it comes to this awful announcing list. So first and foremost, have you already seen the list?
I did. I
you always take the fun of the guessing.
I try not to. But
y'all be on the internet too damn much.
But if you recall,
because you're on that phone all the time.
Hold on, let's just jog.
Everything.
Let's just jog your memory a little bit. I brought this to you.
Sir, you're not supposed to tell people that.
Did you see this list? Yeah, I gave it to you.
You could have leaned in and said, "No, I haven't."
Oh, what list?
No, you're right.
I try to always play the game because I like playing that game. You know, the guessing.
No, for sure.
Yeah.
But so you know that the Houston Astros come in as 18th of 30 teams. Obviously, Todd Callis, Jeff Blum. And then sometimes getting Eschenfelder and Bagwell in there on the broadcast. Apparently, most common grade given was a C.
Yeah.
By the broadcast, saying that it narrowly edged out the Cardinals booth, which sucked that Cardinals. I hope that you always come in behind the Astros, but saying that they've been, obviously, the comments, significant praise for Callis and Blum, saying that there's perfect chemistry and by far the most enjoyable broadcast team to listen to, always on their game, entertaining, insightful, so on and so forth. There was criticism for the substitute voices, especially Bagwell, saying that Bagwell and Eschenfelder need a lot of work. Never put Bagwell in the booth again. He mumbles and brings nothing insightful to the broadcast, which that feels a little harsh. That feels a little bit harsh, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. Okay, so... And when we talked about this, you mentioned it in the tease here. I want to get to what you would suggest.
Yeah.
Constructive criticism, because I think we all like the broadcast. I think Todd Callis is excellent. I really do. I would put Todd Callis top 10 easy. And that's not a shot at Jeff Blum. I think Jeff really plays to the audience as a former player and his little doobies and all those things, I mean, that's he's doing his job. But I wouldn't put him necessarily top 10 as an analyst, like we would be used to on whatever other networks or other places. So it's not a criticism. I think Todd Callis is excellent. But let's talk about some constructive criticism in a minute. But just on the list itself, I think 18 is about right. I think they're good. They're good.
They cool.
They're cool.
They cool.
And they've been together since 2017. I think some of the best ones that you hear are folks that have been together for a long time. And then also the likes of, like, when you get an analyst that is also just kind of been there for a long time and able to just kind of really let loose. And I know Blum is doing a decent amount of that. You mentioned like the doobie and those types of things. But can I take you to John Kruk, who was on the Phillies broadcast?
This is so good. Yeah.
This isn't even the thing that you're thinking of, because you had a different one.
Punched in the nose?
No, like he'll talk about getting punched in the nose. He'll talk about deciding to become a vegan. Yeah. This was him talking about, a thought that he had just had that he decided to bring to the broadcast.
So you know how I think of things when I have free time and I shouldn't?
Yep.
So I was wondering.
Yep.
The person who invented the clock.
Yeah. Which one, the digital or the hand?
The first clock ever.
Okay.
How did that person know what time it was?
Well, that's a really good question.
I thought so.
Bouncer back toward the middle.
That's right.
Gobbled up by Young. One hopper. And Bohm is safe.
That's good. Right back into the baseball.
Sundial they might have used.
Is that accurate, though?
Oh, I guess it's as accurate as it can be. So when you were contemplating the clock thing, did you come up with any answers yourself?
No. I thought I'd ask you.
I would think so.
You nailed it, Figgy. It's a hell of a drug.
But I think those are the moments. I mean, we were talking about kind of radio, and when we talked about radio, on the text line, I don't know how many people were like, yo, this is a great take. It's these types of moments that I think make you feel like, especially for baseball, like you're sitting and watching the baseball game with some friends, and I think that probably just comes with more time of doing the broadcast. That's why I like what that Space City had Todd and Jeff out there in the Crawford boxes broadcasting from that different vantage point, having a little bit more of that same energy.
No, they're good. I like them. They're good. They each know their role. I was a little bit taken back, but I don't know if they mentioned this with any of them. They didn't mention Julia Morales.
That's one of the things that's come in a number of times on the text line is just more Julia would help.
Here's where I would say maybe some constructive criticism. Tell me if I'm wrong on this, listeners, and Figgy and Reggie. The only thing that I would go, okay, you probably need to add some context to this, is they have a lot of inside jokes. A lot of inside jokes, and they'll kind of giggle, and you're not exactly sure what they're talking about. And that's stuff on radio that really you need to be more transparent with, Am I wrong on that? Especially on TV.
Yeah, I think I think they kind of play into the whole Astros Twitter thing too a lot. Mm-hmm. And which is cool if you're trying to get to that point, but I'm wondering how many people that are watching the game are actually on Twitter like that to kind of get with
you do kind of have to lean into it, but I get your point.
Yeah.
Again, I like them. I think they're good. I think Todd Callis is very, very good. But the inside jokes thing kind of gets a little you're like, okay, you got a lot of people watching this game that don't know anything what you're talking about. And then the other thing, the Jeff Bagwell mentioned, how he mumbles and all that, I think that's all a product of Jose Abreu. Remember when he came on consistently defending Jose Abreu, look at the back of the baseball card, and then Jeff Bagwell is sort of making decisions for Jim Crane or with Jim Crane, and people just turned on Bagwell a little bit. I think it just rubs them the wrong way when he's on the air.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure that probably doesn't help, but yeah, I mean, if you're in that place, the mumbling will get to some folks, and I guess people mentioned that there's a number of people on the text line mentioned that they felt it was a little rough with Bagwell on the broadcast, but I think 18 is an all right place to be, but I think as just having more opportunities, more times, and I think they are probably all right. It's fun when they get Julie involved and you kind of have the entirety of the booth. You do get some more of those inside jokes, to be fair, but you kind of get a little bit more of a collegial atmosphere on the broadcast, which I think is part of the fun of watching baseball. It feels like you're just watching it with some of your boys.
Yeah, and for the record, the top ones I guess we need to mention. You mentioned the Phillies. I believe they were 6.
They were 6.
Yeah.
And then
go ahead.
The best broadcast apparently is the Padres broadcast, where Tony Gwynn Jr. would jump in, but it's Don Orsulio and Mark Grant. Now coming in 2 was the Mets, and I like I mentioned, when you have Keith Hernandez in there, he has a lot of fun. But Gary Cohen does a good job kind of keeping everybody at bay. San Francisco Giants show up high at 3rd, rounding out the top 5 are the Blue Jays at 4. And then also the Chicago Cubs broadcast with
Jim Deshaies,
Boog Sciambi and Jim Deshaies on the broadcast at 5. I guess I should give you who the worst one is. I think people know. If it's funny because the worst ones, it's about the broadcast, but the teams are kind of funny when you look at the worst broadcast. It seems to make sense. The Athletics comes in at 30 with Jenny Kavner and Dallas Braden, and then the 29th broadcast is the Rockies broadcast. It seems like organizations.
Are you sensing a trend?
Organizations that don't take care of their baseball seem to not also take care of their broadcasts as well. So that seems to make sense for sure.
Yeah.
From 281, really hate when they don't inform the TV listeners that there's a no-hitter being pitched. Okay, so how do you feel about that?
That does bug me.
Really?
That does bug me.
Because of you'd rather them go against the
if you're watching it,
superstition of it all?
You know how I feel about this, but I don't know if I've really mentioned it too much with Reggie. If you're watching a no-hitter and you're broadcasting it, what do you want more than anything? Everyone to tune in. Everyone to call their friends, text their friends, and tune in. And this is my one beef with Todd Callis. Like I said, I think he's really good. But he doesn't do they're throwing in, the whatever. Framber Valdez is working on has a no-hitter through 6 or whatever it is. Because you're not doing your job as a broadcaster.
You're doing your job as a baseball superstition fan.
The don't mention no-hitter stuff is for the dugout. Period. It's for the dugout. not for fans in the stands, not for you and me watching, and it's especially not for a broadcaster.
713-572-4610. Is Lopez right?
Yes, I am. You don't need to text.
Yeah. and I think stuff like that is why I like watching the national whenever they on national
really?
TV.
They'll say it.
Yeah, because it's not they call in the game. There's no bias or anything, no homerism and all that stuff. Like I just want them to call the game.
Yes, but you have to say again, you're not doing your job. If I'm watching a game and I didn't notice I'm in and out or whatever, and Todd Callis says Fromber, to use that example, as a no-hitter through 6, I'm texting my family. You know, I'm calling friends or texting friends and say, hey man, Fromber's got a no-hitter going. And you get more listeners, you get more viewers. That's the gist of it. The don't talk about a no-hitter thing is for the dugout, period.
And how can you get those legendary calls too?
Right.
Because we could go back in time and listen to some calls. There's a no-hitter going into the 7th inning.
Was it the Yankees announcer that talked about this last year? And said anybody who doesn't say, any broadcaster who doesn't say it is a hack?
Yeah. Who was that? Sterling?
It might have been John Sterling.
Yeah, I think it was John Sterling.
Yeah.
All right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into what's popping, including an update on what happened at AA Corpus Christi with some more of the reinforcements that the Astros are looking for. We'll do that next.
All right, D&M Auto Leasing right now. Let's talk about your new vehicle and getting it maybe.
610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, we talked about it a little bit earlier. The Astros lose in extras to the Tigers, 1-0. Again, another shutout of the Astros offensively. I don't think it should have been, though. Yainer Diaz gets thrown out or tagged out at home, according to the umps, according to New York, and not according to me in my eyes,
You're
though.
going to die on that hill.
I will. Because I felt so strongly about it. Most oftentimes, yeah, I didn't see it
like that.
I didn't see it.
You didn't see his fingers go like that?
No, I saw.
Wow.
I saw that slide hit the plate.
You didn't
That's what I saw. I did not.
See that.
I did not.
Wow.
And I think a number of people will also see it my way.
Yeah, they will.
On the text line. But of course, ultimately,
they will.
Ruled out on that.
They also don't care about saying no hitter on the air.
Yeah, I was about to say, what's this, Space City Network?
I earned that one, didn't I? But ultimately, they lose. We were talking a little bit about the bullpen and how off air and how they went about it. You had Brian King come in for the 7th. You had Bennett Sousa hold down the 8th with a couple of strikeouts to boot. Brian Abreu handles the 9th masterfully, and then you end up with Caleb Ort out there in the 10th, and he loads him up and ultimately walks home the walk-off.
The old walk-off
run.
walk.
Yeah. With that being the case, were you upset about it? Because I saw a lot of people upset about the entire non-competitive pitches that he started throwing towards the end that ultimately lost the Astros the game.
Yeah, the one that got me was the final 3-2 count, game on the line. Nobody was even on deck because that was it. That's it.
Right. If you strike him out, or if you get him out, in play, then the game's over for the No, actually, at that point,
you move on.
You move on. Right.
But the only thing that upset me is I get you're going to try to get the guy to chase. Maybe you don't want to give him a meatball. Although some people were saying, hey, man, just trust your fastball, try to make him challenge it, whatever. That's a little dangerous, but I get it. I get that you're going to try to throw a slider, sweeper away, whatever, It missed the strike zone by at least a foot.
It was almost in the other box.
Yes.
It was almost in the left-handed batter's box.
That's what upset me. I was like, dude, you're not nibbling. You're giving it away, and that's Caleb Ort, as you pointed out, and I thought this was right. That's obviously a high leverage situation, and Ort is out there trying to nibble,
Yeah, and I think this is the issue with the pen right now is that you don't have enough guys that you can trust in relatively or just flat out high leverage situations. We were texting, and I was looking at the player usage once they had gone to the decision with 101 pitches on Hunter Brown to go to the pen. I'm like, okay, who do you go to? King. Oh, Sousa hasn't had pitches, hasn't had too many pitches in the last 3 days. So you go King, Sousa, and then Abreu. All right, cool.
Yeah.
That's what you have. Once you got through those guys, I was like, damn. Okert and Ort had both thrown a decent amount of pitches in the last 3 days. Plus, again, I don't love them in high leverage situations. So, yeah, you end up with the highest leverage situation of you go to the 10th inning and especially, you need him to really be nails in this high leverage situation. I was not surprised that as he's trying to find his command and as the counts tick up to where he really needs to get a pitch over, that, he's not able to hit his spots. That wasn't surprising for me because we've seen this over the last weeks, months with him and just with the pen and where they've gotten to at this point. So I wasn't surprised. I didn't find anger in that moment, although I think you're very right to mention that pitch was not competitive and there were different ways to go about that maybe would have given you a possibility of getting it out there as opposed to the pitch that he threw that was just not going to work.
Make him think about it. Make him check his swing and hope for the best. Something. It was more than a foot outside.
Yeah, so we're gearing up here in the next about 30 minutes to see the Astros in their getaway game versus the Tigers, and it'll be Framber Valdez on the mound facing off against Charlie Morton. In fact, the lineup should be out. I'll get that for you here in a moment. Before we do that, I did want to give you an update as to what was happening down on the farm, as reinforcements is the word that the Astros have been, really hanging on to for weeks and are continuing to. Yordan Alvarez in a DH outing versus Double-A Frisco. 2 for 4 with a nice double out there to left center that was really good. And a walk.
Stole a base.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
I don't know how I feel about him trying to steal the base.
Oh, like that's going to send him back to the IL?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, he's still on the IL, I guess, technically.
Don't do that.
But, yeah, he's going to have a rest day today before playing on Thursday and Friday. But That is deeply encouraging. Of course, you asked the question, is he going to fix everything? No, but I imagine that him coming back will help a lot, especially if he's swinging the bat like this.
He's going to help. There's no question he's going to help, obviously assuming health, which really he hasn't been all year long, even before he went out. He's going to help. They've got a lot of severe problems right now offensively, and I don't think he's going to fix anything, especially when you consider what we were talking about here at the beginning. Pitching is still a huge question. Starting pitching is still a huge question.
And this one doesn't help you at all. It's more on the farm. In that very same game, Luis Garcia was the starter. 4 1/3 innings pitched, 5 earned runs, 7 hits. He got 6 strikeouts, but he allowed 2 home runs. Like, this just doesn't feel like Luis Garcia is going to jump right in and do the thing, which, again, we've kind of established. We saw Christian Javier come back with moderate results. We've seen Spencer Aguirre just not be able to command his stuff. JP France is now is now making his return as well, but I don't think it's fair to expect these guys to come back and give you like high-level starts, which is why it's going to be very, very important for today. For a game like yesterday, that was important to win. And then, of course, having Fromer on the mound, you got to win the outings with those 2 guys on the mound.
Yeah, I think where we are with the starting pitchers is sort of a fingers crossed mode.
Every day?
With all these guys until they can prove a little more consistency.
Yeah.
I mean, it's true.
You're right. And then some other things happening as well, including Lance McCullers Jr., who's set to start on Friday in Baltimore. So, look, there's a lot of fingers crossed, as you mentioned there. Some other things that are popping. Did you see this? Dusty Baker back in baseball, baby.
This was wild to me.
I don't know what to do with this.
I don't either. I was like, okay, why? I actually searched, does he have any family, or anything?
If you're like, what the hell are they talking about?
Yeah.
Dusty Baker was introduced yesterday as Nicaragua's manager for the World Baseball Classic next year.
He looked really good, too, man. He can dress. He's got this cool shirt on. But that's neither.
That's cool.
Yeah, that's neither here nor there. Dusty Baker is going to manage Nicaragua in the World Baseball Classic, and I went, okay.
Who's reporting that?
Yeah, you. Yeah, you were there. And I'm like, why? This is interesting. And it was just his.
He never wanted to stop managing.
I don't think he did. But his reasoning was because I guess he's like an advisor for the Giants right now. So he has time. He said he's going to have the time to manage. And he said it was kind of a tribute to Roberto Clemente and all the great work he did in Nicaragua. And I'm like, okay, I don't quite get it.
That feels like how you try and find the reasoning for a decision that you already made.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know if that was the reasoning before the decision was made, but he was like, bleep it, I'll do it. It's not a full season commitment. It's just and then he was like, how do I explain this? Roberto Clemente helped Nicaragua too, so I figure I could do that as well.
A little tribute management.
Yeah. It did strike me as odd. I felt like, all right, you've had a lot of impact in baseball. Continuing to do managing things feels like you could probably let that go. However, again, smaller time commitment than managing a team. I imagine significantly less stressful
probably
than managing an MLB team consistently. I'm sure that there's a little bit of money involved there as well, so I'm sure that helps. And while I'm giving baseball updates, are you familiar with the concept of a noble tiger?
I saw this.
See, I love giving you these types of things. Of course, I introduced you to the scoregami. Oh, he's not gonna know.
I don't know.
He's not gonna know. It is an acronym, by the way.
Yeah.
It is like the scoregami in that it is kind of a statistical oddity.
Only Reggie.
The noble tiger stands for, and I've forgotten off the top of my head now. I feel bad about it. So I'll give you that here in a second, but it is a bases loaded, nobody out situation. I'll give you the specific situation. But the Red Sox facing off against the Orioles had the bases loaded in the 8th, the 9th, and the 10th innings. They had a total of 0 runs that they got across in that game, or in those instances.
And that's a noble tiger.
No, specifically
one inning.
One of those innings is a noble tiger. The noble tiger stands for no outs, bases loaded, ending with team incapable of getting an easy run.
All right.
I thought you would at least appreciate the schadenfreude of
it. I do appreciate it. I think I had heard that once, but when I saw it, I went, I got to look this up. What is that again? A noble tiger. Bases loaded, nobody out.
And you weren't able to get a run across. That is a really wild thing to happen, though.
Oh, yeah.
Like, yes, the Astros have been in an offensive funk, but maybe you can take that frustration and throw it over on the Red Sox and go, y'all had literally the bases loaded, no outs, I mean, just a ball deep in the outfield scores a run, and they couldn't get nothing across.
Hell, a ground ball just to the other side.
Yeah, true.
It scores a run.
Well, I mean, although if you put a ground ball in the infield and they're playing right, they could get you a force. They could get a force at home plate.
Just a fly out or something, man.
Yeah, but any ground ball to the right side, you're probably going to score. You're going to be moving on a ground ball.
Couldn't get a run across. Three different innings having the bases loaded, and then one of the innings having no outs when the bases were loaded. So yeah, that. And then if you also, if you're a baseball fan, that just a different note that might make you smile. The Brewers lost yesterday. They've been one of the better, if not the best teams in baseball. 6-4 loss to the Cubs, and so that makes it official that no team will set the single season wins record this year either.
I guess I can tear that ticket up.
Yeah. I know that you put some money on the Brewers breaking the 0-1 Mariners record. I always remember the 0-1 Mariners. I never remember the 1906 Cubs.
Why is that?
Maybe because I was not even close to being alive in 1906.
Your parents
I don't know.
weren't alive. Your grandparents might not have been alive. And the Brewers, would they have 14 wins in a row? And then
they were cooking for a minute there.
Yeah.
Made me very happy that they're over there in the NL because they've been playing very good baseball that I'm glad that I don't have to pay attention to at all. But there you go. That's some of the things that are popping. We mentioned Victor Robles throwing his bat.
Oh, this is big for the Astros.
Throwing his bat at a pitcher. Victor Robles, the Mariners player who was playing at AAA Tacoma in a rehab start. He got mad at a number of balls thrown at him.
5 times he was hit in 3 days.
He ultimately throws his bat, picks it up after dropping it, and throws it at a pitcher. He's going to get a 10-game suspension, and it has to be in the majors. It's not going to be 10 games of his rehab or anything. So
right.
That is one player that the Mariners will not have at their disposal.
He's a significant player that the Mariners are counting on, and this is big for the Astros because if they bring him up, he has to work on a 10-game suspension. He has to have that. But also, the Mariners have, if they want to keep him up there, they have to play a man short. They have to play with a man, one fewer players on
25 guys available to him at that point
on the roster. So that's big for the Astros.
So will that kind of force their hand a little bit where let's bring him up ASAP?
They want him up.
So we could get this out the way, even if he's not ready.
Right. No, I think you're right. And they were counting on him to kind of bolster their team, which needs a little bolstering right now after a pretty good run there. So we'll see.
Yeah, we will see indeed. Astros getting ready to, get their game going here in a little bit. Versus the Tigers, see if they can get a victory, 12-10 first pitch. And they still have a 1.5 lead over those Mariners because the Mariners are also doing their losing streak, which we appreciate. But hopefully the Astros can break theirs. Valid crash out, to be honest. Yeah, that's right. You get hit 5 times in 3 games, and I'm not going to be too mad at you throwing a bat. Again, I mentioned it yesterday. I'm kind of surprised that throwing a bat's not that I want it to happen, but I'm surprised it doesn't happen more. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get back to your Houston Texans. Tomorrow is a huge day. Obviously, they practice today, but tomorrow gets really big because they'll be having the second of their 2 joint practices for this training camp, for this preseason. What tells are going to be the most significant in tomorrow's joint practice with Detroit? And according to Lopez, there's a right answer. Let's see if that's the case next.
The Texans preseason closes down. Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, In the Loop here on Sports Radio 610. Hope your Wednesday's going pretty well. We're a day away, Lopez, from another really big moment in training camp and in preseason, which is joint practice. These are the two of them that they will do this preseason or this training camp. Are probably the two most important days. And we saw a lot of good work against the Panthers, but we saw the defense challenged in various different ways. What are going to be the big tells about this team when they go up to Detroit and practice tomorrow morning with the Lions?
You know, another way to put that is how real was that preseason game, that offensive performance.
Okay.
You know, the offensive line, we think it was real. We were both, a lot of people were very much changing their tune about this offensive line, about C.J. Stroud, about this offense in general, because they look damn good, man. Offensive line, C.J. with the quick reads. We talked about it Monday, yesterday as well. But I think you can kind of argue, all right, if they do it this time, if they show some things tomorrow, and it's tomorrow, I wouldn't expect anything in the preseason game on Saturday. So, you know, we'll be getting reports, how they look, and here's the reason why. It's one thing to show some progress against your teammates on the defensive side after you've seen them for a couple of weeks, kind of know what everybody's doing. They know how each other plays each other, et cetera. And then it's better when you do it in a real preseason game when the offense, would they have 3 series, the first offense? At least two or three series. But they were on the field significantly and showed something. It's a different ball game when you can back it up, not just in ones versus ones, you know, joint practice, but against a secondary and a defensive front that are no joke. I mean, Detroit has widely regarded top 5 type secondary, top 6, somewhere in that range. If you're judging from PFF, they've got some really good players out there, as we know, on the defensive front. You know, obviously, especially Aiden Hutchinson, but their secondary, Brian Branch, Kirby Joseph. They have DJ Reed, Terry and Arnold.
DJ Reader on the defensive line.
DJ Reader on the defensive, but DJ Reed on the secondary.
Yeah. The free agent, I forgot.
DJ Reader on the defense.
I bet that gets annoying. Hey, DJ, which one? DJ Reader. Okay, that one. Okay,
yeah.
Got you.
So this is going to be big. This is going to be a big tell for C.J. Stroud, for the offensive line, and for these receivers. I think it's going to be big time tomorrow.
No, I agree. And I actually had not thought about the fact that Lee McNeil, who he worked this offensive line when they played last year. Obviously, that was the 5-interception affair that somehow still led to a loss for the Texans.
Yeah.
But on the defensive line, Lee McNeil, that big nose tackle that was getting real pressure, he's dealing with an injury right now, so I don't know that he'll practice. So that would be something that I really wanted to test. But as you mentioned, Aiden Hutchinson, DJ Reader, Marcus Davenport, they still show up on this defensive line as well. And so, yeah, that's going to be a big look for me. And I mentioned Lee McNeil not there, but remember, Tyleik Williams was their first-round pick this year, who was also a defensive tackle. So there's going to be big, strong, capable guys on this defensive line.
And then the secondary.
Are you still getting that push? I think the secondary matters, don't get me wrong, but I'm still – offensive line is the thing that we got the first opportunity to see that first line in a real way in the preseason game 2 on Saturday. And it was good. The physicality, the nasty that you were hoping to see. But I think that came with a caveat, and not to say that it undercuts what they did, but just the context is that's not a great Panthers defensive line. This has more of the makings of a great defensive line. Are you able to do those same things? Because, again, one of the questions that we had about this offensive line, we do need them to be just average, right? But can you do it against everybody? Can you be that level of effective against anybody you step up against? Because the hopes is not just to win the AFC South and go and play another playoff game. The hope is to be able to go and really contend against the best teams in the league, and they have capabilities to really push you on their defense.
What would it do for you in terms of the offensive? And by the way, programming note, the joint practice is going to be going on early in our show. I think it starts right before our show. About 8:30, 9, something like that.
Yeah, I think it's like 8:45 is when it starts.
So we'll be giving you all these updates, and that's why I wanted to talk about it today, right here, right now, because this what would it do for you if we're getting those same reports? Hey, man, they're moving the line of scrimmage against the Detroit Lions front. Hey, man, they're creating some space, whether it's Xavier Hutchinson or Nico or whatever, against a really good secondary. This is not just a top 5 type second. This is a top 5, top 6 type defense. I get it. Aaron Glenn is gone.
Right.
There's going to be some questions, but the personnel is better. And I was going to say the same, but they've added some pieces. You mentioned the draft pick on the defensive front, DJ Reed in the secondary. I'm not going to get all over the go over the top here, but I would feel a lot different about this offense if we get those same reports tomorrow.
Yeah, and I mean, what's funny is if it looks like that, I think in the room or in the building, they would be like, yeah, we felt like that the whole time. But on the outside looking in, we can only work off of what we've been able to see and what they've been able to work against. And I think even with them, it'd be a confirmation for them, right? That
sure.
You believe that this was that, but the yard markers and the tests are still necessary. And this is one of the best tests that you can have compared to a Panthers team that gave you a solid test, right? You obviously wanted to get out here and try it against somebody that, as you mentioned, you've not been going up a whole bunch of times. You know the calls and you know kind of their tendencies because you work with them all the time. You got to feel for, okay, these are different people, and can we do what we want to do against them?
Yeah.
The answer is yes. Now you take it up to another level. And if you can compete at a high level against, and if you can create 2 yards of push off of the ball for Nick Chubb to then add an additional 3 by hitting the hole hard, and now you have 5-yard runs happening consistently. That is something that can translate in a big way. And that is all the proof that I would need for me personally, that, okay, this is going to be something that is not just better, but can be sustainable on a higher level.
Now, it could obviously, don't hope this happens, but it can go the other way too. I mean, this is an offense that has been early in camp, was worked by their own defense. If this offense gets worked, I mean, you're not going to play anybody in the final preseason game. So, there will be some real questions. It's a huge day tomorrow.
That's offensively, and there's probably still more because you started talking about Stroud. I didn't talk nearly as much about what the actual fullness of the offense is. I think that one of the things that we've talked about sparingly here and there, the interior of the defensive line, how well does this actually hold up against the run, right? And what are the improvements that have been made? We talked to your defensive coordinator, Matt Burke, out there on the practice field after practice one day, and we asked him about, hey, tackling was something that you wanted to be better at, obviously, for run-stopping purposes and just general defense purposes. And he was saying you work on the things leading up to the tackle. Well, how much has all of those things that they've worked on, how much will it actually show? That's one thing in doing it against the Panthers. This, I mean, maybe the thing that I think probably would translate even more, that offensive line is still very good, and you have guys like Jahmyr Gibbs back there toting that rock.
David Montgomery,
can you corral them, right? And can you corral them in a way that seems like that pushes forward? Because again, this defense has the opportunity to be elite. It's still going to be the front foot of what this team puts out there every Sunday or Thursday or Monday that they get out there to play football. And so can you then stifle the run to where you give opposing teams very little options as to what they can do? And that's where you start talking about, can we give this defense a nickname? Can this defense be a historic type thing? But you need to be able to stop the run, and I think this is going to be a big opportunity to get a feel for it. We talk about push on the offensive line the other way. Can y'all make sure that y'all stuffing runs on the defense?
No, I agree. And as far as like another tell, we obviously mentioned the line and the defensive line. C.J. Stroud, for him to come out of this joint practice tomorrow, and I fully expect them to go 3-4 times, maybe more, with the so-called first team offense, just because this is going to be their best test, and they can manipulate it and kind of organize it and script it, if you will, in terms of what they're going to be doing. If C.J. Stroud can come out of this just sort of mastering that, the calls, the looks, the adjustments, where he's going to go with the ball. That to me would be one of the best tells that this whole long, slow process that we saw him, maybe looking a little unsure at times early. If he can come out of this looking a little more like the guy that we know, I think this offense is going to be. We're going to all be talking about it differently.
Do you still feel that need for CJ?
Yes.
And I guess
yes, absolutely.
I guess the reason why I might lean towards that, because I thought he handled the execution incredibly well in the preseason game versus the Panthers. The thing that I would point to, and I know Nick Caserio talked about this with Payne and Pendergast yesterday, was you can actually get in. I think Seth specifically asked him, like, hey, you can get into more depth. It's not as vanilla when you get into these joint practices, because the coordinators will have conversations the days leading up to this. Hey, we want to see these looks that it's just kind of dumb luck depending on what is called out there in the vanilla ways that the defenses and offenses are called in preseason games, and you might not get the more advanced looks or the more tricky things that are going to make the battle of offense versus defense a little tougher. I think that he might get some of those to where
I think you'll get some.
Can you handle the more tricky defenses as opposed to the more?
See it.
Yeah,
they want to see it, and they 100%. Want to see it now. I'm sure, and that's the best thing about joint practice. Dan Campbell and D'Amico Ryans have already spoken, probably, and will speak again. This is what we want to see, and it works both ways. They're going to want to see maybe a blitz package coming from the Texans that we can, that they're going to try on Jared Goff or whomever, is back there. So it works both ways. It's going to be big for C.J. Stroud, and I think in a lot of ways, bigger than the Panthers game. Because it is the Lions, because these are two really good defenses, and if you can look pretty good against the Lions, I think you'll be ready. You'll be ready for the regular season to start. You have 2 weeks to get ready.
All right, from the 3-4-6, you have a short memory. The Texans almost beat Detroit last season.
No, we didn't forget that.
No, definitely. I mean, again, you had 5 interceptions in that game. One of the tough parts about that game was all in the middle. I think it might have been really in that kind of middle 8, the 4 going into half, 4 coming out. You had a lot of giving back turnovers after getting turnovers. But, I want to see this. This is the opportunity that you have with the new look offense. I don't want to say new look defense, but one of the things we were talking about, one of the needs, so to say, defensively was, hey, are you going to get a defensive run stopper, or at least a defensive interior player that could do that while also still providing the things that you want in pass rush and those types of things. They didn't go with that. They brought in Sheldon Rankins, who I am excited about seeing him return, what his relationship with Will Anderson means for continued development, what he's able to bring, especially coming off of a year where he clearly was dealing with some illness that was, limiting his capabilities. But I think I still want to see, hey, is this team capable of being better at stopping the run? It's not like they were terrible at stopping the run, but that was clearly a place that they could improve on. And if that improvement can be made, you go from being a very good defense to the possibility of being an absolute elite one.
And the other great thing about tomorrow and things that we need to be watching for is, it's going to be reported widely, like, who's where in terms of the offensive line. Is it going to be the same group? I would expect so. In the secondary.
You sure it's going to be reported widely?
No, a joint practice absolutely will be. It'll get out there. We'll know it. And the, not just the secondary, but to me, the linebacker position. The linebacker position, as we're getting into the last full dress rehearsal before the regular season starts. Christian Harris, E.J. Speed, obviously Toa, and such. See how they line up there. That might be a tell as well.
I think so. Are there any other ones that come to mind for you here in this practice? Anything else? Because we're talking about this from a larger perspective. Are there any individuals that you're
Xavier
hoping still? I think I'm set.
I think they're set, but we'll know.
You still want? Okay,
we'll know
as a confirmation.
Yeah, we'll know on Xavier Hutchinson. They're also going to be working on special teams, I'm sure. We'll see what Jalen Noel, Braxton Berrios. I know you don't feel quite this way. I think Braxton Berrios is in. I think Braxton Berrios is in on this squad. I really do.
That he remains on the roster?
Yeah.
So you think maybe Justin Watson, odd man out here?
Mm-hmm. I do, and we'll find out on that.
I wonder, though, could Justin Watson be a guy, do you view him as a guy that can maybe be a trade bait of sorts? Because there's a number of teams that are out here possibly looking for wide receivers to acquire in a trade. Like I've seen a number of reports kind of brought up this morning and last night that, hey, these teams are looking for potentially to add wide receivers. And I almost thought, man, did the Texans make their move a little early? Like, I think the Jets are one of those teams, according to Diana Rossini, that are monitoring the trade market.
Yeah, I did see that.
The Niners, Vikings also making calls. Do you think Justin Watson could be a dude that maybe you could even get?
Hey, you've dealt with the Vikings before. You've dealt with the Jets before.
You have?
Yeah, for sure. Yes, I think all these players that are on the fringe. Hell, Dameon Pierce, and that's another tell. What is Chubb going to look like? What is Dameon Pierce going to get?
Dameon Pierce is the bigger one, right? Because Chubb, I think we've seen a little bit to indicate.
I'm saying, what is he going to look like, against this defense?
Fair enough.
And what is Dameon Pierce going to look like? Period. How many reps is he going to get?
No, for sure. Because it's kind of funny that I waited that long, but you're absolutely right. Like, this is going to be one of, if not the only opportunity to see Dameon Pierce in this system and what he has for the potential of this running back room before you kind of have to make that 53-man cut down, ain't it?
Mm-hmm. No, I think Dameon Pierce, biggest day of his Texans career tomorrow in terms of roster, and I always had big days on the field during the regular season as a rookie. I'm talking about just like his place on this squad. Big day tomorrow.
Fair question that comes in from the 832. How does CJ's deep ball look?
Yes. How many does he throw?
Because, and that's going to be something that I imagine will be interesting to see, because they did a lot of just trying to stay on schedule, trying to make sure that they get the ball out quickly and not lose yards on early downs. I want to see them have an opportunity to get the deep ball. And, did him and Nico get back on the same page after, they had that one play that wasn't there? Is that something that we have to consider a little bit more? Yeah. I doubt it, but just having that confirmation with more reps that are going to be there in practice versus the couple of drives that they had in that preseason game. All right, excited for tomorrow, where I think is going to be a big day, and giving you some of those answers for your Houston Texans as they get a joint practice versus the Detroit Lions, head into the final week of preseason football for 2025. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get ready to do our lunchtime confessions, and we will do those next.
According to Nick Caserio, what's the biggest area the Texans offense can... Not just Houston's sports leader, but one of the best stations in all of the country. Houston's Marconi-nominated sports leader is Sports Radio 610. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, how about two confessions in one? Because my second one is happening in real time right before my eyes. So my first confession was this, Figgy. Is it wrong? I know it's wrong, but is it wrong to feel curious just how long the Astros are going to go without scoring a run? Because right now it's at 29 innings.
Yeah.
And is that Schadenfreude? Is that just me being a bad fan?
I think that might be like
it's like dark curious, you know?
Yeah, no, for sure.
I think it's easier to do it with baseball or maybe even basketball too at some point because it's a long season.
Mm-hmm.
And you could people go on losing streaks during the season.
But I know it's dark.
But it kind of make you want to see how long.
I'm just curious, like how long can they go without? They went first inning without scoring a run, so they are now at 29 consecutive innings without scoring a run.
You know what that strikes me as?
What's that?
Are you familiar with the psychological phenomenon called the call of the void?
The call of the void.
It's that feeling that, like when you're driving down a one-lane road and your brain goes, what happens if you just swerve into the other lane?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like that kind of crazy thing. You're like, no, why is that in there?
Yeah.
I think that's what that is. You're like, what happens if they just keep not scoring?
Like how long? I feel bad. I feel guilty, but this is confessions. I'm curious. How long can they go? It's at 29. And oh, by the way, the confession that is happening in real time as we're watching the Astros, I'll give you the score update in a second. Yo, Fromber, how about you quit worrying about where players are positioned and you start making pitches? Back-to-back walks to open the game, then a RBI single, then an RBI double, and then a wild pitch to score the third run. The Tigers are now in the bottom of the first, leading 3-0. Has your feeling changed on Fromber a little bit? With his he just seems to be bitter, resentful a little bit more.
Oh, you're doing the thing where you're getting ready for it. You're like, good riddance. We don't want you to sign back. That's what you're about to do.
No, it's not that, but he's not having a good month.
No, he's not. And obviously, some of that is just the team in general. But no, he has not. And look, maybe I need to take a level of credit for this as much as possible within there. In that saying, we were doing all right, we getting good Fromber or bad Fromber, and like, oh, it's just good Fromber now.
Yeah,
and,
well,
there's been a decent amount of bad Fromber at the very least today.
3 walks and a wild pitch in the first inning.
Well, if they line up correctly in the outfield,
right? That's what I'm saying.
It wouldn't be no walk.
Quit worrying about where
John
people
Lopez.
Quit worrying about where people are lined up. Oh, yeah, by the way, 3 walks and a wild pitch and a single and an RBI double. That's all.
And what's the score?
No outs, by the way. 3-0.
It's 3-0, and he has not registered one yet. Damn,
worse.
22 pitches. This is frustrating.
832 said, "Go ahead and get Chaz loose."
Oh, hey, it's starting out. Another wild pitch.
Oh, wow. That's not a replay?
That is not a replay.
I know the bullpen like, oh, no.
2 walks, 2 wild pitches, RBI single, RBI double in the first inning. But let's make sure everybody is lined up where they need to be or to Framber's satisfaction. Good gracious.
Framber probably like, man, I can't wait to get up out of here now, man.
Well, some people are saying that. Like, he's just done.
It's my last time. He's going to put on that same hat Garrett Cole had at the end of the season.
That Garrett Cole, like, I'm a representative of myself.
Put on that same hat.
The only thing that can make this better is if they decide to come back around and actually start scoring some runs in a different way. And just for no reason at all. Most consecutive scoreless innings is oh, no, that's pitching-wise. Never mind. My bad. I will keep looking for that while we continue to watch what is already a very frustrating outing.
Good gracious.
These are my confessions.
So I'm getting ready for college football season, as you know. Week 0, this weekend, you got probably the one big game, which is a matchup between top 10 and 25 teams in Kansas State, Iowa State playing in Ireland. And I've been listening to, various different, or listening and reading to various different, previews to get ready for the season. And I was listening to Ohio State and talking about Jeremiah Smith, who is obviously a very good wide receiver. And someone said something that got me thinking, and I got to admit, I believe it to be true. Jeremiah Smith is going to be an NFL Hall of Famer.
Jeremiah Smith?
Yeah.
Already?
That's right.
Hall of Famer.
I believe it.
Hall of
Famer from college.
It's sick because at first,
by the way, he's a sophomore.
That's right. Last year we were doing the thing like, can you believe he's 19? And I'm like, he is so good already.
You're putting him in the Hall of Fame?
He's the best team. He's the best player on Ohio State. He is one of, if not the best players in all of college football right now.
Okay.
I am.
Okay.
Like, all of it translates to the pros.
Oh, no, God.
I think he's going to be a Hall of Famer. Which
a Hall of
Famer.
Right.
That's right.
He's been hitting the smelling salts again.
Yeah. Nah, you might have been hitting something else. Man, not even just going to the NFL to be the best receiver in the league.
Hall of Famer.
That's right.
Get his gold jacket ready.
That's a first.
I felt like it was a worthy confession because I was thinking about it and I was like, actually, yeah. Like I'm already putting him in that bucket. It's unfair to him.
I think Le'Veon Moss is gonna be a Hall of Famer too.
There you go.
Yeah.
There we go. I like mine better, but hey, there you go.
Hey, not Arch Manning. Nah, Jeremiah Swift.
He'll be all right.
Or Jeremiah Smith, yeah.
It's also fair to admit that, the bar for being in the Hall of Fame for quarterback is higher,
because
right?
it's so high.
I don't think nobody said Arch Manning going into the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
That might be the one that
that's one of my favorite. That's one of my favorite confessions you've ever had.
Is Taylor Trammell gonna be okay?
In what way?
Physically.
Okay.
For the second straight day, he has hit the ground really hard, and he looks like he
might
has
vomit.
He look like
we might see vomit live on TV.
We might, but
he look like he got to poop.
He either looks like he's gonna vomit, or then he might poop, or like he has intestinal bleeding. All of that, or internal bleeding. All of that is possible within here in what has been a no good, very bad one inning for the Astros thus far. Crazy,
brother.
These are my confessions.
Man, so I was talking to my sister last week, and she's a mail carrier. So she be delivering mail in the hood. She see all type of crazy stuff. She's seen shootouts. She seen wild stuff as a she seen a lot of wild stuff, drug deals. She seen it all as a mail carrier. And she was on the phone with me, and she was telling me how she actually saw somebody shoot up with a needle.
Oh, man.
Live in person, which kind of, and this brings me to this confession because I'd never seen anything like that in person. I've seen it in movies and all that stuff. I've seen a lot of wild stuff in my life too, but never seen anybody shoot up. But I want to say it was like a month ago. I was driving home and I was right down the street from my house. I was about to bend the left on my street. Saw somebody right on the corner of the street actually smoking crack.
Man.
It was like real, like,
and everything.
I'd never seen that before a day in my life. And I seen people get killed in person. I seen a lot of stuff, a lot of wild stuff. I'd never seen this lady was really sitting there with a pipe, like some type of little. And I was looking, I'm like, what is she doing?
Crackhead. Legit,
and I'm like, damn, right there, like right in front of everybody.
Yeah.
And I just couldn't believe it.
Programming note, now I feel pretty bad. I guess that's a confession about Taylor Trammell.
These are my confessions.
They're carting him off.
Yeah, I also feel bad. Like, they've legitimately brought out the golf cart.
Yeah. He cannot walk off the field.
He is still on his feet, however, but, I mean, he's going to take a nice seat on the back of the cart to get him off the field.
As he should, man. That's a long walk.
Yeah.
These are the worst words. I shouldn't even say these words. I'm still going to. You can be mad at me if you need to. Could this game get worse for the Astros and we're only not even a full inning in?
Well, the good news for Taylor Trammell is he won't have to watch the rest.
By the way, is 5-0 still no outs?
Still no outs.
Yeah, no outs in the bottom of the first.
Fromber has yet to make a good pitch.
And he's giving up on 30 of them here.
He's got 27
Hey,
pitches.
This is sick.
Hey, we was talking about if the Astros could, how long can they go scoreless?
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if the Tigers, if they could get double digits again.
And then we would see Chaz again. Well, they got 5 in the first, Figgy. It's trending that way.
They're not done either. They've got a runner on third.
They got no outs. Runner on third. It's
By the way, 48 innings is the number. 48 consecutive scoreless innings done by the 1968 Cubs is the record.
So they will have to go at least 2 more games scoreless.
At least. More than that. Because this is 29.
I hate it here.
Yeah.
38.
I'm so sick right now.
y'all are kind of with me. You just
No, I'm not.
You're not morbidly curious.
No.
How long can they go?
No.
You're not curious in the least bit.
Don't.
I will be fine with it if the Mariners are losing. If the Mariners are losing too,
they keep that.
What the hell?
Yeah.
But nah, this ain't looking good at all, man.
Mm-hmm.
This was one of the worst confessions ever, but it's not, and it's not because of us. It's just the Astros have had just a terrible, horrible, no good, very bad inning. Kind of.
Taylor Trammell's had a couple of worse, better days than the last 2.
Because that catch from last night was in the 9th.
That's right. It was
Was that in the 9th?
Yeah.
And then they got a day game, so only
9th
mere
and the
hours
first.
later.
Yeah.
It really
So his last 2 innings.
Yeah.
Been
well,
rough.
3. I guess it was 10 games, 10-inning game.
Shout out to Jacob Melton heading out there. And what do you think about this for the 7th, 8th, and 9th innings for your Astros from 3, 4, 6? Chaz, Altuve, Correa. What are we thinking? We like it?
Let's go. Let's do it.
We laugh to keep from crying, ladies and gentlemen. We laugh to keep from crying. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's find a little bit of humor within some of this. Let's do a little Judge John Lopez. Go ahead, Lopez. Get the wig on.
Oh, yeah.
Let's talk about some sports in a different way next.
All right, guys. Low T Center right now. You want to
if you were the woman in the pink freshly washed cardigan or the retired mailman next to me, but I knew one of you was my soulmate. Ah, the scent of Gain Flings. Try Gain Flings with OxyBoost and Febreze.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Just so you know, the Astros did eventually make it out of the first inning. I know that for a while there it seemed like they might not, but they did. 6-0 is the score in favor of the Tigers headed into the second. All right, let's do a little Judge John Lopez. Lopez has assumed the wig. By the way, a little birdie has told me that somewhere in this building a gavel does exist.
Oh, really?
So we might need to get a handle on that.
Well, let's get that gavel.
I do shudder to think what happens if we do indeed give John Lopez a gavel, how much more insane this gets. However, we might have to find that. But for the time being, let's litigate a couple of things in sports with myself and Figgy playing as the counselors and, of course, Judge John Lopez manning the court. We begin by going to the University of Texas. I know that that's not your favorite place here, Lopez, but this is where the story is.
I don't mind them. Second best school in Texas.
Oh, look at that. That's nice. Yeah. You were able to rank them second.
Well, my son got his MBA there.
So what I hear is that John Lopez doesn't
wearing his Aggie ring, by the way.
You don't appreciate the University of Houston. That's all I heard. All right. Arch Manning, quarterback for the University of Texas, is the topic of a lot of discussion, including with his granddaddy getting out here and saying when it comes to the idea of Arch maybe going to the draft next year, he said, quote, Arch isn't doing that. He'll be at Texas. Well, apparently that was news to Arch because Arch was talking recently and he said, quote, yeah, I don't know where he got that from. He texted me and apologized about that. I'm really just taking it day by day right now. Obviously, Arch headed into his junior season here. Third year. Yeah. But obviously he'll still have some eligibility on the back side of this. However, what we are litigating here, gentlemen, will Arch Manning be in the 2026 NFL draft?
All right.
Now with this new information. You like this?
The court likes this.
Very good. Very good. Counselor Figgy Fig, it's all yours.
How you doing, Judge? And I would say I'm a big fan of Texas A&M. Just wanted to point that out there.
I love just brown nosing every time.
Every time.
So as far as Arch Manning being in the 2026 NFL draft, I think he don't realize how much of a family business he's in. And I will say he will not be in the 2026 draft.
Oh, okay.
Because this is a family business, and we've seen a bunch of Mannings get drafted and play in the NFL. Specifically, Eli Manning, who decided to not play for a certain franchise.
Right.
And I think Arch don't realize how much power his family has. So he mentioned how it was news to him that he won't be in the 2026 draft, and he's just taking it day by day. His family is running this business.
Right.
So if things don't look right or shape out right in the NFL draft as far as the order, then I think it's a possibility he might stay another year. So I think it's as crazy as it sounds, as it should be up to him, I think it's definitely up to his family. Okay. I think his family will be making the decision to see if he will go in the 2026 draft or wait another year. But I think I don't think he will be in the 2026 draft. I think he's going to wait and get his education a little more.
Thank you, Counselor. You made some good points.
All right, so my perspective on this with Arch Manning and Archie Manning, which I'm going to get wrong at some point, I know. Archie obviously got out here and said, Arch isn't doing that. He'll be back at Texas. If that was what Arch was planning on doing, or if just generally that was kind of the thought process, he doesn't have to answer anything in that regard. He went out of his way in some ways to respond, I didn't hear it. I don't know what he's talking about. I don't know where he got that from. I think he's opening up the window for him to go into the draft. I think that there's still the prestige of playing in the NFL outside of, yes, we talked about the money that he won't need because he's going to get paid. He's probably likely right now being paid very well and very handsomely in Texas. But getting to the NFL, getting the opportunity to get your hands wet, get your feet wet within this, I think that's appealing to him. And again, I think I'm basing this mostly on the idea of he had no reason to have to go and get out here and counteract his granddad, right? He could have just been like, we'll play it, we'll see. He got out here and was like, no, I don't know where he got that from, and actively counteracted his grandfather. Kind of put that grandfather out there saying he's already apologized on that.
Right.
He's opened the door for the possibility of going to the draft, and I think that he will, just on the opportunity of wanting to achieve and wanting to be in that space.
This is a very good case, very well litigated case, discussed, etc. Counselor Gilliard, first of all, giggle, and I appreciate your words.
Whoop.
That was good. You did a good job of
Look
that.
at this.
Yeah,
Look at all the
really
pandering
good.
happening over here.
Maybe I'm going to change my mind now. No.
Unbelievable.
I'm going to have to side with Counselor Atatula on this one. Ultimately, we don't know what Archie almost did or didn't say, but we do know. No matter what Archie's opinion is, ultimately it comes down to Arch and the lure of those NFL dollars. I'll put it this way. Arch might win a national championship this year, and that's going to be part of his legacy. But I feel like his legacy, like his grandfathers and his father, his uncles, is going to be the NFL. And he knows it. His legacy is going to be the NFL, and I think the lure is always going to be there, especially if they win a national championship or make a big run. So
yeah.
I will side with Reggie on this one.
And they're probably, if we're talking about winning a national championship, they're one of 3 teams that is kind of the expectation of be in that college football semifinal and really have the opportunity to win a championship. It is the University of Texas. It is Penn State, who I have to give credit. They're loaded talent-wise. I still just don't believe in the coach. This will be a really good test on how much talent can a coach who seems to lose the big game overcome in a way. And then Oregon, Dan Lanning's still doing fantastic things with that program. I think those are 3 teams. And so, yeah, you're right. They win a national championship. He might very well just go, what else do I have to do here? And move on. Or
even just make a big run.
Fair question that comes in, and I'm interested on how both of you feel. The 281. The Saints will have the number 1 pick next year. I do feel that. Don't you think Arch Manning will go
That's
there?
a big part. I was waiting for one of you guys to say that, either negative sense or a positive sense.
Yeah, I mean, the legacy thing, or maybe it's not even the legacy thing, and sometimes we do this too much where we go, hometown. They are, like, New Orleans is home, not just for him as a dude, but for them as, like, a family. That place means something. So, like, being able to go into that, franchise that has a legacy in one way, but also just means something, could be something that's appealing to him. But I didn't want to broach the topic because I think you can get hit over the head very easily with the New Orleans Saints are a bad franchise right now.
And it's a completely different franchise than when Archie was there. They're legitimately.
Well, that's probably a good thing, actually.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. No, they legitimately could make a run with Arch.
But how would you feel if he did, let's say he did get drafted there? I feel like that would be good for his image, too.
100%.
Outside of the whole Manning thing, I do feel like that city will love him probably as much as Drew Brees.
Well, and here's another point, and I didn't think of this until now, so it's not like you guys could have argued this, but I think it's a good argument. What if the Saints do have the number 1 pick? What would it mean to the Manning family if Arch goes, nah, I'm going back to Texas? That would be awful. To tell the Saints no?
Oh, yeah, that would be awful for the Saints.
To tell the Saints no for the Manning family.
I think the Manning family would be fine because what the Manning family has been, good about is making sure that they don't put their sons in bad places. And as much as you can say the Saints, hey, this is a local team, this is a team that means something to the family. They also are a team that have continually over-leveraged their salary cap circumstances, and you could put your quarterback in a place where during the rookie years, they're still not able to maximize it because they have been racking up credit card debt.
That's all well and good.
Yeah.
Arch Manning tells the Saints no. Doesn't matter what salary caps, doesn't matter about roster, doesn't matter about anything. That family's going to be like, holy, they're saying no to the Saints?
Yeah. I don't know if he's going to say no to the Saints,
He ain't going to say no to the Saints. If they get the number 1 pick.
All right, saying no about, legendary quarterbacks is a theme that will continue in Judge John Lopez here. Okay. We turn to one Von Miller. Von Miller jumped on a podcast entitled I believe it's the Glory Days podcast, and he announced that he does not think of Tom Brady as the greatest of all time, saying, quote, obviously there's going to be a debate between Peyton Manning and Tom Brady who was the best. For me, it'll always be Peyton Manning. He changed the quarterback position in terms of changing the play. He wasn't scrambling or doing none of that stuff. He did it all with his arm, and it was beautiful, man. And so let's litigate this. Counselor Figgy Fig, is Tom Brady the greatest of all time?
I'm gonna actually side with Von Miller on this. I'm using his argument.
Where did he go to school?
Gig'em.
Now you're asking him to pander. I question the integrity of this court.
So I'm gonna side with Von Miller on this because he has a personal relationship with Peyton Manning. He talked about how he talked about on the podcast how he showed up to his charity event and all that stuff. Mm-hmm. So as far as him saying it, I believe him 100% because this is not only is it football related and on the field type stuff. It's a real relationship right there. Mm-hmm. So, and not to mention, I don't think it's a hot take to say Peyton Manning mechanics was better than Tom Brady, but I think Tom Brady just had that it in him, where he just wins and the Super Bowls and all that stuff, and Peyton Manning kind of struggled to get those. Mm-hmm. His first, I think, get to a Super Bowl at one point. He was kind of struggling with that. But as far as mechanics, I 100% side with Von Miller on this.
So you're saying Von Miller is right that Tom Brady isn't the greatest of all time?
I say, depending on what you want to look at greatest. If you want to look at rings and all that stuff, but if you're looking at pure mechanics of a quarterback, it's hard to not pick hard not to pick Peyton Manning over Tom Brady.
Counselor Atatula, would you allow the court to address the attorneys and not each other?
Okay, fair enough. Apologies, Your Honor. But I will speak in honor of Tom Brady here because I think that Figgy is right in mentioning that if you want to talk about the accolades of the team's success, Super Bowls, rings, championships, you can go there. But you can also talk about individual successes when you mention that he is on 2 all-decades teams, obviously a number of all-pros, 3 all-pros, 15 Pro Bowls for Tom Brady. But then also on top of that, the things that you heard Von Miller mention that my esteemed counselor here also echoed, the things about being able to do it with his arm and kind of running an offense. Tom Brady did that incredibly well, and we're getting more and more insight into the ways that Tom Brady himself won with his arm. Now, maybe you could say early on he was more of a game manager and it was more about the way that those teams were situated. Mm-hmm. Well, early on, Peyton Manning wasn't doing a lot of winning himself either. I understand what the Colts look like. When you get to Tom Brady in his height, which again we're giving Peyton Manning the benefit of, he's running those offenses. He's making play calls that are changing. He's able to diagnose any defense and put out what he wants out there. He is just as much of a maestro under center as Peyton Manning is, and he has accolades both individually and team on top of it. I think it's very easy to point to Tom Brady being the greatest.
The first case to me was incredibly difficult. I have to admit, after hearing both of you, this one is rather easy, and the reason is we're not in court today to discuss who the better quarterback is. The topic is, we could say Joe Montana. The topic is Von Miller saying the better quarterback is Tom Brady. Now, obviously, it becomes a larger
Peyton Manning.
Peyton Manning is the better quarterback. It becomes a larger topic that we can discuss. But I think what's we're judging here is, does Von Miller believe that Peyton Manning is a better all-time quarterback than Tom Brady, the greatest ever? In that case, I think the answer is I have to side with Figgy on this one, simply because who cares what we think? We're trying to decide if Von Miller thinks that, and I don't think there's any evidence to, you both stated cases that were strong for the individual quarterbacks. Well, the one that Figgy believes is the one that Von Miller sides with. They're both strong arguments. So we're talking about what Von Miller believes. I believe him. I believe that that's what he says. So I will side with Figgy on this.
Okay, all right. I don't think that you interpreted that right, but you know what? That's not my stance to be able to get in here.
But here's the thing: you guys threw out who's the greater quarterback. I think Von Miller is the issue here.
And that's what I said in my argument. I said he got.
You could have said Joe Montana.
He got
and that's what I was. That was one of the things that I thought was interesting because obviously this debate will continue to rage on. These two dudes matched up against each other.
And Joe Montana deserves to be in it.
I'm kind of surprised that we don't end up with more conversations for like Joe Montana and where he stands. I know I have friends that whenever these types of conversations come up, that is a name that immediately jumps up. But yeah, I found that to be interesting. However, I do appreciate that he was willing to get out here and put himself out there that way. Because again, I think Tom Brady has become the easy answer because you can just lean in behind the ring.
Yeah, but like I said, he had a personal relationship with Peyton Manning too, and he talked about how he showed up at his charity event and all that stuff. So I think I think Tom Brady is the best. But if I had a personal relationship with Peyton Manning and I played with him and he did a lot of stuff for me, I would probably say he's the best.
Yeah. And we're getting a lot of texts about it. I get it. I say Tom Brady. Me, John Lopez says it's Tom Brady. But you can make an argument because obviously the Patriots teams, even though they had great teams with the Colts, were better, overall.
Do you make anything of like people that try and make the distinction of best versus greatest?
Yeah, I think that's fine. That's a fine argument, to be honest, because I think you can easily argue Peyton Manning, and maybe that's Von Miller's point. They had some great receivers, but they were not the same team as Tom Brady, nor coached the same.
No, the Colts. The Colts, you could always say, was behind the Patriots in supporting Peyton Manning with maybe say coaching. I know that he gives Pep Hamilton a lot of credit in how he came around, but talent wise, you could never say that there was equal. Even though you could point to a few players that absolutely had that kind of level of play. Obviously, number 88. You talk about Edgerrin. You could talk about some guys that played with them, but then you start doing that on the Patriots side.
And do it over the time.
With a lot more names and a lot more.
Decade.
Yeah, a lot more support that you could point to for Tom Brady.
Yeah.
Somebody said both quarterbacks won Super Bowls with two different teams, which is incredible.
Hey, man. He did.
Was it two?
He kind of fell off a little bit. He kind of fell off a little bit.
He won in Denver.
Yeah.
In Denver, but he didn't win in Indy.
Yeah, he did.
Did he? Am I forgetting? Am I mixing?
That was his first one.
That's right. You're right. I'm bugging. So there you go. That's a little Judge John Lopez. You know what happened? I've been messing around with this smelling salt.
Obviously,
I opened it up and I could smell it still. I didn't realize that this stayed activated for multiple days, to be completely honest. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Somebody said Brady didn't have receivers outside of Moss. Brady and Belichick kind of developed a whole new era where he ushered in the era of slot receivers that we are living
fast
in.
Receivers.
Yeah.
We are living in right now.
Edelman, Welker. He had some good pieces.
We are
Gronk was
living
pretty
in
good,
that
wasn't he?
right now.
Yeah.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. There's a U of H ticket giveaway that we're doing. I will do it in the next segment. U of H versus Stephen F. Austin on August 28th. Keep it locked because there's a 4-pack of tickets coming your way. But coming up next, let's return to Nick Caserio, some of the things that he was talking about, especially, we mentioned this a little bit earlier. What does he have to say about Will Anderson Jr. and his development? Because we haven't talked a lot about him this training camp. Let's do that next.
What goes into KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Oh boy, people are doggedly defending Tom Brady on the text line, 713-572-4610. We appreciate it. I don't agree with all you, but I appreciate it for certain. It's always good
Defending
to have.
Tom Brady on what? Like, as being the greatest?
Yeah. As in, not only is he the greatest, but there is no conversation to be had in some people's minds.
You're
and I think
saying that Manning sucked.
A lot of this ends up in the quarterback wins, which I don't subscribe to.
Yeah.
I think that there are actually things that we can look at that we can talk about quarterback success on rather than the entirety of their team where there's so many other things.
But them two always faced each other too, so that's why we kind of grouped them in the same conversation.
100%.
So it was a rivalry right
That's
there.
how the NFL sold, and that's how the NFL sells. They take the two biggest faces on a team, and oftentimes the quarterbacks, and they go, this is the matchup. And during that time, you could not blame them when you see the Colts and you see the Patriots come together for them going Manning, Brady, Manning, here we go.
Yeah.
So that made a whole bunch of sense. All right, real quick, I did want to circle back around to Nick Caserio jumping on with Payne and Pendergast yesterday morning to talk about a player that we have kind of, at least I'll say I neglected. I don't want to put this on you. Will Anderson Jr., I've almost even started taking him for granted. And so from the GM's perspective, Nick, what improvement have you seen from Will Anderson Jr. this year.
His intent and purpose each and every day with what he's trying to accomplish and be the best football player that he can be, he puts everything into it. And he's made some probably tweaks to his process, whether it's preparation, some things in the weight room, different routines. Like, what are some of the things that he can do to make himself better? But, like, I know you're kind of joking about and you see him out there by the dummies, but he's simulating a lot of the things that, you know, that translate over into team periods and things that he's worked on with Coach Wright and Coach Oakham to make himself a better football player. He's about winning. His attitude, his effort, his relentless playing style, his physicality, like, those are real. And he just wants to get better every single day. And he sets the tone not only for the defense, but for the rest of the team. So, and when he's on the football field, his focus and mindset are, what do I need to do on each and every play to help this team and to help this team be, you know, help the defense play better. But I would say his purpose and intent on a day-to-day basis are as good as anybody that we have on this team, and I would argue as good as anybody in the league.
You know why that is so impressive? Because it was Nick Caserio, not just saying it, but Nick Caserio is a master at talking in ways that kind of sort of vaguely address the question, but that was not even vaguely addressed or using, you know, isms and stuff like that. But this was as direct as you could get. Dude could not say enough good things about him, about Will Anderson.
No, exactly. And for me, one of the things I was thinking about is what are the improvements that we can expect to see in Will this year? I mean, obviously, I think the easiest one that you could point to is if he can manage to stay healthy and play 17 or even 16, right, then you end up in a place where those numbers go up. But, I mean, is there still more room where we can see a even better version of Will outside of that?
For sure. You know, like I said, you know, not only is it, you know, Nick Caserio just gushing over him, but there was no reading between the lines. There was no trying to interpret what he was saying. He was very direct about those things you just asked. Like, is there room? Yes. He's a leader of the team. Forget the defense. Yes, it's all these things that he's improved on every single day. Basically, the poster child for what the Texans want to be, what D'Amico talks about from day one, has been Will Anderson. And all we've seen he's shown some improvement. And they see him a lot more than we do. They go into the film and everything else. I fully expect Will Anderson to take that big jump.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what it looks like because, I mean, he's already a place where he's
starting at a high place.
He's starting at a high place, as you mentioned. And, of course, it gets even easier to look at this when he's opposite Danielle Hunter. And that guy has such a wealth of experience and such a good consistency in showing up. Like, I think that is going to be something that is going to be fun to see. Is like that consistency of showing up and adding more to his bag. He's talked about something like the pass rush moves, but I think it might even show up in just basically more experience, right? So more in the kind of, if I'm making him into almost like a Terminator, more in the database of what to do in very particular situations, what to do against very particular players, and how to win quickly, easily, and consistently to really just throw off what happens in games. Because we know that he's a fantastic pass rusher. He shows up in the run game as well. I think at this point, just doing that every single time might be the step forward for Will Anderson Jr.
Yeah, I mean, you could easily argue, obviously C.J. Stroud, quarterback, default, best player, leader on the team. I think Will Anderson is right there with him. I think Will Anderson is going to be the guy that is sort of the pulse of this entire team for years to come.
All right, so I also wanted to talk about D'Amico. D'Amico talked today after yet another practice before a big-time joint practice in Detroit. And so I kind of want to start here with D'Amico 1 here, if you could, Fig. And D'Amico was asked about what his thoughts are on the Detroit practice and what they hope to get done in it. Okay, it seems like there's a little bit of issues there, but we were talking about this earlier. Some of the things.
We're really excited to get to Detroit and go against the Lions. We talked about all week. It'd be a great opportunity for us to go and compete against a really good football team, competitive team, looking to see where we stack up versus this team. So, very excited to get to work.
Yeah, I mean that's sort of cookie cutter coach.
Yeah, I was hoping that we would get a little bit more from D'Amico there.
But I think they are really counting on this for a lot of decisions that they're making. We talked about it earlier, as you mentioned, particularly guys like Dameon Pierce and, some other things. I also think it's going to be a big tell on this offense. They know it. If they can do these things against the defensive front and the defensive secondary, they're going to feel a lot better just like the rest of us.
Now, one of the things that we were talking about, things that are be tells for this team is offensive line and some of the ways in which is this going to be the starting five that you have, and how are you finding the 9 or what have you that you carry? One of those guys that we've kind of been wondering about is Cam Robinson. And so D'Amico was actually asked, what's it like for Cam Robinson trying to catch up as he's returning to play? That's something that I want to get a little bit of insight to, because, that's a guy that if they started putting Ariante at left tackle before he got injured, and then he's injured for, a week and some, and we haven't seen him. And that's a question that we have is he going to play left tackle? Is he going to be involved in a swing tackle way? What is his role going to be?
It is a question, but I got one for you.
Okay.
As good as well as Ursary has played, as much as the line showed improvement, if they show it again, as we've talked about, the tells with this offensive line, how important it is that you're facing that defense of the Detroit Lions, would you even want to mess with it? Would they want to mess with it?
That's a good question, because for a future standpoint, I like the idea of putting Ariante Ursary where you eventually want him to be and let him build up. But I consistently think about what that right side looks like, what Evan Ingram Ed Ingram looks like, entirely different player. Ed Ingram looks like at that right guard position, and how sustainable it is. Yeah. I think that's going to be interesting to see, because obviously the Panthers, you handled them well with the right side, but how does that look against a better team? Is that as sustainable? And if it's not, then you put Tay at right again, where you can help him hold it down, and maybe Cam Robinson's there at the left, but that depends on how he catches up. Hey, D'Amico, how has Cam caught up with the rest of the team?
For the veteran guys, it doesn't take long to catch up. Cam has played a lot of football throughout his career, so that road to getting back and playing football, it's easier for those guys because he's banked a lot of reps. So really trust a guy like Cam because of his veteran experience, exposure that he's had in games. So really not concerned with him, the amount of time that he's missed, more so just thankful that it wasn't as severe as it first looked for Cam.
Man, I'm going to be intrigued. If we get what we hope to see tomorrow, and then Cam Robinson is healthy, I'm not so sure, man.
That they don't make the switch?
I'm not so sure. No, I'm not so sure I would make the switch. If they're good again, this offensive line, to make that much progress, keep in mind, they were getting destroyed the first week. I mean, destroyed. And then they made a couple of tweaks here and there. Ursary goes to the left. Fisher comes out. Titus goes to tackle. Ingram has been good. That's a tough call. I mean, that's a tough call.
Could he be somebody that I want to use on the bubble? But
swing. I think he might be the swing tackle, or at least the.
But he's only played on the left. That's the thing that makes it interesting is he hasn't played on both sides. Yeah. Now, you are in a place where, depending on who would hypothetically get hurt, Ariante can still move around, right? So if it was something where, God forbid, Titus Howard gets hurt, you can move Ariante to right tackle and then slide Cam Robinson up at left tackle. Yeah. So in a way, your starting left tackle would also still kind of be your swing tackle, unless depending on how they feel about Blake Fisher, you still have some malleability in your offensive line. It just feels odd that way.
So much depends on how they look tomorrow. We've talked about it multiple times. So much depends on what they're seeing day to day to day, not just in these types of moments. But every once in a while, I mention this. Finish this sentence. This is an easy one. If it ain't broke,
don't fix it is generally the way that's said.
Yeah. If it ain't broke, if they look good again, don't fix it.
Okay. All right. I understand the thought process there, but they've done a lot of trying to find permutations. That was one of the things that they were doing for a while. And it seemed like that last week was one of those weeks that they would have kept doing that to some degree, but they didn't have the opportunity to with the injury.
Not with him either. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's the thing that keeps adding a little bit of question marks in my mind, but I think that you're right. You probably just find a 5 that works, and you might just go ahead and let it rock to some degree. All right, and then D'Amico, what have your thoughts just been on camp in general as we're kind of winding down here?
I'm very pleased with how we've handled camp thus far. I think we've done a great job working together, making sure our players are available. And that's the main thing. You want to work as hard as possible, but we also work smart. I'm constantly watching, monitoring guys. I'm watching every rep, not just strategically from a schematic standpoint, but I'm also watching, how guys are moving, what their movement patterns are, how tired guys may be at certain points of practice. Like I'm constantly watching all of that, and I'm constantly adjusting practice. I have a plan, a script for practice, but it can change any day, and that's based on just me, my experience, my eyes, just watching the guys and seeing where they are, making sure that we're here for the long haul, right, and not overworking guys and not underworking guys as well. There's a fine balance there, and making sure the guys get what they need. And at training camp is a time to callous yourself for the season. So there is hard work that has to go play. There's sometimes we have to push through and grind, but there also is a balance when, hey, you got to pull it back to make sure guys are fresh and recovered and ready to go for the next day.
This is something that I have not given enough consideration, but like, the way the training camp goes is a reflection on the head coach, and we've been kind of talking or thinking a little bit about DeMeco Ryans as head coach as opposed to just like defensive coordinator. That's kind of a conversation that's been had. How do you evaluate DeMeco Ryans via this training camp, being more involved with the offense and such?
Here's what I heard on that. The camp is over. They've gone into regular season mode, and he's doing it largely because he likes what he's seen, as he said. And he wants to make sure these guys, it's a long haul, stay healthy, stay rested, have your legs under you.
Yeah, that's fair. I think that I would give DeMeco a good amount of credit here. I think that he's really stepped into more of, I don't want to say just the CEO role, because, he's clearly still got his hands on the defense. But what he's talking about there also, to me, it sounds like, and I hear this as, we got to make sure that we're ready for the long haul.
Yeah, I think that's why they're shutting it down.
We got to make sure that we are prepared to not just win the AFC South again, but we need to have a better idea and a better grasp on how do we get ourselves to a deeper round of the playoffs. Yeah. And it feels like you've seen the different ways in which he's been more concerned with various different things, more concerned with the offense, trying to get a feel for where all these various guys are. And I think you got to give him credit for that. And I think that I ultimately, and especially hearing that point, think back at the way that the rest of training camp has gone, and guys have been disciplined. Guys have been on task. Outside of the last couple of days before they went to West Virginia, they were working hard every day. It never felt like there was too much of a lull, as it can be, especially when you're out there in that Texas heat. It really feels like you got to give a lot of credit to DeMeco and the way that they've worked.
You do.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. A couple of runs on the board for the Astros.
Hey now, pigs flying.
All right, maybe there's something going here. See, the scoreless innings kind of run has stopped here, Lopez.
31 and 2/3.
You can stop your counting there, buddy. But what you can count on right now is us to give away some University of Houston tickets to UH versus Stephen F. Austin on August 28th. Caller number 10 right now will win that 4-pack of tickets, 713-572-4610. Again, that number, 713-572-4610, to win that 4-pack of tickets to see the University of Houston take on Stephen F. Austin on August 28th. All right, football talk on Sports Radio 610, presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. All right, all that handled. That means it's time to hand things over to Figgy Fig for the mixtape. What you got for us, man?
Yeah, so we got college going on, kids going back to college. And so I want to know the most unique course offered that you'll go to. And I got a list of every unique course offered at every Texas FBS school.
Okay, very fun.
So we're going to have some fun with this.
All right, let's go to school. We'll do that next.
Ready? The Texans preseason closes down in Detroit on Saturday. Hear the matchup. acting. Thanks for making us not just Houston sports leader, but one of the best stations in all of the country. Houston's Marconi-nominated sports leader is Sports Radio 610.
I'm not the one or the two. Try Jesus, don't try me.
Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the mixtape. Interlude Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Wednesday. Happy Wednesday to everyone out there. Salute to all the college kids going back to school. I seen a couple pictures of parents pretty much sending their kids.
Salute to the parents is what I'm saying.
I seen Dana Cortez, the Dana Cortez show. They sending their kid off to college, and I guess it was a lot of tears.
It's tough, man.
Yeah. So what was that moment like when you first sent your kid to college?
All right. So all three of them, I cried. Spoiler alert. More so when they go to college than any other moment. The oldest one, we dropped him off, got him. I had it all together. You know, Jacob. You know, everything's all together. And this is bizarre. Like, just hits you. So never did anything. You know, gave him a hug, left, drove back. We're like 20 miles outside of Houston from College Station. So I'd already driven an hour or whatever, and I'm just driving, you know, in the car quietly. I just burst into tears. Like, it's just like
big old teddy bear.
It just like hit me.
Damn.
Now the middle
CJ Stroud.
Wow.
Soft. Soft.
Ain't nothing wrong with crying. So CJ Stroud.
The middle one was even more bizarre. BG. So
your favorite, right?
Yeah. Clearly
understood.
Dropped him off at college. Came back home. Didn't even cry the whole drive home. It was a warm day, so I got in the pool. This is when I had the house with the pool up in the Walden area, and I sat in the pool and I looked up at his room, and he always had this blanket covering his window. You know, that was, forget what rock band it was. Anyway, it was a rock band, and so I was sitting in the pool. I looked up at that blanket, and he had left it. Burst into tears, like
just crying in the pool.
Just crying in the pool. And then the daughter was, again, right after she walking to the car. I mean, it's tough. It's tough.
Dang. Yeah. So salute to all the parents out there having those tough, I guess, goodbyes and sending their kids to college. So I wonder if these kids eventually going to take some of these classes. So it's been a list going around social media about the most unique course offered at every Texas FBS school. So Lopez, you actually seen this too. We probably seen it at the same time. So I want you to look at this list. I want you to go through all of these schools, because some of these schools I'm not familiar with the logo. So I want you to go through these schools and text in 713-572-4610 the wildest class you took when you was in college. And I want to go through these classes too. Which one of these classes would you take in a heartbeat?
I'll go through it for you because I do know these logos. I will tell you the wildest class I ever took at A&M, and I'm sure they still have it, but not as wild as the one that they listed for A&M here, was called Music Appreciation. And I thought,
music appreciation is steady.
I thought, piece of cake, awesome. This was obviously the era of albums. And so I went to class, had some fun.
I like music. I appreciate it.
Dude, it was, what is the Baroque period? What is the classical period?
It's still a college class.
It went all the way from
He thought he was about to go to the record store.
I thought I was going to be listening to like Led Zeppelin and stuff, but it was like every era of music. The final exam was he had a record player in the front of the class, and he dropped the needle arbitrarily on this classical or Baroque or whatever period music, and you had to name, obviously the composer and the era and whatever, piece it was and all this. And I muddled my way through it, but it was a lot harder class.
You passed it? Good for you.
Yeah, but
I failed my jazz appreciation class.
It was a lot harder than I thought it was. All right, so these are the most unique classes at every Texas FBS school. Rice University, Understanding the United States Through Baseball.
Oh, I'm. You know what I'm guessing that class is? That the professor walks in and puts on Ken Burns baseball every period. I would love it. Let's do it.
University of Texas, Arguing the End of the World. is a class.
That's a great class for contrarians.
Yeah.
That's
I was going to say, that sounds like a Reggie type of class.
Seth. That's a Seth class.
Yeah, that's a me and Seth class where I go in there and I go, yeah, I can handle this, and I'm like, oh, I'm not as bad as I thought I was, and these people are so much better than I am.
University of North Texas, Science, Skepticism, and Weird Behavior is a class.
Huh. Okay.
SMU, How to Build a Time Machine.
Okay.
That's a class.
They're getting high in that class.
See, I would like to just walk in that class that's in the back, just to kind of see.
Just audit it real quick.
Yeah. Like I'm not in this class. I don't go here, but I just want to see what y'all talking about.
They are 97%. They get high in that class. 97%.
Well, what do they do in this class at the University of Houston? Their most unique class, actual class, beer appreciation.
Well, clearly they get drunk. Yeah, it's right there. That sounds like a good one. That's a good American
Might
class.
be a waiting list on that one.
Yeah, that's right. Baylor University, Religion and Sport.
I'll pass on that one.
That sounds about right.
That makes sense.
Ain't that most of the Baylor classes, religion and sport?
Well, here's where I'm starting to pick up. I'm going to read the others in a minute. All of these classes kind of reflect the fan bases at these universities.
In a way.
They really do. TCU, Beyonce and Intersectionality.
At Texas Christian, huh?
At TCU.
Interesting. Okay, cool.
If this doesn't reflect this school, I don't know what does. UTSA, most unique class, Mariachi Ensemble.
I like it.
Mariachi Ensemble.
Do they just create it? Like, does the class just create a mariachi band? Because that feels like that's like a 14-person mariachi band that you just kind of put together in a semester.
This reflects A&M, Texas A&M. They have a class called Texas Barbecue.
Making it? Eating it?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Actually, A&M has a big meat science department.
Oh, yeah. They got the meat judging team and everything.
Yeah. Texas State University, or what is it called now?
It's Texas State.
Texas State.
Texas State.
Here's the class.
You were thinking when it was like Southwest Texas State or whatever.
From Jay-Z to Kendrick Lamar. Politics, power, and identity in hip-hop.
I would have guessed that's like an NYU course.
Yeah.
They got that at Texas State? The party school? All right, cool. Shout out to Texas State.
Yeah, I could see somebody like Swiss Beats teaching that class.
Lupe Fiasco.
Yeah.
Texas Tech. The zombie in media and popular culture.
What does that even mean? Like talking about zombies?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Sam Houston State. Podcasting. That's not that unique.
B. Scott took that?
I guess he did. And then finally, Texas El Paso, regional Mexican music.
Like it.
Dude, they reflect what they are.
I love it.
Yeah.
I love all. Somebody said, where do I sign to get my PhD in beer appreciation? Yep, University of Houston, baby.
I wonder, because I was looking at that, I wonder if it's not as great as we think.
They always are.
If you just go in and know you actually got to do research on beer.
Yeah.
Like, I know they kids. But we ain't in here getting drunk. We doing research and looking at the back of the nutritions when it comes to beer.
So when you use this hop, exactly.
Back in 1522.
And only barley from Northern Ireland is going to be.
Yeah.
No, look, I gave you this example. That music appreciation class, I was like, piece of cake. About to kick my ass.
Shout out to this one from the 832. They said at Cal they had a class called Drugs in the Brain, and I guarantee you that class was boring as hell. You were like, this is not what I expected.
Mm-hmm.
There's a whole bunch of other ones that are coming in. Human sexuality at Texas State, that tracks. From the 504, they said they were an accounting or they are an accounting major. They had to take art history. They hated it. Fair enough. I can understand that for sure.
Yeah, keep sending them in. Let me know what kind of weird classes you took.
Yeah.
Fly tying class.
Scuba diving at Sam Houston State.
Nice.
That sounds fun. All right, it's the mixtape in the Loot Sports Radio 610. And if you know me, you know that I hate when people remake the same damn movie, or it might be an old movie in the past and they try to redo it in 2025.
Mm-hmm.
I hate that, and I always want people to be creative. However, I don't want people to be this creative. Have you guys seen this movie or a trailer for this movie called Good Boy?
Yes. Good
Boy. So if you haven't seen it, it's about a movie that's coming out October 3rd. It's a horror movie starring a boy by the name of Indy. and Indy is a dog. So it's a dog starring in a horror movie, and it's pretty much a scary movie told through the dog's eyes. And Indy, who is a loyal dog, noticed something strange and spooky happening to his owner Todd in their house. Indy tries to protect him from the scary force.
Don't do this to dogs.
That is the worst possible idea you could do, man. Put a dog in a horror movie.
Dogs are the last pure thing we have.
The star in the horror movie. I was looking at some of the comments, people talking about this. They're just like, man, if they kill the dog, I'm man.
Yeah. What's the monster in the film? The vacuum machine?
The vacuum.
I have no idea, but I seen some in the preview, and all I saw was the dog on the chain, like chained up. And I was just like, nah, man, I can't do this.
Couldn't do it?
Yeah, all because just stick to the zombies. And,
let us have dogs.
Yeah,
man.
just
don't ruin dogs.
You can rip the arm off of some dude, but just don't hurt the dog, please.
Yes, what he said.
Yeah, we could do all that stuff. Don't put the dog through that. The dog was just whimpering, and you could tell the dog was scared.
No interest.
I'm like, man, I have no interest, and I like horror movies. I have no interest in the dog starring in just seeing what the dog go through. I be feeling bad for my dog. Sometimes when I get the broom out, he just go upstairs. He's just like, I ain't got time.
The
broom? He's scared of everything.
He said anything that cleaned, the vacuum, the broom.
He see me go back in
the mop.
He see me go back in that room. He do that final peek, like, are you really getting it? He's like, nope. I'm shaking my head. I'm going upstairs. I'm like, damn, man.
Are you really getting it? Because I'm out.
He always do.
I'm out.
He be heading that way, and then he do that last check to go back. Like, is he really getting it? Yep. I'm out of here. But man, we ain't got to do this.
Let us have dogs.
Yeah, man. Don't put the dog through that. And I wonder, and the way my brain thinks, how did you put the dog through all of that? Like,
right?
That dog got to get an Oscar or something, right? To do that. All right, I'll get y'all out of here on this. I'm trying to see where to go. You know what? I'm gonna save this one for tomorrow, but it is National Radio Day.
That's true.
And we talked about a lot of our favorite radio moments. And I ran across this one from Payne and Pendergast. This was a funny moment that happened a few years ago. This was during the dog times when we still had the Easter Bee talk and Casario took over, and then John McClain was on, and you know the one thing that John McClain always talk about whenever he's talking about people in power over there at NRG. Do you know what that is?
What's that?
Final say. He always talk.
Oh God, yes.
Bill O'Brien has the final say. Rick Smith had the final say.
Yeah.
Jack Easterby,
it's in his contract.
Yeah, he made the decision, but Bill O'Brien had final say. And this is a moment between Seth Payne and John McClain talking about final say.
On the very Houston Texans website, it says, together with head coach and general manager Bill O'Brien, Easterby helped reshape the Texans roster.
Website?
Prior to the 2019 season. They executed 5 trades before the season to acquire pivotal pieces to its division title run. And it goes on to list all the incredible things that he and Bill O'Brien did side by side. But I know, I'm an idiot. I'm a moron. I forgot. Jack Easterby doesn't have anything to do with anything bad that happened. I'm the dullard. I'm the guy that chooses not to believe everything that they tell me about Jack Easterby, so I'm the idiot. I got it. Except on the website that says that he's doing it.
As Bill O'Brien told us last year, every time we were with him, he and Jack made decisions jointly. They worked together on everything, but Bill had final say. Just like,
but what does final say have to do with anything? What does final say? How does final say exonerate Jack Easterby from all the input that he would have given?
It doesn't exonerate Easterby because I'm just pointing out a fact, Seth. Doesn't exonerate anybody.
John, no, John, you're moving the goalpost. You're moving the goalpost because I never claimed he had final say. You're telling me something. You're arguing against a straw man that I never even said.
I'm just pointing out a fact. O'Brien had final say. Casario has final say.
And the sky is blue. That's a fact that has nothing to do with the stuff I was talking about.
Well, sorry.
Yeah.
John, go ahead, pick it back up. I'm cool with it.
John McClain.
Yeah, pick it back up. Go ahead. Go ahead.
All right.
Sean in the middle, just like,
dude. To be fair, for Seth, It was infuriating how he always said "final say."
Yeah, he been saying that for 20 years, man.
Yeah, it was something.
Rich Smith had final say. Bill O'Brien had final say.
Yeah.
He was doing that for a long time. I wonder if he's still doing that now.
I don't know.
You want to call him up and see? Somebody said National Radio Day. Shout out to Cuba Gooding Jr. What a joke. Appreciate that coming in. A number of various different classes that you guys took continuing to roll in. Somebody said that they took fruits, drugs, and GMOs. Okay, very good. And then somebody said another vote for music appreciation, sucking out loud.
Dude, I was like.
I feel like that is a
tough
rite of passage in college. Is a number of people taking music appreciation, thinking it's about to be an easy A and being very disappointed with what ultimately comes of it. Shout out to T. Mill, though, who was about to be on with the fellas right after us, saying that he took a class called the Psychology of Romantic Relationships. It was 7 dudes in the class of 100. So, yeah, I imagine that the numbers were good for you there, but depends on what you were able to make happen.
How were the grades?
Yeah, well, that's a question that we'll have to ask him here in a little bit. There you go. Figgy's Mixtape, 1:20 p.m. every weekday right here in the Loop. At the Figgy Fig on social media if you see something that you believe to be mixtape worthy. Appreciate you hanging out with us from 346. Amy Adams had final say. All right. Coming up next, let's get ready to hand things over to the fellas that drive. We will do that next.
Every exclusive 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Hope your Wednesday has been going well. Astros down 7-2 last time I checked, thanks to a Mauricio Dubon 2-run shot that pulled them in.
It's over, closer. People.
They had some opportunities, even still.
They just did in the last inning.
And obviously, we'll talk more about it probably tomorrow. And obviously, I'm sure Clinton Ron, when they take over as the drive here in a little bit, will continue having conversations. Just what you've seen thus far. I know Fromber having a rough day, some more balls in the air than you would probably want from him. You ground ball pitcher. How do you feel about the offense? Like, did the signs of life offensively give you anything, or is it just because of it being in a game where defensively you couldn't get off the field in the very first inning? Does that kind of sour what you're starting to see a little bit offensively?
This is the kind of game where Jordan might have made a difference. Because they've had a couple of threats here and there. Man on third, I believe, with one out in the second inning or something like that. They've had a couple of runners on and only got none in, and then they had the 2-run home run from Dubon. This is the kind of game where if Jordan was in the middle of that lineup, maybe he does help a little bit. Now, that doesn't help the other side. And the other side, frankly, is becoming a bigger and bigger concern. You can't lose games that Fromber starts when you got to have it. You had to have it today.
Well, I mean, yeah. And today there are some instances,
and they could come back, but it's 7-2.
They could come back if they continue to threaten, as they have a couple of times thus far. Of course, it's getting late early, right?
Yeah.
But there are other outings where you can maybe say that the team failed the pitcher. Today, the pitcher failed the team. 5
runs before he got an out, 3 walks, 2 wild pitches. You cannot. I mean, there are no absolutes, but there are sports absolutes. Can't have that. Not when you hadn't, scored a run and coming into it. I think it was 28 innings. It ended at 31 innings. But either way, great, terrific performance from Hunter Brown the night before. There was a kind of a hard luck, tough loss. So here comes Fromber. And the next pitchers are going to be guys that you don't know about, with Arrighetti and McCullers and
it's Jason Alexander tomorrow, and then you get McCullers, and you'll get, and of course, off the top of my head, of course, I am forgetting it's not guys that you got coming up.
If Fromber's supposedly this ace or wannabe ace, you had to have that today, and you did not.
No, and there's people that are starting to get to the idea of, he looks like he's tapped out or whatever, like he's mentally there. Are you willing to go that far, or does it just feel like a really bad game for him?
He's in a different place. Tapped out, that maybe. But I think it's a level of frustration that is affecting him. I said it earlier, and I wasn't kidding. I'm not kidding now. How about you worry less about where guys are lined up and worry more about making pitches? Because it seems like ever since that one moment when he was, visibly upset about the outfielder being in the wrong spot, he's just had several frustrating looks that he's displayed, and he hasn't performed well either. He was the guy that I guaranteed on Friday. Oh, Fromber. And then got damn near perfectoed,
So you want to bring that up again, huh?
I'm just saying he hasn't produced.
Take another hit of the song.
Go ahead and smell this right quick for me. Who's Fromber going to blame now? I don't know, but this was one of those games where I don't think you can start talking about blame if you're Fromber Valdez. 7-2 is where it is right now, top of the 6th. As the Astros trying to see if they can scrap one out or get some runs back. In this one, just to clarify, we mentioned what the rotation is for Baltimore starting tomorrow. Jason Alexander, then you get Lance McCullers Jr. on Friday. It's Christian Javier on Saturday and Spencer Arrighetti.
That's who it is, yeah.
On Sunday. All right, we're getting ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive. I probably shouldn't, but I will return back to this conversation. And Judge John Lopez, we were talking about Von Miller, having personally for him Peyton Manning as the greatest of all time, quarterback-wise in the NFL, and not Tom Brady. And we were having the conversation, kind of talking about how both of those guys really very good, and it might be a little bit of a toss-up. And, boy, I don't know that I've seen the last time the text line blew up like this. People are really coming to Tom Brady's defense. And I kind of find that amazing.
Damn, we in Boston?
Yeah.
This is Houston? I thought everybody hated Tom Brady here.
I am kind of amazed. Like, that's
I guess they kind of hate Peyton Manning, too.
Yeah, there is reason to hate Peyton Manning. But it's like, I've seen a number of people that said there is no conversation whatsoever for anyone outside of Tom Brady. And I got to admit, this is what annoys me. Like, we don't have to give Tom Brady the team success as his own. He has plenty of his own successes that point to him being incredible. But when you heap on the entirety of the team's success onto him, that's where it makes it seem like you can't have a conversation. The conversation is there to be had for a lot of great players. He can still make his case off of individual accolades.
He can, and I put more value in team success for the superstar, for the guy on that particular squad, where it's baseball, basketball, or football, than you do. But I will say it's not an argument that anybody is ever going to, quote, win. I think Tom Brady is the greatest ever. Before that, I thought it was Joe Montana. But if you want to say Peyton Manning, everybody knows I've always been a big Peyton Manning fan. I'm cool with it because Peyton Manning, it's not like when you say he did more with less, that it's like he had a bunch of slugs, but he didn't have what the Patriots had. Everybody talked about, well, he had Marvin Harrison and Reggie Wayne. You know who the third leading receiver all time that played with Peyton Manning all time? Number 1, Marvin Harrison, 12,800 yards.
Very good. Very good at football.
Number 2, Reggie Wayne, 10,700 yards.
Really good at football.
Third most yards ever receiving for Peyton Manning.
Who's that?
1,900 yards. A 9,000-yard drop-off, Brandon Stokely. That's it. Two dudes that had over 10,000 yards receiving from him. Great players. Yeah. Next dude had 9,000 yards less.
Right. And I get people are like, oh, Randy Moss is the only wide receiver that Brady played with. And I'm like, guys, are we forgetting like the greatest tight end of all time and Rob Gronkowski? Like, if you were just going to take the weapons that both of those quarterbacks had in Peyton Manning and Tom Brady, I think that I probably am still going to go Randy Moss number 1, right? Just always open, chuck it up there. But then number 2, and I might have a little bit of a conversation about this, is easily Rob Gronkowski, right? Like, a great blocker, incredible pass catcher, dynamic, while also incredibly physical. Yeah, like, we're not going to do this thing where we pretend like Tom Brady had absolutely nothing. He was incredible in his own right. As I mentioned when we were having the conversation earlier in the show, the idea of being able to run an offense and, push and pull and really make a defense bend to your whim. Both of these guys had it at a high rim, and I want to make sure that I give that credit to Tom Brady as well. We don't got to lie. We don't got to lie in order to just build the narrative of Tom Brady even bigger. It's already very, very big. Yeah. You don't have to lie to get it.
And I think it's super impressive how he left the Patriots and went right to Tampa Bay and just kept going, too.
Sure.
I felt like, because I know a lot of people try to say, oh, yeah, Randy Moss and all this other stuff. Man, he went to a whole different team and pretty much, and that kind of screwed up Bill Belichick's legacy a little bit because now the argument that ain't no argument now. Where is it Belichick? Is it Brady? And it was clearly Brady in New England too.
No, he's absolutely one of the greatest. I'm actually interested in what these guys have to say. Appreciation of D&M Auto Leasing for giving us an opportunity to chat with the fellas that drive, Clint and Ron. And from the 8 through 2, as a Texas fan, you respect Brady. You have a special and deep hatred for Peyton Manning, the football player. Bleep him. All right, if that's what your case is, I'm not fighting you on that at all. I just don't, again, we don't gotta lie. We don't gotta lie. But we welcome in Clint, and we welcome back to the great city of Houston, one Ron, the show Hughley. Hey, how's it feel to be back on Texas soil, brother?
Whew.
Good, huh?
Oh, thank God. I was touch and go there for a second, baby.
Yeah.
I was woke up on Monday. They said, hey, I think we can get you out of there until Friday. I say, hold on, Judge. What the hell are you talking about? We can't get you out there until Friday. Like, hell you can't.
They brought in a whole other plane?
Oh, man. Several. Shout out to Delta.
Yeah.
I ain't going to talk about who my original provider was.
That's fair.
I'm going to have to do business with them at some point. But shout out to Delta because that show wasn't our original flight.
Yeah.
But nah, man, it was crazy.
Well, other than that, everything go well on vacation.
It was good, man. It was good, man. It was good times, man.
Did you stay out of the doghouse?
What are you talking about?
Just generally speaking, did you stay out of the doghouse, or did you spend? We got talking about
that wasn't real convincing over there. By the way,
doghouse. I was just confused by the question.
That wasn't real convincing.
When your vacation got extended, I said this could go one of two ways. Like him and his bride could have just had the best time of their life, and it's like, hell yeah, we get another one. Even a hurricane can't tarnish this thing. Or Ron may have done something stupid and been in a doghouse and been like, gosh dang, I got to sit over here and.
Especially
I got to deal with this for another 24 hours.
When you're fighting with airlines and then it changes the vibes of everything.
Yeah. Crowds.
And that might end up being blamed on you too.
Now listen, I was trying not to get arrested out there in Turks and Caicos.
What was you doing?
Oh, I mean, so we were supposed to leave Monday.
Yeah.
I hollered at them up front.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, man, we're not able to get out. Like, nobody can.
Right.
Trying to figure out this room situation.
Mm-hmm. Sure, yeah.
My man said, $1,029.
Oh, my goodness.
On top of what you had already paid?
Yeah.
For another night. Not just that, but also you got to come out of that room that you in. And we'll have by 11. And we'll have the next room ready by 4. I said,
"What am I going to do for?"
I said, "Bro, who the hell is coming in?"
The flight's flying.
The airport's shut down. Who the hell's coming in?
Mm-hmm.
I said, what the hell are you talking about?
$1,000? He's mad all over again.
I'm like, nah, bro, like. They're trying to cut my little wrist. Nah, don't touch my bracelet till I walk out there. I'm about to eat and drink all of this. $1,029.
That is great. How'd it work out?
Well, luckily, because I wasn't paying any of that. Because see, I'm hot now. The people we rolling through, my original provider, they told me, yeah, you have to get to the airport for us to be able to get you lodging. I said, you want me to get to the airport in the hurricane?
Yeah.
Well, how you think I'm going to get there? Who's driving to the airport?
Yeah.
But luckily, my brother-in-law, who was there too, his folks are a little bit more helpful. Okay. Shout out to Delta one more time.
There you go.
And Delta hit them with that reimbursement for their room, so we went ahead and shacked up.
Yeah.
They had a fold-out couch. Because I wasn't paying $1,000. You must be outside your mind. I ran out there and I went and grabbed all kinds of plates. I want them all to see them. Give me my drinks. I want my drink. I was hot, man.
Yeah.
Well, glad to hear vacation went well.
Yeah.
That man said, yeah, man, you got it. $1,029. Talking about we got two options. You got the $700 option or the $1,029.
Nope and nope.
They're gonna tell me even if I do get it. Yeah. I mean, you gotta chill. You gotta find something to do from 11 to 4 o'clock, like anybody else was coming in.
Who's coming in?
Kick you out of your room for 5 hours with a hurricane bearing down.
Nobody. And They shut beach access and pool access down.
Damn, what else was there to do?
But hey, man, chill out here though. We got you till 4 o'clock for nobody that's coming in.
We'll take your $1,000 at 4 o'clock.
$1,029.
Hey, well, don't worry about it.
Don't leave that 29.
While you were gone, the Astros scored 5 runs.
Yeah.
Total. Yeah, that's right.
5 games.
I was wondering if they was going to score. By the time I got back here today,
you brought a little luck, man.
$1,029.
Got 2 big ones.
Yeah, why'd you take all the runs with you, Show? What happened?
I tell you what, every time I look up, Melton's on the damn warning track. I can tell you that.
Or somebody's falling down.
Or Tremelli's been hit by a car.
They can't stay standing up.
I'm excited for what Ron, the show Hughley, has to say about Frommer's outing, because I know first and foremost he's going to start talking about them locks. That's the first thing that's going to come out of Ron.
It ain't me, because I you know what? That is a good place for us to start this. I already saw Tyler's message. What I do? I've already seen your message about Frommer. And I think it's something to discuss. Who did go out there and get his ass kicked?
I sure as hell think so too.
All right, well then let's get to discussing then.
Hey, but man, I know you've coached AAU basketball. My son's currently in it. Our football team, my son was on last year. Boy, when you watch a team or a person just let go of the rope.
Oh yeah,
that's good because that's what happened to Framber today. Yeah. Framber had that bad.
He's out. He's out.
That second wild pitch, he let that piece go, man.
Yeah,
it was done, boy.
Y'all see the reports on Twitter?
Which ones?
Lamar Jackson.
Yes.
Right hand, right wrist.
I did see that. I don't know what to make of that because we've had a number of those types of injuries in camp where it's like someone walks off and it comes back.
CJ Stroud here.
It happened. Just letting you know, it happened today at practice.
It did happen. No. It did happen.
Being reported.
I'll let you guys get into the fullness of it.
Oh, I know what you're doing.
I'll let you guys get into the fullness of it. We're done for the day. We'll catch you tomorrow.
Wouldn't happen here, baby.
Cooper Rush.
And wrap up.
I see Petty White over there and Jonathan Alexander over there.
He was early. 5 minutes into practice. He's like 7-on-7. Here we go.
I see old Pet Midler over there.
Pet Midler?
Oh,
good God.
Well, he was real petty this morning about that. Yeah, we can't report on that. Just letting y'all know.
We don't like that.
I know the screws.
Who's did? Jonathan did?
Yeah. Jonathan Alexander rolled it out so we can talk about it.
Yeah, training camp.
Skip that.
We did. Yeah.
Joint practice tomorrow, but training camp's about done, ladies and gentlemen. All right, you're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station, and right now, The Drive is live.
Well, hey, boys.
Oh, Petty Ford over there, Jonathan Alexander.
All the latest.
I died, boy. I died when I read that. I could see the sarcasm in his typing when he sent that out. But let me catch you up right now as we are live here. No reason to go anywhere else. As the Astros, they're not going to get shut out today, Tyler. So they have
Christmas
scored.
Miracle in August, you say?
They have scored. Shout out to, you guessed it, folks, Mauricio Dubon. He hit a 2-run homer because, of course, that's what you had on your bingo card on who would break up the scoring streak. Their first run since Saturday. Is that right?
Since the war, I think.
Yeah, there you go. But they are still down 7-2 in the 7th inning, and
Detroit's playing with them.
It was one of those situations, Clint, when we tell you, Framber just didn't give you a shot today.
Yeah,
I just didn't.
I could just hear John Lopez's play-by-play, and I could tell it was bad.
Yeah, he just didn't give you a shot. Yeah, it was 5-0. Was it 5-0 before he recorded an out?
I think it was, what was it, 3 walks, 2 pass balls, a double and a single?
Well, and 2 checks for his outfielders to see where they were standing?
Hell yeah. And listen, it wasn't just wild pitches. It was wild pitches with runners on third. Like, it wasn't just a wild pitch with somebody on first. Nah, he went ahead and added to the runs. And, it was 5-0. He gave up 7 runs in his time out there. Not at all what you wanted to see happen at all, but we will keep you abreast and updated on this. 7-2 right now, 7th inning, and the Astros are going to have to do some serious work to avoid not getting swept by the Detroit Tigers. But luckily for them, the Mariners are – hell, they're struggling too. They're doing the same thing as they're in Philadelphia. Last time I saw, they were trailing, and it is now a 1-run game. They're 3-2 in the 7th inning as the Mariners, Julio Rodriguez got him a little closer with a homer. They are they can edge closer if they can pull that one out. But
the Mariners are doing their part, Ron. When you were gone, we did a little next 20. I think the Astros had roughly 41, 42 games left, and over the next 20 games, they were going to see 14 opponents that they would be favored over. One being the Baltimore Orioles, which they just gave 2 of 3 away in that first 3 games of the 20-game stretch we were talking about. And the Mariners are doing their part. They are losing ball games, and the Astros just aren't holding up their end of the deal. If you can just play halfway decent, you're picking up half games, full games here and there on the Mariners the way they're playing. The Astros just don't seem to want to make it happen, though.
Yeah. Text line coming in. Framber is sandbagging the rest of the season. He's pouty about not getting a deal from Crane. He's checked out. The Astros will not make October. Okay. Yeah. That would be a stupid checkout.
It'd be a bad
everybody else could pay you.
I mean, I can understand where some of the other guys would check out. Maybe not him.
maybe, yeah, I can think of one coming to mind.
Got that money.
Tyler, I saw you. What you didn't get yourself good and frustrated about Framber, didn't you? Tyler, did you see the Tyler tweet?
My friend, I've gotten myself good and frustrated about the Houston Astros.
It's not just today, just Framber. Tyler tweeted out Framber Valdez right now. Today on the bump in Detroit, this moment. This is why, as good as he's been for the Astros at times over the last few years, you can never, all caps, Clint, pay him and have him attain that label as true ace in the clubhouse. Arguably, a day ball game you need Framber most in 2025. I think that's possibly fair to say. And here we are, Framber worrying about where his outfielders are positioned while walking dudes and throwing wild pitches in the first. 5-0 Tigers, no outs.
I didn't see the game. Is that just a reference to what he said last week or a couple starts ago, or was he literally worried about where the outfielders were?
There's no way for me to know that definitively
okay.
for
Well,
sure.
I didn't know if he was out there directing traffic or something.
No, but to me, I mean, there were a few moments whenever things were starting to come undone very quickly today in the first inning where he was, I don't know, man. It just seems like too many times Framber Valdez's big question mark up top in that noggin.
It is, because I will tell you, I think it's unfair, Tyler, and I think there are a lot of people, as I saw people respond to it, roll
I haven't
with
looked
it.
yet.
No, I think, like someone said, I 100% agree with Tyler. Judging by what I'm seeing from the text line, I think people are frustrated by Framber, but it is interesting how differently he is viewed from others. It's very – because I'll tell you what, since I have been here the entire time, I think Yordan may be the only player for the Astros that has been as good as at his job or better consistently than Framber has the entire time being here. I think so. Some may say Altuve. I think Altuve's not as been up in it. This guy's been a Cy Young candidate damn near every year he's been here, right? He's come up huge in big moments. But when he has an off game or an off day, it seems to really blow up for people. I mean, like Verlander had terrible moments in the postseason. But I don't think people go there with Verlander.
Ver's going to be Ver.
And I think even Framber has had some meltdowns and moments even in the playoffs. I think Framber over the last 5 years has been a better big game pitcher than Verlander. I think the numbers would show that out. But for some reason, boy, the feel on Framber is completely different than to other people. And other guys, even though, as Tyler said, as good as he's been, like Tyler can't even call him an ace. and I think if you can't call him an ace, you can't call Verlander an ace. You can't call some of these other guys an ace. And it is just really interesting how he is perceived. It's almost Kyle Tucker feel, too. I think Tyler said it when we were talking about Kyle Tucker, like he is what'd you say, appreciated but not beloved or something like that.
Very, very in there. Yeah.
And Framber seems to fit that role, even though he has been, I don't think it's even an argument, the best pitcher that this team has had in the last 5-6 years.
Yeah, it is. It's interesting. He is a frustrating one to root for. I mean, I could see where just kind of the demeanor. Like you said, it looked like he threw the towel in after the second or third wild pitch. Those are things that
it gets away from him. It gets away.
But that to me, that's a big part of when you start talking about the ace word and the ace label, and you typically don't see. You see guys have bad moments and get beat around the park, but you don't typically see 3 walks and 2 wild pitches and stuff like. I don't think. But. So it's a frustrating route when you're rooting for Framber sometimes, but you want him on your squad. That's for damn sure.
That's what I'm saying. Like it's like Framber had he had the stretch this year. They won 13 consecutive games that he pitched in, and he was 11-0 in those starts.
Mm-hmm.
And like this right here today is maybe I'm wrong on this. Maybe Cheryl could check on it. This by far is his worst start of the season, right?
Oh, I don't know. Like, it can't get much worse.
Yeah, I don't know how it couldn't
be.
By far his worst start of the season. And most of the other part, the other 20 starts he's had, I mean, he's been one of the best pitchers in baseball. But this one right here, this start, this will stay in people's minds a lot more than the positives, and it doesn't seem like that happened with Verlander or Keuchel.
The interesting part, again, I think this is a fascinating conversation for multiple reasons. Because I'll be honest with you, like with the point you're making, like if we had a gotta have it game right now, I'd be A-okay if he was on the bump. I'd be 100% behind him.
Oof, I wouldn't.
In any game, any high leverage game.
You would have said that before today, Tyler?
Yes.
Is today's pushing?
I mean, today's exclamation point for sure, and sways it hard that direction. But no, man, I do not believe this guy's capable of bringing his brain to the ballpark every start. So I can't pay him that money.
Well, paying him, whether you want to pay him the money or not, that's one. I'm just talking about as an Astros fan.
I know you are.
I am confident that we as a team can beat anybody on any given game day if Framber's on the bump. I'm confident. Now, I mean, days like today are extremely frustrating because there appears to be just like a flip it. You know, when things go bad, there's either the middle midget or So I mean, there's a different demeanor or different. What am I looking for? There's a different vibe with him, good, bad, or indifferent.
To elaborate further on what you asked me and what I answered, Ron, just then about Framber, you said before this disaster in the first inning for Framber today, would I have felt that way? And the answer really is yes. Maybe not to that degree, but I can't remember if this happened while you were gone chasing hurricanes or whatever.
Certainly wasn't chasing.
Storm chasing. But I want to say it was his last start, if not the one before that for Framber. There was another kind of outfield miscommunication. Framber did not go back up home plate on a throw home that resulted in a additional run crossing the plate because he was not backing up the catcher on a pass throw. And after the game, this is the second time this season we heard Framber get vocal through his interpreter saying some stuff contrary to, happy-go-lucky is me and the squad in the clubhouse right now. You know, stirring up a little dissension. So that drama diva whole thing, too, is all lingering right there mixed in my mind with this just bring your brain to the park, bro.
How many times do you feel like he's not brought his brain to the park? Like, I would say that to anybody. Like you too, Clint. How many times, like, brought his brain to the park? I would say, I don't even know if he didn't bring it. Today, he just didn't have it and and then just
and arguably the game you needed him most this season.
Oh, I get you, but I mean, we've been here before with them, and he has absolutely shut the door in a big situation too. Like, this isn't a normal occurrence. Like, it almost feels like
neither is his comments after these games is what I'm saying. We're seeing him act a little different right now.
I get the comments, but I'm talking about he's got a resume of what we've watched. It feels like we're almost discussing Lance. Like the way you're talking, that I feel that way about Lance. Not like, I don't know what the hell I'm gonna get from Lance. I don't know.
Yeah, but all my doubts, that's a hard one just for my brain because all with Lance is it's the physical nature
and
of
I'll
it.
say
It's his health.
And I'll say it, I'm a part of it, Clint, because I over the years we have made big reference of it, but anytime he has a bad outing, it's upstairs. And almost I think it's a real discussion thing because I think there is something from him. I just remember that time where he walked all around and Carlos had to come up and meet him years ago. But it feels like we have maybe exaggerated that so much that every time he has a bad outing, which is not a lot over the years, it then immediately explodes to he has mental issues out there on the mound.
Well, look, to me, there is, I believe he's the pitcher that was on record earlier in his career of working with mental coaches to keep his cool. Obviously, you mentioned the Carlos Correa thing. We've seen him, shaking his fist and snatching balls out of the air. We've seen the frustration. And so I think it's fair, because even in some of the games where he's struggled early and given up 2 runs, and then he ends up pitching 7 or 8 innings and giving up 2 total runs, there's still that side of Fromber that seems like he's just on the edge and seems to be a little bit out of pocket. And when you're talking about ace stuff, there's a conversation there to be had. Is he in a spot mentally where he can handle that adversity? The performance will tell you yes a good chunk of the time.
Do you think he's an ace?
I think he's an ace. Okay. Yeah, I think
he's got ace talent.
I think he's an ace. Yes,
intangibles.
When you've got Hunter Brown waiting in the shadows there, do you pay him versus Hunter Brown? When you've got Verlander over the years, maybe not the most recent Verlander, but over the years, is he better than Verlander? Those are the conversations and the guys that he's stacked up against. And do you pay him or do you call him an ace? I don't know. I think I don't have a problem with just a conversation about the mental, the seemingly needing to keep his head screwed on tight consistently. I think that's a reality with him.
Yeah, I don't think that it isn't true. It just jumps big time whenever he has a bad outing, and it gets a little more aggressive towards, don't pay him, he's not an ace, I don't trust him. He'll have 15 starts where he is an ace, and then he'll have one, I'm out. It's like the memories of the negative go up big time. All right, Clint, I posed this to you before the show. Let's bring it on the air. Since I've been gone. Oh, I'm sorry, Tyler. That was. I'm gonna sit in the corner for doing that. I should be judged. I should be judged for that. But since I've been gone, there's a player that has completely shifted where I thought he was going to be when training camp started. We got to discuss what that means for this team's offense. We'll do that coming up next right here live on The Drive. But before we get there, guys, let me tell you about Clayton Homes and their sign and save sales event. Now, listen, do not wait, because this
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, 7-2 right now. The Astros are trailing, but good news with that. The Mariners are helping them out. They had gotten that lead to that deficit to a 3-2 game in Philadelphia, and now the Phillies, they have opened it up, and they are now leading 7-2 in the 8th inning. So we're in the bottom of the 7th. Check that, 8-2 in the bottom of the 7th. So the Mariners, they look like they are headed to being swept by the Phillies, and no harm because the Astros looks like they are headed to being swept by the Detroit Tigers. So that is the latest there. So if things hold, which it looks like it will, it looks like they're right where they started when they woke up today. All right, Clint, I've been out a little bit, obviously. I want to give some game notes because I got up a little bit later on. I got up and I started in the airport actually last night. Or not last night. One of those points as I was traveling all day long. I was watching the Texans Panthers, and I got some thoughts on and off the field that I want to run through. But one of the things that I'm reading and I'm seeing, and I saw this from DJ Bijani saying. Top two spots with the receivers, pretty clear. Nico Collins and Christian Kirk. The third one, he said Xavier Hutchinson. He's not going anywhere. He's going to play, and he's going to play a lot, is what DJ Bijani said, paraphrasing there. But he tweeted out that, and Clint, it does. I thought Xavier Hutchinson was going to have a fight to make the team when – obviously, we know the issues with John Mechie. Obviously, they took care of that since I've been going. He's in Philly. And then they bring in Justin Watson on a deal, and they draft two guys as well. You wondered, is he going to make the team? Not only is he going to make the team, Clint, is that off what DJ said? And what I'm saying here is if the Texans ran a 3-receiver set, we know Christian Kirk's probably in the slot. We know Nico is on the outside. Would Xavier Hutchinson be the third guy right now?
I think they'd be very comfortable with Xavier Hutchinson being the third guy. I think he's as safe as going to get. I agree with you. When camp started, I think there was he's at a crossroads, man. You got to either come on and make a move up the depth chart, or they're obviously drafting and bringing guys in here to take your place. And I think when you look at the way that Hutch has responded, and maybe they knew this before. Maybe the offseason, the weight room, the throwing with CJ, all that kind of stuff. Maybe they knew he was going to be fine before. But I know for us, in terms of watching practice, he was outside. Careful. I think what's that? Oh yeah, no, that's okay. This is before the
mandate.
The mandate came down. He was outside those top four guys. You said Nico, Christian Kirk, and the two rookies. Those four guys were locks. Everybody else was kind of bunched up there. There's no doubt about it. Xavier Hutchinson has absolutely separated himself and should be right where they have him, which is I would say he's probably a notch above Higgins right now just because Higgins is young and he's inexperienced. And I think Hutch probably is CJ's probably a little bit more comfortable with the experience he has with Hutch right now than some of the young guys. So, yeah, he's right in the mix, man. I would say that the top of this wide receiver room now consists of Hutchinson as well, Ron. I think there's 5 guys up there right now.
Now, can we get a little serious here?
Sure.
I know some people don't like to have uncomfortable conversations at times, but I do. So if there's a real good chance, as you said, he's a notch over Higgins, that he is the third receiver, at least at this point. Last year, they had Nico, Stephon Diggs, and Tank Dell was the third receiver. Is this concerning at all that Xavier Hutchinson is the third receiver right now and that you don't have anybody that was better to take that role? Or is this just a, hey, Xavier Higgins has been, misevaluated, and he's better than the 6th-round pick that he is, and he's better than this, and this is not because nobody better could take it, but that he is just that good? Because usually that's not how you usually don't walk into the year for a contender that a guy that was on the bubble to make the roster is now essentially, I heard John Lopez say it earlier, starter. Is that concerning?
If I hadn't watched practice, maybe. But no, I think he's earned every bit of it.
Well, I think he's earned it.
I think he's earned it. I think he's made plays. I think he's gone up against the best the Texans have to offer. I think he's made plays. Joint practices. I think he again has made plays. Clearly in the playoffs last year, some of the biggest moments, he somehow found his way into those big moments for the Texans last season and in the playoffs last year. So no, I think he has elevated his play, and I think the reality of it is we sit around here and think that these wide receivers or anybody is going to Kamari Lassiter and Kalen Bullock this thing year in, year out. I think that's crazy to think that. I think it's probably more normal for a Higgins to maybe not be quite ready to be a starter and maybe needs to share that role with Hutch more so than just have it himself. And I think there's just more reality, and I think one guy's earned it in Hutchinson, and I'm not concerned at all. And by the way, there's clearly a different approach to offense this year than last year as well.
That makes sense, too. Text line coming in. You missed a whole week, Ron. Hutch has been balling out. As I said, I'm not saying he didn't earn it. I'm just saying last year, Stephon Diggs or Tank Dell was your third receiver.
Yeah.
Right. Like, there are not a lot of contenders whose third receiver that passes the football is a 6th-round guy that has traditionally been a special teamer more likely than not his first couple of years. Again, this could be a deal of where he has really blossomed and turned into something. I'm just simply posing the thought. That's not usually how you have drawn it up, but he's earned it. We'll see if Higgins is able to get out there and potentially at some point take that spot and maybe take that role, which is what I think the Texans probably envisioned when they drafted him with their top pick overall. We'll see. But right now, Xavier Hutchinson has put it down and made it his spot. All right, Clint feels like maybe some of his takes this week has really come to punish the rest of the media.
Team Macho.
Sorry, guys.
And all of Houston.
Sorry, guys.
You got some explaining to do. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all. Clint Stoerner here for Twin Peaks. Look, if you love watching live sports, Twin Peaks is the place to go, man. The scenic views got to be calling your name. There's 5 lodges around the city. If you're hearing this, there's one right around the corner, y'all. Check it out. We got a first-place baseball team somehow, some way. They ain't scoring no runs, and the bullpen ain't worth a damn, but they are in first.
$4414179. Ability Trees. Ability Trees, Houston's, say it, leading tree care professional.
Has Macho Man ever cried?
Prima Donna! Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are live here. Good to be back in the building. Clint Stoerner, Tyler Milner back at it. A little update here. The Astros, they fall, and they indeed get swept by the Tigers. And now, what's that? 4 in a row. They lose 7-2. They do score 2 runs off a 2-run homer. Todd Callis looks like he's about at the end of his rope.
Well, this is not good.
Blummer doesn't look fired up either. But
that
they
2-run Dubon homer would have been nice in the 8th inning last night when they pinch hit for him because there was a right-hander on the bump.
But they did score. They did score 2-run homer from Mauricio Dubon. They will now head to Baltimore, a team that they are far better than, a team that is in last place. And they'll play them for 4. So hopefully they can get right.
We'll get all this little funk
over the weekend. Christian Javier will pitch on Saturday, and he'll be back after he had to miss. He got pulled after 3 innings due to illness. Also, Lance will make a return
Friday.
Lance McCullers, after that devastating blister. Thank goodness
blister.
We were able to sew that thing together, allegedly. And he'll be back Friday. There's Taylor Trammell. Jesus, God, man.
Bad back Trammell.
Man, he's been hit by a car 2 days in a row. Both of them his own doing. But they
still can't get on the field.
There's Melton though. Big catch from Jacob Melton.
Yeah, Melton spent a lot of the day today on the warning track. By the way, every time I look up, he's on the. I bet he had 5 catches on the warning track.
This is one of those moments, and I love you for it, Dirty, because this is legitimately cracking me up. But something gets stuck in your craw and your dome so hard that really is agitating
I'm hurt,
you,
man.
Yeah, no, I'm with you, but it gets stuck, and you're just like, son of a...
I'm hurt. And I know they've already played another game with this day game today, but I mean, I'm hurt, and I'm like yesterday, I know I owe you money because we lost on Chaz not getting a hit. I mean,
you bet on Chaz?
Yeah.
You were feeling it, huh?
I mean, we tried. We played that funky music, White Boy too. While he was out, we was trying. It wasn't because he had earned it, because he needed it, Ron.
It was hype.
I said Ron would be pissed right now, but damn it, Chaz needs it. I mean, I thought it was a good thing. Like, hey, fine, like he's getting some run. I'm sorry, some Bucks gave him 3 at-bats against the best pitcher in baseball and then pinch hit for him.
You need to get this off your chest.
Oh, man.
It felt like it ripped my
it was just,
go ahead.
No. I mean, it was just,
get it off your chest.
I mean, I just feel for the dude. I mean, it went from like, hey, man, you know, you may be pouting a little bit, or, you know, hey, Jake is balling, man. We've got to a point where Jake's just a better option. Nah, man, they done turned this thing into Jake's a better option. They done turned this thing into Melton's a better option. The other Jacob Melton is a better option. Trammell is a better option. I mean, he can't get on the field unless it's in the role of the closer that got hurt.
I kept it real as a true professional myself.
He literally.
He is his like the most consistent role that Chaz has is ass kicked you're in.
Ron, he pitched in 3 of the last 8 ball games.
I know it.
He's pitched. He's been on the mound.
He's got that first career strikeout.
He's been on the mound, and they continue to roll Jacob.
And he's been
Melton.
better. And he's been better than like Taylor Scott.
Yeah.
He's been better than Sean Dubin.
Man.
Shout out to Sean, who was able to have a scoreless inning today by the grace of Almighty. But damn, like
my heart has been broken for the guy the last 2 times. Ron, I got home 2 games ago and turned it on, and we already had a conversation about it 2 games ago, and I flip it on, and I look up, and after I put Laney to bed, I look up, and he's on the mound again, second night in a row, and I'm just like, he's got to be.
But hold on.
He's got to be an emotional mess, man.
I'm with you on the Chaz thing, but he's got to be volunteering. Like, he's got to be a part of this, right? He's got to be a part of the pitching thing, right? Like, he's got to be saying, I can do it. I can do it.
If what you're asking is
3 times every time, there's got like if you were to think about on this team, who are other guys that you would think
OPS.
options?
This guy was hitting high 200s. This guy was making season-changing World Series game-winning catches in the outfield 2 years ago.
Imprinted in.
There's no way in hell he's been reduced to. Yeah, man, it ain't no sweat off my back if Jacob Melton and Trammell and all these guys are in the outfield, and hey, just save me if you need me in the 10th when you're getting the doors blown off of you. There's no way.
What I would say to that, I don't know. I don't know how much he's a part of it.
Tyler sent pudding to the banana pudding to the Tigers.
No, you did.
To the Tigers.
This show is trying to do our job.
You did.
This show.
How do you know it got there?
Because he got on his app. It told him the order was delivered.
Shout out Candace.
Oh hell, you ain't tell me about this.
Yeah, well, it was very end of the show yesterday. I haven't seen you much today because I got in late.
Text line's coming in. Did Chaz get his?
Somebody did.
I need to find out. I need somebody. Come on now.
Hell no.
Come on now. I need some back channeling. I know you work for the other team, but come on.
I bet Miguel Cabrera went in there and got it. Stopped it.
Hey, it said it was delivered, Chief. It was delivered.
And I had the address and the point of drop-off for the visiting clubhouse up there in Detroit at Comerica Park. Oh, yeah.
Was there a note sent to it?
Yeah. Said, please deliver visiting clubhouse, Mr. Chaz McCormick. If you cannot locate him, please leave with someone on the staff.
Text line coming through. It's the only way he can get on the field, Ron. That's it. But that's where, and I agree with you here, Clint. Not on we didn't mean to get into Chaz, but we're already here.
Oh.
Let's get it. Text line. Stop it. You don't have to be so nasty right now. Nobody was thinking
Friday,
it.
baby.
Nobody was thinking it. McCormick is a bench player who had a career year. He has now returned to his normal. Now that's the place where I draw the line.
Well, his normal is better than any of these guys that are playing in front of him.
We don't. But this is the part where if I am, when you say you feel sick for him, I don't. Mine doesn't start this year when they're running his ass out there to pitch. Mine starts with, we don't know what Chaz's normal is because they don't want us to see his normal. He is not everything that Clint read off about that, as this texter says, his career year. Usually when you don't have a center fielder who has stepped up to take the job, and then that guy has a career year, and let's remember, the career year backed off of the career playoff season, right? That's not the same season. He played center field in the playoffs and played his ass off, where he had moments where he hit the ball out of the ballpark against the Yankees in the ALCS, where he had moments, or in the ALDS, where he had moments, whatever that series was against the Yankees. He had moments against the Phillies, and it was clear, all right, Dusty's running them out there every day. And then Clint, the next year, Jake Myers was out there.
Well,
while Megan Thee Stallion was throwing the first pitch in that all white.
Ooh, them tight white.
Let's just all take a moment to just really reflect on that first pitch. Now, he was sitting on the bench, and Myers, who did nothing to deserve to have that spot, was the center fielder.
Khakis.
And they've never allowed him to build upon that next season.
Well, but it's coming to a head, right? Like, because you can look at it now and go, hey, Jake Myers was one of their guys. They drafted him. That's their prospect. They saw it, the defense, all this, okay. And it's come to fruition, and we can all look up and go, hey, okay, maybe it hits a little softer right now. But, Ron, I'm looking at this right now. As bad as you think Chaz McCormick is, right? He's hitting 225. Guess who he's ahead? Taylor Trammell, Jacob Melton, Cooper Hummel, Jesus Sanchez. All of these guys have gotten significantly more play than Chaz McCormick has. After your center fielder, who finally did something this year to make it make sense why they kept suppressing him and not giving him run, got hurt.
Yeah.
I mean, it's coming to a head now. And where I was going with the whole thing coming to a head is you finally give him a little bit of run last night, and it's against the best pitcher in baseball, and he gets 3 at-bats. Finally, you get to the pen, and they've got a right-hander up there, and you pull the guy out and let Jacob Melton – no, it wasn't. It was Trammell. But they literally pinch hit 3 lefties in a row for what?
To get the left-hander out.
For what? I mean, it was absolute joke. Anyway, the Chaz McCormick thing was just like, man, at least you could do is let him get some at-bats against somebody that's not Tariq Skubal, man. At least. And no, you can't even do that. Come on.
Listen, I'm not going to sit here and even argue that Chaz has been playing well.
You know what Jacob Melton's batting? By the way, your center fielder went off the wall. First,
it's Jacob Melton for you.
Well, no, but it's Trammell too. But he goes off the wall and hurts his back. Okay, you don't go to Chaz McCormick, the one that's literally got a play that's going to go down in history with the Astros. You go to Jacob Melton. You're trying to win a baseball game. You go to Jacob Melton, 176.
What'd you say?
176 right now. And by the way, he is on the verge of looking like early Jake Myers. He looks eerily similar to the first 3 years that we watched another Jacob on this team.
Wait a second, Clint. Here we go. Here, Scoople's out there. Go.
Hey, man, let's get you some run, bud.
Hey, here's your shot.
Man.
Hey, here's your shot.
You're literally rolling a dude out there that's hitting 176 and looks completely lost at the plate.
I know you better get some of this Orioles action.
Shout out Independent.
And your thought is, well, it's a right-handed pitcher, so we're getting left-handed bats up there. Get that. I mean, Espada was terrible last night, late in innings, by the way. Terrible.
But by the way, the thing that has to piss him off, what was that a couple of weeks ago? It feels like it was a couple of weeks. I feel like I've been going that long. But maybe it was last week where he hit that home run. And he had a pretty good game.
Hell yeah!
And they came out there, and we just knew for sure he was going to be out there.
It's unbelievable, man.
He was on the bench.
It's unbelievable.
I think he pitched.
Automatic.
I mean, what would he do? What would he do to have Dusty back in that damn?
Oh my God! Man. He is dreaming for him. I think he calls Dusty. All right, coming up.
In fact, Dusty, can you call Chaz and keep his head above water?
Dusty, give him that good banana pudding. The one that you know the kind he like.
Dusty can walk up there and hand it to him. Tyler, your old Uber driver ain't getting it.
Tyler ain't never had more maroon money moment than that. Just threw that money down the drain. Damn.
$17 gone.
Just threw it down the drain. Jonathan Alexander, he said it, and Clint believes it's all his fault. We'll discuss that for real this time coming up next.
Well, I tell you what I will take on the chin is if it's my fault that you ease on down to Tomball Ford. Heck,
610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back as we are live here, and it's good to be back. Good to be back. Not good to see the Astros continue to struggle. Today, let's just be honest, Framber Valdez just didn't give them a chance. And, you don't want to put something single-handedly on somebody, but today, I mean, you come out, baby, you walk the first two, give up a single, you throw two wild pitches that lead to runs. Two wild pitches with runners on third. It's 5-0 before you record an out. That's ill. And Taylor Trammell goes running into a wall. He has to be carted off, trying to run down a triple. It was a rough go of it. So they dropped this one, but as I said before, it's only getting worse in Philly. They are in the ninth inning, and the Mariners, they now trail 11-2. 11-2, so it looks like the Astros won't lose any more on their lead as of right now. That game's almost over, 2 outs in the ninth inning, so they will remain in first place, a game and a half up on the Mariners. But as you said, this will be 5 straight losses for the Mariners. They are not taking advantage of this slide from the Mariners.
Well, the Astros are just making it harder on themselves than they need to. And look, I understand you have bad stretches and sometimes you're not playing your best ball, but this has just been awful. Whether we're talking about starting pitching issues, bullpen issues, getting the doors blown off of you and just throwing in the towel, letting go of the rope, however you want to couch it, to not being able to score runs and not swinging the bat worth a damn.
We suck.
It's a bad stretch. It's a huge missed opportunity for the Astros. Hopefully, again, with the Orioles coming up next and the Rockies right behind them, I mean, you got 7 games against the Orioles and the Rockies coming up here. If you can get hot, you still have time to stretch out this lead and give yourself a little bit of grace the last 2-3 weeks of the season when you do play the Rangers head-to-head twice, the Mariners head-to-head once. You can maybe you can give yourself a little bit of grace right there. If not, it's going to be tough.
Yep. So that is the latest there as the Astros take an L today, 7-2. All right, Jonathan Alexander reported this earlier today before the training camp practice today. The Texans are in regular season mode, so we're limited on what we can report out here according to their policy. Can't reveal lineups, but I'll let you know who is standing out.
Oh, no.
That was Jonathan Alexander earlier. And now, Clint, you seem to think this is your fault.
I need to apologize, man. I knew we had a couple of good shows this week before you got back, but
what'd you do, dude? I really don't even know.
You heard that gold we was spitting them last couple of days, man.
You heard
Ron.
that gold we was spitting the last couple of days.
I mean, Ron, I'm not sure which one. I'm not sure which one pushed the Texans into regular season mode. But the Texans brass must have liked a couple of our, or not liked. I'm sorry, or liked so much they decided to pull the trigger here. Couple segments we had.
Say, hey man, he's giving too much. Huh?
Well, I mean, look, when you watch through this eye, man, you watch that old quarterback eye, and you realize that the key to this offensive line fixing their protection is Ed Ingram. Can Ed Ingram play the level of guard the rest of the way, or in the regular season that he played, yesterday, or I'm sorry, Saturday, which is going to allow you to have the flexibility at the tackle position. Talked about Ariante Ursery getting run at left tackle, getting beat a couple of times yesterday, but was with the ones when Cam Robinson came back. He was still with the ones, that kind of thing. Talked a little bit about Lassiter playing some nickel. Thought that I think it's a really good weapon for D'Amico Ryans moving forward. I wouldn't make the move, obviously permanently, but that's a good weapon. I think they must have heard some of that stuff, man.
Some of that good.
And I just want to apologize to Jonathan Alexander and the crew. I know, we expect the Texans to go into that regular season mode after training camp, not dead, and not before the the week before the last training camp and the last joint practice, the last preseason game. It's
too good.
Look, man, I'll take the credit. I'll take the credit for the Texans tightening down coverage here, and it just happens, man, when you hit the nail on the head a couple of times on some critical topics like we did yesterday, man. You know, Ron, it just
that big Nick energy.
That's right. Just draws.
And these topics were yesterday.
Yeah,
because that's when the mandate came down.
They were yesterday. I don't look.
We know they listen now.
I hate that it got to a point where Jonathan and company can't do play-by-play and what they're seeing at practice and things of that nature. But hey, man, happens. Sorry, boys, gals.
That's what a real man does.
Which one do you think it was that you nailed the bit? Like, which one do you think it was that really sent it?
I think probably the O-line one where Ursery was with the ones and Cam didn't jump in right back in with the ones, and then because you pile on top of that, Ursery got beat a few times, once by Derek Barnett. Like, there was some real detail there. And I was reading reports, by the way. I didn't make practice yesterday. I was just reading reports. I think that one probably hit home a little bit. I think that's the one.
we got to put a nail on it. Let's gonna give it away.
Too much.
Yep. It's
too much, boys. We got an opponent we got to play in 3 weeks. The Rams are watching. So yeah.
I do want to know this, especially like a guy like Tyler. You've been a fan. Those of you listening, 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch, you can jump in on this because
if you're gonna ask for my secret sauce, man, I don't know if you're
I know what it is.
Oh, okay.
But I'm to the people. Do you even care? Do you, like, honest to God, do fans
try to always care, man? What's up?
Do you, but in particular, and Tyler, you obviously you're now the face that produces the place here, the face of Sports Radio 610. But before that, before you graduated to being the face, you were a listener.
Oh, what?
And many of you obviously are listeners who wrote. Do you all really care to know things like who the ones are? Do you care to know like who's getting the bulk of the reps, or is it just like hey man, we'll find out when the games start. We'll find out, or is that details that you really want to know?
As a fan, long before I worked here, hell yes, absolutely.
Yeah, because I would normally believe fans would probably side with, all right, hey man, just whatever the team needs to perform.
They're all fixable,
which I would understand. Look, but I just wonder how people care, how much people really care.
Oh, I think they care. I think they want to know. I think they deserve to know.
Yes.
I think it's. I mean, you're talking about people that are coming out here, taking days off to come out here and watch practice during training camp. You're talking about people. We're not talking about people that own companies and are spending millions of dollars on suites. We're talking about people that are spending their hard-earned money on season tickets and stuff like that. And you're that level of. I think there's a lot of fans out there that don't care one way or another. They don't give a rip about who's playing what position. But I think you got a level of fan. The fan that's more heavily invested, I think absolutely, especially when you have a bad season and your quarterback is the second most hit quarterback in the league. Your franchise is fixing to pay him $60 million a year, and the number one priority for your entire your level of happiness this year is going to be based on the Texans. And I think there's a lot of people that are dialed into what's going on with the offensive line. Absolutely.
Because I've always, in my illustrious 11-year career.
Hold on, so
I have gotten myself in trouble multiple times on this.
What?
Because I generally, my mind and what I've been taught is I do the show for our listeners.
The showman.
Now, sometimes our listeners it will be conversations that are uncomfortable that maybe they don't like to hear, but I tend to want to talk about things that they have interest in. And like this is how Jim Nance happens, right? Jim Nance, don't you want to talk about the Masters?
I just got the red carpet. We're wanting to get into a controversy.
Or the Final Four. No, damn it. We're in Houston. Why the hell do my listeners want to talk about the damn Masters. Right now, when we're about to get into the NFL season.
Tiger's not even playing.
And now listen, it's not the first time I've gotten in trouble about, hey, all right, maybe diving in about stuff maybe that I think listeners want to talk about, or posing questions to people that I think listeners want to know about, and not just what Linda got mad at me one time for asking Lovey a question that I felt like listeners wanted to know about. So I get that. So I'm just wondering that, like some people, like right here, Joel says, I don't care until we see what.
You are not the majority, Joel. You're not the majority.
Now, there are other people rolling in. Chris W. says, yes, I care 100% about that detail. What else we got during the summer? Love that detail. Frank said, I need to know if Ingram is on that line or Scruggs is going to be the one filling in.
Yeah, look, if I sit down at a bar when I leave this place right here and I'm sitting next to a Texans fan, within the first 2 or 3 minutes, we're going to talk about the offensive line.
It was that bad.
You know what I mean? Like that, I just don't know. Every time I'm approached by a Texans fan, it is, hey, man, can they fix that protection?
They're all fixable.
That offensive line was bad last year. What are they going to do? And so that is the topic. And if you're, to be the eyes and ears, for the fans and be able to communicate kind of what's going on at practice, I think it's important. So, to answer your question, I think most of them. Now, is it going to change your day? Like, are you going to lose sleep if you don't know who's running at left tackle? No, probably not. But if you're a Texans fan and your team just paid $12 to $14 million for Cam Robinson and drafted Ariante Ursary in the second round, and all of a sudden Ariante Ursary's playing well enough to take that $12 to $14 million guy's job.
But obviously their mindset is, well, this is something that we definitely don't want our opponent to know about yet, right? Obviously that's
still preseason,
that's probably behind it, right?
Yeah.
The thought of we don't want our opponent to know. Although like for me, I don't know. I mean, hell, this is the NFL. It happens, right?
Yeah.
Like we know.
I don't imagine Baltimore wants everybody to know that Lamar Jackson failed today and hurt his right hand and his right wrist, but it's part of what happens.
Text line also coming in with this. Don't care, just want to know if it's better. So you do care.
So you do.
That's exactly what
you do care, right?
Text line coming in with this. They have proven that they know what they're doing, so I don't need to know everything that's going on.
The offensive line looked like they knew what they were doing on the field last year.
I think what they're saying overall, they know.
Yeah, well, but it's not do they know what they're doing. It's nothing disrespectful to the organization. I mean, clearly, D'Amico Ryans and company knows what the hell they're doing. I mean, clearly, it's not. It has nothing to do. It has nothing to do with that. It has. I mean, at the end of the day, there's a huge chunk of the fan base that thoroughly enjoys listening to what we do, and a big part of that is because I can go to practice, you can go to practice, Tyler can go to practice and go, hey, here's what I saw, man.
First, finishing off that tweet, what am I going to do with that information anyway?
I mean, hey,
the same thing. I don't know. I mean, listen, that's your opinion, and clearly that's not the only other person said they don't. It's not something they need to hear.
Yeah, you can feel that way, but don't try to have some kind of attitude, friend, on the text line about me for having the opposite, because I do care a lot. You know what I mean?
Tyler on that text line over there?
I just hate weak-ass fandom, man. Spreads quick.
Well, but be detailed. Why do you consider it, as you said, weak ass fandom?
Just exactly.
Look at Carlos. Real quick. Look at Carlos. Look at this.
That's gross.
Look at this son of a gun.
Wish he'd hit the ball.
That is a clean ass. Is that cream? Ivory? What a look. Anyway, why do you call it weak ass fandom?
Ooh, I think that's that new Don Key lid.
That is, man.
ADD, my bad.
Down. But you call it weak ass. Why is it weak ass fandom?
Just for what I just said, not at all, because if you're like that texter, and some of you are out there, you're saying, I don't care that much. I don't need to know the ones. I don't need to know the twos, first string, second string, what it's shaping up to look like in my fandom. I'm good with that. I'm not saying that is what makes a weak-ass fandom. It's whenever you say, oh, well, I feel that way, and that's the right way, and I'm too sensitive to hear you say otherwise. That's what I'm saying.
That's fair.
Thank you.
That makes for a tough conversation, Tyler, when somebody doesn't only disagree with you, but they think you're wrong for feeling the way you do.
Yeah.
Instead of just agreeing to disagree and move on. Yeah.
Absolutely.
For me, when I hear it, because I'll be honest, I think this for me in my memory is a little bit more aggressive than I've seen even the Texans. Like I can remember regular seasons where people have reported the ones on the offensive line.
Yeah.
Football playing Jesse.
To me,
I don't remember other than injuries.
Yeah,
maybe I don't pay close enough attention. Maybe I should pay a little closer attention to what all is allowed and not allowed. I mean, I've never been. This is the first time that I can remember.
But I think for me, it's clearly there's some serious potential things that could look different than maybe people thought going into week one.
Oh, you think there's a reason why putting these into effect a little bit earlier than normal?
I think there could be some things that could be different. I think, what did you roll through?
Cam Robinson,
Ursery. They're some of those. They may be.
You got. What does Cam Robinson play? I mean, he's a left tackle. He's not a swing tackle. Is he a guy that can play? If Ariante Ursery is your left tackle, and that's what's going on at practice, is he's getting all the first team reps. Obviously, you get to a point where it's like, hey, Ursery's the guy. What are they going to do with Cam? Is Titus Howard a guard or a tackle? You know what I mean? Is Blake Fisher worth a damn or not? Can Ed Ingram play guard at the NFL level, or are we going to get more of what we saw in Minnesota? I think there's
that week one, bro.
And I think a lot can be. I mean, we lean. I'll be honest with you. I lean heavily on what we see at practice.
Yeah.
I mean, I gotta believe when I hear people talking about Titus Howard at tackle. I mean, we're watching from a fan's view. We went to watch the film of practice. We're watching from a fan's view, from kind of get as clear of an angle as I can. But when I hear people talking about, boy, the protection all of a sudden got better because Titus Howard was at tackle, that means something.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I would think it's important, but we're in regular season mode, baby. Let's ride.
Yeah. Coming up, a little stock up, stock down as we're getting closer to the regular season, and the Texans, whenever they announce it, they will get close to having to cut this roster down to 53. Stock up, stock down, players on the bubble. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all. Our Vision Homes, small town folks building big, beautiful, custom homes. I've known these folks for a while now, and
Marconi-nominated sports leader is Sports Radio 610.
Our clients always come first.
Tootski, come on.
Every football season brings highs.
Yes! Rock and roll!
And lows.
Every week, though. There's no excuse for that. Oh, no.
It's time to buy or sell.
And tell them to sell!
It's Texans Stock Up, Stock Down on the Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I gotta pump those numbers up. Those are rookie numbers in this racket.
That is right. Thank ya, young Matthew. Mr. McConaughey. T-Sip. This is Stock Up, Stock Down on the Drive with Stoerner and Hughley every hump day. Right around 3:20 p.m., you tune in, you hear this. And I want to start with you, Ron the Show, Hughley. Fresh off your storm chasing. Welcome back, bro.
That's right.
Glad you and the fam were safe. Didn't get messed with too bad with Aaron. But I want to start with you. Stock Up in today's edition. We're talking players on the bubble for Nick Caserio, D'Amico Ryans, and the 2025 Texans as camp is winding down. Ron, stock up.
Yeah, I think they're going to have some tough decisions to make. But, Clint, I think we've kind of talked about it a little bit. One of the areas is depth in the defensive backfield and what that's going to look like. I don't know if he's going to clearly make this team, Clint. He may be one of those, as D'Amico said the other day, 16 practice squad spots. But I think Damon Arnett has helped himself. I know he got a pick in the game and did some things here in preseason. But I think he's helped himself, Clint, when you look at potential guys in that cornerback room. I like him better than D'Angelo Ross, Tremont Smith. Just in terms of corners, I like him better there. As I said, I don't know if he's going to make the team, but I do think his play, his stock is more up than down right now. So I do like them in a spot where they are, I think, in search of some depth because they can ill afford to have either one of those top guys go down, and they look a lot different. You know, when you take them off the field and who comes in behind them.
Yeah, I mean, look, you look at the top two. You mentioned it's one of the best combos in the game in the entire NFL. It's a top 3 combo in the NFL right now. Kamari Lassiter and Derek Stingley Jr. And the reality of it is beyond them, you have a lack of experience and you're awfully young. And I look at Arnett as one of the youngsters. He's only played a couple of years in the league, although he's older with the off the field issues that he had. And Tremont Smith is probably your safety. Your safety valve there. He's probably your safety net, the guy that can play all the special teams, has been known to be a special teams guy, embraces that role, has stuck in the league there. And then you've got 2 true corners that in Jalen Smith, the 3rd-round pick out of USC, and Damon Arnett, the project, the guy that they're trying to let him rebound here in Houston. So look, when Pendergast and I were talking about it after Jalen Smith and Damon Arnett had the interceptions this past weekend, we're talking about it, and I'm thinking, man, Damon Arnett, I like the story. I'm always here for one of those stories. That is to me, that's a future play for D'Amico Ryans. That's let me get him in here, get him back to doing football things at an NFL level. Let's spend a year and let him prove that, hey, man, I've changed my ways. I'm a different dude. I'm ready to do this football thing full time, and make sure I take care of everything. Be a professional. Full time, and then next year maybe you got a cornerback that you can rely on. I didn't in no way, shape, or form think it was going to be this year, but you start looking at the depth chart.
I think he's a top 4 outside corner on this team.
Well, there ain't but 5 of them. I mean, so yeah, I mean,
just saying back up. I think Smith to me has really shown up the rookie, and then I would say he's there ahead of Tremont Smith, or if they try to kick Miles Bryant out there, whatever.
Well, when you look at Miles Bryant, when you look at Russ Yeast, and you look at some of these guys that are going to make the team at a safety or nickel position, could also play corner. But those guys right now, you got to look at it and go, hey, with Jimmy Ward and C.J. Gardner-Johnson down, I mean, one guy's probably not going to be enough for depth purposes there. So are they spread so thin that an Arnett and a Smith can make the team at corner? I like where your head's at. His stock's definitely up.
It's up to make
what he did last week.
The arrow's pointed up.
There's Ron the Show, Hughley's stock up and his return to the drive right here on a Wednesday. Over to you, Clint Stoerner. I want your stock up for these Texans as we're seeing camp wind down. Stock up for players on the bubble as Caserio trims the roster?
I'm going to go with Blake Fisher. I think it could not have gotten any worse for Blake Fisher the first couple of weeks of camp, and I think it was improved in the most recent preseason game. Not enough for me to really take notice, but definitely after listening to Payne and Pendergast with Nick Caserio on, he answered some questions. I believe it was him about maybe it was D'Amico in a post-game presser or in an early week presser. But either way it goes, one of the coaches or the GM or somebody felt good about talking about, hey, Blake Fisher started slow, but he's playing better now for these reasons, right? So Blake Fisher, for me, again, the topic here is players on the bubble.
You thought he was on the bubble, a second-round pick from last year that started 8 games?
Yep, it was bad enough, absolutely.
Well, yeah.
It was bad enough early on to where, he had been demoted and they moved their who was their planned guard back to right tackle. So, I don't I think it was really bad, but it looks like it was D'Amico that said it because I remember D'Amico's comments. But it sounds like D'Amico appreciates the way he's come around the last week or so. So I'm going to go Blake Fisher, stock up. Hell, it couldn't have been any lower.
I mean, from all I heard, Clint, I was only out there for one practice. You know that, and I don't watch ball like you do. But everything I've heard echoed from every member of the media in Houston on Blake Fisher this year is like, damn.
Yeah, it was scary bad the first week and a half, maybe even 2 weeks. And then in the preseason game, he's out there and he gets beat, immediately again inside. And Davis Mills would have got his clock clean, but Davis got the ball out on time, so nobody wanted to talk about it. But it was still a bad outing for Blake Fisher. And then you fast forward to this week, and it was a better performance on Saturday, so the stock's up.
Attaboy. Stock down time. You're listening to Stock Up, Stock Down on the Drive. Stoerner, Hughley. We're talking Texans players on the bubble as Nick Caserio's trimming down the roster. Back to you, Ron. Stock down.
All right, I'll make it quick. Justin Watson, to me, I'm not saying he's not going to make the team, but I do think the Texans are going to have to carry extra in other areas. They may have to carry an extra running back than maybe they normally would. They may have to carry an extra safety than they normally would, and you would think, all right, where is it going to hit? I don't know if they're going to carry 7 receivers, and so I think he is in question, even though they did give him $3 million. You obviously know Nico, Kirk, Higgins, Noel are going to make it. Those 4, I think you can obviously then throw in Hutchinson, and I think Braxton Berrios is going to make it as well. And to me, it's are they going to keep Justin Watson? Are they going to carry him? So to me, I'm not saying he's going to get cut, but I think his stock is down right there. All those other guys have shown up a little bit more than him.
Yeah, I'm going to go with Jawar Jordan, and really this is a guy that his stock couldn't have been higher, I think, early in camp with no Joe Mixon, with Nick Chubb being out briefly, with no Dameon Pierce. It seems like I kept hearing the name Jawar Jordan. And then the reality of it is the deeper we get into camp, all of a sudden Chubb gets back, he gets the run. During that time that it was down, it was all about Dare Ogunbowale. And then now all of a sudden it was Woody Marks this past preseason game. And now all of a sudden you got Dameon Pierce back. So I would say with Pierce coming back, with Woody Marks emerging, with Chubbs getting back and healthy, I think probably Jawar Jordan is the one that's on bubble watch that at one point stock was a little higher.
All right, yeah. That running back room is starting to get a little thick in there.
Yeah, well,
we got a Woody and a Chubb.
They let J.J. Taylor loose, so they're down one there.
All right, coming up, I caught it late. I was in Turks and Caicos, so I caught it late. I got some game notes. Got some game notes of what I watched, in particular the first half. Some game notes from that Texans-Panthers game. You're damn right it is, Unc. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Well, Ron, I don't need no notes for this. I got to tell these folks about them cold Coors Light. Now, if you're out there and you're drinking the world's most refreshing beer, I tip my cap. You look good. You're drinking the world's most refreshing. You're surrounding yourself with greatness. And like I said,
Sounds like it smells amazing.
I don't give a mother duck.
How bad do you want to get out of this football hell?
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are live here on The Drive. See some people jumping in with the stock up, stock down. Someone said stock up, please bring back the trash cans.
The arrow's pointed up.
Come on, guys. I can't be the one to bring it back up. Again, if you're just joining us, the Astros, they fall today 7-2. In Detroit, they do get swept, but look at the positive, huh? How about the positive? Is that what Lovey said? How about some of the positive? They did score today, so the scoreless streak is over. They had not scored since Saturday. A 2-run homer as Mauricio Dubon goes deep, but they did lose 7-2. But good thing for them, the Mariners, they lost 2. They lost 11-2 in Philadelphia. They've lost 5 in a row, luckily, in this stretch where the Astros have lost 4 in a row. And was that 4 out of their last 5 or 5 of their last 6, whatever it is. They lose again today, so they still remain a game and a half up in the West on the Mariners. They'll head to Baltimore, 4-4 game set. Someone coming in on the text line, I didn't know brothers went down to Turks and Caicos. That's cool, Ron. Well, I don't know what the hell. You would have been flabbergasted by what you saw this past week. Flabbergasted.
Hell, I'm going with 13 dudes on a vacation tomorrow.
Hey, let me tell you something.
New Mexico.
The clientele that was out at in Turks.
Now we're talking. Report back, baby.
Yeah, there's going to be some bros out there. There were some brothers, some Argentinian fellas. There were some Hispanic fellas.
Turks bringing in from all over, baby.
Hey, man, if you ever in Turks, slide down to that Noah's Ark. You'll see what you'll see there. It's
when you get a chance to party.
Hell of a situation. I'm telling you, you didn't know brothers was going. Saw everybody I saw all week long stuck at that airport yesterday trying to get on. Yeah. Yeah, let me chill
Pause, think that one through.
Let me chill that one out. Yeah, it was plenty of bros.
Now watch it too.
Plenty of bros. Did I tell you? Hey, I have to tell you about this wedding we crashed. On accident.
You went wedding crashers?
It was an accident.
Oh, hell yeah, please.
We were in a swimming pool. They had the wedding right behind it.
We got to hear about that in the 4 o'clock hour or something.
I was blasted drunk, too.
I believe it.
Anyway, let me give you my game notes here, fellas. I just want to throw a few things out as I'm watching the game that I jotted down. And I had not talked to you guys. I didn't hear any of the explosive, amazing content that you gave yesterday. That gold, as you put it, Clint.
Yeah, probably should have saved it, man. Spared the media.
But here it is. Texans-Panthers game notes. First thing for me, Ariante Ursary is this team's future and current left tackle. I just wonder if they know it.
If the Texans know it?
If the Texans, not only if they know it, if they're willing to do it week 1. Are they willing to do this? Because, Clint, I do know it means, and you said it earlier, I don't normally look and think Cam Robinson. Now, that's a swing tackle. That's a guy that can go in and play the right or the left side. And what do you do with Cam Robinson if he is not your starting left tackle? Because you didn't pay, at the very least, $12 million for him. What do you do if he's not your left tackle? But to me, clearly, we've watched 2 games of Ariante Ursary. We've watched him in joint practice. As you said, he got beat a couple of times yesterday. But overall, he seems to embody everything they want. And, I mean, I think the future is here. That's what it looked like to me. Also, I feared for Bryce Young's life when he scrambled, and I thought Alshire had a clear shot at him, and I thought, oh, God, he's not going to let up. He doesn't give a damn that it's preseason. Get your ass down, Bryce. Get your ass down. He got down, and as we know, Aziz will go on down to the basement with you. There's no just touching him when he sees you go down.
He was parallel to the ground, wasn't he?
Yep, and he went down to, I saw him break away, and I saw Zero on a beeline. I said, oh, hell. Get your ass. Bryce, get your ass down. Get your ass down. Speaking of Aziz, I don't know about that shag he's got going right now. I don't know if y'all caught him with that helmet off on the sideline.
I did. I caught it, and I didn't know. Did not know. I didn't have a name for it.
Yeah, it's a shag. Yeah, when he's got the long cut, and he is clearly on purpose giving from almost a white perspective of the mullet. But this is the black mullet, which is called the shag. Very, very popular in the 80s, early 90s. That shag cut, I didn't know we were bringing that back.
Yeah. Fix your wig, man.
I don't know how I feel about that.
I mean, clearly you do. You just don't want to say it.
I don't love it. I don't love it. Maybe if we had that thing, and maybe I need to see a little bit more of it. It didn't feel like it was a strong taper on the sides. Maybe some parts or something on the side to add something to it. But it was. I said, oh, that's a choice.
I thought it was a very interesting look. I'll be honest with you, I'm not a fan either.
Yeah, I'm not.
I mean, I'm sure it looks. I mean, there's some guys that can pull it off in a suit or something, but fresh off the field, helmet off.
Maybe the helmet off. Yeah,
it wasn't hitting for me now.
Maybe he has it. We'll see. I don't. It wasn't doing it for me. Daniil Hunter, that spin move he put on that young man in that first quarter. Them two. Hey, him and Will, they are going to be hell on wheels to handle this year.
Yeah.
Those two are already ready to go. You could tell Will has improved big time. I heard D'Amico talking about it. I heard Nick with Payne and Pendergast talking about it as well. But that spin move to Neil had, I mean, that cat had no chance at all. Christian Kirk's going to catch like 90 balls if he stays healthy. With the way they run offense, the quick stuff that they're doing in there, bam. And, I mean, you can just see it. Like, those little 5 to 10-yard routes, he is going to kill teams on it. And you could start to see CJ's even being programmed, hit it as soon as possible.
Absolutely. No question. That's one thing that offensively, we talk a lot about them struggling against our defense in practice, but they've stayed true to what it is they want to get accomplished, which is a quarterback that's getting the football out, that's getting the ball in the hands of his playmakers as quick as he possibly can, an offensive coordinator that's mixing it up and doing some different things, running the football, obviously, but in the pass game, just protecting the offensive line, protecting the quarterback, and using these guys like the Christian Kirks, even the Jalen Knowles, the quick slants to Nico and Xavier Hutchinson that we've seen. Getting the ball out of his hand, I agree with you, Ron. It seems like they are committed to that, even though it was a little bit of a struggle early in camp.
C.J. Stroud was pretty good, but a little off on some throws.
The go route hurt.
The go route to Nico right off the bat. Shout out to Higgins for making that catch, but he had to dive to go get it. Usually one of the secret sauces for C.J. is he puts the ball in a space where guys can keep running and can turn up. And it wasn't bad, right? He put the ball right on the money for the touchdown to Nico.
Yep, that was beautiful.
And made a couple of good throws as well, but just a tad off. Played well, but just a tad off on some of those throws. We're just used to crossers, anything like that is catching it and yards after the catch, and he allows you because, as he put it himself, what does he call himself? A ball placement specialist.
That's right.
That's what he called himself. The chain gang guys, easiest job in America right now. They don't even have to
made easier with that.
They don't even have to stand out there and hold it now. They just stand over there just watching games. They're just over there as a backup to technology that probably won't fall apart. They just sitting over there just watching games with free tickets.
By the way, that technology took a little longer than I think I expected.
Yeah, I thought it'd be more tennis-like, quick.
Well, it took a little longer than I thought. Maybe they're just trying to figure it out, but we'll see.
Yeah, what's the dude, McMillan? Tet?
Tet?
He's nice. Yeah, he's Double D's get me every time. He's going to be good for the Panthers. He created some separation. It was just one of those situations. Just because the balls weren't completed doesn't mean it was necessarily on him. There was one that Bryce threw high on. Andy Dalton got hit in the arm with a pass rush, or he had beaten, I think it was Stingley up the sideline. They may have picked him up a good one. I thought separation would be a big problem for him with his size, but he created a lot of separation in that game.
They've been impressed with him. I know I didn't get a chance to see in the joint practice a lot of our defense work, their offense work. I know Seth did, and I heard his comments about the offense. He was really impressed with him. And then what's the big boy's name that rides the horses? The receiver they took in the first
Xavier
round.
Leggett.
Yeah, Leggett, and they got a little Hunter Renfrow over there as well. So they got some targets.
Yeah, I had forgot about Hunter. I saw him in that game. I saw there's 13.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, whoever was calling the game said Hunter Renfrow one of the best route runners all time.
That's aggressive.
All time. Okay, all right. And Woody Marks seems like the real only change of pace back that they have. I'm looking at Nick Chubb. I think Nick Chubb's going to be an effective number 2 back just by what he's showing. Maybe we'll see him get his legs and feel better as it goes on, but he looked like an effective number 2 back. But it really does feel like him and Mixon's styles are similar. And Woody Marks feels like the only real change of pace back that they have that'll be in the rotation. Because I think even Dameon Pierce, his is more physical and not just take off. And he can hit his head on the goalpost, but he's one that takes him a little bit to get going. But Woody Marks looks like the real only change of pace from the backs.
Well, the one thing that you think would hold any of these running backs back, the young guys, being pass protection and being able to handle the entire playbook. And it looks like the entire group of running backs, including Woody Marks, have handled it and passed with flying colors. And this past week in pass protection was good at times. And so it looks like, guys, I mean, if they can get Joe Mixon back healthy, again, we're not privy to the information. I have no idea how bad the Joe Mixon injury is. But if you get Joe Mixon back, you got a 1-2 punch of Joe and Nick Chubb, obviously. And then the rookie that you moved up, got aggressive and drafted, appears to be handling the NFL playbook and handling at least a preseason and a training camp in impressive fashion. So it may work out perfect for Nick and D'Amico in terms of their running back room coming together nicely if they can get Joe healthy.
Yep. So those are my game notes right there.
Like them. Well done. Well done.
Yeah, man. All right, man.
Well
People
done.
saying that Shaq cut is popular in Dallas. They need to stop it.
Not a fan, huh?
No. Hey, man, each is your own.
There it was. Glory hole.
I lied. Just need to stop it. That wasn't it. What you got coming up?
We got to talk about a spot. Look, I know he's been up for manager of the year and all this, and then look, the Astros, it's been rough, and I'm not going to blame it on a spotter, but yesterday, late in that game, that tight ball game, not the one we just watched where it was over before Fromberg stepped off the mound in the first inning, not that one, the one last night when Hunter Brown went out there and was nasty. Yeah, man. I don't like what I saw from Joe Espada. I don't like what I saw from the Astros late on a couple of different occasions. And we got to cuss and discuss it. There ain't no doubt about it. We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610. All right, what's the biggest mistake you can make when you're selling your home? Well, let me answer that question for you.
SportsRadio.com.
That made me football horny.
Daly's dirty.
Ready? The Texans preseason closes down in Detroit on Saturday. Hear the matchup with the Lions right here. Pre-game coverage starting at 9 a.m. Kickoffs at noon with Mark Vandermeer and Andre Ware on the call. Then Texans postgame gets going as soon as the clock hits zeros. Right here on your home for the Texans. Sports Radio 610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily, presented by Mokaram Injury Lawyers.
Mokaram Injury Lawyers, y'all, hard as hell to say, easy to dial. 281-222-2222. We greatly appreciate everybody out there for listening, however you're doing it on that AM/FM dial. If you're looking and watching on YouTube and Twitch, my hat's pretty clean. I actually need to clean this one, but it is a clean lid. We appreciate you watching. We appreciate you listening, making us part of your day. I do want to encourage everybody out there, no matter how you're listening, I want to encourage everybody out there to download the Odyssey app, AUDACY. Yesterday would have been a killer day. We played right here on the drive. The offensive coordinator, I believe it was yesterday, we played him in full. Earlier Tuesday morning, I think is when Caserio was on, the general manager of the Texans, Nick Caserio, was on with Payne and Pendergast. You could have used that rewind feature, man, and caught a couple of big-time audio bits there. And there's also all the podcasts and everything right there at your fingertips on the Odyssey app. So download that, AUDACY. Keep us on your hip. Take us everywhere that you go. I got me a little 45-minute jog walk in the other day, Ron, and I listened to In the Loop the whole time, man. I came in here locked and loaded with In the Loop in the crosshairs, man. Had a bone to pick with them boys on about 10 different topics after listening to them. But I was able to do it with the old Odyssey app. So the Odyssey app came in clutch. Now, the Astros, they lost again today. All right. They got beat 7-2 today, which means they got swept by the Tigers after dropping 2 of 3 to the Orioles. So they've now lost 5 of their last 6, 4 of which they have been shut out in. I think they've scored a total of 7 runs in that stretch of 6 games. And so the bats have been bad. The bullpen has been bad. The starting rotation has not been good. Framber Valdez was not good today. Just got, I want to say, really got ran up off the mound in the first inning, but he didn't. What did he go 5 today, Ron?
Yeah, he ended up getting 5.
But I think when I was listening, there was a 6-run first inning. There was, I think, 3 walks. There was 2 wild pitches. There was a double with an RBI. There was a single with an RBI. It was a rough start for Framber Valdez today, and it didn't get any better. They didn't swing the bat well. Dubon, I believe, had a home run. It was the only way that they got runs. So today was not any better for the Astros. The Detroit Tigers sweep them, and now the Astros move on to Baltimore. 4-game set with Baltimore, and they come home for a 3-game set against the Colorado Rockies. So you got 7 games here where if you ever needed an opponent to right the ship, you got 7 of them. The next 7 days, you got teams that you have no business losing to, and you should be able to make up some ground because the Seattle Mariners, not make up ground, you should be able to extend your lead in the division. It's a game and a half right now because the Mariners just continue to lose, and they're doing their part, Ron. The Mariners are doing their part, getting their ass kicked, and we're sitting here, we're piddling around and matching them. And
what do you think they got to be thinking right now?
How lucky they are,
or how pissed they are.
Well, they should be pissed, but I mean, I think they've run into a little bit of a not difficult, but a better schedule than what we're running into. They're not out there with the Orioles and the damn Rockies, so we should be able to get this thing right and maybe extend the lead in the division because it looks like the Mariners are struggling. But I know. Look, we've talked. Joe Espada's been great this year. Hell, Ron, you've got me even giving Joe Espada. I ain't calling him Captain Espada like you do. But I mean, I got to give Joe Espada. I give credit where credit is due. I mean, he's up for Manager of the Year. He is not living up to that right now, but he is up for Manager of the Year, and rightfully so. But late in yesterday's game, boys, can we talk about this?
So I'm trying to do the best I can.
Can we talk about this?
Talk about whatever you want, man.
Yesterday was the kind of game. Forget about the shutouts. Forget about the losing 5 of the last 6. Forget about the way that things have been of late. It's not been pretty with the Astros. Yesterday's game, Ron, I feel like was very indicative of a playoff game. Right? You got Scooble versus Hunter Brown. I mean, both of those guys go out there. They're absolutely dealing. And I think both of them went 6 innings. Did Scooble go an extra inning? Scooble may have went 7. Anyway, point being, we get in. It's a 0-0 ball game. We get into them late innings. You finally get Scooble out of the game. And Joe Espada decides to empty his bench simply because they're left-handed bats.
Left-handed, baby.
Simply because they are left-handed bats. Dubon, who hit a 2-run homer. It was a 2-run homer today? Is that right?
He got the scoring.
Yeah. Dubon hit a 2-run homer today. He wasn't good enough to bat against a right-hander late in yesterday's game, so they pinch hit for him. Right? Chas McCormick, we tried, man. We tried. I know you're hitting 50 points better than some of these guys are, but your ass wasn't good enough to hit against them either. Taylor Trammell was the guy that got that nod.
Going for the matchups, Clint.
And then who was the other one? Who was there? There was somebody else in there in that mix. Cam Smith. Cam Smith had a hell of a year, man. Hell of a year. In fact, you sparked some rallies, several of them this year. You ain't good enough. We got to get Jacob Melton's ass in there, who's hitting a $176 because he's left-handed against these guys. Let's get all these left. Let's just empty the chamber here with these left-handed hitters. And of course, it amounted to absolutely nothing. And then in the 10th inning, let's stay at the plate. In the 10th inning, Urias was the only guy that even gave us a hope of scoring. He's the one that hit the double down the line when Diaz got thrown out at home plate early in the ball game. Well, no, he ain't good enough. Let's get that switch hitter in there, Caratini in there in the 10th inning. Let's get that bat in there and see if that helps us out a little bit. I thought those were all, for the most part, terrible ass decisions. Jesus Sanchez, you can argue, hey man, there's a little different element right there. That's a guy that's recently done some good things.
That's a lefty you were all right with.
Well, that makes a little bit of sense right there. And really for any of those guys that I mentioned, but to look at it I would rather have Sanchez, Melton, Trammell instead of Dubon, Cam Smith, and Chas McCormick. I just don't know how you can get there based on lefty-righty. I mean, at some point, what these guys have done and how they're swinging the bat has got to come, and the lack of experience and resume has to come into play here. Good God. And I'll be honest with you, Tyler, it's not even the fact that I had a $100 bet on Chas McCormick. Yeah, I'd like that $100, but I was like, God, what are we doing here? Are you kidding me?
So it's safe to say that you don't believe yesterday's game just was you're an offense that's been struggling and you went up against the best pitcher in baseball.
Yeah, no, I think that absolutely is the case. But I mean, those are the kind of games when I believe that your manager's got to pull the right strings. And if we're going to pull Dubon again. And I'll even say Chas McCormick. I'll even say all of those guys I mentioned. If you in that moment, if you think the better option is a left-handed bat that has done diddly squat in big league baseball, one of which looks completely lost at the plate right now.
Who is that person?
Melton. Jacob Melton is very close to Jacob Myers for his first 3 years in the league. Yes, he is. It absolutely is at the plate. I mean, lost. And I mean, like that, to me, that's when your manager, those are the kind of games when your manager's got to give you the best chance. And I thought that was pissy poor right there. Right. And then you get up in the 10th inning. You get up in the 10th inning, Ron, and it's blatantly obvious there is no thought of moving a runner. You got Altuve with wheels at second base, who hit into a double play to end the ninth. So in the top of the 10th, you got Altuve at second base. You got wheels, man. You got Christian Walker out there swinging out of his shoes, grounding out to the third baseman. Hit it hard, but hit it right at the third baseman. Yainer Diaz comes up. He ain't trying to push nothing. He ain't trying to get nothing in the air. He pulling it right to the shortstop. What happens? I think Caratini strikes out with Altuve standing on second base. Again, by the way, that's when Caratini will pinch hit for Urias, who is the only guy that had a damn hit against the best pitcher in baseball that made a damn.
Say
I thought that was now. There's nothing that he can do about the pitching. Maybe he could have left Abreu in a game like that. Maybe could have left Abreu in and get him another inning instead of the Ord stuff.
They went 10 innings and then give up a run. I mean,
what's that?
I mean, the pitching. Yeah, I mean.
The way he did it though, the way the Ort goes out there and walks the winning run across the plate. That's not on the spot. I mean,
it wasn't even a competitive pitch.
It wasn't.
Yeah,
it
wasn't even anything like.
No, I mean, and to be honest with you, getting to Gleyber Torres is. I mean, he deserved to lose the damn game. The guy before him, he walked him. It should have never happened. So. I don't know, man. I just thought I watched that game, Ron, and like seriously, man. I look at it, I'm like, okay, now this is a playoff caliber game, and I'm jazzed up, man. 0-0, let's get it, man. Let's go win this, boys. This is how you snap the streak of getting shut out. This is how you snap the streak of not looking like the damn Astros that we come to expect. And then it just turns into exactly who we've been watching. And to me, I think Joe Espada deserves a little credit here on the negative side of, man, he's been great all year long, but I thought that was pissy poor across the board in the 9th and the 10th inning. That was not putting the Astros' best foot forward, in my opinion.
That is going to be the question and concern is I think in a lot of ways Joe has done an amazing job in where they are, as you said, and I think even still at this point, I think he is still, with all the injuries and everything, that is still the leader in the clubhouse for American League Manager of the Year. But in tight games where there's a lot of things evenly matched, like Hunter Brown against their ace. Now the manager has to pull some strings late in games from bullpen and pinch hitting perspective, and you do wonder how good is he in those moments, right? Like him versus A.J. Hinch late in a game, you feel like even though he's done a great job here the last 2 years, A.J. Hinch from a schematics perspective is going to be much better than he is.
Yeah, well, you would think, and I mean, I don't know. I don't expect, to be honest with you, I don't expect a huge advantage out of Joe Espada. For me as a casual fan watching, it's very rare that I watch a game and I'm like, boy, that was that seemed like that was some like back-to-back terrible decisions. And I mean, at some point, look, I understand that the analytics of it, and I understand that the left-handed versus right-hander, and I understand that lefty-righty, all that stuff. But damn, if it's just going to be like a damn robot's calling the shots, and it's just about, I mean, we're so committed to this left-handed bat versus the right-handers. I mean, it is a frustrating watch, and last night absolutely got me. So. Espada, you've been great all year, but man, yesterday was pissy poor. There's no doubt about it. By the way, I know we've talked about it once already, but I said this jokingly earlier in the week, maybe it was even last week, Tyler. Chaz has got to request a release or trade. Chaz has got to. I mean, Ron, I thought yesterday when Chaz McCormick was in that starting lineup, I thought I literally let my heart smile for a minute. Because I'm gonna tell you, Ron, when I saw him on that mound for the second night in a row, my heart broke for the kid, man. And yesterday I thought, hell yeah, man, he's gonna get in there. I mean, I was so excited. Like I said, we play that funky music, White Boy. Me and Tyler had a little $100 bet. All he had to do was get a hit. They gave my man 3 at-bats against the best pitcher in baseball. And then the minute that pitcher came out of the game, they pinch hit for his ass.
Yeah, they wanted the righty lefty-righty matchup.
They had to get that $176 hitter up there, man, that left-handed bat. Yeah, I mean, I thought yesterday was going to be one of those. All right, at least you're getting a chance. Hey, this is your chance. You can't complain. And when I watched that one, I said, yeah, you can. You damn sure can. You can go sit in your locker right now, and I know you ain't going to say nothing, Chaz, but in your mind, you can justify saying, boy, that was some bull jive. That was some damn bull jive right there.
It does. It does feel like we have reached change of scenery time.
Ron, I've said this several times in the last week, so excuse me for beating a dead horse, but those of y'all that listen, you know I can do that with the best of them. I want to know, and I promise whoever's out there listening, I will not bring it to air. I want to know what Chaz McCormick has done to somebody in that building. Because, again, I can get.
You want somebody from the Astros to tell you? You won't come there?
Yeah. I can get to a point where I understand the Jake Myers stuff now, right? The in-house guy, the guy that they brought up, their prospect, they're going because they believe they overly commit to everybody. They overly commit to everybody in the organization except for one guy, year over year, Chaz McCormick. There's got to be something, man, that's like in his personality, there's a lack of competitiveness. There's a crybaby. There's got to be something.
And
with Chaz McCormick.
it makes you wonder how much of it was dusty when that was the thought before.
Oh yeah,
how much was dusty?
Ron, I believe there's something that's probably very real. That's throughout the organization. I mean, it's been two. Hell, it's been. Was he with Hinch? Was he there with Hinch?
I don't know.
I mean, there's been a damn sure 2 managers. There's been 2 general managers. So it's not like it was just a general manager didn't like him. Hell, he's had multiple. You know what I mean? Like this is not one of those deals. He has been overlooked by Hummel, for Melton, for Trammell. I mean, it's a laundry list.
They have treated like they look at him like, all right, we know what he is.
No question.
Let's get the
no question. I mean, he's like a bullpen catcher.
Him and Dubon. At least Dubon is playing. Him and Dubon, man. I don't know what the hell.
I'm with you on Dubon.
I don't know what the hell those guys got to do to be the center field.
Oh, I mean, just play on the regular, man. Gosh dang.
I thought he was going to pitch today. How many times has he pitched here recently? Has he been
3 in the last 8 games? Counting today's game, 3 in 8 games, 3 times. He wrapped up the Red Sox series, and then he went twice in this Detroit series.
Do you think Chaz is also the emergency catcher? Like, you know, every team has one guy that is the emergency catcher.
It can't be, man.
I don't know, man. I don't know. They would give it a shot.
See the emergency shortstop? What is Chaz McCormick? They want to rest Pena next time they get blown out, and Chaz McCormick goes to short.
Oh, my God. All right.
He can hoop his ass off and eat banana pudding.
Speaking of the Astros, by the way, Tyler did send that banana pudding. We don't know if it was received.
Well, we know it was received by somebody.
Somebody ate the hell out of it. There's some big
I hope it was in Chaz's locker after that game because he damn sure needed it.
There's a big old dude that drives in from Pontiac, Michigan.
It was a girl. It was actually a girl.
Candace.
All right.
Candace sitting on the curb.
Coming up. Looking at the Astros, we'll look at what happened. Framber struggled today, and they've obviously continued to struggle scoring runs. Are you really concerned about this offense? Like, as we get down closer to, are you really concerned about the offense, or is this just a rough patch? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all, look, if you're looking to freshen
Thanks for making us not just Houston's sports leader, but one of the best stations in all of the country. Houston's Marconi-nominated sports leader is Sports Radio 610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, as Clint said, Framber struggled today, and then we can dive into Framber in a bit because, well, when Framber struggles, we got people that come off the deep end. Larry and Stafford, and compared him to Laramie Tunsil. I think that's a tad aggressive, maybe more than a tad. Tyler said he's not an ace. And wouldn't Payne, but we can get it into that. But I mean the big thing is they have struggled to score runs. Today they scored 2 runs on a 2-run homer by Dubon, but they've been shut out 3 straight games. And then I believe Tyler, they were shut out the game before the last one they scored runs in. So they have been fighting. There's a 14-1 game in there too. They've been fighting it, scoring runs. And I'm throwing it out to you, to people, 713-572-4610. Those on YouTube and Twitch as well. Are you nervous and think this is a major issue? Obviously, we're hearing more news, good news with Jordan, that he could be closer. He is going to have a rehab start.
Makes us all nervous.
But is this something that you're nervous about, or is this something that you feel is just a bad stretch?
The bats?
Yeah.
No, I'm not nervous.
Bad stretch?
I'm not nervous. Yeah, I think it's a bad stretch. I think you got a fella that played down in Corpus Christi last night that had 2 hits. One of them was a double, I think, by the way. But you got him coming. You got a couple of guys that I think in Carlos Correa and Altuve.
Correa has been, and he's been swinging the bat well still.
Even Pena. I mean, I'm just about guys that, hey man, they've been down this. You know what I mean? Just get there. They in the moment. The moments aren't going to be too big. No, I think right now for me, it is awful to live through as a fan, no doubt about it. I'm absolutely disgusted with it, but I'm not in any way, shape, or form. My confidence of this team being able to make a run is not shook. Now, I'll be honest with you. If that big fella wasn't down in Corpus Christi right now and swinging that bat, and which today's the day, cross your fingers. Today's the off day. Hopefully nothing pops. No, we don't have any inflammation issues here.
Yeah.
But if he wasn't down there, I would be. I would definitely be. My concern meter would be peaked right now. But the fact that we got him right around the corner is a huge boost, I think.
Yeah. Look, it's not good, and this isn't the offense that we've seen in the past with the Astros. But I mean, it's not like they haven't had opportunities. Even yesterday, with Skubal on the mound, it's not like they haven't had opportunities. Before today, now I'll look at what the numbers were today. But before today, in that 3-game stretch where they were shut out 3 straight games, which really seems to be hard to even fathom. They left 40 guys on base. They just seem to have a difficult time coming up with the big hit in this stretch and, extra base hits. They've been singling them to death. They've had a hard time coming up with the extra base hit. And like the other night, Correa, Altuve, and Walker left like 9 guys on base. Those 3 guys. I would take my chances on that happening more and more often. Now, I do think at times when they have, because this isn't the first time they've had a stretch like this, it does appear to affect the pitchers, and it does appear that they feel like they've got to be fine and perfect at times. And so, they're not pitching just free. But I don't Like, I don't think the Astros are going to just run through stretches where their offense is just like long stretches to where this potentially just kills them in the postseason. I think they're more likely to come up with big hits. I think they're more likely to do what Correa, Altuve, Pena, even Christian Walker to an extent. I don't think they're just going to all come up and just the likelihood that they all come up and not come up with a big hit.
I mean, my bigger concern, and this may be crazy, but my bigger concern is pitching.
Yeah, I was going to say the bullpen to me. The bullpen is the bigger.
Well, the bullpen, let's be honest, the starters beyond the top two guys. I know Fromber wasn't good today, but I mean, I got a ton of confidence in him in a playoff game. I got a ton of confidence in Hunter Brown in a playoff game. I like those guys being on my team. But I mean, Christian Javier had one good outing, and then he 3 innings, he got sick and had to bounce. Spencer Arrighetti we're running out of the time of like, hey man, there's a grace period here. It's not been as bad as it really looks. It's not as, like at some point he's got to bring it all together. Lance McCullers we'll see him Friday. That could be a boost. Which Luis Garcia, I think he had he was a little bit of a buzzkill last night in Corpus Christi. So what are they going to do, and where are they going to use these arms? Bullpen, starting rotation. They've got to maximize these guys when they come back. They've got to get the most that they can out of these guys when they come back. And how do they do that? That's the bigger concern for me. Is in a tight ball game like we were in yesterday with Yordan Alvarez in this lineup, I feel pretty good about our chances. As you mentioned, with Carlos Correa and Altuve and even Christian Walker and some of these Pena.
Yeah, like even yesterday, they had chances.
They had chances.
Even with him on the mound, they had chances.
Yep.
They just couldn't come through. Very similar to the Tigers, probably saying that themselves. They had chances. They hit into a double play with runners on the corners that got them out. They had shots. They just couldn't get things to go around. From the text line, better going into this rough patch of games now and to overcome this drought going into the playoffs. Also, someone texted in, I am concerned because I'm concerned about what this lineup looks like against elite pitching like they'll see in the playoffs. That's kind of fair. But again, still, I believe Correa, Altuve, Pena, and especially if Yordan is in there, which it looks like he's getting closer and this feels real, I still believe those guys can scratch across runs. And they have done it against elite pitching this year. They have done it. And
look, we don't know what the lineup's going to look like. I mean,
Brochet has been one of the best pitchers in the game, and they whooped his ass last week.
Yeah, when you just get to the dance and you got the guys you just mentioned, the Pena, Altuve, Correa, Yordan Alvarez, Christian Walker. I know Yainier's been rough behind the plate, but I mean, he
threw somebody out yesterday.
He's been there. Did he? I didn't even see it. How did I miss that one? You mess around and get Jake Myers back at some point in time later on. I mean, crazy that we're saying that 300 hitter, man. I mean, that's another guy that changes this lineup. So, I'm more worried about the pitching. Or I'm not even worried about the hitting at all. To be honest with you, that's crazy to say in the midst of this crap.
I wouldn't say it all, but it's not. It doesn't compare to me with the bullpen. The bullpen thing, that one's concerning on how you have answers. All right, coming up. We've got to talk about the man who has made the biggest move, you could argue, in Texans training camp. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all, look, some things, maybe they just go better together. I love that old song right there now. Burgers and fries, Friday nights in football, and now Academy Sports and Outdoors and Whataburger. How about that? We all love Whataburger around these parts, no doubt about that. For a limited time, exclusive Academy and Whataburger tailgate gear is coming in hot, y'all. Fuel your pre- and post-game traditions with fan styles and game day gear that say, I tailgate.
Lawyer Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
The player that made the biggest move, I think, in terms of where he is right now on the team, I think you could argue is Xavier Hutchinson.
The arrow's pointed up.
Way up. We did earlier, you can use the Odyssey app. You can check that out. We did a stock up, stock down players on the bubble edition. Stock up, stock down. And he was not on anybody's list, Clint, because there is no chance that he's anywhere close to the bubble right now, Clint, because if the Texans are starting with 3 receiver sets, Clint, I think, especially from what's been reported, what we're hearing, I think there's a great shot that he is one of the 3 right now. The way that it looks like in practice, how they've gone about things, I think it is a great shot that he is one of those top 3 guys, and that's over the rookie Higgins that they drafted early with their first pick of that draft. Noel, who kind of plays a different spot there. But it seems like Hutchinson is maybe the 3rd guy that they trust right now at the receiver position, which is not what I thought coming into the year. He has earned it, but he has really changed his place on this team.
Yeah, look, he was not in the group of wide receivers that I would say were locks to make this team this year. I think it was Nico Collins, I think it was Christian Kirk, and then the 2 rookies that were drafted early in the 2025 draft. Those 4 guys were locks. Everybody else, I think, needed to move. I mean, one way or the other to kind of clear some things up. I think the Texans made it loud and clear to any receiver, again, not named Christian Kirk and not named Nico Collins on this roster, when they went and used 2 of their top 3 draft picks in the 2025 draft on wide receivers. I think they made it clear to everybody else, hey, man, it's mess or get off the pot. It's time to make a move. You got to separate yourself. This status quo, just hanging around and playing when guys are injured and being the last ditch, option. Those days are over. We're bringing guys in here. They also bring in Justin Watson. They also bring in Braxton Berrios. They're bringing guys in here, and they're creating competition. And it was a hey, man, it's time to mess or get off the pot. And I'm going to tell you right now, Xavier Hutchinson has earned every bit of this.
Oh, I agree.
Xavier Hutchinson has been a guy that in the big moments throughout his career, although he hasn't been given all the opportunity all these other guys have been given, you could argue he hasn't even been given the opportunity consistently the way that John Mechie was, particularly in training camp, to try to prove something. But yet every time he was given an opportunity, he stepped up and made plays. And then you get to a point this year, Ron, and we didn't talk about this earlier, but I think this is key. When you look at the kind of offense that the Texans thought they were going to be last year, the vertical approach, the stretch of the field, the 5-headed monster, that's not gonna pair well with Xavier Hutchinson. That's not going to allow him to really have much of an opportunity to go out and compete.
See, that's why I was going to ask you, does it feel like are we short, or are we in a situation that we wish was better because he has taken the 3rd spot? Last year it was Tank Dell. Tank Dell was your 3rd best receiver. That's a drop off from Tank Dell being your 3rd to Xavier Hutchinson being your 3rd. But judging by what you're saying, because the offensive shift, it's not as big of a situation.
Well, I think the offensive shift, you don't need 5-headed monsters, right? But I was really, I agree with that point. But the one I'm trying to make now, Ron, is when you look at his skill set and right, like, he's never been a guy that can run away from coverage. He's never been a guy that's going to go out and big body 50-50 ball catch his way to a Pro Bowl career, Pro Bowl year. He is going to be a guy that's going to have. He's going to be where he's supposed to be when he's supposed to be there. He's going to have perfect depth. He's going to run routes with precision. He's going to have great chemistry with the quarterback. He's not going to drop footballs. He's going to be available in clutch. He's going to have great instincts when the play breaks down and the quarterback starts scrambling. That is who Xavier Hutchinson is. And when you look at how they're playing offense this year, right? You've got to know how to make yourself available to the quarterback with your quick routes, right? You've got to be able to execute the screen game. You got to have great instinct. Everything is about getting the ball out of the quarterback's hands, presenting yourself to the quarterback, making yourself available, making yourself a viable option, and then catching the damn football when it comes your way. And all of those things play to his strengths. Like, this team isn't going out there every day going, how can we stretch this field? Hey, if they press the corner, man, we're going to throw the go route. If it's Nico, I think they will. But, like, that's not how they're gearing this offense. It's about, are you running this slant and are you getting across the face of that corner? Are you running the slant at the right depth? This quick out that you threw to Nico for a touchdown, are you running it at 2 or 3 yards or 2 steps or whatever it is? Or are you not able to retain it and you all of a sudden run 4 steps? Like, his precision, his discipline, and his chemistry with C.J. Stroud, I think, plays into the strengths of this offense, whereas I don't think that was the case last year.
Yeah. To go to the point, DJ Bieniemy, ESPN reporter, he said, one thing that's clear the other day is Xavier Hutchinson is going to play, and he's going to play a lot. He said the pecking order at receiver for the Texans right now, Nico Collins, Christian Kirk got the 2 top spots. Hutchinson appears to be the next guy up, but Higgins will rotate in there. Same with Jalen Noel. And it looks like that is the case, and that's what we've seen before today. That's what we've seen in practice.
Yeah.
As well as he being kind of the next guy up. Someone texted in, Clint, that if Hutchinson is that valuable, then they wasted 2 draft picks.
No, I disagree wholeheartedly, 100%. The 2 draft picks are 3 weeks, 4 weeks, 5 weeks into a pro football career. It's not, everybody's not going to Kamari Lassiter this thing and be ready from Jump Street and be a damn near Pro Bowl player, all rookie player from jump. That's just not realistic. He was able to do it. Tip my cap to him. But not everybody's going to be able to do it. In fact, I would argue that when was the last receiver that came into Houston to be able to do that? Not named Andre Johnson and DeAndre Hopkins, right? I mean, it typically takes time for guys, at least a half a season, at least some real game action for guys to get to where they're able to contribute and able to listen, retain, and apply all of a playbook. And so, look, I think Higgins is going to have his place. I think Noel's going to have his place. But right now, it doesn't surprise me that they are banking on 19. They're banking on Xavier Hutchinson, and I think he's earned every bit of it. I think it makes perfect sense.
I do like your point about the offense being different.
Yeah,
and that may make what he does more attractive right now, because he also will probably physically block in a way that others that others may not, and they do look at that as a deal there. But I'm not going to lie to you. I look at it, I'm like, do they have enough firepower?
Yeah.
With him getting plays, and the hope at some point, I don't agree with the texture, but the hope at some point is Higgins takes the spot where he's getting more snaps midway through the season somewhere, because, I mean, you do look at it. It's hard. We've talked about it. You go from Nico Collins, Stephon Diggs, Tank Dell, to Xavier Hutchinson, who was fighting for a job last year, into this. And I don't know that he's taken leaps and bounds, with his play from where he was.
I think this offense is more complimentary for Xavier Hutchinson, and he's done a good job of developing and being the best that he can be. Now, the reality of it is, if you want to talk about the rookies, the rookie wide receivers, the reality of this thing is if in 2 years Higgins isn't like head over heels better than guys not named Nico Collins, like if he's not on that Nico Collins trajectory of where maybe he's not a 1,400-yard guy, a year guy. But if he's not a guy that you can see that's impacting games in a big way, then we can talk about, hey, man, was this dude ever going to live up to that second-round pick? Who is Higgins kind of deal? But, I mean, to expect a guy to Kamari Lassiter this thing and be great first game of the season, I just don't think that's real. Those expectations are a tad bit unfair for guys.
I am a bit surprised that maybe they did, and he just didn't take the way that maybe Lassiter did. But I am a bit surprised that they didn't just put him in there.
No, they did. I mean, Higgins.
You think they did? No, they just put him in there, and he just.
I mean, look. When Kamari came in, there was one position to play and he got the bulk of the run at that one position. When you there's no Higgins has been in with the ones a lot. I would argue that Higgins has been in earlier and more often in training camp. It was Nico Collins, Christian Kirk, Brevin Jordan, Dalton Schultz, Cade Stover, any one of those three, and then Higgins. 81 was out there with him quite a bit. The thing is you constantly saw 19 when he got his opportunity. You saw him shine. You saw him shine. You saw him shine. And I just think right now he's able to bring more to the table and handle more of the playbook and run more of the offense than Higgins is. That's not to say that Higgins isn't significantly more gifted than 19. He's significantly more gifted than Hutchinson. There's no doubt about it. But you got to figure out how you want to use it properly, bring him on, at his own pace, and that's up to Nick Caley. But now he's been out there. It just seems like the longer camp goes on, the closer we get to real action, the more we see 19 in that role.
He's been out there. It just seemed like with Kamari, they just said, "Hey, man,
there ain't
that's going to be your gig, whether you have bad days or not.
No question.
Like we're just going to let you." They said, like Kamari Lassiter, there wasn't a chance for a 6th-round corner to come get his job.
No question.
And maybe that was just him, and he played, and he did play well, but there wasn't a shot. Like he was getting the reps over there at the same time.
I'm not privy to the information. I don't watch the tape to that degree from an evaluation standpoint, but I would be willing to bet you that if you looked at D'Amico Ryan's evaluation or even Nick Casario's evaluation on Higgins versus Lassiter, there was a telltale sign in there that they knew Lassiter was ready for the NFL and Higgins is going to take some work. Right? You know what I mean? Like Higgins is more like most late first, early second round picks, and Lassiter being a second round pick was more like top 10 type development, maturity, and they probably knew that all along.
All right, we'll see. Xavier Hutchinson going to play and play a lot. Hopefully that bodes well for the Texans. And as you said, Higgins and Noel, I feel like Noel has his place, but Higgins can find his place with this offense. Let's do a little 5 o'clock fire as we're back at it. We'll get you caught up as the Astros. They do indeed get swept by the Tigers. But as wild as that is, there is some good news in there. We'll tell you about that and get you caught up on Framber's struggles today. And we'll let you hear from the head coach, D'Amico Ryans, as he speaks about them heading to Detroit for a big joint practice tomorrow. And one of the best quarterbacks in football, injured, had to leave practice early. We'll update you on that coming up next.
All right, y'all. Clint Stoerner here, and I got to tell you about Twin Peaks. Look, if you love watching live,
People love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, old dirty show, T-Mill, a.k.a. Psycho T, a.k.a. the face that produces the plays, Tyler Milner. By the way, Tyler, I have been maybe for 30 to 45 seconds, and then I would drink. But I had been stressing over your best bets because...
Thinking about me?
I just know the Astros have been in a tough stretch, and I've been wondering... That usually coincides with your bets, and I was a little nervous.
Yeah, this week is it's not going so swell, but the week you were gone wasn't bad at all. So we just need to pick it up.
Good. Well, hopefully you didn't put a lot on the Astros today, as
I didn't get any in today, thankfully.
Good for you. You would have. As they get swept in Detroit. They lose 7-2 to the Tigers, and the Astros. They've now lost 4 in a row and 15 of their last 26, and they are still in first place. Why? Well, the Mariners are starting to struggle. They lost today as well, 11-2 in Philadelphia. So they've been swept by the Phillies, and now they have lost 5 straight. So everything remains the same in the AL West as the Astros remain with their 1.5 game lead in the West over the Mariners. And Clint, today's story was really Framber Valdez. And yes, the offense has struggled, but Framber Valdez was the real story in this game. He goes 5 innings, 7 hits, 7 earned, 4 walks, 2 strikeouts, not to mention 2 wild pitches that both led to immediate runs. He struggled big time, Clint. He gave up 5 runs before he recorded an out. He didn't record an out until pitch 29. So he struggled. His ERA has gone from 2.62 to 3.32 in his last several starts. So he is really fighting it, and he just put the team in a place, Clint, where they didn't have a chance. They just didn't have a chance. You're up. It's 5-0, not before you take the mound. 5-0 before you record it out. And, there's just, especially the way this offense is struggling, 5-0 feels like 20-0. to be honest with you, and he didn't give him a real chance to win.
Yeah, look, we've talked about it. Whether they're in the midst of a terrible run or not, Hunter Brown and Framber Valdez have to be great down the stretch for this team to win the division, for this team to do anything and make any noise in the playoffs. There's no doubt about it. And as you just highlighted right there, I mean, his last 4 starts, his ERA is heading in the wrong direction. There's also been some I'd say some mental mistakes that aren't typical of Framber Valdez, just from a standpoint of not backing up the catcher in a game where I think he gave up 3 runs, should have been 2 runs. Today it just was sloppy all over the place with several wild pitches and walks, and it was just ugly early. And I didn't see it. I was listening to Lopez and Reggie and Figgy. And it sounded like those guys. It sounded like he had let go of the rope, and it just kind of really didn't.
Snowballed, yeah.
It just didn't. It was a bad look for Framber Valdez in a game versus a really good team when your team needed it the most. And not only was he not at his best, it's just that the typical Framber of where, boy, when he struggles, the nonchalant, the frustration gets the best of him a lot of the times, and it's a tough watch. So when we needed you the most, after Hunter Brown went out there and gave us a chance, expected the same thing from Framber Valdez today, and didn't get it. It was a tough watch.
Yeah. Excuse me. Now, they did break their streak of scoreless innings, and Mauricio Dubon went deep for a 2-run bomb, and that accounted for their scoring in this series. They lose 7-2. They've been outscored 40-7 in sorry, this is crazy. In the last several years, someone texted in and said, "You just can't take a team serious if they're just not going to score for 3 games." Listen, I don't know about that.
They were shut out in 4 of 5. I mean, they've literally been shut out in 4 of their last 6.
It's not ideal.
And not to mention, not only have they been shut out in 4 of their last 6 games, Chaz McCormick closed the game in 2 of those.
Yep, he's pitched 3 times
the other team was scoring at will while you couldn't seem to crack the scoreboard. So, it's been ugly, man. It's been ugly. And then, when you get one of your 2 aces that you are heavily dependent on doesn't have a good day, it hurts, no question.
Now, as we said, the Phillies really helped out the Astros with their sweep of the Mariners. So you still have a lead in the division. And Clint, you kind of talked about it a bit. We've talked about it. Looking at the schedule, these next 7 are games in which the Astros should take advantage of. Right? They're going to head to Baltimore. That's where they are next. They got a 4-game series against record-wise one of the worst teams in baseball. Now, they still got some dudes over there, right? They still got some guys over there, but you still should handle them. They have really struggled, especially pitching this year. They've really struggled. And you got Jason Alexander, who is pretty well. Lance is going to make his return after missing about a month on Friday. Christian Javier, it's good to see that he is still in the rotation after he got sick after his 3 innings where he allowed 1 run and had to come out. And then Sean Dubin, he let go of several ropes after he came into the game and just blew that one open. And then Spencer Arrighetti is back on the mound on Sunday. But this is critical. You play them, and then you play the sorry-ass Rockies, who I assure you, I have watched them multiple times. They don't appear to be really trying.
Oh my God!
They get their ass kicked and they stay down. So that's another 3 games where you should have some really good success. And after these 7 games, I feel like people will feel a little bit better if they play the way they should. They'll feel a little bit better about what they're doing. If they struggle against this group and they come out here in a losing record, they go 3-4 or something in this 7-game stretch, then I think maybe some alarms aren't.
Well, I mean, this is a real opportunity for the Astros to pad the lead in the division if they so choose and give themselves a little bit of grace because, that last 20-game run, they finished with the Angels and the A's, and so there's plenty of opportunity there. But you've got I think the Rangers twice, the Mariners once. There's a lot of head-to-head action there with teams that are chasing you, and I'd much rather the Astros do that with a 3 or 4 game lead in the division instead of a 1.5 game lead in the division. The Mariners are doing their part. Now I just need the Astros to do theirs. Like you said, the opponents, the Orioles, although they've been better of late, the Orioles and the Rockies are two teams that they should be able to stack on in a couple of games on a lead in this division.
Yeah, so
especially given the Mariners are getting just thumped.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. What happens the rest of the way, but this is a big advantage. These next 7 games, and it starts on the road, coming up against the Baltimore Orioles.
Say goodnight to the Astros.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, today was the last practice here in Houston. They're going to head to Detroit as they will have, I think, probably, Clint, the most important practice left for guys on the bubble. The joint practice, we'll see what happens in the game coming up. They'll get a lot of opportunities there, but this joint practice is huge for them as they'll take on the Lions. They head up there. Clint and Tyler, this is what D'Amico had to say in terms of what he's looking for in Detroit.
And we're really excited to get to Detroit and go against the Lions. We talked about all week. It's it'd be a great opportunity for us to go and compete against a really good football team, competitive team, looking to see where we stack up versus this team. So very excited to get to work.
I would have gladly traded, and I wasn't here, but I would have gladly traded to be able to see the joint practice between the Lions and the Texans as opposed to the Panthers and the Texans.
By the kneecap off.
That is going to be a lot of fun, Clint. Now, obviously, they got a new OC, but that is going to be one of the top offenses in football going up against what we believe to be one of the top defenses in football, and that is going to be a big, big thing to watch. I think even more than the offense, with which we've watched more and talked more about with C.J. Stroud and company. But this is going to be fun to see, St. Brown and Williams and the backs that they have in Montgomery and Gibbs and that offensive line to see what this defense looks like against them. That's going to be a real fun joint practice.
Yeah, it'll be a hell of a time. Now, you want to talk about the Texans and how rough it's been with our defense on our tackles in particular, but on the pass protection side of things. Look, you go up to Detroit, it's not quite what we've got coming off the edges, but it's a really good defensive front. And so I would love to watch that right there. I think it's going to tell you a lot about our offense. And then, you look at Detroit's offensive line, and their brand of football offensively, they're one of the more physical groups. What is our defense who can definitely get after the passer? What do they look like when they start getting hit in the mouth? I'd like to see that as well. I don't think we're going to see much of it on Saturday.
No.
Even though it is strange the way, there used to be almost a formula or not a formula, but a standard where every NFL team approached every preseason game the same. And, you look at preseason game 1, some teams played players, some teams didn't play any starters. And then preseason 2, some of them played, some of them didn't play, some of them did. The Buffalo game, they didn't play. They played 2 starters, and the only 2 starters, one on offense, one on defense, was because those guys had missed a bunch of practice due to injuries, right? On the other side of the ball, Chicago played damn near every one of their starters. So, I don't know what to expect.
It used to be a half, too, that teams played, and most teams aren't even playing that long either.
Well, you look at it, and the interesting thing is if the preseason, what does it mean? How does it affect your team? Typically, it's coaches say, man, it's about getting to the season kind of deal. You listen to them in Buffalo after getting just thumped by the Bears, and their coach wasn't happy about it. He was openly not happy about it. So I don't know. My overall point is just I don't know exactly how the NFL teams across the league are going to approach this third preseason game, because you've got 2 weeks off before the first game of the season, and so how do they approach this game? We'll see, but I doubt we're going to see too much of the ones, if any, in that game. So the joint practice would be fun to watch for sure.
Yeah, it does seem like the joint practices have changed preseason games. Like it feels like the teams are feeling like they are getting enough out of joint practices that those are like the preseason games. Because like it used to be that, hey man, these guys are going to play a half.
Yeah,
that is not happening. Hell, Buffalo did it that way. Hell, even Houston. They didn't. CJ and them didn't play the entire quarter. Like that game out, Andy Dalton came in pretty quick after Bryce set down. I know the Chiefs didn't play any of their major starters they played them all in game 1, but didn't play them at all in game 2. So it is an interesting deal of it. But I cannot wait to see and hear the reports. Most of the reports that we will get coming out of that joint practice, and to see how Ursary does against some of those guys. I cannot wait to see. I mean, that Will Anderson-Sewell matchup on the outside, I can't wait to see what that looks like when those two, get matched up rushing the passer. So they'll head to Detroit. Should be a fun joint practice we'll talk about tomorrow.
Check your other kneecap.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, Lamar Jackson. I was a little nervous. We were writing prep like, hey, Lamar Jackson left with some sort of a right hand injury and issue there. Reports are now that he is fine after a foot stepped on him in his hand at Ravens practice. He is fine after getting stepped on in Wednesday's practice. A team spokesperson said Jackson, 2-time MVP, was inadvertently knocked to the ground at about the 90-minute mark in practice. He stayed on the field to throw a couple more passes before heading into the facility about 40 minutes early with the team doctor and trainer. Before walking off the field, it appeared that Jackson was flexing his wrist. Now they are saying he is fine. He may not play another down to week 1.
Yeah, you start messing with a quarterback's hand and wrist and his throwing hand and wrist, boy, it gets awfully hairy. And when you're as important as Lamar Jackson is, I've said it many a time. I mean, if we're being honest about it, as long as he stays healthy for the majority of the season, he's hard to beat as the MVP. The production that he puts out there, the fear he strikes into opponents, and you start playing with his right hand and his right wrist 2 weeks before kickoff the season. That'll get you in backup mode real quick.
Yeah. So good. I'm glad. That would be terrible. That'd be terrible for football fans of the league. I can sense that there are probably some Texans fans that they'd be all right with it. But no, I'd like to see the best guys be able to roll out there. Does he need this as much as anybody? Does he need to get to a Super Bowl? Is he the number one player that needs?
You're asking wrong. You know me, man. You know my take on that, man. I mean, he needs.
This is a big season.
He needs to compete for one, man. I mean, he needs to. The way they built that team and who he is and the respect he gets. They need to compete for a Super Bowl every year. He needs to stay in that conversation and keep his team in that conversation of the best quarterback in the league. And real Super Bowl contenders year in, year out. I mean, that's
he of the big four, Mahomes, Burrow, Allen, and him probably the top. I think most people with the big four.
I think they all need it. Other than Mahomes,
but I think all of them they all need it. But it feels like the other three have. That doesn't seem like it comes down as hard on them because Lamar's postseason performances have at times been a lot worse. And they're he's got more MVPs than Josh, but a lot of people really view Josh's postseasons not because of him.
Yeah.
Joe's been to the Super Bowl, and then there's obviously Mahomes.
Well, and then look, let's be honest. There's a different approach to playing the quarterback position with Lamar Jackson, and until that guy wins one, there's always going to be doubters, fair, foul, or however you want to couch it. And so, To get the credit that he deserves, and I think ultimately deserves regardless, to get it immediately, go win you a Super Bowl, and then it'll squash any doubters.
Found out apparently maybe important people are listening to The Drive.
Oh, hell.
Important people are listening to The Drive because maybe there's some changes we're starting to see because of us. Dog, man. That's why we're number 20th. Marconi, baby. That's why it's us. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Hey, look, for a lot of y'all out there, I know what's happening, man. Your hair's thinning, your crown's disappearing. You got some kind of hair loss issue that's got you feeling like you.
Steel mattress, handcrafted for your comfort and guaranteed for life. Your favorite Houston sports station is a Marconi finalist. For the first time, the National Association of Broadcasters selected Sports Radio 610 as one of 5 nominees for Sports Station of the Year. And we couldn't do it without you. Thanks for listening. Thanks for interacting. Thanks for making us not just Houston's sports leader, but one of the best stations in all of the country. Houston's Marconi-nominated sports leader is Sports Radio 610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Did want to update Taylor Trammell, another who's clearly passed Chaz on the depth chart. Taylor Trammell, according to Matt Kawahara, was getting looked at for his back and his neck, and is going to be checked for.
For his what? What happened?
I'm not switching it. I'm keeping it as what it says. His back and his neck, not the reverse.
Not his neck and his back?
No. Okay. No.
Something else in his crack?
Yeah.
Talk to it. Spit on that name.
His back and his neck. And concussion. Getting looked at as for a concussion too.
Someone's not licking him, are they?
Now they did say they do expect him to travel to Baltimore with them, but we'll see, man. That young man got toe up, boy. I saw he could not take steps. They had to bring the cart out. That a piece right there. So hopefully he's all right. As he took a.
Think Chaz can get some run now?
We'll see who they call up.
No.
They may try. They might call Bryce up, see if he can play in center. That's not far off. But that is the latest there. Hopefully he's all right because he did. He took a couple of shots. I thought maybe you ain't lying about it. You ain't lying about Chaz. Come on, man. Hey, man. That man overran that ball yesterday and did that. I mean,
back flop.
Yeah, it did like it
right after Jesus Sanchez did it in right field.
Oh my God! Well, at least he caught it his.
Yeah, at least he caught it his.
But his feet came off the ground like he looked like the Undertaker had just jumped over the ropes with a clothesline and took his ass off his feet. But he still made the catch. His back was hurting clearly, and you thought maybe, with the rotation of outfielders they have. Maybe he'll grab a day off. Nah, maybe he went right back in there.
Right back to center field. Ain't no way in hell Chaz is getting in there.
Hey, Chaz said that would have been me, man. I'd have played that off the wall.
I'd have caught the one yesterday without back flopping.
Yeah, he would have. I think Altuve, man. But no, man, that is the latest on Taylor Trammell. Hopefully he is all right. All right, Clint. Jonathan Alexander, he let it be known that the Texans, they're in regular season mode. So we, as in everyone's, going to be limited on how they can report what's going on at practice. Can't reveal lineups, but he'll let people know who has stood out. That's according to the Texans policies right now. And Clint, you think this is because of your greatness as a radio host here on National Radio Day.
Well, look, I want to apologize to all my fellow media members out there. We put some detailed segments out there Monday and Tuesday this week, and I think
like that.
Yeah, I know. Obviously, you don't, D'Amico. I think D'Amico and Nick and the brass over there with Houston probably listened to it and said, "Man, we got to put a stop to this." Man.
Quite frankly, it's bullshit.
We have got to put a stop to this, and so I apologize, man. I mean, it seems like a direct response. And look, this is in-season policy. Apparently, a lot of teams around the league put these kind of restrictions on their media and don't want certain things getting out. The play-by-play stuff, that's on Twitter. No more of that.
Every week, though.
No more of, who ran with the ones, who ran with the twos kind of deal. And, I mean, I can't help but think, everything we hit Monday and Tuesday, Ron, before you got back here, man, was addressed in today's in what Jonathan's talking about, man.
Well, holy cow!
Let me ask you this on a serious note, because you have been.
Hell, I'm dead serious.
Seems pretty.
I mean,
serious.
Tyler, we put out some stuff. We put out some serious. We're spitting fire them last couple days now.
We had folks around H-Town shooketh.
Yeah,
it feels.
I don't know. Guess no more of that, boys.
Shooketh.
What do you think? I mean, because what do you think, Jonathan and them? What do you think they're going? What are they going to report now?
Yeah, DJ's just not going.
Guys, it's 6:10 to talk about on the radio.
Well, I mean, seriously, if you can't,
I saw DJ said he's not going to make it to Detroit. He said, but you can go check somebody else's tweets.
Well, they're not. I mean, but those people can't tweet about it.
Oh, the Lions people?
Oh,
yeah, no,
I guess you could follow their media.
Get out.
Might be.
Is that what he's saying?
No, he's saying there's somebody else that's going to go in his place.
Oh, I got you.
Get out.
He's not going to be able to make it. I'm joking. He may have a previous thing. I just said he ain't going now after this. He's out.
That is interesting, though. Like, what do you? I mean, if I can't say, hey, man, first play a team here, Nico Collins caught a slant for about 15 yards. Second play, run was stuffed.
And they say no.
You can't say, hey, man, Ursery is running with the ones.
No.
I mean, what are you observing?
No.
You can observe it, you just can't say it.
Keep it to yourself, son.
Report it.
Yeah, you never played the quiet game in school?
You know what is going to be funny? You know what's going to be funny?
Your job is not to observe things.
You know what's going to be funny?
It is now, son.
You know what's going to be funny? Is to see how guys word things to get around it.
That's going to be interesting.
That's going to be interesting.
Yeah. Hey, Ariante Ursery had a great day blocking for C.J. Stroud.
We don't like that.
Yeah, great day blocking for C.J. Stroud.
Hey, Cam Robinson spent the whole day blocking for Mills.
Yeah, didn't see him a lot with Mills, but a great job.
Yeah, no, seriously though, I could understand. We were talking about this earlier. Like being a former player, I watching through the former player lens. Like, I can see where I could watch practice and see the different defenses and some different concepts of what they're doing and kind of dig into the quarterback-specific stuff and kind of get around the, hey, man, who's starting on the offensive line? Biggest question in Houston right now.
Yeah.
But if you don't have the ability, like from a reporter standpoint, if you don't have the ability to do that, what the hell are you going to report on?
Better figure it out quick.
I mean, it's not. I mean, obviously that's how. Is that typically how it is in the regular season?
I don't remember it being that way.
This is the first time.
That's what I was going to ask you. Seriously, you played for. I don't know. I would imagine Bill Parcells seems to be paranoid to me in situations like that. Was he really serious about stuff like that? I know Jimmy Johnson. I remember Jimmy.
We didn't have Twitter play-by-play at that time. So
yeah.
I mean, it was a different.
But you had the paper.
Yeah, but nothing was instant. Like, I mean, even in the newspaper. I mean, nobody was. Not that I recall was like people were writing articles that came out later that night that was like, hey, play one and team period one, play number one was a 5-yard pass. Like, I don't think that was ever a thing.
Somebody should have.
Well, yeah, I mean, it'd have been some in-depth stuff going on. But yeah, no, I don't think that was ever a problem.
And maybe it was much more of an understanding too.
Yeah.
Quite frankly, it's bullshit.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I just it seems like that's going to impact. It seems like that's going to impact the ability of, like, make the job of a reporter extremely difficult. I don't know though. I'm not. Maybe I guess I'm.
No, you're right on it.
Yeah. I mean, it feels aggressive.
When you can't report for a reporter, you know?
Like you said, I can understand plays, videos.
I can understand the video because it's
absolutely.
There is actually, evidence out there, and coaches,
Jimmy Johnson swears up and down he picked up something from Thurman Thomas watching video.
Right. So you don't want to me right now, if you're D'Amico and Nick, I don't want anybody filming Ariante Ursery playing left or right tackle and picking up tendencies.
Yeah,
picking up weaknesses. I don't want that, but I like the positioning and the hey, Damian Pierce ran for 2 yards in the second play, and then C.J. Stroud missed Nico Collins on a go route in the third play. I don't get all that.
And they say no.
Let me ask you this: as a former player who's been around, and as a quarterback who's been around game plans, what would be the advantage or significance in the Rams not knowing which tackle? Who are going to be the tackles? I think they're in their mind. They've got to have a guess of Ursery, Titus, and Cam Robinson. But what would be the advantage of the Texans kind of surprising them?
Well, I think the advantage would be cutting their work in half. Like right now, if you're preparing week 1 for the Texans, you've got to go watch. In terms of in depth, which I don't know if it's necessary, but in depth, you've got to go watch Ingram and figure out if Ingram's going to start at right guard, what's if I'm a D lineman, what's his tendencies. I got to go watch Juice Scruggs. What's that look like? I got to go watch Titus Howard. What's that look like? That's just at right guard. That's just for your interior defensive line. And so now if you go to tackle, and we're out here, like Nick Caserio said yesterday, man, we got 5 real tackles. So I've got to go prepare as if I'm going to play 5 real tackles because I don't know who the hell is going to be my right tackle. Like right now, if you look at the Texans, if the right, there could be 4 different guys play right tackle. I mean, obviously Trent Brown's out of the mix. There could be 3 different guys play right tackle. There could be 2 to play left tackle, and you're probably narrowing that down to Cam Robinson anyway. So to me, the advantage would be gained by all of, people reporting nah, man, Ed Ingram's a right guard. Titus Howard's a right tackle. And Cam Robinson is a backup left tackle right now because Ariante Ursery's getting all the run.
Yeah.
That, to me, you're really narrowing down the work that they have to do to scout you if somebody is that dialed in. Now, I don't know about August the 20th, before the 3rd preseason game, how many teams are putting a lot of stock in that?
Because they're going to have 2 weeks to get themselves ready.
Cam's been back 1 day.
Yeah, I was going to say they're going to have 2 weeks before the first game starts.
So I don't know. I mean, I would guess that's the only that's the thought is because again, we're not talking about film. The film part of it, I could totally understand. I totally get that. I can't believe they let folks film what they film.
Yeah,
I mean, just from the sake of an injury standpoint, or practicing, not practicing, or limping or not limping. So that part of it, but boy, aggressive.
All right, T-Mill's best bets coming up.
My bad, y'all. I shouldn't have put them segments together.
You did
so
it, man.
good,
You killed it. You did it for everybody. You owe everybody something. Yeah. T-Mill's best bets coming up as we continue right here live on The Drive.
All right, one thing I'm not sorry for is that Low T and Synergenics, y'all, been a client for 7+ years now, 2 different states, several.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into the draft, to the drive, or the draft, whatever.
We've been there before. The drive from the draft.
That's right. Let's say that. Welcome back to...
Man, we was at that big draft. We was at the only one that's mattered, man.
That's right, man. CJ and Will.
I guess they all matter. Now you get some pretty good players, but, man, the big one.
CJ and Will, the game changer.
CJ and Will.
There it is. Coming up behind us, Texans All Access, as they get you prepared for the joint practice in Detroit, as they will take on the Lions, and then preseason game coming up. Hear from Dan Campbell, the head coach of the Detroit Lions.
DC.
And, Texas kid, former Aggie. I guess you're never former. The Aggie.
Always an Aggie. You're a former student.
Thank you. A former student, former player, always at Aggie. Dan Campbell, so stay tuned for that. Also, Area 45, Sean Bijani, Patrick Creighton, Chris Santiago rolling through after the fellas get done with Texans All Access. They'll have it until 11. I'm sure they will talk about Framber's start today and the Astros as they are struggling to score runs and win games here of late. They've lost 4 in a row. If you've missed it, they lost 7-2 today to the Tigers. Indeed, they do get swept by Detroit, but good news, Philadelphia swept the Mariners. They win today 11-2, so they remain a game and a half up in the AL West. So that's the latest there, and you'll, I'm sure, catch a lot about the Astros coming up from Area 45 starting at 7 o'clock after Texans All Access. And then T-Mill's Best Bets coming up as well, as we will we'll make the people some money. All right? I'm feeling it. I'm feeling nasty. I'm feeling good. He feels it in his plums. I feel it in my loins. You're going to make some money today. By the way, coming back from Turks and Caicos, had a good time until Hurricane Aaron just stopped everything and made us stay late longer and all the stuff we had to deal with. But, fellas, I'm telling you, I'm 41 years old. I got 3 kids.
Come at you. You're a man. You're 41.
I got jobs. As you know, Clint, we're in a situation where it just ain't worth it.
That's right.
It just ain't worth it to get after it like we used to. It's not worth it to get into fights. It's not worth it to.
It's like, man, never stop getting after it like you used to.
No, you trust me. You ain't on the backside of that.
Yeah. I was throwing up a couple of weeks ago, but it ain't worth it for a guy like Clint to go walking down people to try
in the streets
to try to bait them to say something else about issues he's had. Just need one more word.
One more fumble comment.
Just one more, and walk him down to find it. I got past that, but I am certain my next fight, if it does occur, and again, as I said, I am not looking for it.
Hoping it never comes.
Yeah, it just got too much.
Joe.
I'm too old and I got too much to lose. But that damn thing, it's gonna happen on an airplane.
What is it on an airplane?
And ass hats on a plane.
And in my mind, it's probably one of the safer spots. Other parts with fighting is, right now it's dudes ain't just trying to throw hands. They throwing other stuff. And on a plane, probably got a good spot to be safe to where it's just hands, right? Especially if you go through security. But these people who, when that plane gets up to that gate and it stops and we know, all right, seatbelt sign has come off, we're about to get off. Those sons of bitches who act like they're the only one that has to get off the plane, I even try to tell myself, well, maybe they're connected.
Have you seen my shirt?
No.
I'm probably going to wear it tomorrow.
Okay, it is.
I'll send you a pic. You'll love it based off this conversation.
Because I've gone to the point of talking loudly, like I'm talking to Courtney, but I'm talking loudly so you can hear. I mean, like I will do this, and some of it is my ears are popping, so I'm loud anyway. But I'm like, so I guess they're the only people who got to get off. Because see, I had this done to me twice recently. They go get up. Because some people just will slide in. I'm talking people coming from behind. They get up, grab their suitcase, put it in the aisle.
Like so you ain't there.
Like I can't get out. So now I can't get out.
Right.
And then we had people walking up. That thing came up, walking up. And I'm just like, oh, I guess we the only ones. You got to get off the plane. So, it just stings me.
I'm a loud talker too.
It stings me. I'm just like, so you got to, you're the only one who need to get off. Hell, I got to pee. I'm ready to get off too. My knee hurts. I'm cool. I'm cool with you. The guy that stands up, got to stretch my legs.
Right.
Yeah, whatever. That's fine in your area, in your zone.
I got to say it. This tramp, she got up and took her suitcase down, and her friend walked it up and set it right down the aisle. I can't get my leg out. I can't do nothing. And just stood there. Now, I can't even really stand up to stretch out if I want to, because I might take them out or something. Oh, man, I'm staring a hole in them. And I'm having to turn to talk to Courtney, but I'm staring a hole in them.
I'm getting more bold.
It pisses me. It really pisses me off.
I'm with you.
I don't understand. I just don't understand. Do you think you're the only one who wants to get off?
There's nothing more frustrating in an airport or an airplane than that right there, in my opinion. Nothing. Absolutely.
Oh,
nothing.
my God.
I got to where I learned how to, during the flight, you learn how to get that. If you're on the aisle, you get that arm up.
Yeah.
And it's before they ever stop the plane, get that leg out now. Get that leg out now, boy, and then, hey, look here. Now you got to go through my leg. Now you've got to initiate
some physical contact.
Well, I mean, not because most of the time it's women. Let's be honest. It's usually women that are doing it, and then you really can't. All you can do is jabber at them anyway. But now you got to be real bold and go through my knee now, right? And then let it be one where they done snuck up behind you and you're in the seat, right? And it's like, hey, Ron, I give him this number right here. I'm sitting down, I look up at him like, hey, I need to stand up right quick. I got to get my bag. I need to stand up right quick. Oh, excuse me. They backpedal a little bit.
It is. And I don't even try to prepare myself for it to happen. I'm just pissed waiting for it. I'm just waiting. Boy, when that broad walked that suitcase up, that's one of the first times. That's one of the first times
that suitcase got him hot.
That's one of the first times. I have
You're
seen
a real piece of crap human being, man.
I've seen,
no question.
Like and again, I'm like, hey man, I'm 11. You're 13. Wait, I'm first. Like, oh my God, Doug. Like, I mean,
you know what my go-to line under my breath is? By the way, I'm not a fan of passive-aggressive behavior except for when on a plane and these asshats are doing this. My great-grandma taught me better. Address a problem like a real man with a man you got a problem with. But my go-to line lately is, as they're going by acting like their asshat self, I say, hey, your time must be more important than mine.
It must be.
You better say it louder than that.
They hear it. Yeah.
Well, here's the deal. Here's what got me. This is the best one I've ever had. And this wasn't a plane. Same concept. Security line going in. This gal who clearly thought she was more important than everybody, and her husband and a kid, right? I'm talking about no, like nobody in security leading them anything. They're just walking